Chapter 1. Return to the Sioux family. In the Tianyan Empire, one of the 36 states, lies Yinzhou. In Yomen County, the Sioux residence. The young master has returned. The announcement echoed throughout the estate, where a multitude of individuals, mostly maids and servants of the Sioux family, along with some core members of the clan, gathered to witness a young boy clad in black, escorted by guards as he entered the Sioux residence. It truly is Sioux Xan. Does he dare to return? Over the years, the Sioux family has fallen into decline, and he is the one to blame. This traitor of the Sioux family. The gazes of the maids, servants, and core members of the Sioux family were rife with anger and resentment as they regarded the young man in black. The Sioux family, once the pinnacle of aristocracy in the Tianyan Empire, boasted a Nirvana realm ancestor and an abundance of formidable guests and experts. However, a few years prior, the family's patriarch had suffered a grave accident, leaving him on the brink of death. Before his demise, the patriarch had meticulously arranged for a union with the imperial family, contingent upon Sioux Xan, the young master and the foremost talent of the Sioux family, defeating a genius from the prestigious Sidu family in a decisive battle. Should he succeed, he would wed the 9th princess and ascend as the royal consort. The Sioux family would then bask in the protection of the imperial family, ensuring not only the preservation of their existing power and status, but also the prospect of further elevation. Yet, on the day of the fateful duel, Sioux Xan failed to make an appearance. He fled without a fight. Had Sioux Xan exerted every effort in the contest against the Situ family's genius, yet fallen short, the Sioux family would have accepted their fate without laying blame upon him. However, his cowardice led to the irrevocable loss of the opportunity for an imperial alliance, plunging the family into a state of decline, and the burden of that failure fell squarely upon his shoulders. Even the emperor of Tianyan was incensed, subsequently ordering Su Zin's imprisonment in the demon-sealing prison for 3 years as punishment. Now, with the term of his confinement expired, Sioux Xan returned to the Sioux family. Sioux Xan, a core member of the Sioux family, suddenly stepped forward, blocking Su Zin's path, and exclaimed, "You traitor, coward! How dare you show your face here?" Su Ming? The young man in black felt a pang of distress upon seeing the figure before him. Su Ming was his younger cousin, 2 years his junior, who had once regarded him as a role model, always trailing closely behind. Yet now, Master Su Ming, the family head, has commanded that no one may obstruct the young master's return. The guard escorting Su Xan interjected coldly. Su Ming gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Sioux Xan before haughtily departing. Under the guard's guidance, Sioux Xan was led to a secluded courtyard within the Sioux residence. "Young master, this is the courtyard newly designated for you by the family head." He also instructed that, unless necessary, you should remain within these confines, the guard informed him. "Does my father wish to avoid me?" Sioux Xan inquired. The guard shook his head and turned to leave. Standing alone, Sioux Xan clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips digging painfully into his flesh. "Even my father cannot forgive me?" A bitter pang of sorrow coursed through Su Zin's heart. Yet he comprehended that retreating without a fight was, in itself, a disgrace. Not to mention the fact that it led to the complete decline of the Sioux family. However, no one knew that his retreat was not born of true cowardice or an unwillingness to confront the adversary. Rather, it was a matter of being driven to desperation. There was no other choice. "I never anticipated that, by a twist of fate, my bloodline would awaken on the eve of the decisive battle." With eyes that sparkled like lightning, Sioux Xan's hands instinctively clenched tightly. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Yet, beyond the ordinary warriors, there exist individuals who wield extraordinary powers, known as awakeners. The force they command is that of their bloodline. Each awakener possesses exceptional talent. Yet prior to their bloodline awakening, they're indistinguishable from ordinary people, and the awakening often strikes them unexpectedly. Sioux Xan himself was caught unprepared. His bloodline awakened abruptly on the night before his fateful duel with the genius of the Sidu family. The unprecedented agony accompanying his bloodline awakening compelled him to retreat into the wilderness, burying himself beneath the sands, struggling for 3 long days and nights before it finally subsided. By the time the Sioux family located him, the decisive battle had already passed him by. Afterward, he found himself unable to defend his actions. After all, the bloodline he awakened was of immense significance. Bloodline awakenings can be categorized into various ranks. Third and second-tier bloodlines, regarded as the dragons and phoenixes among men, appearing only once in several million. First-tier bloodline, the endowment of a Chilan. Such bloodlines are so rare that not even 20 individuals would emerge within the entirety of the eastern wilderness during the same era. Divine bloodline, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. On average, a divine bloodline awakens only once every few hundred to nearly 1,000 years. The birth of any divine bloodline in the eastern wilderness provokes tremendous upheaval, sparking fierce competition among myriad factions. Yet what Su-Xian awakened was a bloodline that transcends even the divine. The Supreme Bloodline. Supreme Bloodline, the unparalleled sovereign of the human realm, never before seen. This bloodline exists solely in legend, having never manifested in the annals of history within the eastern wilderness. The awakening of such a bloodline rendered Su-Xian reluctant to speak of it to anyone. He could scarcely fathom the consequences that would befall him and the Su family if the knowledge of his supreme bloodline were to become known. Silently, he bore the weight of his family's misunderstandings as he entered the confines of the demon-sealing prison. Though the Su family faced decline, his existence granted them boundless potential. As dusk fell, Su-Xian stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, eyes closed, with a woman in red standing beside him. This woman, named Hong Shan, was originally Su Zin's maid, having grown up alongside him, fiercely loyal. Upon learning of Su Zin's return to the Su family, she immediately returned to serve him. "It has been a long time since I last witnessed you practicing your swordsmanship, my lord," she remarked, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of excitement and anticipation as she gazed at Su-Xian. Su-Xian was indeed the foremost genius of the younger generation of the Su family, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Even at the tender age of 15, 3 years prior, it was said that his mastery of the blade had already surpassed that of numerous formidable sword practitioners within the family who had reached the realm of transforming the sea. To witness Su-Xian practice his swordplay was, for Hong Shan, a privilege of the highest order. Suddenly, Su-Xian moved. The brilliance of his sword flashed, resembling delicate snowflakes suspended in the air. His speed was astonishingly swift. Snowfall sword technique. Hong Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This technique, among the many sword manuals housed within the Su family's arsenal, was of a higher echelon. It was celebrated for its speed and its inherent mystique. Particularly, the most powerful move contained within the Snowfall sword technique, known as the Snow Slash, could accumulate momentum with each strike, increasing in velocity with every thrust. When perfected, this move could unleash a series of 9 consecutive strikes, each more formidable than the last. "Here comes the Snow Slash," Hong Shan observed intently. Su-Xian's figure floated like a wisp, his sword light akin to lightning as he executed a flurry of 7 strikes in an instant, swiftly followed by the 8th and 9th. The process flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. The 9th sword of the Snow Slash indeed. Young master has reached the pinnacle of this technique, Hong Shan noted with a flicker of delight, only for her expression to shift dramatically. What? To her astonishment, after delivering 9 rapid thrusts, Su-Xian's movements showed no sign of faltering. Instead, he seamlessly unleashed a 10th sword strike. Then came the 11th and 12th, until finally, an even faster 13th sword erupted forth with a force that seemed to tear through the very air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Only then did Su-Xian come to a halt. Hong Shan was momentarily dazed. The Snow Slash, at its utmost refinement, typically culminates at the 9th sword. Yet, the young master has executed a 13th sword? The 13th sword, Su-Xian, remained remarkably composed. He had always been an undeniable prodigy in swordsmanship, and since awakening his supreme bloodline, both his talent and comprehension had seen a tremendous enhancement, even granting him some unique abilities. During 3 years of confinement in the demon prison, although he had not physically practiced, his mind had been tirelessly engaged in theoretical exploration. Over those 3 years, he had transcended the limitations of the recorded techniques, inventing more potent forms through independent deduction. For instance, while the manual had documented only 9 strikes for the Snow Slash, his 3 years of contemplation had elevated it to 13. "Shall I fetch you a change of attire, young master?" Hong Shan approached, offering him a new robe. No need, Su Xin waved his hand dismissively. It has been 3 years since I returned. Let us take a stroll around. However, young master, the family head has instructed that you remain within this courtyard unless absolutely necessary, Hong Shan replied. That directive must be uttered directly to me to hold any weight. Su Xin chuckled, stepping beyond the courtyard's threshold. The Su residence was enveloped in a profound silence. As Su Xin made his way through the estate, he could distinctly sense the oppressive atmosphere that pervaded the Su family. The changes within the family over these 3 years are indeed significant. Su Xin's gaze turned cold and piercing. Since the demise of the Su family's ancestral patriarch 3 years ago, the last opportunity for a union with the imperial family was irrevocably lost, plunging the Su family into a state of decline. The Situ family, which had long harbored resentment towards the Sus, seized this moment to further their downfall, ruthlessly suppressing the Su family. In the span of just 3 years, the Su family descended from being a prominent noble house of the Tianyin dynasty to a second-rate family, barely managing to maintain a foothold in a single county. Even so, the Situ family did not relent. They covertly supported another family within Yongning County, the Pang family, which continually opposed the Su family, even striving to obliterate them completely. Moreover, within the Su family itself, unity was a distant memory. With the loss of their patriarch's imposing presence, the numerous retainers who had once aligned themselves with the Su family had largely departed, leaving behind an independent faction led by a formidable Void Realm expert named Zhao Tianlei. This faction disregarded the Su family's commands and employed various overt and covert tactics to seize the family's scant resources and influence, subtly aiming to render the Su family entirely powerless. It can be said that the current state of the Su family is fraught with external threats and internal strife. At this moment, Su Xin had arrived at a martial arts arena, where he observed a considerable gathering of people, 2 of whom were engaged in fierce combat. Haha, Su Ming, no wonder you dared to challenge me. It seems your cultivation has finally broken through. But do you truly believe this makes you my equal? What a laugh. A voice, dripping with arrogance, echoed through the arena. Su Ming? Su Xin's expression shifted as he recognized one of the combatants. It was indeed Su Ming, the one who had previously intercepted and scolded him at the estate gate. As for the other combatant, Zhao Qing, Su Xin's gaze turned cold. The Zhao surname was not associated with the core lineage of the Su family, but rather with the descendants of the family's retainers. Zhao Qing was the leader of the independent faction within the Su family, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei had 2 sons, the elder, Zhao Ling, and the younger, Zhao Qing. Currently, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei has become a malignant tumor within the Su family. If I am to resurrect the Su family, the first step is to eliminate this father and son duo. Su Xin's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. The Su family's decline was wrought by him. Now he was determined to lead them towards resurgence, to reclaim their status as the most distinguished family in the Tianyin dynasty and the entire eastern wilderness. The trio of Zhao Tianlei and his sons would serve as the first stepping stone on his path to greatness. Chapter 2. A must to slay him with a resounding thud. Su Ming was violently propelled through the air, landing heavily on the ground. It took him a moment to rise again, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Haha, I told you. A wretch like you could never be my match, Zhao Qing laughed triumphantly. Among the younger generation of the Su family, only Su Qinghong possesses any real talent. The rest of you are nothing but useless. Even Su Qinghong pales in comparison to my elder brother. Scoundrel! Su Ming and several other young members of the Su family were furious, yet powerless to retort. The martial arts world is divided into 5 realms: bone integration, true martial; sea transformation, void breaking, and rebirth. Bone integration is the foundational training of martial arts, typically completed in 2 to 3 years, after which one truly enters the realm of true martial. The true martial realm consists of 10 levels. Indeed, the current generation of the Su family is not particularly distinguished. The only standout, Su Qinghong, has merely just entered the 10th level of true martial, while Zhao Qing's elder brother, at the mere age of 19, has already reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, just a step away from sea transformation. Such age and cultivation are unparalleled among the youth of the Su family today. Of course, This does not include one individual who has now arrived at the training ground. The young members of the Su family, including Su Ming, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Xiaoming, are you all right? Su Xian inquired. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Su Ming. None of your concern, Su Ming replied tersely, turning his head away. Su Xian, unfazed, shifted his gaze to Zhao Qing, his eyes turning icy. Su Xian. At the sight of Su Xian, Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly scoffed. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the young master of the Su family who fled from the battlefield against the Sidu family. He emphasized the words fled from the battlefield, and the sarcasm was palpable to all present. 3 years prior, he would have never dared to speak to Su Xian this way, even lacking the courage to look him in the eye. But times have changed. Su Xian, you are the disgrace of the Su family, a coward who wouldn't even dare to fight. How can you still show your face here? If I were you, I would have found a solitary wall and dashed my head against it. Zhao Qing taunted, his companions laughing mockingly behind him. Su Xian regarded Zhao Qing with cold disdain. Zhao Qing, the son of Zhao Tianlei, a guest of the Su family. Over the years, your family has benefited immensely from the Su family. Let us not forget, when your father first joined us, he was merely at the mid-level of sea transformation. It was through the resources provided by the Su family that he gradually ascended to the void-breaking realm. And you, since the beginning of your training, have received abundant resources and elixirs from the Su family each month, have you not? Zhao Qing's expression darkened. You and your father merely owe your current strength and status to the resources of the Su family. In other words, you are nothing but dogs raised on the Su family's generosity. When did dogs ever dare to bark at their master? Su Xian said coldly. Su Xian, how dare you insult me? Do you think this is still 3 years ago? Zhao Qing fumed with rage. 3 years ago, you were undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of the Su family, having reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm at the tender age of 15. Yet, you have languished in the forbidden magic prison for a full 3 years. As far as I am aware, anyone imprisoned within those walls cannot sense even a trace of the world's spiritual energy. Their cultivation not only does not progress, but also deteriorates significantly. What remains of your strength now? With a cold smile, Zhao Qing took a large step forward, his hand pulsating with remarkable spiritual power, fingers clenched. As he unleashed a punch towards Su Xian. Su Xian's expression remained indifferent as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided with tremendous force. Zhao Qing staggered back a step, while Su Xian was forced to retreat 3 steps. This spectacle elicited a maniacal laugh from Zhao Qing. Huh, Su Xian, I knew it. Anyone who spends 3 years in the forbidden magic prison inevitably suffers a regression in their cultivation. 3 years ago, you stood at the zenith of the true martial 10th realm, but now you barely stand at the threshold of the 7th realm, significantly inferior to me. With such diminished power, you dare to be arrogant before me? Seeking your own demise. Zhao Qing grinned wickedly and charged forward again, his right hand glowing faintly with a blood-like radiance, indicating that he not only exerted his full strength, but also employed martial techniques. Young master, Hong Shan gasped in alarm. The expressions of Su Ming and the others reflected a similar tension. They were concerned for Su Xian from their earlier exchange. They discerned that Su Xian had only recently entered the true martial 7th realm, while Zhao Qing had already reached its pinnacle. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Qing clearly held a distinct advantage. Foolish. As Zhao Qing swung his fist, Su Xian merely chuckled coldly. Just as the fist, radiating a faint blood light and carrying formidable might, approached him within a mere half-foot distance, Su Xian pivoted with a swift movement, allowing the punch to graze past him and explode into the air. Simultaneously, Su Xian raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The sound of the slap resonated clearly. This strike landed squarely on Zhao Qing's face, sending him flying, a bloodied tooth spiraling through the air. Truly foolish. As Su Xian looked down at Zhao Qing, who lay struggling to rise, a hint of disdain crossed his lips. Did you truly believe that having slightly higher cultivation than I would guarantee your victory? Such a notion is laughable. In this world, while cultivation is indeed a foundation of strength, it is far from the entirety. 2 individuals of the same cultivation level may possess vastly differing capabilities. In Zhao Qing's case, although his cultivation was slightly superior, his talent was rather mediocre. Before a genius like Su Xian awakened with the supreme bloodline, There was no need for him to draw his sword. A casual display of power was sufficient to overpower him. Zhao Qing, consider this a lesson for today. Remember, you are but a dog of the Su family, feasting on our resources, yet daring to bare your teeth at us. Should there be a next time, the consequences will not be as simple as this slap. Su Xian's tone was icy. At this moment, Su Xian found himself engulfed in a tempest of indignation and fury, with Zhao Qing pointing at him, unable to articulate a complete thought. Meanwhile, Su Xian had already turned away, addressing Hong Shan. Let us return. Yes, Hong Shan obediently nodded, a hint of uncontainable joy illuminating her countenance. The onlookers, including Su Ming and others, were equally stirred, though they suppressed their excitement. However, just as Su Xian was about to depart the training arena, Zhao Qing finally rose to his feet. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed, Su Xian, wait. Soon, my elder brother will return, and the humiliation of today shall be repaid to you in double. Your elder brother? Zhao Ling, is it? Su Xian chuckled lightly. He had some recollection of Zhao Ling, acknowledged as a formidable talent among the younger generation, yet he paled in comparison to Su Xian. It is worth noting that Zhao Ling, at the age of 19, had only reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, while Su Xian had attained this level by the mere age of 15, even prior to the awakening of his supreme bloodline. Despite his current decline in cultivation, reclaiming his former prowess to surpass Zhao Ling would not pose a significant challenge. Su Xian, do not feign indifference, Zhao Qing continued vehemently. Next month, the competition for the Su family sword order will commence, and my brother will participate. With his strength, the sword order shall undoubtedly fall into his hands. At that point, he will be the leader of the younger generation of the Su family, and from now on, all must respect him. You too, Zhao Qing added forcefully. The mention of the sword order competition finally stirred Su Xian's expression. The Su family sword order had always consisted of only two tokens, one held by the family head, symbolizing supreme authority, and the other in the hands of the foremost youth, granting them the rights akin to that of a young branch leader of the Su family. Historically, the sword order had been fiercely contested solely among the Su family members, with outsiders lacking even the qualifications to contend. Yet now, it seemed that Zhao Tianlei's faction had coerced the family to such an extent that even the sword order had become an arena for external interference. Su Xian's expression darkened at the thought. If an outsider were to seize control of the sword order, the Su family would be rendered a complete laughingstock. Zhao Qing. Su Xian pivoted, his icy gaze piercing through Zhao Qing like that of a deathly specter. Listen well. Relay to Zhao Ling that only those bearing the surname Su are entitled to wield the sword order. Should he dare to interfere in the competition, I will not hesitate to slay him. With that, Su Xian departed. Chapter 3. Techniques and Secrets. Before long, Su Xian returned to his residence. Young master, less than 20 days remain until the sword order competition. According to customary rules, all participants from the younger generation must undergo family assessments at least half a month in advance. The minimum standard for this assessment is to reach the true martial 8th realm, and 3 days hence is the deadline for these evaluations, Hong Shan informed him. Understood. You may leave for now, Su Xian replied. Hong Shan complied and exited the room. Within the confines of his chamber, Su Xian settled into a meditative posture. As myriad memories began to surface in his mind, these were the legacy memories that had manifested upon the awakening of his supreme bloodline, encompassing both a technique and a forbidden art. The technique, a heritage practice for those awakened with such bloodlines, bore no name. Although Su Xian's bloodline had awakened for a full 3 years, he had previously remained confined within the confines of the magic ceiling prison, devoid of any opportunity for cultivation. Nevertheless, he had long since mastered the techniques of this particular martial art, and only now did he truly commence his training in accordance with its principles. As he began to cultivate, Su Xian immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converging towards him at a terrifying speed, causing the entire space to tremble. In mere moments, he felt a notable enhancement in his cultivation level. The rate at which he absorbed the spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid, perhaps dozens of times faster than before his bloodline had awakened. Su Xian was taken aback by this phenomenon. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive that this martial art significantly compressed and enhanced the quality of his own spiritual power, allowing him to unleash a force far greater than he had previously been capable of. If he had once found himself at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation with Zhao Qing, who was at the pinnacle of the 7th realm of true martial arts. Now, even though he was still at the initial stage of the same realm, he would undoubtedly be a match for Zhao Qing. No wonder it is said that those who awaken their bloodlines possess exceptional talents. Simply, this martial art allows them to cultivate at a pace several times that of ordinary individuals. Su Xian sighed softly. As for the forbidden technique, it was known as divine annihilation. This technique forcefully ignited the power of one's bloodline, resulting in a dramatic temporary increase in strength. However, as a forbidden technique, it came with substantial side effects and was intended solely for use in life-or-death situations. Previously, he had reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of true martial arts. But due to a prolonged absence from absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, his cultivation had declined. Now, as he resumed his training, it would certainly be far easier, especially considering his current cultivation speed was likely dozens of times faster than that of an ordinary person. He believed that 3 days would suffice for him to reach the 8th realm of true martial arts. With a slight clench of his hands, Su Xian began to immerse himself in his training. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. In a vast martial arts arena, a multitude of people had gathered. Today marked the final day of the Su family's sword token competition, attracting not only the direct descendants of the Su family, but also younger members from various external factions. Many had come, hoping to test their luck, as the competition for the Su family's sword token occurred only once every few years. Although they mostly understood that it was unlikely they could truly seize the sword token and become leaders of the younger generation of the Su family, merely participating in the contest was already regarded as an achievement. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed through the arena. In the center stood a towering figure over 2 meters tall, who violently struck Zhao Qing, a participant from the external faction, sending him flying. Zhao Qing landed unceremoniously at the edge of the arena, looking quite disheveled. Haha, Zhao Qing, your strength still falls short. Most ordinary practitioners at the 8th realm of true martial arts can endure against this battle puppet for over 20 breaths. Yet you only managed 18. You've brought shame upon us. Several onlookers immediately began to jest upon witnessing Zhao Qing's defeat. There was no alternative. Just yesterday, I had only just broken through to the 8th level, and my state is still unstable, naturally making me inferior to you all, especially you, Hong Fong, who have already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. Zhao Qing rose, casting a displeased glance at the others. The group said nothing further. Zhao Qing retreated to the side, standing with Hong Fong and the others, a sense of unwillingness stirring within him. What a pity. If only I had broken through a few days earlier, stabilizing my realm and refining that palm technique to the entry level as my elder brother advised. Perhaps I would have passed this assessment today. Lost in thought, Zhao Qing was suddenly approached by Hong Fong. Zhao Qing, given the hour, do you think Su Xian will actually show up? At the mere mention of Su Xian, Zhao Qing's expression twisted with resentment. 3 days prior, he had been defeated by Su Xian, losing a tooth in the process, a tale that had spread far and wide. Hong Fong and the others were well aware of it. They also heard that Su Xian not only defeated Zhao Qing, but brazenly declared his intention to participate in the sword command competition, even threatening to slay Zhao Qing's elder brother. Zhao Ling was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the 2 major factions of the Su family. As for Su Xian, although he had been the most talented genius 3 years ago, surpassing Zhao Ling, his imprisonment in the demon ceiling prison for a full 3 years had rendered him a shadow of his former self. Especially since it was known that Su Xian had only displayed the cultivation of the 7th level true martial when facing Zhao Qing. No one took his word seriously. Many viewed him as a mere joke. Hong Fong and his companions had come today to witness the farce of Su Xian. That Su Xian is nothing more than a presumptuous fool, Zhao Qing scoffed. 3 days ago, when he fought me, his cultivation barely reached the 7th level of true martial. Yet, the requirements for the sword spirit assessment are at least the 8th level of true martial. He doesn't even meet the minimum threshold. Yet he dares to claim he will challenge my brother and slay him? Truly laughable. I now eagerly anticipate his arrival today. If he dares to show up, I will undoubtedly humiliate him before all, avenging my previous disgrace. Zhao Qing thought fiercely. Having now broken through to the 8th level of true martial, his strength had significantly increased, and he was confident that he could defeat Su Xian in a rematch. After all, in just 3 days, he doubted Su Xian could have improved much. Just then, Zhao Qing noticed a figure slowly approaching the center of the training ground. Su Xian, he truly dares to come. Zhao Qing's expression turned malevolent. At that moment, everyone in the training ground turned their gaze toward the Su family's former prodigy, who had been imprisoned for 3 years. Chapter 4, 38 Breaths Uncle Hang. Su Xian arrived at the center of the training ground and slightly bowed to a middle-aged man in gray standing there. This man, known as Su Bo Hang, had attained the consummate stage of transformation and was responsible for presiding over the sword command assessment. He was also Su Xian's paternal uncle. Su Xian, are you here to participate in the assessment? Su Bo Hang's expression was rather complex as he regarded Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian nodded. You are undoubtedly aware of the regulations. To participate in the assessment, one must possess the cultivation of the 8th realm of true martial arts, as stated by Su Bo Hang. I possess the 8th realm of true martial arts, Su Xian replied calmly, and with a sudden surge, a formidable aura of spiritual power enveloped him. This energy unmistakably indicated that he had indeed reached the 8th realm of true martial arts. How is this possible? Zhao Qing, who had been observing closely, widened his eyes in disbelief. Just 3 days prior, during their encounter, Su Xian had barely crossed the threshold of the 7th realm. How could he have ascended to the 8th realm in such a brief span? It was utterly astonishing. Generally, it takes months, if not half a year, of rigorous training for an ordinary individual to progress from the 7th to the 8th realm. Yet, Su Xian accomplished this feat in merely 3 days. Zhao Qing, did you not assert that he had just entered the 7th realm 3 days ago? Inquired Hong Fong, his brow furrowed in concern. How would I know? Zhao Qing's expression darkened, but soon he sneered. Even if he has broken through to the 8th realm, so what? It is evident that he has only just made this breakthrough. Passing the assessment will not be so simple. The assessment for the competition requires at least the 8th realm of true martial arts, but whether one can pass it is another matter entirely. For instance, I too am at the 8th realm, yet failed to succeed just now. If I could not pass, how could Su Xian, who has only just advanced, possibly do so? In the center of the training arena, Su Xian held his sword with one hand, gazing at his opponent for this assessment, a humanoid battle puppet towering over 2 meters, wielding a staff. Although it was merely a puppet, its strength was not to be underestimated. Just moments ago, Zhao Qing had been sent flying by its strike. Su Xian, your task is to utilize all your skills and endure against the attacks of this battle puppet. If you can withstand for 25 breaths, you will pass the assessment. Instructed Su Bo Hang. Understood, Su Xian nodded. Let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Su Bo Hang signaled the humanoid battle puppet to raise its arm and swing the nearly 2-meter-long black staff directly at Su Xian. Simple and brutal. Su Xian casually drew his sword, meeting the staff head-on in a clash that proved evenly matched, with Su Xian even gaining a slight upper hand. Su Xian was not surprised. The battle puppet was inherently weak at the outset, even less formidable than those newly entering the 8th realm of true martial arts. However, its strength would steadily increase as the battle progressed. Although the puppet lacked any sophisticated techniques or martial arts, merely wielding its staff with brute force, the power and speed of its strikes would become increasingly impressive. Faced with this clumsy puppet, relying solely on its own strength and speed for its attacks, Su Xian found little interest in engaging seriously. After the initial clash, he deftly evaded the battle puppet's subsequent strikes. Observers around the arena were astonished at Su Xian's agility. Despite the puppet's growing power and speed, it was unable to even graze the hem of Su Xian's garment. Zhao Qing's expression was one of profound dismay. He originally believed that Su Xian would, like him, succumb to the battle puppet before long. Yet now, Su Xian has managed to endure for over 20 breaths, displaying an air of composure throughout. It is the art of movement. At this moment, Hong Fong's gaze narrowed slightly. The technique Su Xian employed was undoubtedly the Qinya illusionary body from the 6 premier movement arts of the Su family, and it seemed he had mastered it to a significant degree. With such a skill at his disposal, he could likely sustain himself in the grasp of the battle puppet for more than 30 breaths, rendering this assessment trivial for him. The rules of the assessment merely state that one must endure for 25 breaths without defeat, without specifying the means of doing so. Although Su Xian relied on evasion rather than direct confrontation, as long as he did not fall, enduring for 25 breaths would naturally qualify him as having passed the assessment. Hong Fong, do me a favor, Zhao Qing whispered. Once this brat's assessment concludes, Please go teach him a lesson for me. Hong Fong glanced at Zhao Qing, noticing the latter's face twisted with resentment. Initially, Zhao Qing had intended to personally confront Su Xian and exact revenge, but he was taken aback to find that Su Xian's cultivation had remarkably ascended to the 8th realm of true martial within just 3 days. Observing Su Xian's formidable movement technique, he realized he was still no match for him. Personal vengeance was out of the question, so he could only solicit Hong Fong's assistance. Hong Fong, being at the pinnacle of the 8th realm of true martial and having trained in several formidable martial arts, possessed great strength. Even against weaker opponents in the 9th realm of true martial, he could hold his own. In the context of this sword decree competition, among all participants from the Su family at the 8th realm, Hong Fong had endured the longest against the battle puppet, lasting a full 41 breaths. It would be a simple task for him to discipline Su Xian. Very well, Hong Fong agreed after some contemplation. Their relationship was already amicable, and both belonged to the same faction, further reinforced by the connections between Zhao Qing's father and his older brother Zhao Ling. Punishing a mere Su Xian would be a trivial endeavor, and he saw no reason to decline. All right, then I shall leave it to you. No need to be too ruthless. Just knock out a few of his teeth and break an arm, Zhao Qing coldly instructed. Consider it done, Hong Fong replied with a smile. In the past, he would have hesitated to act against the young master Su Xian, but now, Su Xian, despite his status, was loathed even by his own family. As long as he did not take Su Xian's life, merely knocking out a few teeth and breaking an arm would hardly be a grave matter. At that moment, Su Xian finally succumbed in his battle with the puppet. However, his defeat was a voluntary withdrawal from the combat zone, and he ultimately sustained himself for 38 breaths. 38 breaths, quite close to my 41. But he relied solely on evasion to achieve such a duration. In direct confrontation, he might not last even 30 breaths, and I am not merely a brute force puppet. His movement technique would not serve him well against me. Hong Fong exuded an unwavering confidence. After Su Xian successfully passed the assessment, he approached and remarked, Su Xian, your agility is commendable. Do you possess the courage to engage me in battle? Engage you in battle? Su Xian furrowed his brow. He did not recognize this person before him. What's the matter, Su Xian? Are you afraid? Zhao Qing, standing behind, sneered. If you're scared, you could always find a place to hide like you did 3 years ago. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples of various factions erupted in laughter, recalling Su Xian's notorious retreat 3 years prior, which had indeed become a source of ridicule for many. Su Xian's expression turned cold. Upon seeing Zhao Qing, he realized that this Hong Fong had likely been invited specifically to reclaim the lost honor from 3 days ago. Su Xian, will you dare to give a straightforward answer? Hong Fong seemed somewhat impatient, unleashing his spiritual energy as he spoke. The peak of the true martial 8th realm? Su Xian quietly shook his head. He did not perceive Hong Fong as strong. Rather, he considered him somewhat lacking. Though Hong Fong's cultivation was slightly superior, Su Xian had awakened the supreme bloodline. An exceptional existence with fully realized talents. His combat prowess was beyond that of an ordinary individual. Hong Fong's strength was simply not worthy of being his opponent. However, if he could use this encounter to gauge the bloodline power he currently wielded, it would suffice. Very well. If you seek battle, then let it be so. Su Xian accepted the challenge. Chapter 5. A clash of strength. He accepted the challenge. Su Xian truly dared to do so? This was an egregious overestimation of his abilities. Did he believe it was still 3 years ago? The training ground buzzed with commotion as the majority deemed Su Xian presumptuous, particularly the factions of the disciples who mocked him without restraint. It should be noted that Hong Fong had long achieved the pinnacle of the true martial 8th realm, capable of contending even with a typical 9th realm practitioner. In contrast, judging by Su Xian's recent encounter with the battle puppet, he had only just entered the true martial 8th realm, barely managing to endure for 38 breaths through his agility alone. Hong Fong, however, had engaged the battle puppet head-on, sustaining himself for an impressive 41 breaths. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. Seeing Su Xian accept the challenge, Su Bohong furrowed his brow with concern. Although the entire Su family harbored grievances against Su Xian, in the face of the disciples' insubordination, the members of the Su family stood united against a common foe. He believed Su Xian was acting impulsively, yet felt it inappropriate to intervene. After all, competitions among the younger generation within the Su family were quite customary. Very good. Hong Fong sneered coldly. As a young master of the Su family and once recognized as their foremost talent, it was said that his gifts were unparalleled throughout the entire Tianyin Empire. To decisively overpower Su Xian in front of so many would indeed be a notable achievement. With such thoughts, Hong Fong drew the battle blade from his side. Su Xian, I will allow you to make the first move. Without uttering a word, Su Xian tightened his grip on the long sword, and in an instant, his figure surged forward. Whoosh! Without any embellishments, the strike was delivered with fierce ferocity, demonstrating unparalleled boldness. There was no display of agility. Instead, he charged directly, wielding his sword as if to engage me in a brutal clash. Hong Fong chuckled, deeming it overly reckless. Su Bohong shook his head. How could someone at the nascent stage of the true martial eighth realm dare to confront one who had long reached the pinnacle of that very realm? Was this not a quest for demise? Hong Fong, with a cold sneer, swung his battle blade, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy. Clang! The blade met the sword with a resounding clash, and for a brief moment, neither party gained the upper hand. Following that, clang, clang, clang. The ensuing collisions were evenly matched. How could this be? Hong Fong was astonished. He had exerted nearly 80% of his strength, which should have easily overwhelmed any ordinary practitioner of the true martial eighth realm. Yet, in this head-on confrontation, he found himself at a standstill. After the initial shock, a wave of fury surged within Hong Fong. He relinquished all restraint, unleashing his violent spiritual energy, which erupted from the blade with an explosive force. The might of his swordsmanship swelled dramatically. Even so, he still failed to gain a discernible advantage. What was happening? Hong Fong's cultivation level was evidently superior to Su Xian's, and in a direct clash, he should have completely dominated. Yet, why was it that he found himself at a disadvantage? Was Su Xian's strength truly so formidable? The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, including Su Bohong, a master of the sea transformation stage, whose expression turned peculiar. They discerned that Su Xian wielded the mountain-breaking sword technique, a rather ordinary form of swordsmanship with modest levels of sophistication, primarily emphasizing power. In contrast, Hong Fong's blade technique was evidently superior, and logically, the force unleashed should have been much stronger. At that moment, however, Su Xian was inwardly amused. After cultivating the bloodline inheritance technique, the quality of his spiritual energy had significantly improved, enabling him to unleash a greater force in an instant. Despite merely having entered the true martial eighth realm, the power he could instantly summon was slightly greater than that of the peak practitioner before him. As his gaze sharpened, Su Xian declared, "Young one, prepare to meet your end." Hong Fong, now consumed by rage, resembled a frenzied beast, disregarding all caution. He radiated arcs of lightning, wielding his blade with ferocity, delivering a strike akin to a thunderclap. Thunder Elemental Force, 7 Thunderblade. This was Hong Fong's mightiest attack, the mountain-shattering style. Su Xian, for his part, was still executing the most powerful technique from the mountain-breaking sword technique. In terms of technique alone, it was incomparable to Hong Fong's 7 Thunderblade. Yet, as Su Xian swung his sword, a thread of bloodline power instantaneously merged with his spiritual energy under his guidance. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, and the air rippled violently. Hong Fong anticipated that with his ultimate move, he would easily crush Su Xian. However, the moment their weapons collided, he felt an overwhelming force. As if a primordial behemoth had surged forth, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and his battle blade was sent flying from his grasp. As his form crashed to the ground like a cannonball, the 9th layer. Such power could only belong to one who had attained the 9th layer. This thought flashed through Hong Fong's mind before his consciousness succumbed to darkness. The training ground fell into a profound silence. All present stared in disbelief at Su Xian and the gravely injured, unconscious Hong Fong. It was evident that Hong Fong had exerted every ounce of his strength, even unleashing his most formidable technique, yet he still succumbed to Su Xian's might, falling heavily wounded from a direct confrontation. How could this be? They could not fathom how Su Xian, newly entered into the 8th layer of true martial arts, could overpower Hong Fong, who had long since reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer. Moreover, Su Xian's swordsmanship was clearly inferior to Hong Fong's. Even Su Bohang was enveloped in confusion at this moment. Only Su Xian understood the reasons behind it all. At this moment, his heart surged with exhilaration. The power of bloodlines. This was the power of bloodlines. Su Xian clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with intense brilliance. He had merely guided it slightly, estimating that he had utilized only 2 or 3/10 of his bloodline power, yet the potency of his sword had increased nearly tenfold, severely wounding Hong Fong with a single strike. If such results could be achieved with mere guidance, what would happen if he were to unleash his full power? Furthermore, he had only recently awakened his bloodline, and his own strength was still too weak. He could only tap into a minuscule portion of his bloodline power. Only when his strength grew would he be able to wield more of this power, and it would become increasingly formidable. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian noticed that everyone around him was watching intently. He chose not to linger, suppressing his expression as he departed without casting a single glance at Hong Fong. After all, he had never regarded Hong Fong as a true adversary. Their confrontation was merely a means to test the might of his bloodline power. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who had summoned Hong Fong to confront Su Xian, wore a grim expression. Su Xian had managed to defeat Hong Fong head-on. It seemed he could only wait for his elder brother's return to deal with him. Clenching his fists, Zhao Qing glared fiercely at Su Xian's retreating figure. Just wait. Su Xian, while you possess some degree of strength, it amounts to nothing before my brother. When the competition for the Sword Order arrives, my brother will make all the Su family members understand what true despair is. Chapter 6. The Red Dragon Tower. As night fell and the moonlight shone brightly, Hong Shan exclaimed, "Young master, the news of your victory over Hong Fong has spread throughout the family. Many of the Su clan's younger members, including several elders, have expressed their admiration for you. Some say that despite your 3-year delay in the forbidden magic prison, your innate talent has not diminished significantly." Su Xian couldn't help but smile. Defeating Hong Fong was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was the family's regard for him. 3 years prior, an incident had engendered considerable resentment within the family towards him. Although today's battle may not wholly dissipate this animosity, it could at least foster a semblance of goodwill among the family members. In this world, strength commands respect. His ability to confront and decisively defeat Hong Fong, a peak cultivator of the 8th realm of true martial arts, with merely his nascent prowess in that same realm, was already sufficient to earn him admiration from numerous younger members of the Su family. Prior to this, Hong Fong was a name unknown to him, of little significance. However, Zhao Ling, whose gaze narrowed, was of greater concern. Zhao Ling, a genius at the pinnacle of the 10th realm of true martial arts, was reputed for his formidable combat prowess, reportedly rivaling even those of the Sea transformation realm. The disparity in their cultivation levels was immense. Unless he resorted to the perilous god destruction secret technique, he could hardly be confident of victory. To triumph in the sword command competition, or even to slay Zhao Ling, his cultivation would need to ascend to at least the 9th realm, if not the peak of that realm. Yet, with merely half a month until the competition, even with his accelerated training from the bloodline inheritance techniques, achieving such a leap seemed a daunting task. Perhaps, with the aid of pills, this ambition might still be feasible. Su Xian mused. The following morning, Su Xian made his way to the Su family's treasure pavilion, overseen by an esteemed elder. "Young master, I sincerely apologize. While I could provide you with a few ordinary spirit-gathering pills, the family possesses but a scant few of the premium variety. With the sword command contest approaching, the head of the family has already decreed that these precious pills be distributed among our most capable disciples, those who stand a chance against Zhao Ling," the elder explained. "Distributed already?" Su Xian's brow furrowed, though he felt little surprise. Since the family's decline, their resources had dwindled significantly compared to 3 years ago. In the heyday of the Su family, they could procure numerous premium spirit-gathering pills annually. Now, they barely managed a dozen. Given the impending sword command competition, the upper echelons of the Su family, including his father, had prioritized these pills for the strongest members, those deemed most likely to contend with Zhao Ling. No one envisioned a recently liberated individual from the confines of the Demon Ceiling prison as a rival to Zhao Ling. Even after his victory over Hong Fong, merely a peak 8th realm cultivator, the family regarded Su Xian with admiration for his considerable talent. But none believed he posed a genuine threat to Zhao Ling. Lacking access to premium spirit-gathering pills, Su Xian contemplated his next course of action. Soon, he set out alone from the estate. At the heart of Yongning Prefecture, 2 imposing black towers loomed, resembling colossal giants surveying the city. These towers housed the renowned Qilong Tower, a storied establishment within the Tianyan dynasty, founded by the dynasty's inaugural sovereign centuries ago, now spread throughout the nation. In the Tianyin Empire's 36 provinces, each province and county is home to a red dragon tower, established for two primary purposes. First, to oversee the realm. The realm refers to the territory of the Tianyin Empire. In every corner of the empire, any sign of disturbance is swiftly detected by the red dragon tower, which promptly reports to the sovereign. Second, to gather the talents of the world. Within the tower, there are two renowned edifices, the Jinwu Pavilion and the Xuanlong Tower. The Jinwu Pavilion focuses on the assessment of martial artists at the Jinwu stage, comprising 15 levels. Any Jinwu martial artist who conquers the 10th level is deemed a genius throughout the Tianyin Empire. The Xuanlong Tower, on the other hand, assesses the comprehensive strength of martial artists at the Huahai stage. Although it consists of only 3 levels, any Huahai martial artist who surpasses the first level is considered a first-rate genius. Those who conquer the second level are exceptional talents, with perhaps only 30 to 40 such individuals appearing in an entire era of the empire, averaging 1 per province. As for those who ascend to the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower, they are regarded as unparalleled prodigies, appearing only once every few years or even decades within the Tianyin Empire, their rarity surpassing that of the legendary Bloodline Awakeners. Before the two towering edifices, the Xuanlong Tower presents a formidable challenge, attracting few adventurers, whereas the Jinwu Pavilion often sees many challengers. At this moment, the area before the Jinwu Pavilion is filled with hundreds of individuals. Aside from a few spectators, most are confident Jinwu martial artists. Currently, one such martial artist, at the 9th level of Jinwu, has already conquered 7 levels. However, upon attempting the 8th level, he was swiftly defeated and expelled. A 9th level mastery achieving the 7th level is commendable. Many 10th level practitioners struggle to surpass it. The surrounding crowd murmurs their thoughts. The trials within the Jinwu Pavilion are skill-based, not primarily dependent on cultivation level. It is considered typical for an ordinary Jinwu martial artist to conquer the 5th level, while surpassing the 6th and 7th levels indicates considerable skill. Ascending to the 8th and 9th levels marks one as truly formidable. Suddenly, a graceful figure appears at the foot of the Jinwu Pavilion, with a tall and slender frame, clad in fitted attire and wielding a long sword. She exudes a striking presence complemented by her exquisite and cool demeanor, instantly capturing the attention of all present. It is she, Su Yuning, the proud young lady of the Su family, returning once more to challenge the Jinwu Pavilion. This marks her 6th attempt this year, having previously conquered the 8th level but struggling at the 9th before ultimately failing. Is she here again to attempt the 9th level? Many of the Jinwu martial artists recognize her and begin to jest. The requirements to challenge the Jinwu Pavilion are merely to possess Jinwu cultivation, allowing many from Yongning County to participate, some seeking to hone their skills, repeating the challenge several times each year. Su Yuning is among them. In a corner of the crowd, a figure wearing a conical hat, obscuring her features, slightly raises her head to gaze at the enchanting silhouette ahead. Su Yuning, his cousin, 2 years his senior, shared a close bond with him during their childhood. However, in recent years, under the pressure of factional influences, Su Yuning has been honing her skills outside, and now, in terms of cultivation, she has evidently ascended to the 10th level of true martial realm. Among the direct descendants of the Su family, the only ones qualified to compete with Zhao Ling in the Sword Order contest, aside from the universally acknowledged Su Qinghong, are Su Yuning herself. Gazing at the towering edifice of the true martial pavilion, Su Yuning reflected on her month-long training. Having made notable advancements in her swordsmanship, she resolved to conquer the 9th level this time. Otherwise, if she could not even breach the 9th level, how could she hope to defeat Zhao Ling in the contest? Zhao Ling, who had already reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, had successfully navigated the 10th level a year prior, earning the recognition of the Crimson Dragon Tower and securing a yellow level token. Although she too had attained the 10th level, she was still far from its zenith. If her skills faltered at the 9th level, the chasm between her and Zhao Ling would be insurmountable. Upon entering the true martial pavilion, Su Yuning, as in her previous 5 attempts, effortlessly traversed the first 7 levels. Upon reaching the 8th level, she took some time but ultimately succeeded, only to find herself at the 9th level. There, she exerted every ounce of her prowess, engaged in a protracted battle, yet ultimately faced defeat. Exiting the true martial pavilion, she trembled slightly, her lips pressed in a thin line, her visage a portrait of frustration. Despite her utmost efforts, she had failed. If she could not conquer the 9th level, how had that monster, Zhao Ling, managed to surpass the 10th? A throng of martial artists gathered outside the true martial pavilion, murmuring their sympathies upon witnessing Su Yuning's setback at the 9th level. Just as she prepared to depart, a figure brushed past her. Su Yuning instinctively glanced over, her heart stirring. Though the person wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their features, their presence evoked a sense of familiarity, even affinity. Within her, a sentiment that left Su Yuning puzzled. Who was this individual? They appeared to be merely at the 8th level of true martial realm. Were they also here to challenge the pavilion? Though she had initially intended to leave, she found herself lingering. The figure she felt drawn to had already stepped inside the true martial pavilion. At the 1st level of the true martial pavilion, Su Xian stood, observing 10 formidable battle puppets stationed in the open space ahead, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 5 years ago, when he first ventured into the true martial pavilion at the tender age of 13, he had given his all yet faltered at the 10th level. In the subsequent 2 years, his swordsmanship had improved significantly, and he believed he could navigate the 10th level with relative ease. However, in the past 3 years, with his bloodline awakening and a substantial increase in his comprehension, he had even developed more profound sword techniques based on a single style. Now, his swordsmanship had evolved immensely compared to those early days. If he applied himself fully, how many levels could he ascend? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Su Xian. The trials of the true martial pavilion did not measure cultivation, but rather skill. The art in question, to put it plainly, is none other than Su Xian's swordsmanship. Chapter 7. The tremor atop the imposing black tower of the Crimson Dragon Tower. An elderly man with white hair and a long beard sat casually at a tea table, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a recently acquired piece of intelligence. The martial arena's participant was, unexpectedly, assassinated by enemies. The elder shook his head in quiet disapproval, deeming it excessively careless. With his formidable strength, had he engaged in further cultivation for a few more years, he should have been able to breach the 1st level of the dragon-seeking tower. Alas, what a pity! The Crimson Dragon Tower gathers the world's talents, but does not intervene in their development. This implies that regardless of the challenges these prodigies face, even if it is known that one of them is about to be secretly murdered, the Crimson Dragon Tower will remain indifferent. The individual mentioned by the elder, a genius who had conquered the 10th level of the true martial tower during his true martial realm, had been under the tower's watchful eye. Regrettably, this talent was prematurely taken from the world before fully realizing his potential. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and a black-clad steward appeared before the elder. Supervisor. The individual currently attempting the true martial tower has already passed the 8th level, the steward reported. The elder furrowed his brow. There was no need to inform him of merely the 8th level. The steward, having served him for many years, should understand his temperament. Supervisor. The esteemed overseer stationed at the true martial pavilion stated that this individual has a significant chance of surpassing the 12th level. The steward continued. What did you say? The elder was taken aback. To have breached the 10th level of the true martial pavilion already classified one as a first-rate genius, meriting the yellow level token of the Crimson Dragon Tower. Surpassing the 12th level? Such innate talent and skill would undoubtedly rank among the finest in the Tianyan dynasty. It was rare to find such geniuses even within a single province, and in their own Yongning County. There were none capable of breaching the 12th level of the true martial pavilion in this era. Moreover, this information was relayed by the overseer of the true martial pavilion. Though the overseer's status and strength were slightly inferior to his own, his insight was undeniably sharp. If he claimed that the individual within the true martial pavilion had a great likelihood of surpassing the 12th level, then it was highly probable that he would succeed. Let us investigate, the elder proclaimed as he promptly set off. At the base of the true martial pavilion, numerous cultivators still congregated. That individual has also breached the 8th level? Su Yuning, amidst the crowd, gazed upward at the 8 tower lights now illuminated. Each level of the true martial pavilion was marked by a tower light. When a light shone, it signified the completion of that level. However, he noted that the time taken by the individual to conquer the 8th level was evidently longer than his own. It was clear that surpassing the 8th level was his limit, and he had little hope for the 9th level, Su Yuning mused. Just then, a figure suddenly shot forth from the top of another tower, elegantly floating in midair, surveying the entire true martial pavilion from above. Walking on air. A practitioner of the void-breaking realm. It is Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Crimson Dragon Tower. What transpired within the true martial pavilion to draw Lord Yuanqing's attention? A wave of unrest swept through the crowd at the base of the true martial pavilion. What is happening? Su Yuning also furrowed his brow. In the Celestial Flame Dynasty, the Qi Dragon Tower held dominion over a prefecture, its status rivaling that of a county magistrate, making it an unparalleled figure within Yongning Prefecture. Such exalted personages rarely made public appearances, even if someone managed to breach the 10th level of the true martial pavilion. It was improbable that Lord Yuanqing would personally grant an audience. Yet, it was evident that Lord Yuanqing had come with the intention of engaging with the true martial pavilion. Was it perhaps due to the individual currently challenging the pavilion? Unlikely, for that individual had yet to surpass the 9th level. Su Yuning's expression was peculiar. High in the air, the silver-haired Yuanqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the tower below, taking in every detail within. At the 9th level of the true martial tower, a young man clad in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat was locked in combat with 10 formidable war puppets, each wielding silver-long spears. The adversaries presented by the true martial pavilion were these very puppets, with each level featuring 10 of them. However, as one ascended, the puppet spear techniques became increasingly sophisticated, and their coordination improved. In terms of strength, from the very first level, these puppets matched the challengers. By the 9th level, their spear techniques were truly remarkable. Under the combined assault of 10 puppets, even many ocean transformation realm experts struggled to advance. Yet, at that moment, Su Xian moved with an ethereal grace, appearing at various corners of the battlefield. His seemingly casual strikes were both cunning and precise, effortlessly neutralizing the lethal spear techniques of the 10 puppets. It was astonishingly effortless. Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He now understood why the inspector of the true martial pavilion had such confidence in Su Xian's potential to surpass the 12th level. His agility and swordsmanship were seamlessly intertwined, leaving almost no openings. The 10 puppets, capable of executing commendable spear techniques, seemed akin to infants wielding firewood in Su Xian's hands, operating on entirely different planes. This lad was practically toying with the puppets, Yuanqing mused. Indeed, it was mere play. From the 6th level onwards, Su Xian had begun to toy with these puppets. He had not employed any formal sword techniques, merely striking with casual ease. Yet he continued to vanquish the puppets with minimal effort. Soon, he overcame the 9th level, followed by the 10th and 11th levels. Despite the significant enhancement in the spear techniques of the puppets at these 2 levels, especially the 11th, where each puppet's prowess approached that of peak ocean transformation experts, the 10 puppets' combined assault remained formidable. Nevertheless, Su Xian navigated through the 11th level with remarkable ease. How could his understanding of swordsmanship have reached such heights? Yuanqing was continually astounded. At the 12th level of the true martial pavilion, the puppet's strength escalated once more. At last, Su Xian could no longer afford to be as casual as before. He finally began to employ his sword techniques. With a display akin to a force of nature, he swept through the 10 war puppets, successfully conquering the 12th level. On the 13th level, each battle puppet's marksmanship surpassed that of over 99% of the Huahai realm's formidable practitioners, reaching the pinnacle of their art. 10 battle puppets launched a simultaneous assault, their speed astonishing and their aim effectively sealing off Su Xian's escape routes. At this juncture, Su Xian finally exerted his utmost effort. With a flourish of his long sword, he became one with the blade, conjuring a multitude of sword shadows that swept forth like colossal mountains, standing resolutely against the onslaught of incoming spears. The Hunyuan sword technique. Witnessing this, Yuanqing's eyebrows arched in surprise. The Hunyuan sword technique, renowned as the foremost defensive sword art among the Su family's repertoire. Could it be that he is a scion of the Su clan? Just as this thought crossed Yuanqing's mind, he promptly dismissed it. No, he thought, fixating intently on Su Xian as he engaged with the battle puppets. The swordplay Su Xian had just executed bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hunyuan sword technique, manifesting as an immovable, towering mountain against the tempestuous barrage of attacks. This was indeed a technique centered on defense. However, as Su Xian wielded his sword, it transformed from a weighty mountain into a colossal millstone, mercilessly grinding through the battle puppets. Having conquered the 13th level, Su Xian unleashed his full potential on the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. His swordsmanship transcended rigid forms, becoming enigmatic and unpredictable. He executed strikes like thunder, or delivered lethal thrusts with the grace of an assassin, and even unleashed terrifyingly swift blows that rendered the sword's shadow nearly undetectable. The 10 battle puppets, employing their marksmanship in a frenzied assault, were unable to withstand the onslaught of Su Xian's formidable swordplay. After a grueling struggle, he triumphed on the 14th level. Could it be that he has already transcended that threshold? The astonishment within Yuan Qing was beyond words, as he regarded Su Xian with an expression akin to that of a monster. The battle puppets on the 14th level possessed skills comparable to those of typical practitioners in the Broken Void realm. Even a coordinated effort from 10 of them could thwart many of their peers. Yet, this youth, merely at the 8th level of the Jinwu realm, had managed to conquer the 14th level, an 8th level Jinwu practitioner surpassing the skills of an ordinary Broken Void realm expert. Who could be this extraordinary mentor birthing such a prodigy in martial arts? As he anticipated, Su Xian prepared to challenge the 15th level, the final threshold of the Jinwu Pavilion. However, the 15th level proved to be a vastly more formidable challenge than the 14th. If he were to unleash his most powerful strike without reservation, perhaps he could succeed, but such a display would be all too conspicuous. Once executed, his identity would be at risk of exposure. Moreover, relying solely on skill to conquer the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion would be an astonishing feat. It might not only stir the entire Yongning County, but also reverberate throughout the Tianyin dynasty. Realizing his own limitations, Su Xian wisely chose to refrain from such ostentation. Soon, he exited the Jinwu Pavilion, having successfully traversed the 14th level, halting at the 15th. Chapter 8. Guidance. Outside the Jinwu Pavilion, hundreds had gathered, including Su Yuning, all intently gazing at the flickering lights atop the Black Tower. Upon witnessing the astonishment of Lord Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Crimson Dragon Tower, they realized that the individual navigating the Jinwu Pavilion was undoubtedly undertaking something extraordinary. Indeed, one by one, the lights illuminated the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, culminating in the dazzling glow of the 14th level. Everyone stood in stunned silence, the vast square enveloped in an eerie quietude. They were immersed in an unprecedented state of shock and disbelief. Su Yuning, momentarily speechless at the sight of the 14th level, had initially thought that Su Xian would struggle to surpass the 9th level, given his prolonged effort at the 8th. Little did she know that Su Xian had merely been toying with the combat puppets before the 12th level, his lackadaisical swordplay accounting for the seemingly extended duration. To conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion signifies that his prowess has reached, if not surpassed, that of an ordinary void-breaking realm expert. Such an unparalleled talent is unlikely to be found again in the entire Tianyin Empire. At that moment, the 14 lights atop the Jinwu Pavilion extinguished simultaneously, and the tower's door swung open. Look, he is coming out. All eyes swiftly turned toward the entrance. Whoosh! The figure descended from the void, landing before the tower entrance. As Su Xian stepped out of the Jinwu Pavilion, he was immediately aware of countless fiery gazes upon him, eyes brimming with unmasked astonishment, reverence, and envy. It was indeed unfathomable for someone in the Jinwu realm to conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Greetings, young friend, said Yuan Qing, a man with white hair, standing before Su Xian with a gentle smile. I am Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Crimson Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Yuan Qing, Su Xian acknowledged with a nod. May I ask your honorable name? Yuan Qing inquired. Jian Yi, Su Xian replied, a name he had predetermined before embarking on his challenge of the Jinwu Pavilion. Jian Yi? Yuan Qing's heart stirred, instantly realizing it was merely a pseudonym, understanding that Su Xian preferred to keep his identity concealed, thus refraining from further inquiry. You have successfully traversed the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Such an accomplishment entitles you to receive a terrestrial token from the Crimson Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing presented a gilded token to Su Xian, embossed with the words Crimson Dragon in an elegant script. Terrestrial? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The Crimson Dragon Tower possesses 4 distinct levels of tokens: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each signifying varying degrees of authority within the organization. The yellow token holds the least power, yet still allows one to request minor assistance from the Crimson Dragon Tower. In contrast, the heavenly token bestows significant privileges, enabling its bearer to directly request entry into the elite training grounds of the Tianyin Empire, gaining access to abundant resources for cultivation without charge. However, the acquisition of the Celestial Grade token is exceedingly challenging. One must either conquer the 15th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion or breach the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower while in the Huahai realm to obtain it. Such prodigies are rare, emerging only once every few years or even decades within the entire Tianyan dynasty. Although Su Xian has successfully traversed the 14th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion, which is indeed remarkable, he still falls short of the requirements for the Celestial Grade token. The Earth Grade token, however, suffices. Upon receiving the token, Su Xian felt a surge of joy within. "Young friend," Yuan Qing said with a smile, "according to our regulations, having obtained the Earth Grade token grants you substantial authority within my Qilong Tower. Should you require our assistance or need resources and treasures, feel free to voice your requests. We shall fulfill them as long as they remain within your scope of authority." Yuan Qing continued, "However, Qilong Tower shall not interfere in your growth process. In other words, if you encounter peril or adversaries during your development, we will refrain from intervening." "I understand," Su Xian nodded. Indeed, Qilong Tower does not meddle in the growth of prodigies. For, in their view, appropriate dangers and potential foes serve as trials that hone these exceptional talents, which is why they choose to remain uninvolved. "I currently find myself in need of some superb spirit-gathering pills," Su Xian remarked. "Superb spirit-gathering pills?" Yuan Qing chuckled. "Due to their elevated grade, the likelihood of successfully refining them is exceedingly low, rendering them rare and precious. However, in truth, these pills are only beneficial for warriors in the Zhenwu realm. Their efficacy diminishes for those above the Huahai realm. Thus, to the high-ranking experts of the Tianyan dynasty, superb spirit-gathering pills are hardly considered a valuable resource. Given your current Earth-grade authority, requesting some is certainly unproblematic. May I inquire how many you wish for?" Yuan Qing asked. 20 will suffice," Su Xian replied. He did not wish to be overly ambitious. 20 superb spirit-gathering pills would be ample for him to indulge in while in the Zhenwu realm. And by the time he breaks into the Huahai realm, their value would diminish significantly. Yuan Qing promptly instructed the steward of the Qilong Tower. "Please hold on a moment. Young friend, I have already dispatched someone to prepare them, and they will be delivered shortly," he assured. "Thank you for your assistance," Su Xian said with a slight smile. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. "Sir, is that you, Ningjie?" Su Xian inquired with a puzzled expression, recognizing the newcomer as Su Yuning. "Su Yuning of the Su family humbly requests your guidance, esteemed sir," she said, cradling her sword and bowing deeply, her demeanor exceedingly deferential. A stir rippled through the onlookers. They marveled at Su Yuning's audacity. It was known that the enigmatic swordsman before them, known as Jian Yi, had just conquered the 14th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the Zhenwu realm of the Tianyan dynasty. In stark contrast, Su Yuning had struggled to surpass even the 9th level. The disparity between them was immense, spanning several tiers. Given such a vast divide, one would typically be inclined to revere from afar. Yet, Su Yuning boldly approached, seeking his counsel. With her exquisite features slightly marred by tension, she bit her silver teeth, fully aware that her advance was somewhat presumptuous, yet she summoned her courage nonetheless. After all, she too wielded a sword, and the opponent's swordsmanship was unparalleled, a level she had never encountered in her life. At least no one within the Su family could match such skill. She was truly reluctant to miss this opportunity for face-to-face guidance. Su Xian regarded Su Yuning with a curious expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and lowered his voice. "Very well, I shall oblige." A wave of joy surged through Su Yuning. The onlookers, including Yuan Qing, were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that this evidently esteemed Master Jian Yi would genuinely agree to offer his counsel. With a sigh of relief, Su Yuning stepped back to a certain distance and unsheathed her longsword. "Sir, your cultivation is at the 8th level of true martial, so I too shall restrain my power to this level. Please proceed." Su Xian appeared at ease and untroubled. With a flourish, Su Yuning unleashed her sword, and a dazzling shadow of the blade illuminated the surroundings, as if snowflakes were cascading through the air. "The snowfall sword technique?" Su Xian chuckled. Indeed, Su Yuning was executing the Su family's snowfall sword technique, one which Su Xian was well versed in. Waves of sword shadows, resembling drifting snowflakes, rushed towards him. Yet he merely stood there, casually striking with his sword. Without employing any sophisticated sword techniques, His simple slashes precisely targeted the flaws within the snowflakes, causing them to dissipate effortlessly. Impressive, Su Yuning exclaimed, and without hesitation, she initiated the strongest move of the snowfall sword technique, the snow slash. This technique comprised 9 strikes, each swifter than the last. Having practiced this art for several years, she was capable of unleashing 8 consecutive strikes. Aware of the terrifying prowess of the master Jianyi before her, she committed fully, launching all 8 strikes at once. However, Su Xian remained rooted in place, not taking a single step, and with his straightforward swordplay, he countered each of her rapid strikes with ease. Is it truly this simple to thwart my 8 snow slashes? Su Yuning thought in disbelief. Reveal your strongest sword technique, Su Xian urged. Sir, do take care, Su Yuning replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She then leapt into the air, her figure resembling a phoenix descending upon the world, and with a graceful arc, she struck forth, causing a brilliant glow to erupt. Such beauty! The spectators were entranced by the sight. The phoenix descending sword? Su Xian narrowed his eyes, but regrettably, it was merely the first move. Clang! A clash resonated as Su Yuning's sword slipped from her grip, and a sharp blade was soon poised against her delicate neck. Is this how I am defeated? Su Yuning felt the chill at her throat, her mind reeling in shock. At that moment, Su Xian coldly remarked, crude, far too crude. The technique itself is formidable, yet when executed through your hands, it falls utterly apart. You focus too heavily on form, neglecting the essence of swordsmanship. While it may appear beautiful and captivating, it serves no purpose whatsoever. Reflect on this. With that, Su Xian sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Focused too heavily on form, neglecting the essence of the technique? Su Yuning's mind was engulfed in a tumult, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. After a moment, she regained her composure and respectfully bowed to Su Xian, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Upon hearing this, Su Xian, who had his back to Su Yuning, instinctively touched his nose, a playful smile emerging on his face. He reminisced about how, in his childhood, Su Yuning would often pat his head, promising to follow his lead in the future. He pondered how she might react if she were to discover that the sir she referred to was none other than the very boy she used to pat on the head. Chapter 9. The battle for supremacy begins, my friend. Here is the exquisite gathering spirit pill you requested. Yuan Qing presented a finely crafted jade box to Su Xian. After a brief glance inside, Su Xian secured the box. Thank you, he said, offering his gratitude before taking his leave. A multitude of martial artists gathered around the Jinwu pavilion, filled with awe and reverence as they watched Su Xian depart. Should we send someone to follow him and investigate his background? Inquired a black-clad steward. There's no need, Yuan Qing replied, shaking his head, since he is using an alias. It is clear he wishes to keep his identity concealed. Our mission at the Red Dragon Tower is to befriend top-tier talents like him, fostering their gratitude towards us and increasing the likelihood they will serve the Empire in the future. If we pursue him relentlessly or send someone to shadow him, it may backfire if he discovers it. Furthermore, to have breached the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion at the 8th realm of Jinwu, such a prodigy cannot remain obscure forever. Eventually, he will gain fame. We need only to observe. Su Xian proceeded cautiously, taking considerable time to ensure he was not being followed before returning to the Su family estate. Inside his room, he beheld the jade box containing 20 fragrant, milky white pills, his heart brimming with joy. The exquisite gathering spirit pill is said to be dozens of times more effective than ordinary ones. With 15 days remaining until the contest for the sword command, consuming one each day, coupled with the accelerated cultivation speed of my inherited technique, it is absolutely feasible for me to break through to the 9th realm of Jinwu, or even the 10th, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. Su Xian mused with a smile. From that day forth, he devoted most of his time to cultivation. With the aid of the exquisite gathering spirit pills and the rapid pace of his inherited technique, his prowess ascended at a terrifying rate. Days passed by. During Su Xian's secluded training, the Su family was far from tranquil. Prominently, the younger generation, including the remarkable Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, returned to the family after their time spent honing their skills in the outside world, all in preparation for the impending contest against Zhao Ling. Their experiences had indeed yielded significant progress. In particular, rumors circulated within the Su family that Su Qinghong had reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of Jinwu, rivaling Zhao Ling. This sparked a wave of hope among the family members, many believing he could genuinely defeat Zhao Ling in the upcoming contest. However, just a few days later, Zhao Ling returned as well. On the very day of his return, he ventured directly to the Red Dragon Tower, successfully breaching the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Su family. To comprehend, one must recognize that to traverse the 10th level of the true martial pavilion is already indicative of an extraordinary genius, a rarity even within the entirety of Yongning Prefecture. To surpass the 11th level is an even more remarkable feat. Recently, whispers circulated of an individual named Jian Yi, an 8th level practitioner, who astonishingly ascended to the 14th level of the true martial pavilion. However, Jian Yi is not of the Su clan, and thus the ruckus he caused within the clan was relatively subdued. In contrast, Zhao Ling hails from the Su family, and the stir he created was far more significant. The members of the Su clan were left in awe. The retainers and factions within the clan rejoiced exuberantly, while the core lineage of the Su family remained rather subdued, particularly those who had previously held faith in Su Qinghong's ability to vanquish Zhao Ling. Upon hearing the news, they fell into silence. Despite comparable cultivation levels, Su Qinghong had only managed to breach the 9th level of the true martial pavilion, still a step shy of the 10th. Conversely, Zhao Ling had already ascended to the 11th, marking a substantial disparity in skill. This caused a profound sense of despondency among the younger generation of the Su clan, with many succumbing to despair. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the inevitable approached. The day of the sword decree competition had arrived. Creak. Su Xian opened the door and stepped out. Young master, Hong Shan had been awaiting outside. The competition for the sword decree is today. Su Xian raised his gaze towards the distant horizon. Observing the young master's expression, Hong Shan inquired, "Has your cultivation progressed?" "Progressed? One might say so," Su Xian replied with a slight smile. Over the past half-month, his cultivation had surged remarkably. Initially, he had aspired to reach the true martial 10th level within this time frame. Yet he found himself at the pinnacle of the 9th level, merely a half-step away from the 10th. Given an additional 2 or 3 days, he felt confident he could break through to the 10th level. Alas, the competition was upon him. Even if his advancement was not entirely flawless, possessing the peak of the 9th level was ample for Su Xian. Though he remained at the 9th level, the martial arts he practiced endowed him with explosive power that rivaled the typical true martial 10th level. Furthermore, he possessed the strength of his bloodline. When fully harnessed, it could surpass the pinnacle of the 10th level. Clenching his fists, absolute confidence gleamed in his eyes. An outsider like Zhao Ling dares to covet the Su clan's sword decree. He must be dealt with. I have delayed for 3 years, and the Su family has lost the reverence due to a young master like me. Today, I shall use him to establish my authority. Within the Su clan's martial arts garden, a vast expanse unfolded. At its center lay a training ground, which had previously been overlooked. Yet today it brimmed with throngs of people. Each year, the Su clan hosted a grand competition for its disciples. But this particular event held paramount significance concerning the ownership of the sword decree. The core lineage of the Su clan, alongside numerous strong disciples from the retainer factions, had gathered, accompanied by a multitude of maidens and servants, creating a scene of no less than 1,000 individuals convened in one place. Above the training grounds, 3 seats were arranged in the viewing area, with the 2 outer seats occupied by the esteemed elders of the Su family. Beneath the family head, the Su clan is governed by 3 prominent elders. The eldest, Su Boyong, is the only formidable figure in the void-breaking realm aside from the family head, currently stationed elsewhere to oversee matters. Presently seated are the 2nd elder, Su Taitong, and the 3rd elder, Su Baihu, both at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Notably, the 3rd elder, Su Baihu, is the younger brother of the family head, making him Su Xian's uncle. Standing before these 2 elders are 4 of the most powerful descendants of the Su family, all having reached the 10th level of true martial cultivation, including Su Qinghong and Su Yuning. It is a disgrace for an outsider to participate in the contest for the Su family's sword decree. Should an outsider triumph and seize the sword decree, it would render the Su family a laughingstock. The 2nd elder, Su Taitong, a towering figure with eyes as fierce as bronze bells, roared, "You 4 are the last hope of our clan. Whether you can defeat Zhao Ling and restore our family's honor rests upon your shoulders. Remember, at all costs, you must bring Zhao Ling down. Even if it costs you your lives, you must accomplish this." "Yes," Su Qinhong and the others nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance of today's battle. The Su family, once a prominent faction within the Tianyan dynasty, holds a deep-seated pride and dignity that cannot be trampled upon. Allowing an outsider to wield the sword decree would obliterate this pride and dignity, a fate more unbearable than death for many within the Su family. On the opposite side of the training grounds, a multitude of formidable disciples from the guest faction gathered. Among them stood a defiant young man, armed with a battle blade, who towered above the rest like a crane among chickens. This was Zhao Ling. Having reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of true martial cultivation and having skillfully traversed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, he posed immense pressure on the younger generation of the Su family, marking him as an extraordinary talent. Brother, look, everyone around is watching you, especially those young Su disciples. Their gazes are so intense, it's as if they wish to devour you whole, remarked Zhao Qing, standing beside Zhao Ling, noticing the fiery stares directed at them. He couldn't help but scoff. These fools, what does it matter if they feel unwilling? After today's battle, you shall be the master of the Su family's sword decree. From now on, the younger generation of the Su family will revere you, and the position of family head may very well belong to you as well. Hearing this, Zhao Ling smiled. It was a pity that his father, Zhao Tianlei, the leader of the guest faction, was currently embroiled in a crucial conflict with the eldest elder, Su Boyang, in Tianshui City, and could not return in person. If only his father could witness the scene of him overpowering the younger generation of the Su family, he would surely be elated. By the way, brother, about what I mentioned earlier regarding Su Xian, Zhao Qing suddenly interjected. Little Qing Zhao Ling furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. I have previously advised you to broaden your perspective. Su Xian was indeed a figure of note 3 years ago, but now he has long since faded into obscurity. Such a character is hardly worthy of your attention. Yes, Zhao Qing lowered his head in agreement. Zhao Ling cast a glance at Zhao Qing before continuing. However, given that Su Xian has audaciously struck your face and uttered such brazen words, I cannot let this pass. During the impending contest, should the opportunity arise, I shall intervene. Thank you, brother, Zhao Qing exclaimed with joy, knowing that his elder brother harbored a certain fondness for him. At that moment, a sudden rush of movement caught everyone's attention as 2 figures descended from the sky onto the viewing platform of the training ground. Instantly, all eyes gravitated towards these newcomers. It is the family patriarch. The patriarch has arrived. The Su family's members stirred with excitement. Father, Su Xian, standing in a corner of the crowd, looked up towards the platform. Chapter 10, Raindrop Salutations to the Patriarch. The crowd bowed in reverence to the figure who had appeared on the platform, including even the formidable members of the guest factions. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe, possessing a handsome and refined demeanor, stood there with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and approachability. He was none other than Su Xian's father, the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Baichun. Following the death of the Su family's ancestor, Su Baichun had become the family's pillar of strength and their greatest reliance. In his youth, Su Baichun was renowned as an unparalleled genius, though he gradually faded into the background, adopting a more subdued approach to his affairs. Yet, those who knew of him dared not underestimate his capabilities. His father had mentioned that among the current formidable members of the Su family, even the elder Su Boyong, who had reached the realm of breaking void, was not regarded with much concern. However, he maintained an unusual wariness towards Su Baichun. Zhao Ling contemplated this matter. Within the Su family, the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei had grown increasingly powerful, eclipsing the core lineage of the Su family in many aspects. Yet to this day, Zhao Tianlei refrained from completely severing ties with the Su family, primarily due to his apprehension regarding the patriarch. Everyone, please rise. Su Baichun gently raised his hand, prompting the crowd to stand. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Let us pay our respects. Greetings, Lord Yuan Qing. The crowd bowed once more. Haha, I am merely here to observe, Yuan Qing replied with a chuckle. My dear friend, we had an agreement, did we not? Su Baichun remarked. Rest assured, Yuan Qing waved his hand nonchalantly. Come, let us provide Mr. Yuan Qing with a seat, Su Baichun instructed. Immediately, a chair was brought forth and placed beside Su Baichun's seat, as the 2 formidable figures of the Breaking Void realm settled down. Whispers began to ripple through the training ground. No one had anticipated that the patriarch would invite Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, to this contest. After all, it was not an ordinary family competition, but one concerning the coveted sword decree, thus the family naturally placed greater importance on it. Su Xian, amidst the crowd, felt a slight furrow in his brow as he contemplated the implications of Yuan Qing's presence. Previously, under the alias of Jianyi, he had ventured into the Red Dragon Tower, successfully traversing 14 levels, all of which was closely observed by the supervisor, Yuan Qing. In the forthcoming sword order competition, should he choose to intervene, it is certain he will display remarkable swordsmanship, and Yuan Qing will likely recognize him at a glance. It seems that concealing his identity further is decidedly improbable. Time is of the essence, my younger brother. Let us commence, Su Bai solemnly proclaimed. Indeed, Su Bai, who, seated nearby, nodded slightly, and in an instant, his figure flickered, appearing in the center of the training ground. A resounding voice emanated from Su Bai, who, calling forth all those who had passed the family assessment. Immediately, the numerous young descendants from the two factions, qualified to partake in this contest, stepped forward. At a glance, there were around 60 or 70 individuals, yet most of them were merely at the 8th level of true martial realm. In this grand family contest, only one would emerge victorious, and that individual would wield the sword order of the Su family, ascending to the role of leader among the younger generation, with authority akin to a clan chief when dealing with outsiders. Su Bai, whose voice was grave as his gaze swept over the young participants. It was evident that excitement and anticipation adorned the faces of these young heirs. To control the sword order of the Su family was an unparalleled honor for its descendants. Yet such glory could ultimately belong to but one. This grand contest comprises 2 rounds. Prepare yourselves. The first round shall commence shortly, Su Baihu declared. Instantly, the young contenders felt a surge of tension. After all, this contest pertained to the sword order, differing significantly from previous family competitions, leaving them uncertain of the rules that governed it. Meanwhile, in the stands, Yuan, it's your moment, Su Baichen smiled. Yuan Qing shrugged, rising to his feet. Without any forewarning, Yuan Qing appeared in the training ground, hovering above the young contestants. You young ones, your opponent for the first round is none other than myself, Yuan Qing announced with a light smile, his voice resonating throughout the area. What? Is this some sort of jest? The expressions of the young participants shifted dramatically. Yuan Qing was a genuine expert of the void-breaking realm. To have a formidable fighter of such caliber as their adversary? Fear not. It shall not be as arduous as you imagine, though it will not be effortless either, Yuan Qing continued. I possess a technique that can unleash a vast and densely concentrated attack, simultaneously targeting all of you. Your task is simply to endure this strike. If you succeed, you will have passed the first round. Should you fail, you will be eliminated. Yuan Qing spoke with an ease that belied the tension palpable among the crowd. Even Zhao Ling and Su Qinghong wore expressions of grave concern. After all, he was a master of the void-breaking realm, though it was merely one strike affecting everyone. It was not something to be taken lightly. Yet, without further ado, Yuan Qing unleashed his attack, gazing down upon the multitude of young contenders before him. And with a single gesture, he initiated the challenge. A vast surge of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it formed an expansive layer of spiritual power, resembling a colossal mirror. From this mirror, countless beams of light surged forth, cascading down like a torrential rain. To the young disciples below, it appeared as though the heavens had unleashed a deluge, with these beams resembling multitude of raindrops descending upon them, each drop bearing an immense threat. In response, the young practitioners erupted with formidable auras, each striving with all their might to confront the onslaught of light. However, the speed and density of these beams were overwhelming, and the power they contained was astonishing. Most of the disciples could barely fend off a few drops before being overwhelmed. With a resounding crash, the torrential assault subsided in mere moments. Above, Yuan Qing withdrew his hand. And of the nearly 70 young disciples who had participated in this grand competition, only 10 remained standing. Among them was Su Xian. To withstand this old man's technique is commendable, Yuan Qing remarked with a faint smile before returning to the viewing platform. At this moment, Su Baihu stepped forward. Those who have fallen, assist them to rest. As for you 10 still standing, he observed a few gasping for breath. You have half a stick of incense to recuperate. After that, the second round of the competition shall commence. The disciples hurriedly descended, some to recuperate while others began their recovery. The training grounds erupted in astonishment. Was this truly the end? No one had anticipated the first round would conclude so swiftly. Despite the rapidity, the number of eliminations was staggering. On the platform, Yuan Qing turned to Su Baichun. "Brother Su, you must have witnessed the events unfold," he said, casting a glance at him. "Indeed," Su Baichun nodded slightly. "When I executed that technique, I heeded your advice and afforded Zhao Ling special treatment." The raindrops he faced, while identical in speed and density to those encountered by others, contained thrice the power. Yuan Qing's expression grew serious. Under such circumstances, even a peak practitioner of the true martial realm would suffer some impact, affecting their subsequent performance. Yet Zhao Ling effortlessly withstood them, without even employing any formidable techniques. Clearly, his prowess far exceeds our expectations. "Brother Su, your family may be in trouble this time," Yuan Qing remarked gravely. Su Baichun remained silent. Zhao Ling's strength was overwhelming, and none among the younger generation of the Su family could match him. To prevent the Su family's sword decree from falling into the hands of an outsider, they would be compelled to resort to unsavory tactics. Indeed, Su Baichun had invited Yuan Qing with the intention of enlisting his covert assistance. Certainly, the underhanded schemes must remain subtle. It would be unwise to allow Zhao Ling to be eliminated or gravely injured in the first round, for even a fool could discern such blatant manipulation. Zhao Ling, a prodigy who has ascended to the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, possesses yellow-level privileges within the Crimson Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing, therefore, could not genuinely afford to antagonize Zhao Ling. His actions were merely a reflection of his private camaraderie with Su Baichun, intending to subtly increase Zhao Ling's challenges, perhaps orchestrating a minor setback to slightly hinder his performance in the subsequent round. However, despite Yuan Qing's underhanded tactics, the outcome was less than satisfactory, as Zhao Ling's combat prowess remained unscathed. After all, having conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, his strength was widely acknowledged. It came as no surprise that he could effortlessly withstand the rain of drops unleashed by the old man. Yet, Yuan Qing's gaze suddenly shifted towards a sword-wielding youth standing in the training field, his eyes closed in meditation. This youth was recognizable to him, Su Xian, the young scion of the Su family, once celebrated as a prodigy in his own right. Among the 10 who had endured the rain of drops, 9 possessed cultivation levels above the 10th realm of true martial, with the exception of this young man, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Notably, compared to the others in the 10th realm, he appeared to withstand the rain with remarkable ease. It was worth noting that several of the 10th realm participants were gasping for breath after enduring the rain, indicating the arduous nature of their struggle. Yet, Su Xian remained composed, his countenance unflustered. Yuan Qing observed that Su Xian seemed to handle the ordeal with a certain nonchalance. Aside from Zhao Ling, Su Xian appeared to be the most relaxed among the contenders, despite his comparatively lower cultivation level. This realization intrigued Yuan Qing. Chapter 11. 1 against 4 before long. The incense stick of time had nearly burned out, and the 10 who had withstood the rain stepped forward once more. The second round would consist of one-on-one elimination battles. "You 10 shall draw lots to determine the order of combat," Su Baihu announced in a booming voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a slightly defiant voice interrupted. "There is no need for such complexities." Zhao Ling stepped forward. What does Zhao Ling intend to do? Everyone in the training field, including the 9 participants advancing to the second round, turned their attention towards him. Third Elder. The purpose of this family competition is solely to identify the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family to wield the sword order. The rankings of the others are inconsequential. Therefore, the second round of combat need not be so intricate, Zhao Ling stated. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Zhao Ling?" Su Baihu inquired coldly. "Quite simply, I intend to claim the Su family's sword order. Among the current generation of the Su family, none possess the qualifications to be my opponent. One-on-one battles lack excitement. Instead, let all who wish to contest for the sword order step forward simultaneously, and I shall face them all alone." Zhao Ling's voice rang clear and cold, echoing across the training field. Upon hearing his declaration, a profound silence enveloped the field, only to be followed by a tempest of uproar. Zhao Ling dared to challenge everyone at once. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Who does he think he is? What do you take the talented scions of the Su family for? Mere weeds? The core members of the Su clan were incensed. Even the high-ranking experts of the Sea Transformation realm wore grim expressions. To demand that everyone else join forces while he alone stands against them? This was nothing short of blatant disdain, a complete disregard for the esteemed talents of the Su family. Su Baihu furrowed his brow and glanced at Su Baichen. Upon receiving a nod, he boldly proclaimed, "Since it is your request, let it be as you say. The second round of the competition shall transform into a tournament battle, with you as the champion. The other 9 disciples who wish to contend for the Sword Order may join forces to challenge you. If you can prevail against their combined might, the Sword Order of the Su family shall belong to you." A smirk of coldness crept onto Zhao Ling's lips. "Huh. We harbor no extravagant hopes for that Sword Order, so we shall not contest it with young Master Zhao." As soon as the rules were announced, 4 individuals promptly chose to withdraw. These 4 hailed from the guest faction and naturally had no intentions of contending with Zhao Ling. Apart from Zhao Ling and the withdrawers, 4 figures emerged among the 5 remaining disciples eligible for competition: Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and 2 other disciples of the Su family who had attained the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm. They had previously been summoned to the stands by 2 elders, who held high hopes for them. "Zhao Ling, you are exceedingly arrogant." With a furious roar, Su Qinghong stood among the 4, his eyes seemingly ablaze with unquenchable fire, fixated intently on Zhao Ling, emanating an overwhelming and ferocious aura of spiritual power. This aura had evidently reached the zenith of the true martial 10th realm. Su Yuning and the other 2 also radiated formidable spiritual energy. "Su Qinghong." Zhao Ling cast a glance at him, followed by a disdainful smile. "Your cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the 10th realm, but alas, you stand alone. Were there others from your Su family with your level of prowess, perhaps I might regard you with a modicum of respect." "Arrogance." Su Qinghong shouted angrily, but his gaze shifted to Su Yuning and the other 2. "We bear the weight of our family's honor upon our shoulders. As per the second elder's prior instructions, in this battle, even if it costs us our lives, we must defeat him. In a one-on-one confrontation, perhaps none of us can match him. However, 4 against 1, all at the true martial 10th realm and of similar age. If we cannot triumph in such a scenario, we might as well take our own lives," Su Yuning solemnly stated. "This Zhao Ling is far too arrogant. Today, we shall make him pay for his hubris." The other 2 disciples of the Su family nodded in agreement. Onward. With a swift movement, the 4 charged forth, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning each wielded a long sword. Su Qinghong, the strongest among them, surged forward first, unleashing a ferocious strike infused with his spiritual power, intent on clashing directly with Zhao Ling. Meanwhile, Su Yuning positioned herself at Zhao Ling's side, her long sword slicing through the air like falling snow, executing the most formidable technique from the snowfall sword art. The remaining 2 disciples of the Su family also advanced from different angles, charging at Zhao Ling. As 4 adversaries surged forth simultaneously, Zhao Ling responded with a chilling smile. Stepping forward with purpose, clenching his fist, he summoned an overwhelming force and directed it towards Su Qinghong's sword shadow. Remarkably, he did not draw his weapon. The spectators gasped in astonishment. To take on 4 opponents without even unsheathing his weapon was an act of utter disdain. Yet, despite this audacity, a resounding thud echoed through the air as a tremendous power collided with Su Qinghong's longsword, causing his hand to tremble and nearly lose grip of his weapon, forcing him to retreat immediately. How could this be? Though both were at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, Zhao Ling's strength exceeded his own by at least a factor of 2. Su Qinghong's face reflected sheer disbelief. After brutally repelling him with a single punch, Zhao Ling turned and waved his hand, producing a series of clangs as he effortlessly dismantled the simultaneous onslaught from Su Yuning and the other 3 attackers. "Leave nothing in reserve. Unleash your most formidable techniques," Su Qinghong shouted, charging forward once more. His sword swung with astonishing force, resembling an immovable mountain standing defiantly before Zhao Ling. The Hunyuan sword technique, primarily a defensive swordsmanship, was not employed for mere protection but rather to withstand Zhao Ling's assault and entangle him, thereby creating an opportunity for his 3 allies. As Su Qinghong engaged Zhao Ling in combat, the other 3 swiftly executed their ultimate moves. Su Yuning leaped high into the air, descending with her most potent strike, the Phoenix Descends sword. Though it lacked the previous elegance, its might had intensified. Over the past fortnight at the true martial pavilion, guided by Sword 1, Su Yuning had reflected on and rectified her deficiencies in swordsmanship, resulting in remarkable advancement as she conquered the 9th level of the pavilion. The other two practitioners of the 10th realm also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Yet, the outcome was nothing short of a farce. Zhao Ling, with a sudden tremor of his form, unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, striking with lightning speed. Thud, 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 thud. The four assailants were instantly sent sprawling. Even Su Qinghong, who had been engaged in direct combat, was forced back by a single blow from Zhao Ling, leaving all four in a disheveled state. Could he truly be this powerful? Su Qinghong and Su Yuning were left in disbelief. They had exerted every ounce of their strength. Su Qinghong had fought valiantly to create openings while the other three had coordinated their ultimate techniques with impeccable synergy, yet they were still effortlessly repelled by Zhao Ling, who had yet to draw his sword. Is this truly the extent of your combined strength? Zhao Ling remarked, his arms crossed, gazing at Su Qinghong and the others with disdain. I had expected your alliance to pose at least some challenge, but it appears you are still easily overwhelmed. In light of this, I see no reason to squander further time with you. With that, Zhao Ling raised his hand and slowly drew the battle blade that had been resting against his back. As Su Qinghong and his three companions observed, a tremor coursed through their hearts. Without even drawing his blade, Zhao Ling had effortlessly repelled them, and now he had unsheathed his sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dazzling arc of light, imbued with an astonishing and suffocating might, which materialized before Su Qinghong and his companions despite the distance separating them. A flicker of astonishment passed across their faces. Quick, let us unite our efforts to block this strike, Su Qinghong bellowed, simultaneously invoking the most formidable defensive sword technique from the mixed Yuan sword manual. Su Yuning and the other two immediately joined forces with Su Qinghong, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the impending blow. However, that resplendent blade shadow appeared utterly unstoppable, mercilessly crushing their combined efforts with the ease of a hot knife through butter. With a series of sickening thuds, blood erupted from the mouths of the four as they were sent hurtling several meters away, crashing to the ground. When they struggled to rise, their faces were ashen. They realized they had been thoroughly defeated, without a shred of opportunity for resistance. The onlookers from the core lineage of the Su family, gathered around the training ground, fell into a profound silence upon witnessing this scene. You couldn't even withstand a single strike, truly a bunch of worthless fools. Zhao Ling's contemptuous voice reverberated across the arena as he sheathed his battle blade once more. The members of the Su family present felt a surge of indignation, humiliation, and despair at his words. More than anything, however, they were engulfed by hopelessness. Su Qinghong and his companions represented the last flicker of hope among the younger generation of the Su clan. Yet even their combined strength proved insufficient to contend with Zhao Ling's singular strike. This time, the Su family had unequivocally lost, and the defeat was utterly devastating. Standing at the center of the training ground, Zhao Ling surveyed the crowd with a haughty gaze. From this day forth, the sword order of the Su family shall be governed by me, Zhao Ling. The younger generation of the Su clan shall henceforth regard me as their superior. Who dares to dissent? Zhao Ling's declaration pierced the hearts of the gathered Su family members like a needle, causing their insides to convulse with anguish. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. To govern the sword order? You are unworthy. The abrupt utterance rendered the entire training ground silent, and all eyes turned in unison toward the young swordsman near the center of the arena. Su Xian, the young master? Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Su Xian was among the 10 who had advanced to the second round, having successfully navigated the initial challenge. However, most were aware that he had merely attained the 9th level of true martial realm, and while his presence in the second round surprised many, the Su family held no great expectations for him. When Zhao Ling had previously declared his intent to challenge the entire assembly, Su Qinghong and his companions had not even considered including Su Xian in their ranks, believing that a mere 9th level of true martial realm would be of little assistance. Now, even the combined forces of Su Qinghong and his 3 companions have been effortlessly defeated by Zhao Ling, leaving only Su Xian remaining. Does he dare to show himself? Is Su Xian seeking death? Observing this scene from the edge of the training ground, Zhao Qing's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He secretly hoped that Su Xian would recklessly intervene, allowing his elder brother to exact his revenge with ease. Su Xian, you are no match for him. Withdraw, urged Su Yuning, her complexion pale as she retreated to the edge. As Su Xian's cousin, their past closeness had faded due to the events of 3 years ago. Yet she still wished to prevent him from making a futile display of bravery. Zhao Ling regarded Su Xian with disdain, shaking his head. Had it been 3 years prior, Su Xian might have barely qualified as a contender. However, now Su Xian paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, advancing step by step. He did not even glance at Zhao Ling but fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon the 4 individuals gathered behind him. These 4 were the ones who had opted to withdraw from the second round of the competition, all possessing the strength of the true martial 10th realm. What does Su Xian intend to do? The expressions of the 4 were perplexed. Is he planning to take on 4 opponents alone? Su Xian pondered for a moment. In the next instant, clang. The long sword was unsheathed. Su Xian's figure moved like a streak of light, instantly covering dozens of yards to appear before the 4. With a swing of his sword, a breathtakingly beautiful and radiant sword light erupted. Is he coming for us 4? Is he mad? The 4 true martial 10th realm warriors were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had already withdrawn from the contest. Yet Su Xian dared to attack them? With this strike, one of the stronger true martial 10th realm warriors suddenly changed countenance, shouting, "Be cautious." He issued a warning. And the other 3, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the impending blow, immediately attempted to defend themselves. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sword-piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously as Su Xian's figure appeared behind the 4. Terror filled their eyes. Some even gasped in shock, feeling a sharp pain in their chests, while blood began to spill forth. Whoosh! The 4 were simultaneously sent flying, their vitality swiftly waning. With a single sword strike, 4 true martial 10th realm warriors were instantly, gravely injured. At this moment, Su Xian had already turned around, his icy gaze resembling that of a reaper. Fixing upon Zhao Ling, his chilling words were spoken with an air of finality. "Zhao Ling, draw your blade. Showcase your swordsmanship. Unleash all your power. Utilize every trick at your disposal to engage me. For after this battle, you shall meet your demise." Silence. The once boisterous martial arts arena, filled with over 1,000 spectators, had fallen utterly quiet. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they stared at the young figure at the center of the training ground. One sword strike had decisively incapacitated 4 true martial 10th realm warriors. What kind of strength is this? It is worth noting that just moments ago, Zhao Ling had faced 4 opponents simultaneously, ultimately defeating Su Qinghong and his companions with a single stroke. Zhao Ling had wielded just 1 blade. Yet Su Xian, at this moment, has wielded merely a single sword? Indeed, the execution of this strike appears far more pristine and decisive. Coupled with Su Xian's fervent declaration, "Draw your blade. Showcase your swordsmanship. Unleash your full potential. Employ every tactic at your disposal. In this battle, you shall perish." At this instant, every member of the Su family felt a profound tremor within their hearts. Subsequently, those who had just been engulfed by despair due to Zhao Ling's overwhelming prowess found their spirits reignited. Su Xian. All eyes present turned once more towards Su Xian. On the spectators' platform, Su Baichun, the second elder Su Tai Tong, and even the esteemed Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower cast their gazes upon Su Xian. He had undoubtedly become the focal point of this grand contest. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of the strength of the 4 true martial 10th realm warriors from the guest faction. Although none matched the pinnacle of Su Qinghong, their combined might was formidable. To simultaneously incapacitate all 4 with a single strike was no trivial feat, even for him. "It seems I have underestimated you." Zhao Ling finally regarded Su Xian with a serious demeanor, his expression markedly more solemn than before. Su Xian's recent display of skill had evidently validated his prowess. Now, this was becoming somewhat intriguing. Zhao Ling chuckled, slowly drawing his battle blade from behind him. He has drawn his blade at last. Naturally, Su Xian's previously exhibited strength was hardly inferior to his own, compelling him to respond in kind. The crowd murmured, yet soon fell into a hushed silence, collectively holding their breath in anticipation. At the center of the arena, Su Xian and Zhao Ling, one wielding a sword, the other a knife, stood several dozen meters apart, their gazes clashing with fervor. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, and in the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, the 2 figures sprang into motion simultaneously. They vanished like phantoms, colliding with the force of meteoric bodies. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, sending tremors through the hearts of those nearby. In the heart of the arena, Su Xian and Zhao Ling, one crouched low and the other arched like a bow, clashed their weapons head-on, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the air, producing a series of piercing sonic booms. The ground beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading outward as the sheer might of their confrontation sent debris soaring into the air. In an instant, both warriors were jolted backward. Yet, as soon as their footing was regained, boom, another ferocious explosion erupted, and their blades met once more. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of dreadful collisions rang out in succession. There was no flourish, no artistry, merely the raw, unbridled collision of brute strength. A clash of titans. Each impact of their formidable forces shattered the ground, generating fierce winds that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they engaged in numerous fierce exchanges. Such astonishing speed, such terrifying power. This force seemed beyond what even the true martial realm could unleash. The battlefield had erupted into a frenzy. Young master, young master. The maid Hongshan of Su Xian, upon witnessing her master unleash such terrifying power, could not help but express her delight with fervent shouts of Su Xian. Su Xian. The younger generation of the Su family echoed her excitement, their previous concerns about the family's decline now forgotten. In their eyes, Su Xian embodied the pride and glory inherent to their lineage, fiercely battling Zhao Ling and displaying a strength that left them utterly captivated. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Such prowess, one need not experience it firsthand. Merely listening to the commotion sufficed to reveal a force that was undeniably at the pinnacle of the 10th level realm. Standing together were Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and others, who had previously been defeated by Zhao Ling. They stared in astonishment at the two figures locked in fierce combat. Only now did they truly grasp the magnitude of Zhao Ling's terrifying strength. During their prior encounters, Zhao Ling had not unveiled his full potential. While they could understand the sheer might of Zhao Ling, they were baffled by Su Xian's ability to hold his ground despite being merely at the 9th level of true martial arts. Su Qinghong found himself momentarily dazed. Little did he know, although Su Xian was indeed at the 9th level, he had reached its zenith and, after cultivating a heritage technique, his spiritual energy had surged to a level comparable to that of an average 10th level practitioner. Most importantly, however, was the power of his bloodline. When his supreme bloodline surged forth, the strength he unleashed soared to an alarming height, surpassing even the peak of the 10th level realm. Bang! Another clash of immense force reverberated through the air, and the two figures finally came to a halt, locked in a standoff from several dozen meters apart. Their bodies still enveloped in a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. A true martial 9th level practitioner can engage in countless direct confrontations with me without yielding an inch. Su Xian, you indeed possess considerable skill. Zhao Ling's voice rang coldly across the training grounds. Initially, Zhao Ling had dismissed Su Xian, the genius imprisoned in the magic suppression prison for 3 long years. However, after witnessing Su Xian's devastating strike against 4 disciples of the 10th level, Zhao Ling was astonished and began to regard him with newfound respect. Now, Zhao Ling saw Su Xian as a genuine rival. To be able to withstand his full-on assault as a 9th level practitioner already qualified Su Xian as his opponent. Su Xian, I shall now commence my sword technique. For a true martial 9th level practitioner to compel me to reveal my swordsmanship, you have ample reason to take pride in yourself. Zhao Ling's voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, the onlooking Su family warriors and disciples, who had been filled with excitement and anticipation regarding Su Xian's prowess, felt a tremor within their hearts. They recalled that Zhao Ling had previously breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. His skills had long reached an exalted standard. How formidable must his swordsmanship be? Can Su Xian truly contend with him? Swordsmanship, you say? I am most eager to witness it. A cold smile graced Su Xian's lips as he pointed his long sword towards Zhao Ling. In an instant, Zhao Ling drew his blade with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 13, Su Xian. Su Xian. With a swift stride, Zhao Ling appeared before him, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint aura of thunder enveloping his form. He resembled a bolt of lightning, and the battle blade in his grasp was unleashed in a powerful arc boom. The blade's radiance descended, accompanied by flickers of thunder. The 36 styles of thunder. It is the most renowned technique within the Su family's swordsmanship compendium. The fact that Zhao Ling radiated such thunderous energy indicated that he had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. The onlookers, who were formidable figures within the Transformation C realm, displayed expressions of astonishment. To master the 36 styles of thunder to such a level signifies an unparalleled skill among the elite of the Transformation C. No wonder Zhao Ling could breach the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. As Zhao Ling continued to unleash his strikes, arcs of blade light loomed ominously over Su Xian, resembling the harbinger of destruction. Yet, Su Xian's gaze was electric, though the incoming blade light was astonishingly swift. His mind perceived it in a slowed manner. This was a unique ability bestowed upon him after awakening the supreme bloodline. He could discern the inadequacies or flaws within the techniques of the swordsmanship he practiced and enhance them, even deducing more powerful moves independently. Similarly, when facing an opponent, as long as their prowess did not vastly surpass his own, he could identify the weak points in their techniques. Clang, 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 clang. The relentless sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Su Xian's swordplay appeared casual, and its might seemed unremarkable. However, the terrifying blade light, swift as thunder, was repeatedly thwarted by him. In the blink of an eye, he had defended against all 36 strikes, merely retreating a few steps. How is this possible? Zhao Ling's breath became somewhat disordered, his face a mask of disbelief. The spectators around them were equally stunned, particularly the powerful figures of the Transformation C realm. They fully understood the terror of the 36 styles of thunder. Typically, to counter such a technique, one would need to employ equally formidable moves or rely on speed and agility to evade. Yet to witness someone like Su Xian casually deflect all 36 strikes was unprecedented. This scene felt eerily familiar. Among the crowd, Su Yuning, having returned, wore a peculiar expression. She recalled the time she sought guidance from the esteemed Jian Yi, who had effortlessly countered her myriad sword techniques with a nonchalant flick of his sword at the entrance of the true martial pavilion. Is this your swordsmanship? A hint of mockery danced at the corner of Su Xian's mouth as he regarded Zhao Ling full. Zhao Ling, clearly incensed, felt his aura surge with wild intensity. Boom. Once more, he charged forth, the faint thunderous energy surrounding him seeming to coalesce into a tangible form. Daytime thunder. With a fierce shout, Zhao Ling wielded his blade, executing a ferocious downward stroke that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and severing peaks. This was Zhao Ling's most formidable technique. Su Xian maintained his calm demeanor, observing intently until the devastating move approached him. In a flash, he struck with a direct thrust of his sword, its tip meeting the convergence of Zhao Ling's blade's power. Zhao Ling felt an unusual force acting upon his weapon, dissipating the overwhelming momentum he had gathered for his strike. As Su Xian twisted his wrist, the sword's edge glided ominously along Zhao Ling's arm with a swift hiss. The blade grazed Zhao Ling's shoulder, leaving behind a distinct scar. Though this mark was not deep enough to diminish his combat prowess, it inflicted an unprecedented humiliation upon him, both physically and mentally. Just moments ago, Zhao Ling had boasted that Su Xian forcing him to unleash his swordplay was already a point of pride. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Xian effortlessly countered his technique, dismantling even his strongest move and leaving him injured. How could he possibly accept such a result? Su Xian, you have enraged me. Zhao Ling roared, his eyes burning with fury. In the next instant, he charged forward again, unleashing his formidable blade techniques in a relentless assault against Su Xian. But once more, with a resounding clash, Su Xian effortlessly neutralized Zhao Ling's strikes, his blade gliding along Zhao Ling's waist. With another clash, Su Xian left a slender scar on Zhao Ling's wrist. Again and again, Su Xian adeptly pinpointed the weaknesses in Zhao Ling's techniques, delivering precise strikes that left marks on his opponent's body. In mere moments, Zhao Ling bore 13 scars, each small and not vital. Yet they failed to significantly impact his overall strength. The onlookers surrounding the arena were utterly astonished. Just moments prior, when Zhao Ling announced his intention to employ his blade techniques, many members of the Su family were anxious for Su Xian. After all, Zhao Ling had conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. Yet, when Zhao Ling truly engaged Su Xian, it became a one-sided affair. The disparity was staggering, a clear indication that they were not on the same level. This was Zhao Ling, who had triumphed over the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. His techniques were fearsome, yet before Su Xian, it was a complete rout. It was nothing less than mockery. Su Xian was utterly toying with him. The strong and young members of the Su family present felt their spirits lift, excitement coursing through them. For 3 years, as the Su family declined, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei had imposed its will within the family, even daring to assert dominance over the Su family itself. They had audaciously attempted to claim the Sword Order, the symbol of authority for the younger generation, clearly aiming to usurp control entirely for themselves. Regrettably, the Su family faces formidable foes lurking nearby, and the current generation of young scions has proven to be rather disappointing, with none able to rival Zhao Ling. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Ling claimed first place in the grand competition, seizing the Su family's sword order. Just as despair began to envelop them, however, Su Xian emerged like a comet. Not only did he reveal his terrifying prowess by confronting Zhao Ling head-on, but he also proceeded to dominate and mock him with his swordsmanship. This spectacle allowed all the Su family's strong disciples present to exhale a breath of pent-up frustration. Well done, Su Xian, young master. The Su family disciples surrounding the training ground erupted in excited cheers. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals seated in the stands exhibited varying expressions, particularly Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower. This young man, upon first laying eyes on Su Xian, felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Indeed, he was Sword One. Yuan Qing mused to himself. Although Sword One had obscured his visage beneath a wide-brimmed hat during his incursion into the true martial pavilion half a month ago, his form remained unmistakable. Thus, at first glance, Yuan Qing sensed a hint of recognition, but he thought little of it until Su Xian revealed his capabilities. Especially now, as he effortlessly trampled Zhao Ling with mere casual sword strikes, Yuan Qing swiftly confirmed Su Xian's identity. After all, Zhao Ling had breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, his skills in swordplay undeniably formidable. For Su Xian to so casually overpower him suggested that his techniques must at least be sufficient to conquer the 13th level of the true martial pavilion. Currently, the only recorded individual in Yongning County capable of surpassing that level was Sword One, and given Su Xian's swordsmanship and Yuan Qing's sense of familiarity with his figure, there was no doubt that Su Xian was indeed Sword One. Since he was Sword One, it was not surprising that he could so effortlessly dominate Zhao Ling with his sword skills. Yet, what was this young man truly aiming to achieve? With such prowess, after numerous exchanges, he could have easily seized an opportunity to severely injure Zhao Ling, rather than merely leaving behind insignificant sword marks. Was he genuinely only seeking to vindicate the Su family? Yuan Qing pondered. On the battlefield, Zhao Ling's eyes blazed red. His body bore 13 distinct sword marks, all still oozing blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. Su Xian, you scoundrel! Zhao Ling roared, his already frenzied aura suddenly surging at an astonishing pace, climbing to an entirely new echelon in the blink of an eye. This was the transformation of the sea. No, the once excited Su family disciples watching the battle now displayed expressions of shock and anger. Some could not restrain their furious shouts. Transformation of the sea? Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, the talented scions of the Su family, wore faces of despair. Su Xian had seemed assured of victory, yet at this critical juncture, Zhao Ling had managed to break through. His cultivation ascended from the 10th level of true martial to the transformation of the sea. This represented a monumental leap in realms, signifying a qualitative transformation in power. Su Xian, are you aware that I could have long ago transcended to the sea transformation realm? However, I have deliberately suppressed my cultivation. Zhao Ling's icy voice echoed across the training ground at this moment. This was due to the fact that I recently acquired an immensely powerful technique from my father. I aspired to transition my cultivation to this technique, using it as a foundation to break through to the sea transformation realm, thereby enhancing my strength upon achieving that breakthrough. Yet, because of you, just because of your appearance, I am now compelled to force my breakthrough ahead of time. Su Xian, you are truly cursed. Zhao Ling roared. His words immediately made those around them understand that Zhao Ling had long been capable of breaking through to the sea transformation realm, yet had chosen to stifle his own cultivation. No wonder his strength is so formidable. It turns out he is already a half step into the sea transformation realm. Su Qinghong mused. Brother, did you see that? This is the true strength of my elder brother. At the gathering place of the disciples, Zhao Qing wore a look of pride, shouting madly. On the viewing platform, Yuan Qing's brow furrowed deeply. That little fellow had a clear opportunity to defeat Zhao Ling directly, but chose to hold back, allowing Zhao Ling to break through instead. Moreover, upon witnessing Zhao Ling's breakthrough, the little fellow's expression seemed hardly altered, as if it were all within his expectations. Could it be that he has confidence in dealing with Zhao Ling, who has now ascended to the sea transformation realm? Chapter 14. Boom. 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 In the center of the battlefield, Zhao Ling, having broken through to the sea transformation realm, emanated an overwhelming aura. His gaze towards Su Xin was filled with coldness and resentment. Fueled by a surge of hatred, Zhao Ling swung his battle blade. A terrifying blade light instantly coalesced, striking towards Su Xin with unstoppable force. Aware that he was no match for Su Xin in technique, he chose to abandon any semblance of skill, relying solely on sheer power to crush his opponent. Having transcended to the sea transformation realm, the might of this strike was at least several times greater than before. The surrounding disciples of the Su family sensed the dreadful power encapsulated in this strike, their hearts trembling with fear. Young master, the one in red felt as if her heart had leapt into her throat. The third elder, Su Baihu, who stood closest to the battlefield, wore a grave expression, already prepared to intervene should Su Xin falter. He could not allow Su Xin to perish at Zhao Ling's hands. However, in the face of Zhao Ling's terrifying strike, Su Xin displayed no trace of panic. Just as the blade light approached, Su Xin suddenly lunged forward, his long sword slicing through the air, opting for another head-on clash. Seeking death, Zhao Ling couldn't help but sneer at this. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. This time, the collision was several times more violent than before, shattering the ground into powder beneath their overwhelming force. This clash lasted only a brief moment before the onlookers witnessed Su Xin retreating 3 steps, each footfall heavily impacting the ground, causing it to crack. What? Zhao Ling looked up, his expression one of disbelief. Zhao Ling has successfully broken through to the sea transformation realm, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his swordsmanship's potency. Yet, after unleashing such a formidable strike, Su Xin merely retreated 3 steps? The spectators were left bewildered. The fact that the confrontation resulted in only a 3-step retreat indicates that the disparity in their power was not as significant as one might expect. After all, Zhao Ling has reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Is there still a gap in strength? Su Xion's expression remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no surprise at this outcome. Although Zhao Ling's power had surged following his breakthrough, who could have anticipated that Su Xion had also been concealing his true strength throughout? Compared to ordinary individuals, his greatest advantage lay in his innate bloodline power. During the preliminary assessments of the grand competition, he was merely at the initial stage of the true martial 8th realm when he faced Hong Fong, who had already attained the peak of the 8th realm. Even then, their clash was evenly matched, and when Su Xion activated his bloodline power, albeit minimally, he swiftly overwhelmed Hong Fong. Today, facing Zhao Ling, Su Xion had already unleashed 50 of his bloodline power from the very beginning. This level of activation was sufficient for him to hold his ground against Zhao Ling in their fierce confrontation. Now, with Zhao Ling's recent breakthrough, he had momentarily escalated his bloodline power to 70, resulting in a significant increase in his strength. Thus, it was no surprise that Su Xion had only been forced back 3 steps during their exchange. Were he to fully unleash the entirety of his bloodline power, he would be confident in completely overpowering Zhao Ling, who had just reached the sea transformation realm. As a practitioner of the true martial 9th realm, to contend with someone who has broken through to the sea transformation realm to this extent is already astonishing. Should he completely dominate Zhao Ling with sheer power, it would be nothing short of extraordinary, leading many to suspect that he had awakened a formidable bloodline. Su Xion contemplated this. He had no intention of fully activating his bloodline power. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason. The current 70 activation was already ample. Zhao Ling, your swordsmanship and techniques have been sufficiently displayed, have they not? Su Xion's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Ling. Now, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's complexion darkened. The onlookers finally recalled that since the commencement of the battle between Su Xion and Zhao Ling, aside from their initial direct clash, Su Xion had yet to truly showcase his sword techniques. Indeed, he had not done so. Even when countering Zhao Ling's sword techniques, he had merely executed casual strikes, yet it was evident to all that his swordsmanship was far more formidable than Zhao Ling's techniques. The sword one technique. In the stands, even Yuan Qing, who had reached the void-breaking realm, was now fully engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Su Xian tightened his grip on the long sword in his right hand, and then his figure shifted. A cascade of sword light erupted, filling the air like countless snowflakes dancing in the breeze. In truth, these snowflakes were chillingly lethal beams of sword light. The snowfall sword technique. The gathered crowd immediately recognized the sword technique. Just recently, when Su Qinghong and his companions besieged Zhao Ling, Su Yuning had employed this very sword skill. However, the execution of this technique by Su Yuning was an entirely different concept compared to that of Su Xian. It was astonishingly swift. The wildly flickering snowflakes were too numerous and dense. An ordinary martial artist at the true martial 10th realm would likely be pierced into a beehive by these snowflakes in an instant. Yet, Zhao Ling had transcended to the sea transformation realm, which not only amplified his strength and speed exponentially, but also significantly enhanced his consciousness and perception. As he found himself enveloped in layers of snowflakes, he wielded his blade with lightning speed, dispersing the drifting snowflakes. Su Xian, you are mocking me. Use the snow-cutting style. Zhao Ling shouted fiercely. As you wish. Su Xian immediately altered his sword technique. Whoosh. A chilling sword shadow emerged instantaneously. The snow-cutting 9 styles, the most formidable move within the snowfall sword technique, unleashed 9 consecutive swords, each one faster than the last. However, when Su Xian executed the first sword of the snow-cutting style, its speed surpassed even the 9th sword previously used by Su Yuning. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Ling focused intently as he swung his battle blade. Despite the ever-accelerating sword shadows, he still managed to fend them all off with utmost effort. In the blink of an eye, he had deflected the 9th sword. Haha, Su Xian, your sword technique is nothing but mediocre. Zhao Ling laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly changed. What? After deflecting the 9th sword, an even faster and more ferocious 10th sword appeared. The spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, some even gasping in disbelief. The snow-cutting style was documented to contain only 9 swords in the manual, yet Su Xian had unleashed a 10th sword? Although startled and slightly flustered, Zhao Ling reacted swiftly, exerting himself to block the 10th sword. To his surprise, just as he managed to parry the 10th sword, the 11th sword emerged. This strike left Zhao Ling in a state of utter disarray. By the time the 12th sword arrived, Zhao Ling's scalp seemed to explode. He barely managed to withstand it. As for the 13th sword, he could only hastily position his battle blade before him, and was forcefully sent flying, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Then came the 14th sword. This was the most powerful strike Su Xian had derived from this sword technique at this stage. Zhao Ling had no time to defend against it. Whoosh! The icy sword edge sliced past Zhao Ling's face, taking with it a piece of flesh. He stood there dazed, feeling the chilling sensation on his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it and immediately felt the sticky warmth of blood. Clearly, a deep sword scar had appeared on his face, one far more profound than the other 13 scars he bore. It was evident that this scar would remain a permanent mark on his visage. Zhao Ling could no longer maintain his composure. Su Xian, I will kill you. I will kill you. A cacophony of hysterical howls and roars reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Zhao Ling's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, while veins bulged violently on his neck and forehead, accompanied by a surging mist of blood enveloping him. He had completely succumbed to madness. This was dire. The frenzied demon blade. The onlookers, formidable experts of the Transformation Sea realm, were taken aback by this alarming spectacle. The frenzied demon blade was a unique technique cultivated by Zhao Ling's father, Zhao Tianlei. This technique could plunge its user into a frenzied state, significantly amplifying their power for a brief period. However, the side effects were formidable. Zhao Tianlei, a master of the void-breaking realm, could exercise a modicum of control, retaining a shred of rationality. In contrast, Zhao Ling had only just broken through to the Transformation Sea realm. His willpower feeble. Once unleashed, he would surrender entirely to madness, battling his opponent until one of them perished. Zhao Tianlei had imparted this technique to Zhao Ling as a lethal ace, a means for him to fight desperately in life-and-death situations. Yet now, in his fury, Zhao Ling had unleashed it recklessly. Once this blade technique was invoked, it signified a fight to the death. Master, as the referee, Su Baihu observed Zhao Ling's invocation of the frenzied demon blade and immediately cast his gaze toward the stands, seeking Su Baichen's permission to intervene. Su Baichen furrowed his brow, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. Brother. Zhao Qing, witnessing Zhao Ling's complete descent into madness, grew anxious. Lord Longyuan, you must intervene and stop my brother. Longyuan, a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm within the guest faction, had been in command since Zhao Tianlei's departure to Tianshui City. Hold on. Longyuan waved his hand, his voice low and steady. Though the repercussions of the frenzied demon blade are severe, your brother will only need to recuperate in bed for half a month. It will not greatly affect his life or future prospects. Presently, your brother must wield the frenzied demon blade to contend with Su Xin and seize the sword order. If I intervene now, your brother will surely be defeated. Hearing this, Zhao Qing fell silent. Die, die, everyone must die. Zhao Ling, engulfed in madness, had lost all semblance of reason, yet his aura surged exponentially. Boom, boom, boom. As he advanced, he resembled a feral beast, emanating an overwhelming pressure as he lunged towards Su Xin. However, upon witnessing this, a smile crept upon Su Xin's lips. So, we have finally reached this point. It is time for this to conclude. On the battlefield, Su Xin gripped his long sword tightly, yet suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, he reopened them, and a terrifying murderous intent erupted forth. Swish! Su Xin struck with his sword. It appeared deceptively ordinary, yet at the moment the sword light manifested, the entire world seemed to dim, leaving only this singular beam of light to pierce the darkness. It was the sole glimmer in the night. This sword, in the stands. Su Baichen sat steadfast as a mountain, yet his eyes suddenly sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. It was none other than Yuan Qing, the esteemed head of the Red Dragon Tower, whose profound insight led him to rise in astonishment at the shimmering sword light. Both he and Su Baichen, the two formidable experts in the void-breaking realm present, immediately recognized that singular sword strike. Those who did not discern its identity could still perceive the overwhelming terror encapsulated within Su Xin's blade. A sense of dread washed over Long Yuan from the guest faction, who had just moments ago entertained the thought that Zhao Ling could contend with Su Xin using the frenzied devil blade. His expression shifted dramatically as he surged into the battlefield. Su Xin ceased. Su Baihu, too, was alarmed. He could sense the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Su Xin and instinctively attempted to intervene. Yet, it was too late. With a swift cut, the icy blade glided past Zhao Ling's neck, severing his head from his body in an instant. Zhao Ling's eyes remained bloodshot, filled with an unprecedented frenzy, and his body continued to lunge forward, still gripping his battle blade for a brief moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A guest who betrayed his master. One who even dared to covet his master's authority. Such a person deserves death. Su Xin's cold voice resonated throughout the training grounds. Zhao Tianlei's eldest son, the undisputed first genius of the younger generation from the guest faction, had broken through to the oceanic transformation realm. Yet he met his demise at the edge of Su Xin's sword. Chapter 15. I Come to Kill. The expansive martial arts arena had plunged into a profound silence. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the rolling head and the fallen corpse on the ground, their shock beyond the capacity of words to convey. That was Zhao Ling. Furthermore, he had already transcended to the oceanic transformation realm, even forcing out the frenzied devil blade, dramatically enhancing his power, yet he was still slain by Su Xin's sword. Zhao Ling is dead? After a brief pause, a wave of fervor erupted. Su Xin. Su Xin. Young master. The younger generation of the Su family had gone wild, reveling in jubilation, especially the youthful descendants. For the past 3 years, Zhao Ling's presence had loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. But now, that mountain had crumbled, swept away by Su Xin's blade. Moreover, Su Xin's final words echoed in their minds. A guest who betrays his master. One who even dares to covet his master's authority. Such a person deserves death. Indeed, over these 3 years, the guest faction had grown in strength, brazenly seizing resources and influence within the Su family. The younger members of the guest faction, with Zhao Ling's dominance, had ridden roughshod over the Su heirs, who, lacking any capable challengers, had suffered in silence, their frustrations mounting. But now, Zhao Ling had finally met his end. Well done. Zhao Ling deserved to die? The young descendants of the Su family glared at Zhao Ling's lifeless body, their teeth clenched in indignation. At that moment, Boldness surged within them. With a furious roar, Long Yuan manifested on the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent as he charged directly at Su Xian. Halt! The third elder, Su Baihu, swiftly intervened, blocking Long Yuan's path. What do you intend to do, Long Yuan? Su Baihu's gaze was like lightning, fixed intently on Long Yuan. Are you attempting to stop me, Su Baihu? Long Yuan's killing intent was palpable, his presence radiating an unrestrained ferocity. When Zhao Ling unleashed the frenzied demon blade, he hesitated to intervene, hoping Zhao Ling could vanquish Su Xian with it. However, he never anticipated that Su Xian would slay Zhao Ling with a single strike. Upon sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from Su Xian, he acted, yet it was too late to save Zhao Ling. This is the Su family's grand competition. The two are engaged in a fierce duel, and casualties are a risk inherent to such confrontations. Moreover, Zhao Ling has already resorted to the frenzied demon blade, indicating a fight to the death. Under these circumstances, Su Xian could not possibly hold back, a fact you should comprehend, Su Baihu asserted firmly. Hearing these words, Long Yuan, though infuriated, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The frenzied demon blade was indeed a desperate measure, a commitment to a fight to the bitter end. With Zhao Ling employing such a tactic against Su Xian, it was inevitable that Su Xian would not show mercy. Su Baihu, bear in mind, this is Zhao Ling, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Long Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet Su Xian remains the young master of the Su family, the sole heir of my elder brother. Su Baihu retorted directly. Long Yuan seethed in anger. At that moment, Su Baichun, who had been seated in the viewing area, finally rose. An aura of authority, characteristic of a formidable figure in the void-breaking realm, swept across the arena, restoring silence. Let it end here. Su Baichun's gaze was indifferent as he surveyed the scene. The outcome of this grand competition is a victory for Su Xian. Henceforth, the sword decree of the younger generation of the Su family shall be governed by Su Xian. Su Xian, your excessive force has resulted in Zhao Ling's demise. Although there were reasons for your actions, you shall still face punishment, a 10-day confinement as reprimand. Having spoken, Su Baichun disregarded the reactions of those present, exchanged a courteous nod with Yuan Qing, and then departed with a flourish of his sleeves. Long Yuan and the formidable figures from his faction, though filled with resentment at this verdict, dared not confront Su Baichun directly. Su Xian accepted the Su family sword decree from Su Baihu and prepared to leave. Brother! Zhao Qing, cradling Zhao Ling's lifeless body, wailed in despair, simultaneously shouting, Su Xian, you have slain my brother. My father will not let you go. He will surely kill you. I will be waiting. Then I shall await your arrival. Su Xian coldly replied, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Qing before turning away. As he navigated through the crowd, numerous Su family members regarded him with fervent admiration in their eyes. 3 years prior, the Su family had begun its decline due to him. Yet, in this battle today, he had preserved the dignity and pride of the Su family. His status as the young master of the Su family had regained its respect within the clan. In the viewing area, Yuan Qing, the chief of the Red Dragon Tower, also observed Su Xian, his expression betraying a hint of undeniable astonishment. The recent strike was undoubtedly precise. It must have been the shadow style from the Northern Song swordsmanship. Yuan Qing was still reminiscing about Su Xian's breathtaking final blow. It appears my earlier conjecture was not mistaken. He has indeed taken that step and grasped a hint of the profound. Yuan Qing pondered deeply. In martial arts, form is significant, yet intent is paramount. Regardless of the weapon one wields or the techniques one practices, initially, one is merely confined to the forms of the moves. However, it is the intent that serves as the true essence and soul of the weapon. For instance, when one wields a sword, demonstrating swordsmanship, possessing intent is akin to infusing thought into the technique, liberating it from rigid conventions. Upon reaching this stage, a qualitative leap occurs, marking a complete transcendence into an entirely new realm of swordsmanship. Previously, at the Jinwu Pavilion, Yuan Qing had suspected that Su Xian had crossed that threshold upon witnessing him conquer the 14th level. Now, observing Su Xian execute the Northern Song swordsmanship, Yuan Qing recognized that it is the most esteemed sword technique acknowledged by the Tianyin dynasty. Its origins are profound, yet the manual is not rare. Various prestigious families and factions within the Tianyin dynasty possess copies of this sword art, and naturally, the Su family is among them. However, despite possessing the manual. The threshold for cultivation is exceedingly high. The comprehension of even a sliver of intent is the minimum requirement for mastering this sword technique. Su Xian's ability to manifest the shadow style of the Northern Song's swordsmanship undeniably indicates his grasp of a fragment of intent. In the Tianyin dynasty, even among those at the Transformation Sea realm, including those who have reached its pinnacle, the ability to comprehend a hint of intent is regarded as a hallmark of extraordinary talent. Should they venture into the dragon-seeking tower, they could effortlessly surpass the first level, and with slightly elevated comprehension or other formidable techniques, they might even conquer the second level. Yet here is Su Xian, merely at the Jinwu realm, having comprehended a fragment of intent and capable of executing the shadow style. Truly astounding. Yuan Qing marveled. Not only is his talent and prowess formidable, but his temperament is equally remarkable. As the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing discerned immediately from the recent battle that Su Xian's intent from the very beginning was to eliminate Zhao Ling. However, he did not act impulsively. Rather, he gradually unveiled his capabilities, provoking Zhao Ling step by step until he was cornered, ultimately forcing Zhao Ling to resort to the frenzied demon blade. Once the frenzied demon blade was unleashed, Su Xian naturally struck down Zhao Ling. To have meticulously planned a murder without leaving his opponent even a shred of opportunity is indeed a chilling display of cunning. Yuan Qing smiled softly, lamenting that Su Xian remains in the Jinwu realm and has yet to break through to the Transformation Sea. Otherwise, he could have participated in this year's Imperial City Haunt. Alas, having missed this year's opportunity, he would have to wait another 5 years to partake. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian was met by a guard bearing an order from Su Baichun, requesting an audience with him. In the dimly lit study, despite it being daytime, only a few faint rays of light penetrated the gloom. Father. Su Xian stood respectfully, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He had returned to the Su family from the demon ceiling prison for half a month, and today was the first occasion his father had consented to see him. Su Baichun, with his back turned, was engrossed in painting a scroll, paying him no heed. Su Xian observed quietly, refraining from interruption. From a young age, he was aware of his father's passion for painting, often watching him create art. In his recollection, every piece his father crafted was imbued with an unparalleled sense of freedom, elegance, and defiance. However, today's artwork depicted a solitary eagle soaring through the sky, simultaneously surveying its prey below. This painting, while possessing an element of audacity, also conveyed a profound sense of loneliness and a ruthless intent towards its quarry. After a long moment, Su Baichun set down his brush and turned to gaze at Su Xian. Having endured 3 years of hardship, he appeared markedly more mature. Su Baichun scrutinized Su Xian's face for some time before a faint smile graced his lips. This smile, radiating affection, eased Su Xian's heart, prompting a smile to emerge on his own face. Please, take a seat, Su Baichun gestured. Su Xian complied. Regarding the events of 3 years ago, you have chosen not to speak, and I have refrained from inquiring. However, concerning today's matter, elucidate your reasons for wanting to eliminate Zhao Ling. Su Baichun regarded Su Xian with calm attention. Su Xian was not caught off guard. It was common knowledge within the Su family that Zhao Ling practiced the mad demon blade technique. In today's confrontation, Su Xian had deliberately cornered Zhao Ling, forcing him to resort to his formidable technique before ultimately slaying him. A moment's reflection revealed that he had intended from the outset to eliminate Zhao Ling. A mere retainer, dared to covet the authority of the Su family. He deserved to die, Su Xian asserted. And what comes next? Su Baichun inquired. 3 years ago, my family bore significant prejudice and resentment towards me, rendering this young master disregarded. Slaying Zhao Ling not only preserves the dignity of the Su family, but also serves as my opportunity to establish authority and regain respect and standing within the clan. Su Xian continued. Is there more? Su Baichun remained composed. I have heard that Zhao Tianlei has gone to Tianshui City to contend with the Grand Elder for the Su family's interests there, and he has reached a critical juncture. That interest is vital for the current state of the Su family. If Zhao Ling's death can incite Zhao Tianlei's wrath, compelling him to return to the Su family seeking vengeance, we may secure that interest, Su Xian explained. Upon hearing this, Su Baichun finally smiled. To consider a third point is commendable. However, you underestimate Zhao Tianlei. From my understanding, while Zhao Ling's demise will surely infuriate him, It will also intensify his determination to seize what belongs to the Su family. Thus, should this news reach his ears, he will likely choose to bide his time, waiting until he has secured that interest before returning to the family to exact his revenge. Zhao Tianlei can choose to endure even the death of his son? Su Exan furrowed his brow, then solemnly replied, "Father, forgive my candor, but the faction of retainers led by Zhao Tianlei is no longer an asset to the Su family. Rather, it has become a malignant growth. If we allow this corruption to fester, by the time it penetrates to the marrow, it may be too late for the Su family to reclaim its vitality." "I am aware of what you speak," Su Baichun responded. Su Baichun nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. The Su family has long since fallen from grace. The faction led by Zhao Tianlei is exceedingly powerful, and eradicating this malignant tumor is no simple task. First and foremost, we must eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, he has already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm a year ago. In the entire Su family, only my father possesses the capability to kill him. Yet, my father is currently unable to act. Unable to act? Su Xian's heart stirred. He had long speculated why his father had refrained from obliterating the faction led by Zhao Tianlei. Perhaps it was due to concerns over external forces, or perhaps he feared that such an action might weaken the overall strength of the Su family for some other reason. However, it now seemed otherwise. His father indeed wished to slay Zhao Tianlei, but was simply unable to intervene directly. Understanding this, Su Xian immediately stood up. "Father, I shall take it upon myself to slay Zhao Tianlei." Chapter 16. Divine Annihilation. You wish to kill him? Su Baichun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, nodding slightly. Your ability to comprehend a sliver of intent at such a young age in the true martial realm, along with your capacity to defeat Zhao Ling, does indeed display some talent. Given a few more years, you might very well be able to vanquish Zhao Tianlei. The question is, does our Su family have that much time left? Su Xian's expression grew grave. The crisis facing the Su family was not solely the malignant tumor represented by Zhao Tianlei. A far greater threat loomed from external forces, such as the Pang family, which resided in the same county, and the Sidu family, which had been covertly supporting the Pang family and continually suppressing the Su family through various means over the past 3 years. The Sidu family was one of the premier aristocratic families of the Tianyan dynasty, possessing a depth of strength that even surpassed the Su family in its prime. Were it not for the fear that the Su family's ancestors might have left behind some hidden trump card, the Sidu family would have likely eradicated the Su family long ago. Enough of that. You need not overthink matters. Just focus on your training, Su Baichun said gently. During today's competition, you defeated Zhao Ling right after he unleashed his frenzied blade. No matter how much Zhao Tianlei resents you, he will not dare to confront you openly. You must be cautious of his covert schemes. I will keep an eye on things as well, at the very least. Within the family, I will not allow him to find an opportunity to strike. Thank you, Father, Su Xian replied. All right, return and concentrate on your training. Su Baichun gestured dismissively. After Su Xian departed, a meaningful smile appeared on Su Baichun's face. This lad conceals himself quite well. He has clearly awakened his bloodline, yet chooses to say nothing? Su Baichun chuckled softly. The reason Su Xian succeeded in slaying Zhao Ling was not only due to his exceptional swordsmanship, but, more importantly, the power of his bloodline. This power is awakened within the body and remains subtle. At that moment on the training grounds, even the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing, could not directly perceive it. He merely believed Su Xian had some extraordinary means that provided him with remarkable explosive strength. After all, in the realm of martial arts, myriad opportunities abound. Certain unique techniques, rare treasures, or even peculiar external artifacts could elevate a martial artist's explosive power far beyond that of their peers. Only Su Baichun could discern that Su Xian relied on the power of his bloodline. The strength unleashed by a peak 9th realm cultivator surpassed that of a peak 10th realm practitioner in an instant, teetering on the threshold of the sea transformation realm. Such a bloodline must be at least of 2nd grade peak quality. It remained uncertain whether his bloodline had crossed into the realm of 1st grade. Su Baichun smiled faintly, yet suddenly. His brow furrowed, blood vessels appearing in his eyes, while the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously, etched with pain. Hastily, he retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, from which rolled forth a crimson pill, exuding a pungent and foul odor. After consuming the pill, Su Baichun's expression eased slightly. Exiting the study, Su Xian exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Upon returning to the family, he had not seen his father, which had left him anxious, wondering if his father harbored resentment towards him for the events of 3 years prior, and whether a rift had formed between them. However, their meeting today illuminated the truth. His father remained the same, caring figure who had always loved him, his affection simply unspoken. Indeed, what father in this world does not cherish his child? Regardless of the mistakes their offspring may commit, a father's reproach seldom transforms into resentment. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian instructed, Hong Shan, my father has requested that I remain in my room for 10 days. During this time, please deliver my meals punctually to my door. Yes, young master, Hong Shan replied obediently. Inside the room, Su Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating. Zhao Tianlei's cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage of void shattering, and his father believed it would take him several years to kill Zhao. Yet, what his father did not realize was that even in his current state, he might possess the strength to annihilate him. A fierce killing intent glimmered in Su Xian's eyes. Zhao Tianlei, I shall come for you. This declaration was not made lightly. Even now, after awakening his bloodline, he had acquired a bloodline inheritance technique and a forbidden art. The bloodline inheritance technique had not only transformed his meridians and enhanced the quality of his spiritual power, allowing him to unleash greater strength, but it also enabled a more harmonious fusion between his spiritual energy and the power of his bloodline. As for the forbidden art, throughout history, many bloodline awakeners had emerged in the eastern wilderness, and while numerous had been endowed with bloodline inheritance techniques, he had never heard of anyone receiving a forbidden technique. It must be unique to those of supreme bloodlines, yet he wondered about its effectiveness. With anticipation, Su Xian prepared to invoke the forbidden technique, divine annihilation. As the forbidden art was unleashed, the power of his bloodline within Su Xian surged forth. Both the energies he could command and those beyond his control igniting in a frenzy at a terrifying speed. His complexion flushed crimson, engulfed in excruciating pain, as if his entire being were being scorched by fierce flames. His body trembled uncontrollably, while, simultaneously, the burning power of his bloodline propelled his cultivation to new heights. Originally, he was merely at the pinnacle of the true martial 9th realm, but in an instant, he ascended to the zenith of the true martial 10th realm, subsequently breaking through the barrier of the sea transformation realm. Yet, even after reaching the sea transformation realm, this elevation showed no signs of abating. From the minor accomplishment in the sea transformation to the major accomplishment, it continued until he attained the perfection of the sea transformation, at which point it finally halted. At this moment, Su Xian still felt as though a fierce fire was igniting within him, yet the pain had dissipated, and his consciousness was remarkably lucid. Perfected sea transformation. Upon sensing his current cultivation, Su Xian could not contain his elation. From the true martial 9th realm, he had elevated to the perfection of the sea transformation, directly ascending several tiers. This was the power of the God Destruction forbidden technique. Moreover, Su Xian sensed that although he had relied on the burning of his bloodline's power to enhance his cultivation, it did not diminish the power that the bloodline conferred upon him. Now at the perfected sea transformation, supported by the ancestral techniques of his bloodline, his strength could already rival that of a peak sea transformation expert, and once he activated the bloodline power, his might would transcend into the realm of the void breaking. With this forbidden technique unleashed, his battle prowess was unequivocally at the level of the void breaking. Su Xian smiled. However, he was also aware that this forbidden technique could not be sustained for long. After sitting quietly to familiarize himself with the power of the perfected sea transformation, he patiently awaited the natural cessation of the technique. Before long, the God Destruction forbidden technique ceased its operation, and Su Xian had been meticulously calculating the time. From the moment he had invoked the forbidden technique until now, approximately 50 breaths had passed, after which the technique would autonomously come to a halt. Su Xian furrowed his brow. This was without engaging in combat, relying solely on the passage of time, if he were embroiled in a life-and-death battle. Employing his sword techniques and various methods would undoubtedly lead to greater consumption. The God Destruction forbidden technique would likely only last 30 breaths at most. 30 breaths felt rather brief. Yet Su Xian felt content, for this was an astonishing elevation of several tiers in power. The only complication was that once the forbidden technique ceased, he discovered his internal spiritual energy, including the bloodline power, had completely depleted, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Side effects? Su Xian sighed inwardly. Having long anticipated this, after an hour, his condition began to recover somewhat. Now, after employing the God Destruction Forbidden technique, he believed he could contend with Zhao Tianlei using his swordsmanship, but to slay him, Su Xian shook his head. Zhao Tianlei had already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Furthermore, the methods of void-breaking experts were extraordinary, even with the God Destruction Forbidden technique activated. In a one-on-one scenario, he had no assurance of defeating Zhao Tianlei, especially considering he only had 30 breaths of time. After that, he would succumb to weakness. This meant that if he could not eliminate Zhao Tianlei within those 30 breaths, it would be his own demise. However, Zhao Tianlei would require some time to return to his family, during which Su Xian could exert all his efforts to enhance his power and cultivation. For the next 10 days, Su Xian remained in his chamber, diligently secluding himself in meditation. Remarkably, on merely the third day of his seclusion, his cultivation ascended as he had anticipated, breaking through from the pinnacle of the true martial 9th realm to the true martial 10th realm. The elevation of this realm naturally strengthened his prowess. Soon, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. With a creak, Su Xian stepped out of his chamber, squinting against the glaring sunlight. Unable to suppress a yawn, "Young master," Hong Shan stood respectfully to the side. "During your seclusion these past 10 days, Miss Yuning and young master Su Ming both came to see you. Upon learning of your confinement, they departed. Additionally, Zhao Qing from the guest faction left the family on the very first day of your retreat, reportedly carrying Zhao Ling's remains to Tianshui City to seek out his father, Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Qing has taken Zhao Ling's body to Tianshui City?" Su Xian let out a cold smile. "Has Zhao Tianlei returned?" "No." Hong Shan shook his head. As expected, just as his father had mentioned. Su Xian sighed softly. Zhao Tianlei indeed had remarkable patience. "Hong Shan, accompany me for a stroll." "Yes." Hong Shan nodded. Within the Su family estate, Su Xian and Hong Shan ambled about leisurely. "Greetings, young master." "Cousin Su Xian. Has your seclusion ended, Su Xian?" As they walked, they encountered several maids, servants, and some young members of the Su family, including elders, all greeting Su Xian with smiles. Compared to the attitudes he faced over half a month ago upon his return to the Su family, the warmth was entirely different. This filled Su Xian with immense comfort. He had not felt the warmth of family for quite some time. Before long, he arrived at a martial arts arena, where numerous young members of the Su family gathered, honing their skills. Among them, he immediately spotted a strikingly graceful figure. "Hong Shan, let us hasten," Su Xian urged. Just as he intended to leave, a sharp voice rang out. "Su Xian, halt." Su Xian stiffened, turning awkwardly to face the speaker. "Ning, Sister Ning." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Among the Su family, the one he most dreaded encountering was indeed his cousin. Chapter 17. Can you return? In the training ground, Su Xian hung his head, standing obediently. "My dear cousin." Su Yuning circled around him, feigning a fierce demeanor, or should I say, "Mr. Jianyi, how well you have concealed your identity. How could I have overlooked it before?" Su Xian forced a smile. He knew that with his prowess displayed during the family competition, particularly his swordsmanship, his identity as Jian Yi could no longer be concealed. Su Yuning had previously sought his counsel on Jian Yi, and Su Xian's displayed swordsmanship undoubtedly surpassed the 13th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. "Ning Jia, I merely wish to keep my identity hidden." Su Xian could not help but reply. "Silence. Who permitted you to speak?" Su Yuning snapped, instantly silencing him. Following this, she unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Su Xian. He listened quietly, refraining from retorting, while several young members of the Su family nearby stifled their laughter. After a considerable time, Su Yuning finally finished her reprimand and approached Su Xian, gently patting his forehead. "Although you put on an act in front of me and lack a certain decorum, you did well by slaying Zhao Ling in the grand competition, avenging our Su family's younger generation." Su Xian grinned in response. "Enough of your pride. While it was gratifying to kill Zhao Ling, the ensuing troubles will not be trivial. His father, Zhao Tianlei, will undoubtedly seek retribution," Su Yuning added. "I am aware. Father has already advised me, and I shall exercise caution," Su Xian replied. "That is good to hear. With the family head present, Zhao Tianlei will not pose a significant threat." Su Yuning nodded slightly. However, she quickly leaned in closer. "Cousin, I have absorbed everything you said before at the Zhenwu Pavilion. During this time, my swordsmanship has improved considerably. Shall we engage in some sparring?" When facing a master like Jian-yi, Su Yuning naturally felt immense respect and trepidation, needing a great deal of courage to seek his guidance. Yet now, standing before her cousin Su Xian, who had been so close to her since childhood, she felt at ease. Certainly, Su Xian nodded, casually picking up a twig from the ground. Sister Ning, feel free to strike with all your might. You truly are audacious, Su Yuning remarked, gritting her teeth upon seeing him wield nothing but a twig. Yet, she understood that her cousin possessed such formidable strength. Soon, the two began their sparring. Clang. In a single exchange, Su Yuning's sword was knocked from her grasp by the twig. Is this how I am defeated? She exclaimed, bewildered. However, at Su Xian's gesture, she retrieved her sword and resumed the duel. Clang, clang, clang. Time and again, in mere exchanges, Su Yuning's sword was sent flying from her hand. This time, Su Xian did not wait for her to showcase all her skills as he had at the Jinwu Pavilion. Previously, he had allowed her to reveal her full capabilities to discern her true strength for guidance. Now, however, he was intimately familiar with her abilities and deemed it unnecessary to prolong the match. After several exchanges, they paused. Sister Ning, your swordsmanship has indeed improved somewhat. It is more composed and lacks unnecessary embellishments. However, your fundamental skills remain insufficient. You cannot even hold the sword steadily. Su Xian pointed out the flaws in Su Yuning's technique. Su Yuning nodded in quiet acknowledgement. She had noticed that despite Su Xian wielding a mere twig and exerting a similar force, her sword was consistently sent flying in their encounters. Meanwhile, the Su family youths observing the sparring on the training grounds were utterly astonished. A single twig could repeatedly disarm Sister Ning's sword? Remarkable. While her swordsmanship was already impressive, it appeared almost infantile in comparison to Su Xian's prowess. Brother Su Xian, you are exceptionally strong. Sister Ning has conquered the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, making her swordsmanship among the finest of the younger generation in the Su family. However, in the presence of Su Zin, Su Yuning appeared akin to an infant who had just learned to walk. The disparity was simply too great. Cousin, a somewhat apprehensive voice emerged from a young woman of the Su clan. My younger sister also wields a sword. Might you be willing to offer her some guidance? Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile, surveying those around him. All of you, if you wish to spar with me, feel free to step forward. Wonderful. The members of the Su clan were instantly filled with excitement. Cousin, a voice tinged with remorse interjected. Xiaoming. Su Xian turned to regard the newcomer. I apologize for my previous actions, Su Ming stated earnestly. Upon Su Xian's return to the Su family, he had stood before him, scolding him with a finger pointed at his nose. In subsequent encounters, he had shown Su Xian naught but disdain. Haha, we are brothers. There's no need for such formality. Su Xian chuckled, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. Besides, 3 years ago, I indeed wronged the family. Well, let us not dwell on the past. Xiaoming, will you not join me in this endeavor? Su Xian inquired. Certainly, Su Ming nodded vigorously. Thus, Su Xian began to engage in friendly sparring within the training grounds with the younger members of the Su clan. Though termed as sparring, it was more accurately a form of instruction. Nevertheless, Su Xian found immense joy in this guidance, as he could distinctly perceive the respect, admiration, and even reverence that these young clan members held for him, their older cousin. Over 3 years ago, as the foremost prodigy of the Su family, many young members had often sought his counsel, and he had been more than willing to oblige. This camaraderie felt heartwarming. It encapsulated the essence of family. After an hour of instruction, once Su Xian had grown weary, the young members finally allowed him to depart. Uncle, Su Xian approached his second uncle, Su Baihu, and bowed respectfully. Su Xian. Su Baihu regarded his nephew with a smile. What brings you here? Uncle, I would like to request your assistance in keeping an eye on Zhao Tianlai. Please inform me the moment he departs from Tianshui City, Su Xian stated. Certainly, Su Baihu replied. Though uncertain of Su Xian's intentions, he nodded in agreement. After bowing again, Su Xian turned to leave. In the following days, though most of Su Xian's time was devoted to his own cultivation, he still carved out moments to return to the training grounds and spar with the clan's youth. His standing among the Su clan's younger members had nearly reverted to that of 3 years prior, bolstered by the undeniable strength he exhibited. Thus, upon learning of Su Xian's frequent appearances at the training grounds, throngs of clan members gathered each day, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Even some of the clan's formidable experts who had reached the transformation into the sea realm took an interest. Whoosh! A shadow of a sword, seemingly ethereal, yet moving with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, collided directly with a long spear, then deftly glided along its shaft, striking the wrist of the spear wielder. Swish! The middle-aged man clad in gray felt a sharp, searing pain in his wrist, causing the spear to slip from his grasp, and he staggered back several paces. Impressive. Truly remarkable. The numerous young members of the Su family watching from the sidelines were captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Uncle Hang, I concede, Su Xian said with a smile, gazing at the middle-aged Su Bo Hang clad in gray, still holding a mere twig. The swordsmanship of the young master is indeed admirable. Su Bo Hang replied with a light chuckle. Beside him stood Su Qinghong, a youth wielding a sword who was previously regarded as the only contender capable of challenging Zhao Ling. At that moment, his eyes burned with fervor, filled with profound astonishment. Su Bo Hang, a top-tier expert who had long since reached the pinnacle of the Sea transformation stage, showcased remarkable skill. Yet, despite the absence of cultivation in this contest, purely a display of technique, Su Xian defeated him with nothing but a twig in a single exchange. The tumult within Su Qinghong's heart surged like a tidal wave. He was well aware of Su Xian's extraordinary swordsmanship, terrifying in its heights, but he had not anticipated it would reach such an astonishing level. What did it signify that a fully realized Sea transformation expert, wielding his utmost prowess, could be vanquished by a mere twig in a fleeting moment? Suppressing his shock, Su Qinghong seized the opportunity to step forward and spar with Su Xian. Over the past few days, Su Xian had consistently engaged in duels with the members of the Su family in this training ground, offering invaluable insights and guidance following their encounters. Such instruction from Su Xian was exceedingly rare. In just a few days, numerous disciples had significantly improved their skills under Su Xian's tutelage, and Su Qinghong had already benefited from his guidance thrice. Each time, after their sessions, he diligently reflected on the lessons, discovering enhancements in his swordsmanship. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After more than half an hour, the training ground remained bustling with Su family members. Suddenly, Su Baihu appeared on the periphery. Upon seeing Su Baihu's arrival, Su Xian felt a stirring within, ceasing his sparring to approach Su Baihu. I have just received news from Tianshui City, Su Baihu began. The Grand Elder has suffered defeat in his conflict with Zhao Tianlei, who now fully controls our family's assets in Tianshui City. After arranging everything, he is en route. He even prepared a coffin for Zhao Ling's remains, transported by cart, and he and his entourage are clad in mourning attire. According to the journey, he will return to the family in 3 days. 3 days, you say? Su Xian's gaze narrowed. Thank you, uncle. Do not worry too much. The Su family is ultimately governed by those of the Su surname, and with your elder brother present, Zhao Tianlei cannot harm you, Su Baihu reassured him. Indeed, Su Xian nodded slightly. However, at the moment he turned to leave, an unprecedented killing intent erupted in his eyes. Dressed in mourning and preparing a coffin, Zhao Tianlei. Do you intend to return to the Su family and pay tribute to Zhao Ling in front of all the family members? But will you truly make it back? Chapter 18. He must die within the courtyard. A thunderous roar erupted, as if a long-dormant volcano had finally erupted. Waves of sword shadows burst forth, brimming with unrestrained fury. Each strike was ferocious, wielding astonishing power. After a considerable time, the tempestuous sword shadows gradually subsided. In the courtyard, Su Xian stood at the center, exhaling softly. Truly, the North Song swordsmanship, renowned as the foremost sword technique of the Tianyan dynasty, was formidable. The Thunderfire scroll had taken me several days to comprehend, and I have barely scratched the surface, Su Xian murmured. The North Song swordsmanship comprises 3 scrolls: the Shadow, the Thunderfire, and the Mountain Sea. The Shadow scroll emphasizes speed. The Thunderfire scroll focuses on power, and the Mountain Sea scroll prioritizes defense. The synthesis of these 3 forms constitutes the premier swordsmanship of the Tianyan dynasty. Among these, the Shadow scroll possesses the lowest threshold, and after grasping a fragment of the sword intent, Su Xian swiftly mastered the first stance of the Shadow scroll. Recently, he had begun to delve into the Thunderfire scroll. Despite having only recently entered its realm, Su Xian was somewhat dissatisfied with his progress. Yet, for an ordinary person, this achievement would be nothing short of astonishing. In terms of accessibility, the Mountain Sea scroll is less challenging than the Thunderfire scroll, making it easier for Su Xian to comprehend. However, since the Mountain Sea Scroll is a defensive technique and he needed to employ forbidden arts to eliminate Zhao Tianlei within 30 breaths. He was compelled to unleash a relentless assault with all his might. Even at the threshold level, the power of the Thunderfire Scroll was undeniably terrifying. That night, Su Xian remained in his chamber, holding 2 exquisite spirit-gathering pills. Previously, he had acquired 20 of these exceptional pills at the Red Dragon Tower and had consumed 18, leaving only these final 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed both pills in one go, simultaneously activating his bloodline heritage technique to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As time passed, it soon became the night before Zhao Tianlei's return. With the operation of his bloodline heritage technique, the surging spiritual power within Su Xian reached a state of utmost saturation. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm. Opening his eyes, a spark of uncontainable elation shone within them. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly strived to elevate his cultivation and strength, consuming all the spirit-gathering pills. And finally, on this last night, he had achieved this remarkable height. At the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, once he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique, his cultivation could instantaneously soar to the peak of the sea transformation level. With the aid of his bloodline heritage technique and the power of his bloodline, in sheer strength, I would not be inferior to Zhao Tianlei, and perhaps even surpass him. In terms of skill, Zhao Tianlei's talent was rather mediocre. His breakthrough to the void-breaking realm was largely due to fortune, and his skills remained at the mid-level of that realm, likely enabling him to only penetrate the 14th level of the true martial pavilion. Conversely, having grasped a fragment of the sword intent, I could undoubtedly surpass the 15th level if I unleashed my full potential. I had also begun practicing the Shadow and Thunderfire scrolls of the North Song swordsmanship. With these 2 formidable techniques at my disposal, I possessed a 90% certainty of success in defeating him. Rising to his feet with clenched fists, a brilliant gleam sparkled in his eyes. The members of the Su family, his father Su Baichen, his second uncle Su Baihu, as well as Su Yuning and Su Qinghong, were all apprehensive that Zhao Tianlei might retaliate upon his return from Tianshui City. But who could fathom that he had never intended to allow Zhao Tianlei to return alive to the Su family? Tomorrow, Zhao Tianlei shall surely perish. In the moonlit night, Su Xian departed from the Su residence, solitary and resolute. The following day, at noon, the sky was shrouded in gloom. The journey from Tianshui City back to the county town necessitated traversing a particular official road, along which a slow-moving convoy was making its way. This convoy consisted of merely 2 horse-drawn carriages, one of which bore a jet-black coffin, surrounded by over a dozen mounted warriors clad in mourning attire. They were none other than Zhao Tianlei and his companions, hastening back to the Su family from Tianshui City. Inside the other carriage sat Zhao Tianlei alongside his surviving son, Zhao Qing. Father, in just 2 hours, we shall return to the Su family. Once we arrive, you must ensure that Su Xian is reduced to ashes, and his severed head displayed in my elder brother's memorial hall for 49 days as an offering. Zhao Qing proclaimed fiercely. Silence. Zhao Tianlei, also adorned in mourning garb, with a gaunt visage and piercing eagle-like eyes, emanated an aura of chilling sharpness. Despite enduring the grief of losing his son, he remained far more composed than Zhao Qing. I have told you before, once we return to the Su family, you may weep, you may rage, let your sorrow be known, and let your fury be loud. However, you must not show any disrespect towards Su Xian, nor utter a word calling for his death and vengeance for your brother. We must ensure that the entire Yongning County knows that it was the young master of the Su family who took my son's life, that their injustice preceded this tragedy. Zhao Tianlei's gaze was as venomous as a serpent, fixed upon Zhao Qing. As for Su Xian's audacity to slay my son, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death, but we must await the perfect moment to act. Do you understand? Yes. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and nodded. At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage interrupted. My lord, someone requests an audience. Zhao Tianlei drew back the carriage curtain and glanced outside, instructing them to come aboard. Soon, a figure cloaked in black ascended the carriage. Once the curtain was drawn, he lowered his hood, revealing a man who appeared to be in his 60s, his temples graying. Brother Tianlei, it has been months. I trust you have been well, the elder said, offering a slight bow before sighing. I have heard of your son's demise. Please accept my condolences. Condolences? What nonsense. My son may have died, but the Su family shall not find respite. I will ensure that every man, woman, and child of the Su family pays the price for my son's death." Zhao Tianlei's voice was icy. "Pang Shan, let us skip the pleasantries. You should have guessed the purpose of my invitation today, so I will be direct. Your family has been in clandestine communication with me, seeking to ally in the annihilation of the Su family. Previously, I found your conditions lacking in sincerity and did not acquiesce. However, I am now willing to agree. As you proposed, I shall take only 30% of the Su family's resources afterward, but I have one condition." "What condition?" the elder Pang Shan inquired eagerly. "Once the Su family is eradicated, I require a copy of their most esteemed martial arts manuals," Zhao Tianlei stated. "Manuals?" Pang Shan's face broke into a smile, and he readily acquiesced. "No problem." The two men reached an immediate accord. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who remained within the carriage, bore an expression of sheer astonishment. Having grasped the implications of their exchange, Pang Shan, the elder of the Pang family, had long been in clandestine communication with his father, plotting to join forces against the Su family. Initially, Pang's father deemed the terms proposed by the Pang family insufficient and hesitated to agree. However, following the untimely demise of his elder brother, Zhao Ling, he reluctantly acquiesced. "Brother Tianlei, with your alliance and our combined strength, the annihilation of the Su family is merely a matter of time. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the Su family was once a formidable force within the Tianyan dynasty. As the saying goes, a thin camel is still larger than a horse." Before Pang Shan could finish, Zhao Tianlei interjected, "I understand your concerns. The Pang family is primarily apprehensive about the existence of a formidable ancestor in the Nirvana realm who may have bequeathed the Su family an extraordinary trump card. However, I can assure you, there is none." "Oh, Brother Tianlei, what makes you so certain?" Pang Shan inquired. "Firstly, if that Nirvana ancestor had indeed left a significant card for the Su family, they would not have fallen into such a dire state in merely 3 years. Secondly, when the Su family first encountered their crisis, many powerful members, including several retainers who had not yet departed, discreetly inquired of Su Baichen, only to receive a negative response. This lack of assurance prompted those retainers, including several formidable beings of the Void Realm, to abandon the Su family, fully aware of its impending decline. Most importantly, during the Su family's tribulations, a powerful individual breached their defenses and seized a substantial portion of their resources, slaying numerous strong members, with even the family head, Su Baichen, nearly meeting his demise at this formidable opponent's hands. At that juncture, there was no evidence of the Su family producing any hidden cards. A powerful individual infiltrated the Su family and absconded with most of their resources, and even Su Baichen nearly perished. Pang Shan's heart stirred. The first 2 points made by Zhao Tianlei were already known to the Pang family, but the third revelation was a novel disclosure for Pang Shan. The incident transpired under the cover of night, and the assailants' overwhelming strength resulted in minimal commotion. Most of those aware of the event were subsequently killed by the assailant. Only a handful survived, and I am one of them, Zhao Tianlei recounted. "Is that so?" Pang Shan's eyes brightened. With numerous strong members lost and resources plundered, coupled with the family head's near-fatal encounter, it appeared they truly lacked any hidden cards. "Brother Tianlei, if that is the case, we may now deliberate on a suitable time to strike against the Su family. Still need to set a time?" Zhao Tianlei frowned. "You must be aware that the Pang family is covertly supported by the Sidu family. As we plan to confront the Su family, we must consult with the Sidu family, for they may send their own strong members to assist us, thus increasing our chances of success." "Agreed," Zhao Tianlei nodded slightly. Within the carriage, Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan were meticulously discussing the details of their impending assault on the Su family. Meanwhile, not far ahead on the official road, there lay an unnamed hill adjacent to the thoroughfare. Su Xian, clad in a form-fitting black garment and wielding a long sword, wore a conical hat that obscured his features. "At last, is the moment upon us?" Under the brim of his hat, Su Xian's eyes gleamed with an icy resolve, fixating on the caravan that had materialized at the edge of his vision. It was his inaugural experience of an ambush, and a flicker of anxiety coursed through him, compelling him to slightly relax his grip on the sword. Suddenly, Su Xian raised his gaze. The already dim sky had descended into utter darkness. Thunder roared with a deafening crack, and arcs of lightning seemed to flash before him, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded from the heavens. Raindrops pelted the ground, saturating the earth instantly. Rain had begun. Su Xian extended his palm, feeling the relentless assault of raindrops against his skin. Since the heavens had conspired in his favor, he decided to revel in the carnage amidst this deluge. With that thought, Su Xian leaped down from the hillside. Chapter 19. A rainy ambush on the official road. The caravan continued its journey. The weather had been fair just moments ago, yet now an unexpected deluge fell. Some of the trusted aides murmured complaints. Be cautious with the other carriage. Do not let the rain touch the coffin. Understood. Zhao Tianlei instructed before resuming a detailed conversation with Pang Shan. Brother Pang, if the Sidhu family truly sends formidable warriors, could your clan assist in introducing me? Zhao Tianlei inquired. Are you interested in the Sidhu family? Pang Shan glanced at Zhao Tianlei before nodding. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall facilitate an introduction. Although the Sidhu family holds lofty standards, you, Brother Tianlei, are at least a mid-stage void-breaking expert. Even within the Sidhu family, you would attain a certain standing. Thank you kindly. Zhao Tianlei felt a surge of joy within. At that moment, the carriage abruptly halted in the rain. What is happening? Zhao Tianlei frowned. Sir, someone is blocking our path ahead, a voice from outside the carriage reported. Zhao Tianlei slightly lifted the curtain, and even through the torrential rain, he discerned a figure in the center of the road, a man in black, wielding a sword, and donning a conical hat. Who dares to obstruct our passage? One of the aides on horseback advanced. May I inquire if the esteemed Zhao Tianlei is within the carriage? Came the somewhat hoarse voice from beneath the hat. You recognize my master? The aide questioned. I have been entrusted by young Master Zhao Ling to convey a message to Lord Zhao, the swordsman replied. Young Master Zhao Ling? The aide was taken aback. Could it be that Ling left words before his demise? Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed. However, the swordsman then smiled. Young Master Zhao Ling appeared to me in a dream, expressing his loneliness in the netherworld, wishing for Lord Zhao to accompany young Master Zhao Qing there, so that the family may reunite. Preposterous. The aide was immediately incensed. Within the carriage, Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened. What kind of lunatic had emerged? Silence him. With that, Zhao Tianlei drew the curtain down. On the official road, the aides prepared to take action, but Su Xian was evidently faster. Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and spiritual energy surged forth. Tenfold, true martial realm. As Su Xian made his move, the aides quickly discerned his cultivation level to be merely at the true martial stage, prompting them to scoff in derision. There truly are some who seek death. How dare a mere, true martial realm practitioner attempt to ambush us? They are unaware of their impending doom. Most of the loyal followers remained steadfast upon their steeds, showing no intention to engage, save for one confidant at the front, who leapt down to confront the threat. It is worth noting that Zhao Tianlei, the leader of the Su family's guest faction, possesses mid-level prowess within the void-breaking realm, and those who accompany him are equally formidable, with the weakest having attained the great completion of the sea transformation realm. The confidant now advancing is at the great completion stage. To eliminate a true martial realm opponent would be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, just as this confidant was about to engage the sword-wielding figure clad in black, an incantation was invoked, Divine Annihilation. Without warning, the aura emanating from the black-clad swordsman, previously at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, surged at an astonishing pace, ascending within a heartbeat to the peak of the sea transformation realm, nearly reaching its ultimate threshold. In a flash, a blade of light manifested, severing the confidant's body in twain. What? The confidants who had earlier scoffed were now gripped by terror. A true martial 10th realm practitioner, suddenly elevated to the peak of the sea transformation realm? What sorcery is this? This is dire. He has concealed his true strength. Attack together. In an instant, more than 10 figures dismounted from their horses. 13 in total, the weakest among them at the great completion of the sea transformation realm, alongside 4 at the perfected sea transformation and 1 formidable warrior at the peak of the sea transformation realm. They brandished their weapons, converging from multiple angles. Beneath the brim of his hat, Su Xian's gaze was icy and razor-sharp. Once the divine annihilation technique was unleashed, I had only 30 breaths to act. With no time to squander. Kill. With a low growl, the murderous intent surged skyward. Those 13 confidants, who had long served Zhao Tianlei, were well acquainted with one another, their coordination seamless. They collectively surrounded Su Xian, sealing off every avenue of escape. Were they confronting a typical peak sea transformation practitioner? It is likely that a mere glance would lead to annihilation. Yet, they faced Su Xian. A shimmering, nebulous sword shadow abruptly emerged. This ethereal blade, infused with an extraordinarily peculiar and uncanny power, an essence that Su Xian had comprehended, instantly imbued his sword with a soul, resulting in a qualitative transformation. In a heartbeat, this indistinct sword shadow mercilessly swept across the necks of the 13 assailants. So swift, the eyes of the 13 confidants widened in terror, some even gasping in disbelief. Despite their combined efforts to encircle their foe, they had not the time to unleash their techniques before meeting their demise. Simultaneously, 13 figures collapsed. After dispatching the 13 confidants, Su Xian directed a fierce stroke towards the carriage ahead. With a resounding whoosh, the piercing blade cleaved through, splitting both horse and carriage in two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures emerged from the wreckage of the shattered carriage, landing upon the adjacent official road. Zhao Tianlei stood resolutely before Zhao Qing, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless bodies of his loyal confidants sprawled on the ground, a flicker of uncontainable shock gleaming in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the combat prowess of his followers. Even a typical void-breaking realm expert would find it exceedingly challenging to annihilate them all in such a brief span of time. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had been unable to intervene, and now all his confidants lay slain. The assailant possessed the strength of the void-breaking realm, and astonishingly, there was more than one. At that moment, Su Xian's attention turned to the elder cloaked in black, who had also fallen onto the official road. This elder was evidently another formidable figure of the void-breaking realm, an unforeseen presence that Su Xian had not anticipated. Although he did not know the elder's identity, he resolved to eliminate anyone associated with Zhao Tianlei. With a flash of fierce intent in his gaze, Su Xian retrieved a command talisman from his waist. After infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, he cast it into the void before him. The talisman dissolved into the ether, yet it unleashed a peculiar force that rapidly enveloped the surrounding space. It was a restriction. Panic washed over Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan as they sensed the invisible power encircling them. It was a spatial restriction. Zhao Tianlei quickly comprehended the situation. In contrast to the true martial and oceanic transformation realms, a significant advantage of the void-breaking realm experts lay in their ability to traverse the air. To eliminate Zhao Tianlei, Su Xian aimed to curtail this variability, which is why he had previously sought out the Qilong Tower to procure a spatial restriction talisman from Yuan Qing. This talisman could temporarily prevent any void-breaking realm expert within a designated area from flying. In terms of value, this talisman surpassed the 20 top-tier spirit-gathering pills Su Xian had acquired earlier, yet it still fell within the bounds of his earthly authority. Tianlei, be cautious. This individual has prepared measures to restrict flight, indicating he is well prepared. We mustn't falter. Pang Shan's expression grew grave. Indeed, let us strike together. Zhao Tianlei responded with a solemn nod. Zhao Tianlei, today you shall meet your demise. Su Xian bellowed, his aura surging as he propelled himself forward, sword in hand. Humph. Zhao Tianlei's eyes narrowed, and a hefty broadsword materialized in his grip, weighing nearly 100 pounds. He wielded it with both hands, his movements reminiscent of thunder itself. The broadsword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of phantoms in its wake, the overwhelming might compressing the atmosphere and producing a series of deafening sonic booms. With the swiftness of thunder and fire, Su Xian retaliated, his sword cleaving forth, imbued with a profound intent. As he swung the sword, the power of his bloodline surged within him, awakened to its fullest potential. Even during his previous fierce battle with Zhao Ling, he had only managed to activate 70% of his bloodline power. Yet now, it surged to its zenith. In the eastern wilds, the unparalleled supreme bloodline had never been fully unleashed before, and now, he channeled this bloodline power to execute the most potent attack of the Baitsong sword technique, the Thunderfire Scroll. Boom! Su Xian's sword struck with the force of a colossal meteor, crashing fiercely against the broad blade, unleashing a terrifying power that caused both the hefty sword and Zhao Tianlei's grasp to tremble violently. A flicker of dread flashed in Zhao Tianlei's eyes, followed by a muffled grunt as he was forced to retreat rapidly, each step a heavy imprint on the ground, splattering rainwater and mud in all directions. After staggering back over 10 paces, he finally managed to steady himself. Just as Su Xian intended to pursue his advantage, a shadow clad in black appeared beside him like a wraith, a claw darting towards his throat with blinding speed. This was Pang Shan, seizing the moment to strike with ruthless cunning and astonishing swiftness. Seeking death, Su Xin retaliated with a casual flick of his sword, instantly unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that erupted in the air. Amidst the torrential rain, it seemed as if snowflakes began to fall. The snowfall sword technique, Snow Slash. Guided by an ethereal essence, these snowflakes moved with incredible velocity, not only repelling the incoming claw attack, but also enveloping Pang Shan entirely in their embrace. Pang Shan was engulfed in terror, feeling the overwhelming speed of the approaching sword shadows. They were astonishingly swift. He desperately attempted to fend off the onslaught, but each strike came faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword shadows had sliced through the air, and by the time the 11th descended upon him, he could no longer muster the strength to defend himself. With a chilling sound, the icy sword shadow pierced through his throat. The formidable expert of the void-breaking realm, Elder Pang Shan of the Pang family, was slain. Chapter 20. The decimation. How is this possible? Zhao Tianlei, who had just regained his footing, looked up to witness the horrifying spectacle of Su Xian's sword technique, annihilating Pang Shan in an instant. His mind was left in a daze. The opponent was merely at the peak of the sea transformation realm, yet in one encounter, he was overwhelmingly pushed back and wounded, while Pang Shan lay lifeless. Though Pang Shan was only in the early stages of the void-breaking realm, he was undoubtedly a genuine expert. To perish in a single exchange? What a terrifying sword technique. What incredible power. Zhao Tianlei's heart quaked, and without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Madness Blade. With a roar, a ferocious and violent aura surged forth, enveloping Zhao Tianlei in a mist of blood, his eyes turning crimson with madness. Unlike Zhao Ling, upon activating the Madness Blade, Zhao Tianlei's power surged even more, yet he maintained a thread of reason, avoiding complete descent into madness. Kill. Zhao Tianlei charged forward with his blade. Su Xin, seizing the momentum, swung his sword, infused with the might of thunder and fire, harmonizing his bloodline power with his spiritual energy, culminating in an explosive release. With a thunderous crack, the air seemed on the verge of shattering, causing Zhao Tianlei to stagger back 3 steps. Even after unleashing the Madness Blade, I'm still at an absolute disadvantage in a direct confrontation? Zhao Tianlei's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Yet, Su Xian's sword showed no sign of relent. Sword shadows erupted forth like a volcano suddenly erupting, like lightning striking from a clear sky. Swift, frenzied, with an overwhelming and terrifying power that could obliterate everything in its path. The relentless onslaught of strikes surged towards Zhao Tianlei. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, Zhao found himself struggling to withstand the horrifying shadows of the sword. His efforts becoming increasingly arduous, he was astounded by the sheer might of his opponent. The strength demonstrated surpassed his own, and the swordsmanship was leagues ahead. There was a profound essence within that technique, indeed, a hint of comprehension that Zhao had never grasped during his years as a mid-stage voidbreaker. Yet, this individual had managed to attain it and wield it flawlessly through his swordplay. At that moment, Zhao was left with no alternative but to exert his utmost efforts to fend off the terrifying sword shadows. Fortunately, he had once acquired a formidable defensive blade technique, which he had mastered, or else the situation would have been dire. The frenzied demon blade was more than just a technique. It was fundamentally a unique method of channeling power, plunging oneself into a transient state of madness that significantly amplified one's strength. In this frenzied state, Zhao could simultaneously employ his most adept defensive technique, allowing him to endure the tempestuous onslaught of Su Xian's fearsome sword strikes thus far. Yet, Su Xian continued to unleash his sword with relentless ferocity. The life-and-death struggle was starkly different from his previous solitary practice. Each stroke now flowed with unparalleled ease and exhilaration. Each strike was a manifestation of supreme power, an explosion of ultimate force. The might of his swordsmanship grew ever more astonishing, and Su Xian was completely immersed in this rapturous frenzy of assault. Suddenly, he executed another strike, which effortlessly summoned the wrath of thunder and fire. Mastery over the elemental forces could only be attained at a certain level. If Su Xian had previously struggled to invoke the Thunderfire role with mere glimpses of sword intent, achieving this new level of momentum marked a monumental transformation. Boom! The brilliance of the sword, imbued with boundless might, crashed forcefully against Zhao Tianlei's battle blade. However, this time no. Zhao Tianlei let out a desperate roar, the terrifying force instantly dislodging the great sword from his grasp, while the sword light continued to rain down upon him with crushing force. With a resounding thud, Zhao's chest erupted, his organs shattered in an instant. Am I going to die? A look of bewilderment lingered on Zhao Tianlei's face. Just moments ago, he had been discussing plans for vengeance against the Su family alongside Pang Shan, plotting how to retaliate for his son. He had aspirations for the Pang family to introduce him into the Situ clan. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his life was slipping away. Zhao Tianlei, do you know who I am? Su Xin returned to his original voice, lifting his hat slightly to reveal an exceptionally youthful and stern countenance. Though more than 3 years had passed, Zhao immediately recognized him upon seeing him again. Su Xin. Impossible. Zhao Tianlei's heart screamed in agony, yet his body had already succumbed to weakness and collapsed. In his final moments, he could scarcely believe that the one who had taken his life was none other than Su Xin, the very individual who had recently slain his son at the Su family's grand competition, and who possessed merely the cultivation of the true martial realm. How could he, a formidable mid-stage void-breaking expert, have met his demise at the hands of someone so seemingly insignificant? Father. Zhao Qing stood at the edge of the battlefield, helplessly witnessing his father's murder at the hands of a sinister figure clad in black robes and a conical hat. Particularly jarring was the moment the figure lifted his hat, revealing his face. Su Xin. In that instant, Zhao Qing felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, his mind rendered utterly blank. A chilling flash of sword light swept across his neck, and as his head was severed and sent flying, he remained in a state of shock, unresponsive even in death. With Zhao Qing's passing, the entire caravan, including Zhao Tianlei, his son, and the newly emerged elder, Pang Shan, was annihilated by Su Xin, 17 lives extinguished without leaving a single survivor. Having accomplished this grim task, Su Xin swiftly appropriated the valuable possessions from Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan before vanishing into the distance along the official road. The torrential rain continued to pour, transforming the once tranquil path into a veritable sea of blood. Half an hour later, Su Xin returned to the Su residence without a sound. In his chamber, he shed his garments and immersed himself in a large bathing tub. The consequences of employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique were far more taxing than he had anticipated, leaving him utterly exhausted. Only in the warm water did he find a semblance of comfort. I had underestimated Zhao Tianlei. The prowess of a void-breaking expert is indeed far more formidable than I had anticipated, Su Xin mused, reflecting on the experience of this assassination. He had initially believed that after utilizing the divine annihilation forbidden technique, eliminating Zhao Tianlei would be a trivial matter. Yet, to his shock, Zhao Tianlei had mastered a remarkably powerful defensive sword technique, which allowed him to barely withstand Su Xin's thunderfire roll for a brief period. Fortunately, during their confrontation, Su Xin had gleaned some insights from the thunderfire roll, reaching a new level of mastery. Otherwise, he might not have succeeded in slaying Zhao Tianlei within 30 breaths. With Zhao Tianlei's death, the faction of retainers was left leaderless, ensuring that the Su family would not face further upheaval from within. The internal strife had been resolved. Now, however, the external threat loomed large. The Pang family, along with the even more formidable Situ family behind them, presented a significant challenge. Su Xin's gaze sharpened with determination. He understood that while Zhao Tianlei had been relatively easy to dispatch, the Pang family and the more powerful Situ family would not be so easily dealt with. He would require time. The family would surely have received news of Zhao Tianlei's demise, and he could only imagine their shock. Su Xin chuckled softly. Yet no one would ever suspect him, for he was merely a practitioner of the true martial realm. Shortly after Su Xin returned to the Su residence, news of Zhao Tianlei and his party's corpses was discovered on the official road outside the city. The information rapidly spread to the county seat and reached the Su family, sending shockwaves throughout the entire household. Zhao Tianlei was dead. As Su Baichun was engrossed in his painting, the shocking news caused him to pause, pondering who could be responsible for such an act. Could it be the Pang family? Unlikely, as Pang Shan, a member of their clan, had also perished at the scene. It was evident that both victims had fallen to a singular, exceptionally skilled swordsman. Su Baichun's voice was grave as he discerned that the assailant was undoubtedly a formidable master of swordsmanship, likely at a level surpassing the void-breaking realm. A master swordsman of the void-breaking realm? Su Baichun furrowed his brow, a flurry of names racing through his mind, but each was swiftly dismissed, regardless of the perpetrator. This incident had inadvertently eliminated a significant threat to the Su family, a favor that would not be forgotten. A faint smile graced his lips. At the towering Red Dragon Tower, Yuanqing pondered the implications of the events. Within Yongning County, the number of individuals capable of slaying Zhao Tianlei was exceedingly few, particularly those adept in swordsmanship. Who could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Earlier that morning, the young lad from the Su family had come to acquire a void-sealing talisman, specifically designed to counteract masters of the void-breaking realm. Could it be possible? That young boy was merely at the true martial realm. How could he possibly have slain a master of the void-breaking realm? Yet, Yuanqing had long harbored suspicions that Su Xian's extraordinary swordsmanship was the result of guidance from a top-tier master. The death of Zhao Tianlei only reinforced his suspicions. In Yuanqing's estimation, Su Xian was undoubtedly backed by a formidable swordsman who, aware of Zhao Tianlei's intent to avenge his son, had instructed Su Xian to procure the talisman and then take matters into his own hands to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. Yes, it must be so, Yuanqing chuckled. In the Su family, the atmosphere was one of jubilation following Zhao Tianlei's demise, while Yuanqing of the Red Dragon Tower remained skeptical of Su Xian's benefactor. Meanwhile, the Pang family, another prominent clan in Yongning County, was engulfed in fury upon receiving the news. Preposterous. Their head, Pang Shaoqing, had initially hoped to ally with Zhao Tianlei to obliterate the Su family, only to find that their plans had backfired, resulting in the loss of Elder Pang Shan. In a fit of rage, Pang Shaoqing shattered the tea table before him. The Su family, how audacious! To think they had hidden such power. The loss of an elder was not the core of his concern. Rather, it was the concealed strength of the Su family that troubled him. If they could hide one master swordsman, could there be another lurking in the shadows? He immediately instructed his subordinates to contact the Sidu family, advising them to temporarily set aside their plans against the Su family and to deliberate further. The entirety of Yongning County was shaken by Zhao Tianlei's death. Yet, despite the upheaval, as Su Xian had anticipated, no one suspected him. Even Yuanqing, while speculating about his connections, could not fathom that the hand of the assassin was his own. Chapter 21. The Black Extension Gang. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, the faction of the guests has been utterly dismantled, and Zhao Tianlei's subordinates and confidants have been systematically eliminated. The Su family has completely shed its malignant influence. Su Xian has been diligently cultivating, relying on the ancestral bloodline techniques, and during this period, his internal spiritual power has amassed to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, standing on the threshold of the sea transformation realm, ready to break through at any moment. He frequently appears in the training arena, sparring with the scions of the Su family, including formidable warriors, subtly showcasing his prowess, which increasingly earns the respect of his peers. His standing as the young master of the Su family has only grown. On this day, he was once again in the training arena. Su Xian, Su Baihu arrived, accompanied by a man clad in purple robes. Second uncle, Su Xian greeted with a slight bow. This is Yi Luo, a guest of our Su family, Su Baihu introduced. Young master, the purple-clad man, Yi Luo, acknowledged. Despite the Su family's decline, they have managed to attract numerous guests, not all of whom are treacherous like Zhao Tianlei's supporters. Yi Luo, for instance, has remained steadfastly loyal to the Su family. Su Xian, a little over a month ago, you were at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, capable of directly slaying the formidable Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the sea transformation realm. Now, with your pinnacle cultivation at the 10th level, can your combat strength be compared to that of someone who has reached the great sea transformation? Su Baihu inquired. Su Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Su Baihu. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. It should be possible. Yi Luo, why don't you give it a try? Su Baihu commanded. Understood, Yi Luo replied, stepping forward to face Su Xian. Young master, please guide me. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Su Xian said with a light laugh, exuding unwavering confidence. Soon, the two engaged in combat. In an instant, to be precise, Su Xian only unleashed 3 strikes. The first sword forced Yi Luo to retreat in a flurry. The second sword sent Yi Luo's weapon flying from his grasp. The third sword rested upon Yi Luo's shoulder, marking a decisive victory. The disparity was stark. Currently, Su Xian's spiritual power, when fully unleashed, equated to that of a minor accomplishment in the sea transformation realm, with a slight enhancement of his bloodline strength. The explosive power he could manifest was sufficient to rival that of a major accomplishment in the sea transformation realm, making it exceedingly effortless to defeat an ordinary adversary of that level with his swordsmanship. The strength of the young master is truly admirable, Yi Luo conceded, genuinely impressed. He had only heard tales of Su Xian's extraordinary talent and ability to conquer foes beyond his level, but today he had witnessed it firsthand. Su Xian, in just over a month, your swordsmanship has progressed further, Su Baihu remarked, stepping forward with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the entire Su family can surpass your prowess. The strongest in the Su family is the head, Su Baichun. Yet his expertise does not lie in swordsmanship. Second uncle, your visit today is not merely to assess my strength, is it? Su Xian asked, gazing at Su Baihu. Of course not, Su Baihu chuckled, producing an envelope. There is a letter inside, take a look. Su Xian opened the envelope and quickly scanned its contents. Gang conflicts? He remarked, his expression turning peculiar. The letter was penned by Wan Chong, the leader of the Black Yin Gang. Over the years, the Black Yin Gang has shown considerable respect toward the Su family, consistently delivering tokens of homage annually. This time, facing adversity, Wan Chong has taken special care to present a substantial gift, seeking the Su family's assistance through the dispatch of formidable warriors. I have acquiesced to this request, Su Baihu remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Xian understood immediately. Although Yongning County is merely a single jurisdiction, it boasts numerous towns and a population of several million. Such a vast populace naturally gives rise to various factions and gangs, each occupying their designated territories. To maintain stability within these territories, a reliable patron is essential. As one of the two most powerful families in Yongning County, the Su family serves as a significant pillar of support. Consequently, many gangs send tributes to the Su family each year, and by accepting these offerings, the Su family tacitly acknowledges their existence, thereby ensuring their survival. Evidently, the Black Yin Gang's annual tributes to the Su family are substantial, and this time they have gone above and beyond. Wan Chong initially sought the aid of 2 peak-level warriors, yet I have ultimately decided to send you alongside Yi Luo, Su Baihu declared. With the demise of Zhao Tianlei, the threat posed by the guest faction has dissipated, and given your considerable strength, it is indeed time for you to broaden your horizons. Broaden my horizons? Su Xian's heart stirred, fully aware of the implications behind Su Baihu's words. Su Xian, do you wish to embark on this journey? Su Baihu inquired. I would be delighted to, Su Xian replied, albeit with a tinge of apprehension about Wan Chong's potential displeasure upon meeting him. While Wan Chong requested 2 peak-level warriors, Su Xian's cultivation, merely at the true martial realm's 10th level, belied the true extent of his prowess. Though the young master's cultivation may be modest, his strength far surpasses that of an average peak-level warrior. Should Wan Chong be fortunate enough to enlist the young master's aid, he would be exceedingly fortunate. How could he possibly harbor discontent? Yi Luo remarked coldly. Very well. After lunch, you two shall mount swift steeds and set forth. You should arrive in Donyang City, where the Black Yin Gang is situated, before nightfall, Su Baihu instructed. Shortly thereafter, Su Xian and Yi Luo commenced their journey. Donyang City, located in the western part of Yongning County, lies not far from the county seat. As night approached, Wan Chong, the leader of the Black Yin Gang, reclined in a chair, restlessly shifting his position, unable to find comfort. His visage was marred by worry. Once a mere bandit, he had clawed his way up from humble beginnings to become the leader of the Black Yin Gang in Donyang City, commanding thousands of followers and establishing himself as a local power. Despite the substantial financial tributes he was obliged to offer to various influential figures within Yongning County, the remaining profits afforded him a comfortable life. However, not long ago, another significant faction, the Lu Shui Gang, had emerged unexpectedly. The leader of the Lu Shui Gang, a former bandit chief, established a gang in the city with his followers, rapidly gaining strength. Within a mere 2 months, they had acquired the capability to rival the Black Yin Gang and possessed a greater number of formidable experts in their ranks. After several confrontations, the Black Yin Gang found itself at a distinct disadvantage, with only 2 of the original 4 Hall Masters remaining under his command. In a few days, the conflict between the Black Yin Gang and the Lu Shui Gang will reach its final stage, culminating in a decisive showdown. Regarding this battle, The leader of the Black Yin gang harbored no confidence in his own strength, prompting him to spare no expense in inviting the formidable warriors from the Su family. Leader! Leader! An urgent member of the gang rushed in, exclaiming, "The warriors from the Su family have arrived. Finally, they have come." Wanchong immediately rose, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Quickly, summon the strategist. Let us go greet them." Before long, a large group hastened to the entrance of their encampment. In addition to Wanchong and two hall masters, there was an elderly man with a goat-like beard, serving as the strategist of the Black Yin gang. From a distance, they spotted two figures standing at the entrance. "Wanchong, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed sir." Wanchong approached Yi Luo and promptly bowed in respect. "I am Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family. Wangong leader, this is your territory, and you are yourself a formidable figure of the great transformation stage. There is no need for such servility. Please, rise," Yi Luo replied. Only then did Wanchong lift his head, his gaze swiftly scanning Yi Luo, and a surge of joy welled up within him. Although Yi Luo had not yet displayed his prowess, Wanchong could still sense the subtle, yet overwhelming aura emanating from him, one that was undoubtedly on par with his own. Next, Wanchong turned his attention to the other individual beside Yi Luo. Wanchong's brow furrowed in confusion. This was not due to any other reason than the fact that the youth appeared exceedingly young. He looked to be no more than 20. How strong could he possibly be at such a tender age? "Esteemed Yi Luo, who might this be?" Wanchong inquired cautiously. "This is our young master from the Su family, the current wielder of the sword order among our young generation, Su Xian," Yi Luo replied. "Young master?" Wanchong was taken aback. The title alone signified an extraordinarily high status within the Su family. "I have heard that only the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family are deemed worthy to wield the sword order. If the young master commands such power, then surely..." Wanchong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. "Wangong leader, I understand your curiosity, but I regret to inform you that I have yet to reach the great transformation stage," Su Xian stated directly. "Yet to reach the great transformation stage?" Wanchong's expression shifted, a wave of dissatisfaction rising within him. "What? The young master of the Su family personally comes here, and you do not extend a warm welcome?" Yi Luo immediately rebuked. In his eyes, the identity and strength of their young master were unparalleled. The fact that Su Xian agreed to come here and lend his assistance to the Black Yin gang was already a tremendous honor. How dare Wanchong look down upon Su Xian's cultivation? "Of course not. I am deeply sorry." Wanchong quickly forced a smile. "I have already arranged a banquet to welcome the young master and esteemed Yi Luo. There is no need for a banquet. Just send some food to our room," Su Xian replied. "Yes, yes." Wanchong nodded repeatedly. "Su Laosan, quickly lead the two esteemed guests to their quarters." The man named Su Laosan immediately and respectfully escorted Su Xian and Yi Luo into the encampment. However, once Su Xian and Yi Luo departed, Wanchong's expression darkened ominously. Not long after, in a completely sealed chamber, Wanchong's fury erupted. "Damn it! Cursed Su family! Despite my previous reverence towards the Su family, I went so far as to prepare a substantial gift in hopes of persuading them to dispatch two formidable warriors of the sea transformation realm. Yet, to my dismay, they sent only one true sea transformation expert along with a mere scion of their family, who I deem utterly insignificant. How dare this so-called young master regard me and the life-and-death predicament of the Black Extension Gang as trifles?" Wanchong seethed with indignation. Unable to fathom how the Su family's young master, who had yet to attain the sea transformation stage, could possess any real power. He believed their decision to send this young master was merely for the sake of experience. However, to use the survival of the Black Extension Gang as a training exercise was entirely unacceptable. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances openly. He could only vent his frustrations in private. "Master, please calm your anger," the strategist with a goatee interjected soothingly. "Although the Su family could not fulfill our request for two sea transformation experts, at least one has arrived. Moreover, the identity of that young master holds weight. He may prove useful in critical moments. Additionally, while the rise of the Lu Shui gang has been swift, they lack a solid foundation. Unlike us, who have long established ties with the Su family and can summon their warriors in advance, the Lu Shui gang has no such connections. Thus, when the decisive battle arrives, the presence of this sea transformation expert from the Su family will undoubtedly enhance our chances of victory." Wanchong exhaled deeply. "Let us hope your words ring true. Meanwhile, At a location several miles away from the Black Extinction Gang's stronghold, the Lu Shui Gang's base awaited the arrival of the Su family's warriors. The handsome leader of the Lu Shui Gang, adorned in silver robes, displayed no surprise or tension upon learning of their arrival. According to intelligence reports, 2 individuals from the Su family had come. One was indeed a sea transformation expert, while the other was merely a young master whose cultivation level appeared to fall short of that realm. A single sea transformation expert dispatched? The silver-clad leader mused, shaking his head. It seems the Su family does not genuinely intend to support Wancheng. I had prepared for a grand affair, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. Since the outcome of this battle is all but certain, we should commence without delay. Inform the brothers to prepare for the decisive clash with the Black Extinction Gang in 3 days. Chapter 22. The street battle on the morning of the 3rd day. A broad street in the southern part of Danyang City lay silent, its shops shuttered. At both ends of the street, a throng of figures gathered densely. With the sound of a signaling arrow, the cry resounded, "Kill! Annihilate them!" A multitude surged into the street, colliding fiercely at its center. The long-anticipated confrontation between the Black Extinction Gang and the Lu Shui Gang had commenced. From the 2nd floor of a tavern on one side of the street, Su Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the chaos of the large-scale slaughter below. "My uncle sent me here to witness the world. This must be the scene he wanted me to behold," Su Xian murmured to himself. He had taken lives before, even clandestinely ambushing Zhao Tianlei's caravan. Thus he had some experience in such matters. However, the fierce clash between the 2 major factions, comprising over 1,000 individuals, was an unprecedented sight for him. Furthermore, many of these gang members were mere ruffians, employing a myriad of tactics. They utilized hidden arrows, lime, and toxic mists, among other means. Su Xian found himself witnessing a grand spectacle. Typically, confrontations among formidable warriors revolve around a contest of genuine strength, eschewing such underhanded tactics. Yet, despite their despicable nature, these methods could indeed prove fatal, even to those of the sea transformation realm, should they fall victim to the schemes of these lesser street thugs. Su Xian sighed inwardly. "Strategist, is it not claimed that your Black Yin Gang boasts thousands of members? Why, then, are fewer than 1,000 engaged in this decisive battle?" Su Xian inquired, casting a glance at the strategist of the Black Yin Gang behind him. "Indeed, young master, while our Black Yin Gang has many members, most are of little use. The true core strength consists of the 890 currently participating," the strategist replied. "Is that so?" Su Xian understood now. In terms of sheer numbers, the Black Yin Gang surpassed the Lu Shui Gang, yet the latter's upper echelon was evidently more formidable. As the conflict raged on, both factions had suffered significant losses. The street was awash with blood, and the senior experts from both sides had finally joined the fray. Wancheng, the leader of the Black Yin Gang, had reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and under his command were 2 hall masters, each at the early stages of the same realm. Conversely, the leader of the Lu Shui Gang, though also at the pinnacle, commanded 4 early-stage sea transformation experts, outnumbering the Black Yin Gang by 2. Thus, the struggle among the higher ranks had placed the Black Yin Gang at a disadvantage from the outset. "Yi Luo, you may proceed," Su Xian commanded. "Understood." Yi Luo nodded and promptly leaped from the 2nd floor, dashing into the battlefield. The arrival of a pinnacle expert of the sea transformation realm instantly shifted the tide of battle. As for Su Xian, he had no desire to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular figure. From his vantage point on the building, he surveyed the entire street, and in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, he noticed an individual leaning against the wall. This person, clad in tattered garments, with disheveled hair, appeared utterly destitute, resembling a living beggar. However, in his hand, he grasped a long knife that was clearly no ordinary weapon. While the 2 factions engaged in brutal combat, this beggar lay with his eyes closed, soundly asleep, indifferent to the carnage surrounding him, even as corpses fell at his feet. This individual was indeed intriguing. Su Xian sensed something peculiar about him, but chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, a booming laughter resonated throughout the street. "Haha, Wancheng, today, your Black Yin Gang shall be annihilated." Simultaneously, 3 formidable presences erupted from a corner of the street. 3 figures charged forth, ruthlessly slaying numerous members of the Black Yin Gang in their wake. In an instant, they had reached the center of the battlefield. 3 pinnacle sea transformation experts, The members of the Black Yin gang paled at the realization. It's the Pang family. How could you possibly have summoned the strength of the Pang family? Wanchong stared incredulously at the three formidable warriors from the Pang family who had appeared before him. What? Just because you invited the Su family? Does that mean my Lu Shui gang cannot extend an invitation to the Pang family? The leader of the Lu Shui gang scoffed repeatedly. He was well aware that the He Yin gang had operated in Donyang City for a considerable time and had established connections with the Su family early on. Nevertheless, he still dared to challenge the He Yin gang's position, which undoubtedly stemmed from a certain degree of confidence. Originating from the notorious bandit faction, the Heishan stronghold in Yongning County, he had been one of its chieftains. The Heishan stronghold had always relied on the Pang family for its survival, providing far more tribute to them than the He Yin gang offered to the Su family. However, not long ago, internal conflicts within the Heishan stronghold had led to its disbandment, prompting him to gather a band of brothers and establish the Lu Shui gang in Donyang City. Although the Heishan stronghold was no more, his ties with the Pang family remained intact. For this decisive battle, he had exhausted all his savings to secure the Pang family's promise to dispatch powerful reinforcements. To his dismay, the Pang family had sent 3 formidable warriors, and despair washed over Wanchong. The 3 warriors stood in the center of the battlefield, and among them, 2 bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Clearly a pair of twin brothers. Are they from the Su family? The twins fixed their gaze upon Yi Luo. Despite their formidable cultivation, they had no recollection of him, suggesting he was merely a guest and not a significant figure from the Su family. A pity indeed. The elder twin sighed and then commanded, "You assist gang leader Lu in dealing with the He Yin gang members. As for this warrior from the Su family, he is ours to handle." The other warrior from the Pang family, merely a guest, naturally obeyed the twins' orders and immediately charged towards Wanchong and the others. Do not waste time. Strike together and eliminate him. The twins, sharing an unspoken understanding, launched their attacks simultaneously. Clang! Upon their first encounter, Yi Luo's weapon trembled, and he was violently propelled backward. Struggling to regain his footing, he realized that each of them was slightly stronger than he was, and together, they left him with no chance to counter. Aware of his disadvantage, Yi Luo braced himself as the twins surged forward once more. At that moment, a brilliant sword shadow erupted into existence. Though there remained a certain distance between them, the moment the twins perceived the sword shadow, their expressions shifted dramatically. Retreat. Without hesitation, they withdrew. The sword shadow sliced through the air, striking the wall of a nearby shop and leaving a gash half a foot wide, a testament to its overwhelming power. What an astonishing force! The twins exchanged glances, both secretly alarmed by the crack that had appeared on the wall. They turned their attention forward, eager to discern the identity of the one who had unleashed such a powerful strike. Upon realization, they were stunned. Is that a true martial realm expert? That sword strike was executed by someone at the true martial realm? The brothers stood in a daze, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. The recent strike, in terms of power, was undoubtedly on par with any of the formidable experts of the Transformation Sea. Yet the young individual before them was undeniably still within the true martial realm. Young Master Yi Luo respectfully saluted the newcomer. Is everything all right? Su Xian inquired. Glancing at Yi Luo, he had previously preferred to remain within the confines of the inn, reluctant to intervene. But upon witnessing the emergence of 3 experts from the Pang family, he realized that he had no choice but to act. Go assist Wanchong, Su Xian instructed. Understood. Yi Luo, fully aware of Su Xian's exceptional prowess, did not hesitate, turning swiftly towards the battlefield, leaving Su Xian alone to confront the twin brothers of the Pang family. Young master? Upon hearing Yi Luo's address, the elder twin immediately remarked, not long ago, I heard that the young master of the Su family made a remarkable impression during the family competition, decisively slaying an expert of the Transformation Sea with his true martial cultivation, securing first place, and now commands the sword decree of the younger generation of the Su family. You must be he? Indeed, that is I, Su Xian confirmed without reservation. Excellent. The twin brothers simultaneously smiled. Their earlier disappointment at merely eliminating a Transformation Sea guest from the Su family dissipating at the prospect of confronting a young master. If we can slay you, the Su family will surely mourn for quite some time. To slay me, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength, Su Xian replied calmly. The twins exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they moved in unison. Like phantoms, they advanced towards Su Xian from either side, wielding slender swords that, while delicate, struck with remarkable speed. In an instant, two sword shadows lunged towards Su Xian's throat and heart. Unmoved as a mountain, Su Xian took a single step, his long sword sweeping forth, and an invisible aura surged upward, transforming the very essence of his being into a towering mountain. Clang, 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 clang. The twin brothers, attacking from both sides with fervent swordplay, found their efforts met with Su Xian's seemingly casual strikes, whether fierce thrusts or sweeping arcs, each infused with an extraordinarily elusive and feminine power, as if crashing waves effortlessly dismantling their onslaught. What is happening? What kind of power is this? The twins, in the midst of their frenzied assault, were filled with incredulity. They realized that their sword techniques, when clashing with Su Xian's blade, felt as if striking against a mass of cotton. The strength contained within Su Xian's sword was not particularly overwhelming, evidently weaker than their own. Yet, upon collision, an inexplicable portion of its might was mysteriously dissipated, allowing Su Xian to easily dismantle their attacks. Mountain and sea roll. This technique, a defensive sword art from the Northern Song sword technique, had become Su Xian's focus since his decisive defeat of Zhao Tianlei. Having reached a level of mastery with the Thunder Fire roll, he dedicated the past month to refining the mountain and sea roll. This technique allowed him to embody the essence of a mountain while wielding a sword like the sea, continuously channeling an unending aura that enabled him to significantly diminish the force behind his opponent's strikes. He himself did not need to unleash tremendous power, even now. Without activating his bloodline strength, he relied solely on a pure outburst of spiritual energy, which was only comparable to that of an average practitioner at the minor level of the sea transformation. Yet, throughout the encounter with the twin brothers, he had not moved a single step. In a corner of the street, a beggar who had been lying half reclined against the wall, fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze clear yet filled with awe as he beheld Su Xian demonstrating the mountain and sea roll. Such formidable defensive swordsmanship, as firm as mountains and as vast as oceans, unceasing and relentless. I wonder if my blade technique can break through his sword defense. The beggar instinctively tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the twin brothers had exhausted all their strength and skills. Yet they still could not compel Su Xian to budge. I shall no longer indulge you, Su Xian declared, no longer willing to waste time. A chilling murderous intent ignited within his eyes. Phantom shadow technique. In an instant, the surrounding ambience transformed. The moment Su Xian drew his sword, the bloodline power within him surged forth. Boom. The entire world seemed to dim, with only the brilliance of Su Xian's sword light piercing through the darkness, serving as the sole beacon in the night. Chapter 23. The Beggar Boy. Oh no. At the moment Su Xian unleashed the phantom shadow technique, a figure swiftly entered the battlefield from a distance. The hazy sword light was astonishingly swift. Fear flashed in the eyes of the twin brothers as they realized they were utterly unprepared to block this strike. Swoosh. The sword light first swept past the elder brother, severing his head cleanly. As the light continued towards the younger brother, a formidable surge of energy surged forth, colliding with the sword light and slightly altering its trajectory. The sword light tore through, and the entirety of the younger brother's arm was severed. Had that sudden force not intervened, it would have surely been his head. Another formidable opponent? Su Xian furrowed his brow, observing the figure that had appeared beside the brother with the severed arm. It was a balding middle-aged man clad in a long robe. From the aura of the energy he had just released, it was evident that he had achieved the pinnacle of the sea transformation. This time, the Lu Shui gang had paid a hefty price to enlist the help of the Pang family, and knowing that the Su family would also send someone, they had prepared to leave no survivors among the Su family members. Thus, the Pang family had dispatched not only 3 practitioners at the greater sea transformation level, but also one who had reached perfection in the sea transformation. The balding man who was secretly overseeing the situation. Damn it, I should have acted sooner. Pang Taiyun, the balding middle-aged man, gazed grimly at the twin brothers. One dead and one injured. He was well aware of their capabilities. When united, even a perfected sea transformation practitioner could hardly contend with them. Yet, Su Xian, though merely a true martial realm cultivator, possessed considerable strength and remarkable swordsmanship. However, he believed that Su Xian's techniques were purely defensive and felt reassured. never suspecting that Su Xin could drive them to such desperation with a single strike. He acted swiftly to render aid, managing to save only one person, who ultimately lost an arm, the young heir of the Su family. Pang Tianyun's eyes blazed with unquenchable killing intent as he fixed his gaze upon Su Xin. Despite his youth, Su Xin had the audacity to confront a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, a talent that, although the Pang family had lost one of their own at that level, was worth sacrificing for the life of such a genius. Kill me? You dare? Su Xin scoffed. Humph. Without further ado, Pang Taiyun brandished his weapons, two massive golden hammers. Each hammer weighed several hundred pounds, yet he wielded one in each hand with effortless ease. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded as the ground shattered beneath him, and Pang Taiyun appeared before Su Xin like a bolt of lightning, his hammers swirling like twin wheels of fire. 18 hammers of the mountain crash. Pang Taiyun's face flushed red as he unleashed his full power. Boom, boom, boom. The two golden hammers descended with ferocious might, each strike creating a deafening sound as they crushed the air. Yet, Su Xin remained undaunted. With the force of a thunderstorm, he unleashed his swordsmanship, erupting like a volcano, shaking the very heavens and earth. Like a heavenly thunderbolt, his strikes obliterated all in their path, stirring the cosmos with their formidable might. Once he reached this level of momentum, every swing of his sword contained an overwhelming force. The power of his bloodline surged within him, having only been slightly awakened when he had dispatched his twin brother, but now it erupted to 70%. Su Xin had long devised a strategy for harnessing his bloodline power. In ordinary battles, he would invoke 50%, against formidable foes, 70%. As for unleashing his full potential, he reserved that for critical confrontations. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light, crackling like thunder and flame, clashed violently with the descending hammers. Each collision produced a resounding roar, creating ripples in the surrounding space. The shockwaves from their clash caused nearby allies to bleed from their orifices in an instant. Boom, boom. After 18 successive collisions, Pang Taiyun's hammers faltered, and in the next moment, he was sent reeling backward by Su Xion's sword strike. A mere true martial realm cultivator, engaging in a head-on clash with my 18 hammers of the mountain crash, and yet I have been defeated? Pang Taiyun's face was a mask of disbelief. He had just proclaimed that he would trade Su Xion's life to compensate for the loss of the Pang family's Transformation C expert, yet now. Indeed, at this moment, a peculiar smile graced Su Xion's face. Although he was merely at the peak of the true martial 10th realm, by invoking 70% of his bloodline power through his inherited technique, his strength was comparable to that of a fully realized Transformation C expert. With his swordsmanship, a typical Transformation C adept was no match for him. In terms of sheer power, he was, in fact, slightly weaker than Pang Taiyun. When it comes to swordsmanship and skill, he far surpasses the formidable Pang Taiyun. Even in a direct confrontation, bolstered by the terrifying might of the Thunderfire Scroll, he harbors no fear. You just wanted to kill me? Su Xion's eyes gradually turned icy. Now let us see who shall slay whom. He intended to advance. With his prowess, the combination of the Thunderfire Scroll and the Shadow Technique could indeed leave Pang Taiyun utterly defeated. But at that moment, a voice thundered. You all have disturbed me. Suddenly, an incredibly resplendent flash of blade light erupted from a corner of the street. The blade's brilliance swept through the area, instantly enveloping a radius of several dozen meters. Within this space, where two major factions had been engaged in a fierce battle, the radiant light cleaved through the air, severing the forms of numerous combatants in an instant. In mere moments, apart from the master of the blade light, no one remained standing in that vicinity. Heavens! What is this? The once chaotic battlefield came to a complete standstill. The members of both factions, without receiving any command, ceased their actions. All eyes filled with terror and astonishment turned toward the corner from whence the blade light had emerged. Even Su Xian and Pang Taiyun could not help but glance over. There stood a beggar who had been leaning against the wall, now upright, his head lifted to reveal an extraordinarily youthful visage. Judging by appearance, he seemed not much older than Su Xian. This disheveled beggar boy rested a long knife upon his shoulder, grinning widely to expose a row of pristine teeth. Yet his smile sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding combatants. A master, a true master, a being 100-fold stronger than this bald-headed middle-aged man from the Pang family. Su Xian's gaze was sharp. He had noticed the beggar boy's peculiar presence long ago and felt something amiss. The dazzling flash of the blade that had just erupted sent tremors through him. Under the scrutiny of all, the beggar boy disregarded the ordinary members surrounding him and strode forward, approaching Su Xin and Pang Taiyun. "Hey, bald one," he remarked, casting a glance at Pang Taiyun. "You have attained the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, and so have I. Come now, unleash your strongest technique and strike at me." At this moment, the beggar boy revealed his own cultivation level, indeed at the sea transformation pinnacle, equivalent to Pang Taiyun. However, the aura of his spiritual power was significantly stronger, indicating that the technique he practiced must be exceptionally unique, allowing his spiritual energy to manifest a potency far beyond that of his peers. "Sir, you are neither from the Su family nor a member of the Black Flame Gang. We are not enemies. There is no need for conflict," Pang Taiyun attempted to reason, his courage wavering in the face of the beggar boy's earlier display. However, before he could finish, the beggar boy frowned and barked, "I told you to attack. Stop your prattling." With a grim expression, Pang Taiyun, realizing that there was no turning back, summoned his courage and prepared to strike. Boom! Pang Taiyun continued to wield his two crimson gold hammers with fervent force, relentlessly striking towards the beggar youth. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, the beggar youth furrowed his brow. Clumsy, tangible, yet insubstantial, such raw power was merely a facade of strength. He regarded the situation with disdain before unsheathing his blade. With a flourish, he executed a breathtaking strike. The gleam of his sword radiated like a delicate skiff traversing the void. In an instant, Pang Taiyun's hammers were cleaved asunder by the brilliance of the blade, bisecting him entirely before he could utter a single cry, his life extinguished in an instant. Useless. To be so feeble as to fall to a mere casual stroke, truly the epitome of incompetence. The beggar youth lamented. The onlookers from the surrounding factions, as well as the seasoned experts who had reached the ocean transformation realm, stood in utter astonishment. One strike, a mere casual stroke, had felled a fellow master of the same realm. The beggar youth's gaze drifted languidly towards Su Xin, who wore a grave expression, his heart brimming with trepidation. The beggar youth before him possessed an alarming strength, and more crucially, an audacity that knew no bounds. He was evidently not affiliated with either faction, having unwittingly become embroiled in this street skirmish. Yet he had effortlessly dispatched dozens of gang members, including Pang Taiyun, with whom he bore no grudge. Such reckless abandon, such utter disregard. He was nothing short of a madman. Su Xin had no doubt that the next target of the beggar youth's blade could very well be himself. "Do not be alarmed." As if sensing Su Xion's vigilance, the beggar youth grinned widely. "That bald-headed fool was simply too weak, a disappointment which compelled me to act. But you are different. Though your cultivation may be slightly lacking, your swordsmanship is remarkably refined. If I am not mistaken, what you just displayed was indeed the Northern Song swordsmanship, was it not?" Indeed, Su Xian nodded. While he felt apprehensive, he was not intimidated. The beggar youth was formidable. Yet if he truly intended to strike, Su Xian would not hesitate to unleash the divine annihilation technique, elevating his combat prowess to the void-shattering realm. At that point, the beggar youth would find himself contemplating his own survival at Su Xian's hands. Indeed, the foremost swordsmanship acknowledged by the Tianyin dynasty. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the beggar youth's eyes. "In my travels over the past 2 years across the 86 prefectures of the 9 provinces, I have encountered countless formidable warriors, including many skilled swordsmen. Yet, you are the first to wield the Northern Song swordsmanship. Come, display your art, and engage me in battle. Let us see whose technique prevails, your Northern Song swordsmanship or my blade technique. Rest assured, I shall calibrate my strength to match yours, and we shall compete in skill." The beggar youth expressed with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, a madman, Su Xin mused inwardly, traversing the world and challenging innumerable strong adversaries. He continuously sought to surpass himself and enhance his power through these encounters. This individual possesses an unwavering pursuit of strength, marked by a certain madness and intimidation. Thus, you may take your action. Su Xian's expression remained impassive. If it were truly a contest of power, unless he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he could never hope to match the beggar youth before him. However, should their strengths remain equal and the contest devolve into pure skill, Su Xian held no fear of him. "Haha, then do be cautious," the beggar youth laughed heartily. Taking a single step that bridged the distance of several meters in an instant, his long knife gripped tightly as he swung it forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing blade lights flared to life. Swift. It was an unparalleled speed. Many bystanders, including the few present at the sea transformation realm, could scarcely perceive the trajectory of the blade light. Su-Xian transformed into a mountain, his long sword imbued with an unending profundity, akin to the surging waves of the sea, sweeping forth in response. He too matched speed with speed. Regardless of the angles or the bizarre nature of the incoming blade lights, Su-Xian's sword deftly countered each strike. Clang, clang, clang. The onlookers were met with a cacophony of metallic clashes, ringing out over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Exhilarating, exhilarating. The beggar youth's eyes sparkled with fervor. Among the countless formidable foes he had encountered over the past 2 years, none had matched his speed with such ease or effortlessly neutralized his techniques, until now. I shall now fight earnestly. Do take care. With that, the beggar youth lunged forward. His long knife flashed in a blur, unleashing 3 strikes in rapid succession, resembling 3 streaks of light slicing through the air. Once again, Su-Xian employed the mountain and sea sword technique to defend, yet the moment his sword met the first blade light, he sensed an underlying power within it, at least double that of the previous strikes. The force he unleashed had not increased in measure. It was solely through his technique that the might had been augmented. Su-Xian marveled internally, yet even as the blade light's power intensified, he effortlessly parried it. The second and third strikes followed, each more potent than the last. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 exchanges, Su-Xian had not retreated a single step. Had he truly withstood that? The beggar youth furrowed his brow. The first strike alone had doubled in power, the second had tripled, and the third had quadrupled. Such a succession was insurmountable for an ordinary person, yet Su-Xian not only endured but appeared remarkably at ease. Truly, he is the foremost swordsman recognized by the Tianyan dynasty, and his comprehension of profundity likely surpasses my own, the beggar youth murmured, then spoke again. The Northern Song sword technique must surely encompass more than mere defensive maneuvers. Allow me to witness your offensive prowess. As you wish. Su-Xian's gaze sharpened. Boom. His sword style abruptly transformed, becoming feral and fervent. In an instant, the sword light surged forth like thunder and fire, a terrifying shadow of the blade descending upon the beggar youth. Ninefold waves. The beggar youth swiftly unleashed his sword technique. The two engaged in a frenzied clash. And after a brief moment, the beggar youth retreated, creating distance between them. Let this be the end, he declared with a smile. In terms of offensive capabilities, we are likely on par. However, your defensive swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable. Unless I resort to my most powerful secret technique, I cannot hope to breach your defenses. Your most powerful secret technique. Su-Xian's pupils contracted. Did this beggar youth possess a hidden trump card? My secret technique is quite peculiar. Once unleashed, I will be unable to control my own power, resulting in an overwhelming surge of strength. You, a true martial realm practitioner, no matter how exceptional your defensive swordsmanship, would likely be felled by a single strike from me under such a tremendous disparity of power. Perhaps it is best to forego that notion, the beggar youth explained. Upon hearing this, Su-Xian could only shrug in resignation. He indeed wished to witness the beggar youth's ultimate technique, but if the latter could not control his strength afterward, it was better to avoid it. What is your name? The beggar youth inquired. Su-Xian, he replied. I am Duan Yunfeng. Remember this name. Few are worthy of knowing it, the beggar youth stated with a grin, a claim grounded in truth. Over the past 2 years, he had traveled the world, engaging with countless ocean transformation realm practitioners, most of whom were at the peak of their powers. Yet among them, fewer than 5 had earned the privilege of learning his name. By sharing his name with Su-Xian, he acknowledged him, despite Su-Xian's lower cultivation level. Regrettably, your cultivation is still rather insufficient to meet the minimum threshold for the hunt. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to unleash my full strength against you in this year's Imperial City Hunt, Duan Yunfeng remarked. The Imperial City Hunt? Su-Xian's heart stirred. He had heard of the Tianyan dynasty's Imperial City Hunt, held once every 5 years. It was a grand event that gathered the most extraordinary talents from the 36 states and numerous counties across the Tianyan dynasty. For young cultivators, it represented an immensely coveted stage. To successfully navigate the rigorous preliminary selections and reach the hunt's arena was already a testament to one's exceptional prowess. A remarkable performance during the hunt would surely echo throughout the realm. Most importantly, those who reached the hunt's conclusion would be welcomed into the sacred grounds of the Tianyin Palace. The Tianyin Palace, established by the founding emperor of the Tianyin dynasty, has become a bastion of over 70% of the cultivation resources of the dynasty. It is a gathering place for countless top-tier experts, and only the most exceptional prodigies of the Tianyin dynasty can gain entry. It is, without a doubt, the place of dreams for all young aspirants. However, participation in the Imperial City Hunt is not granted lightly. The initial threshold requires one to possess cultivation at the Ocean Transformation realm or above. As of now, Su Xian was merely at the true martial realm, and with less than 3 months remaining until the preliminary selections for the hunt, it was evident that Duan Yunfeng did not believe Su Xian could advance to the Ocean Transformation realm within such a brief span. Even if by some stroke of luck he were to break through, I do not believe that Su Xian could pass the preliminary selection. Should the opportunity arise, I shall attend the Royal City Hunt and engage you in a fair battle, Su Xian declared earnestly. Haha, splendid. I shall await your arrival, Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Although he held little faith in Su Xian's ability to keep pace with the Royal City Hunt, he was acutely aware that a prodigy like Su Xian would inevitably rise to prominence one day, and their paths would surely cross again, perhaps even within the halls of Tianyin Palace. With a wave of his hand, Duan Yunfeng turned and departed. As he walked down the street, the members of the two rival factions parted to create a wide pathway, none daring to obstruct his passage. The Royal City Hunt was a coveted stage for all young individuals in the Tianyin dynasty, regardless of gender, where they could genuinely showcase their utmost prowess. I shall certainly attend. Su Xian clenched his fists, his gaze piercingly intense. The climactic battle between the Black Yin gang and the Lu Shui gang, although delayed somewhat by the appearance of the beggar youth Duan Yunfeng, ultimately reached a decisive conclusion. In this confrontation, the Lu Shui gang suffered a devastating defeat. A multitude of their members were slain, with a significant portion of their upper echelon also eliminated, leaving their gang leader gravely injured and fleeing. As for the 4 formidable warriors from the Pang family, the strongest among them, Pang Taiyun, was slain by Duan Yunfeng with a single stroke, while of the remaining 3, 2 met their end at Su Xian's hands. Only one of the twin brothers, who had lost an arm to Su Xian, managed to escape with his life. His survival was due to his quick wits. Upon witnessing Pang Taiyun's demise at Duan Yunfeng's hands, he immediately fled, while Su Xian was otherwise occupied in combat. At the entrance of the Black Yin gang's stronghold, young master, Lord Yi Luo, I have prepared a celebratory feast for you. Surely you can spare a moment to sit and enjoy a drink before departing? There is no need to rush, Wan Chong said with a sycophantic smile, his demeanor and expression betraying his lowly status, resembling more a servant than a gang leader. Indeed, he had humbled himself to an unprecedented degree, as Su Xian's display of strength in today's battle had utterly astounded him. It is worth noting that just 3 days prior, upon Su Xian's arrival, he had expressed dissatisfaction with the Su family and even harbored resentment towards Su Xian himself. Yet today, it was this very youth, previously deemed inconsequential and merely a true martial realm cultivator, who had saved his life. Had Su Xian not intervened, the Black Yin gang would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of the 4 from the Pang family, and the inevitable outcome would have seen the annihilation of the Black Yin gang and his own certain demise. Now he found himself relieved, grateful that the Su family had not heeded his request to send 2 formidable sea transformation experts, but rather dispatched this young master instead. Otherwise, 2 ordinary sea transformation experts would have stood no chance against the 4 from the Pang family. Wan Gong leader, we have matters to attend to, Su Xian said, already mounted on a swift steed. Very well, I shall not detain you further, Wan Chong replied with a smile, signaling to his strategist beside him. The strategist promptly approached, offering a thick stack of silver notes. Young master, a small token of appreciation, not a formal gift, Wan Chong stated. Oh, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, reflecting that Wan Chong, having risen from a common bandit to a gang leader, certainly possessed an astute sense of propriety. Su Xian did not refuse and accepted the banknotes without hesitation. He then departed Donyang City with Yi Luo. As they journeyed back to the Su family, the night deepened, and 2 swift steeds trotted slowly along the path. Su Xian's gaze remained fixed ahead, lost in thought. Young master, ever since we left Donyang City, you have appeared quite pensive. What occupies your mind? Yi Luo inquired. Yi Luo, did you not notice that man today? Su Xian replied, referring, of course, to Duan Yunfeng. Indeed, his prowess is formidable. Although he has only reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, I am certain that the majority of peak sea transformation experts would stand no chance against him, Yi Luo remarked solemnly. Fortunately, it is you, young master. Were it me, even in a mere contest of skill, I doubt I could withstand a single strike. Su Xian smiled and continued, what I refer to is not merely his strength, but rather his journey. According to his account, he has traveled the world over the past 2 years, traversing 86 prefectures across the 9 provinces, challenging countless formidable adversaries. While it may seem reckless, there is no doubt that he possesses the heart of a true warrior. He yearns for strength, relentlessly seeking to challenge the strongest. He paused, gazing upward at the starry sky. I have been contemplating whether, should the crisis of the Su family be entirely resolved, and I remain unburdened by concerns, I too would venture forth into the world as he does. The world is vast, and the Tianyan dynasty is merely one of many realms in the eastern wilderness. There are innumerable strong individuals. The battle with Duan Yunfeng ignited within Su Xian a profound sensation, an anticipation for the unknown and a longing for the myriad of powerful beings that inhabit this vast expanse. He too desires to grow stronger, to stand at the pinnacle of existence, engaging in combat with countless peak experts. Yet, alas, that is still a distant dream. For now, my foremost priority is to resolve my family's crisis, Su Xian mused with a gentle smile. Just then, Su Xian's eyes widened, revealing a hint of unmistakable delight. He promptly dismounted and sought a clear patch by the roadside, settling down in a meditative posture. Yi Luo, keep watch for me, and ensure that no one disturbs my concentration, Su Xian instructed. Understood, Yi Luo nodded and dismounted, quietly standing guard nearby. Meanwhile, Su Xian closed his eyes, allowing the surging spiritual energy within him to coalesce. Time passed. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight graced Su Xian's face, he finally opened his eyes. The sea transformation stage, he had arrived. Chapter 25. Astonishment. The sea transformation stage. Over 3 years ago, Su Xian had been on the verge of this level, but unfortunate events led to his imprisonment in the demon ceiling prison, delaying his progress for 3 years and causing a decline in his cultivation. Only now had he truly stepped into this realm. In the Tianyan dynasty, true martial experts are numerous, but only those who cross into the sea transformation can truly be considered masters. I have reached the minimum threshold for the royal city's hunting selection, Su Xian thought, his eyes sparkling with joy. He had long coveted the royal city hunt. Congratulations, young master. Yi Luo, who had been quietly guarding by his side, offered his heartfelt congratulations while secretly marveling at Su Xian's achievement. The young master of the Su family, even at the true martial realm, was capable of engaging in fierce combat with fully realized experts of the sea transformation stage, and even held the upper hand. Now that he has truly broken through to the sea transformation realm, how formidable must his strength be? Yi Luo, let us return, Su Xian said with a smile as he rose. Soon, the two remounted their swift steeds and headed back to the Su family. Simultaneously, within the grandeur of the Pang family estate in the county town, 2 middle-aged figures walked side by side toward the conference hall. Brother Ming, do you know why the family head summoned us today? One inquired. I do not know, but I suspect it is of great significance, replied the other. Both men were esteemed guests of the Pang family, having attained the broken void realm. Typically, the Pang family seldom required their direct intervention, but the simultaneous summons of both indicated that a grave matter had transpired. Upon entering the conference hall, they observed a considerable assembly of individuals. Besides the current family head, Pang Xiaoqing, and several elders, there was also a one-armed descendant of the Pang family seated among them. Mr. Meng, Mr. Chong, please take a seat, Pang Xiaoqing gestured slightly. The 2 guests offered a subtle bow and took their places beside the others. Once all were gathered, Pang Xiaoqing surveyed the assembly and spoke gravely. Those present are the most pivotal forces of the Pang family, the true pillars of our strength. The purpose of today's gathering is singular. He turned to the one-armed descendant. Qingyu, please share your account. With a pale complexion, Pang Qingyu stood up, steeling himself, esteemed elders, not long ago. The leader of the Lushui gang in Donyang City sought an audience with our Pang family. He began to recount the events that unfolded in Donyang City. However, He had only just begun when the elders erupted in disbelief. What did you say? The young master of the Sioux family, merely at the true martial realm, faced off against your two brothers, 1 against 2, and yet managed to slay your elder brother? Several elders of the Pang family leapt to their feet in shock. Even the 2 broken void realm guests looked at Pang Qingyu in astonishment. To confront an expert at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage while at the true martial realm, and emerge victorious by killing one of the brothers, was utterly unfathomable. But that is not all, Pang Qingyu continued solemnly. Su Xian's sword strike was terrifying. My elder brother and I had no time to react. My brother was slain on the spot, and had it not been for Uncle Tieyun's timely intervention, I fear I would have suffered far worse than merely losing an arm. He added, moreover, Uncle Taiyun later engaged him personally, yet they were evenly matched, with Uncle Taiyun barely holding his ground. How can this be? The assembled elders of the Pang family, including the 2 guests of Broken Void Realm, were rendered speechless. A true martial realm cultivator could directly confront a fully realized sea transformation expert and even gain the upper hand? Where did such a prodigy arise from? Had it not been for the undeniable evidence of Pang Qingyu's lost arm, they might have suspected him of fabricating this tale to evade responsibility. If this account were indeed true, family head, this Su Xian must not be allowed to live. Family head, we must act swiftly and eliminate this youth. If a true martial realm cultivator is this formidable, what will he become once he reaches the sea transformation stage? The elders of the Pang family spoke with an unmistakable urgency, their concern palpable. Please, take your seats. Pang Shaoqing raised his hand, gesturing for the elders to remain calm. Qingyu, please continue. Pang Qingyu recounted the sudden appearance of the beggar boy, who had mercilessly slain Pang Taiyun with a single strike. As for what transpired afterward, he had fled the scene when he sensed danger, and thus did not witness the confrontation between Su Xian and the beggar boy. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Pang family must be punished, an elder declared, his teeth clenched in rage. Pang Taiyun, a formidable practitioner at the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, was regarded as a core powerhouse within the Pang family, and his death naturally incited their wrath. I will certainly send someone to investigate the identity of Taiyun's killer, and if found, he shall be executed to avenge Taiyun. However, the pressing matter at hand remains Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. Pang Shaoqing's profound gaze shifted slightly, his deep voice resonating. I have received intelligence indicating that this young master of the Su family showcased remarkable strength and talent during this year's family competition. Moreover, the enigmatic figure known as Jian Yi, who recently ascended to the 14th level of the true martial pavilion, is likely none other than this Su Xian. Nevertheless, given that Su Xian had spent 3 years in the demon restraining prison, and his previous display of power was not excessively extraordinary, I did not pay him much heed. Yet now, it is evident that his talent and potential are far more formidable than I had anticipated. If he can already contend with peak Transformation Sea practitioners at the true martial realm, once he breaks through to the Transformation Sea realm, or if he is afforded more time to reach the pinnacle of that stage, could he not effortlessly vanquish those in the void-breaking realm? When he eventually reaches the void-breaking realm, I fear that even our combined efforts may not suffice to withstand him wielding a single sword. Furthermore, such an astonishing talent cannot possibly escape the attention of the Red Dragon Tower. In accordance with their previous practices, they may very well inform the Heavenly Flame Palace of his existence, thereby facilitating his special recruitment. The mention of the Heavenly Flame Palace sent a tremor through the hearts of the Pang elders present. The Heavenly Flame Palace, the most prestigious gathering of geniuses within the Heavenly Flame dynasty, was a revered sanctuary sought after by all young disciples. Access to the Heavenly Flame Palace is not solely contingent upon participating in the royal city haunts. If one possesses sufficient excellence and extraordinary potential, the palace will seek you out for special recruitment. Given Su Xian's displayed talent and potential, they harbored no doubt regarding his eligibility for such an invitation. Should Su Xian be indeed recruited into the Heavenly Flame Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly ascend to become a top-tier existence within the void-breaking realm. Furthermore, should he choose to serve the dynasty, he could wield significant power, likely attaining the status of a provincial governor, making it exceedingly easy for him to deal with the Pang family. We can temporarily set aside our conflict with the Su family. Our plans to annihilate the Su family are not urgent. However, the young master of the Su family, Su Xian, must be eliminated immediately, without delay. Pang Xiaoqing let out a low growl, his eyes glistening with a hint of red. I have summoned you all here today to deliberate on how we can ensure that Su Xin is completely eliminated in one decisive blow. Should we fail even once and arouse Su Xin and the Su family's vigilance, it will become exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity. How can we ensure Su Xin's demise in a single strike? The attendees exchanged glances, embarking upon a discussion. Firstly, given that Su Xin could contend directly with formidable experts at the peak of the Transformation Sea, it was clear that to guarantee his death, it would require the intervention of someone above the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea. As for the void-breaking realm, although the Su and Pang families had engaged in fierce conflicts over the years, both sides had exercised restraint, and most skirmishes at the void-breaking level did not result in direct action. After all, dispatching a void-breaking expert to assassinate a junior of the opposing family would undoubtedly lead to public scorn and ridicule, disregarding the individual's status. Moreover, such an act would undoubtedly drive the Su family into a frenzy, prompting them to retaliate with their own void-breaking experts to eliminate the Pang family's juniors, leading to catastrophic losses on both sides. Thus, an unspoken understanding had long been established, unless absolutely cornered or prepared for a final confrontation. Neither party would resort to such destructive measures. While Su Xin posed a significant threat to the Pang family, he had yet to compel them into a state of desperation. Patriarch, since we are pursuing a guaranteed kill, relying solely on the Pang family is unlikely to yield results unless a void-breaking expert intervenes. It would be more prudent to enlist the services of professional assassins, such as those from the Three Killers Pavilion, suggested an elder of the Pang family. The Three Killers Pavilion? Pang Xiaoqing's interest was piqued. It was widely recognized as the premier assassin organization within the Tianyin dynasty, with operations spanning the entire realm. It was rumored that the assassins within the Three Killers Pavilion had accomplished countless assassination missions, and there were few tasks they could not complete, even having targeted superlative experts of the Nirvana realm in the past. That will not do. Pang Xiaoqing shook his head. The Three Killers Pavilion is, in fact, covertly controlled by the dynasty, akin to the Red Dragon Pavilion, albeit with different operations. The Tianyin dynasty places immense value on talent. If we commission an assassination of Su Xin through the Three Killers Pavilion, they will undoubtedly conduct an exhaustive investigation into his talents and potential. Upon discovering his capabilities, they will likely refuse the task, and even if they do accept, the conditions they impose will be exorbitantly high. Several elders of the Pang family nodded in agreement. The fact that the Three Killers Pavilion was under the covert influence of the Tianyin dynasty was no longer a secret within the realm. Patriarch, if we are to send an assassin to eliminate Su Xin, I am reminded of an individual. One of the two retainers, Mr. Meng, stood up. He resides in our Yongning County on Baishan Island. That individual from Baishan Island? The elders of the Pang family were taken aback, having already surmised whom Mr. Meng was referring to. Indeed, in terms of assassination techniques, that individual can be regarded as the finest in Yongning County, and even ranks among the best within the entire Yunzhou territory. He was once an assassin for the Three Killers Pavilion, and it is said that he has successfully assassinated dozens of peak Transformation Sea experts. He has even targeted those of the void-breaking realm. Although he did not kill them, he inflicted severe injuries. Should he choose to strike, he would possess a confidence exceeding 90% in successfully eliminating Su Xin in one fell swoop. Pang Xiaoqing nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he was aware that the individual from Baishan Island possessed a rather peculiar temperament, making it a challenge to summon him. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Meng remarked with a smile. I have some acquaintance with the one from Baishan Island, and if I may say, he is somewhat indebted to me. If I approach him and the compensation offered meets his satisfaction, he should not refuse. Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Meng, Pang Xiaoqing replied, his eyes gleaming with hope. As for the compensation, let him state his demands, as long as he can ensure Su Xin's demise in one strike. The Pang family is willing to accept any price to rid ourselves of this impending threat. Not a problem, Mr. Meng chuckled, promptly setting off. 2 days later, in the deep of night, cloaked by the darkness, a figure resembling a specter scaled the walls and infiltrated the Su family residence. As it glided through the various chambers, it made not a sound, despite the brilliance of the lights illuminating the Su estate and the numerous guards patrolling the grounds. including several formidable warriors of the Transformation Sea realm covertly monitoring the vicinity. None perceived the presence of this shadowy figure. Following a meticulously prepared map of the Su household, it advanced toward the courtyard where Su Xian was situated. Though it was the dead of night, and the maidservants had long since retired, Su Xian remained in the courtyard, practicing his swordsmanship with his torso bare. The sword danced in his hands, akin to the undulating waves of the ocean, seemingly capable of encompassing all around it. It was evident that within just a few days, Su Xian's swordplay had significantly improved. Indeed, after breaking through to the Transformation Sea realm, both his swordsmanship and comprehension of the profound realms had become markedly more effortless. With a light laugh, Su Xian acknowledged the enhancement of his innate bloodline power, which had been further awakened by his recent breakthrough. Most importantly, this advancement had greatly amplified his perceptual abilities and self-awareness, allowing him to delve into sword techniques and grasp the essence of the profound realms with newfound clarity and ease. With a gentle exhale, Su Xian ceased his movements and naturally relaxed his form. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to return to his quarters for rest. However, just as he relaxed and turned, an unprecedented sense of dread suddenly enveloped his entire being, causing every pore on his body to stand on end. Chapter 26. Bloodshed in the dead of night. This sensation of alarm came without warning, entirely instinctive, a primal alert from his very bloodline to a looming peril. A ghostly figure had appeared behind him, shrouded in the darkness, a black flash imbued with lethal intent lunging straight for Su Xian's heart. An assassin. A flicker of terror crossed Su Xian's eyes. It was too swift, unbelievably so. There had been no forewarning. The individual had materialized behind him without even the faintest whisper of sound, as though they breathed not at all. Having just finished his sword practice, Su Xian had relaxed his entire body, making the timing of this attack impeccable. The assassin's strength was equally terrifying. In this precarious situation, even Su Xian could not entirely evade that ominous black light. The only solace was that he had broken through to the sea transformation realm, and due to his unique bloodline, his perception of impending danger far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, granting him a modicum of instinctual warning. In the face of life and death, Su Xian exerted every ounce of strength to twist his body, managing to shift a slight distance just as the black light was about to make contact with his skin. With a piercing sound, the frigid black light penetrated Su Xian's body, causing one side of his chest to explode, flesh and blood scattering, and a coppery taste filled his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated rapidly, disregarding the excruciating pain. Miraculously, he survived. Beneath the moonlight, a face veiled in allure lifted, icy eyes flashing with astonishment. With her formidable power, such a perfectly timed assassination should have ensured the demise of even a peak sea transformation expert, unless they were among the most elite who could traverse the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, this young scion of the Su family, merely at the initial stage of sea transformation, had somehow evaded immediate death. But he must die? An overwhelming killing intent erupted from the enchanting figure, and she instantly unleashed a terrifying speed, closing in on Su Xian before he could regain his footing. Swish, swish, swish. The cold black light flared once more, erupting with dreadful velocity as it relentlessly targeted Su Xian's throat. In that moment of confrontation, Su Xian finally discerned that the black light was, in fact, a chilling dagger. Mountain and sea roll, Su Xian bellowed, his sword swinging with force, immediately conjuring profound intent as if summoning the tumultuous sea. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resounding clashes echoed as the black light was deflected by Su Xian. He actually managed to block it. Without hesitation, the seductive figure turned to flee. As an assassin of formidable prowess, she understood all too well that once her deadly strike was revealed without achieving instant victory, she had forfeited her prime opportunity to eliminate him. Her earlier pursuit was predicated on the assumption that Su Xian, being merely at the initial stage of sea transformation and heavily injured, would be an easy target. Who would have thought he could effortlessly counter her with his swordsmanship? She felt no lingering attachment. One failed strike, and she would retreat immediately. However, can you truly escape? A fierce shout erupted from Su Xian. Buzz. A hazy sword light abruptly illuminated the surroundings. Dreamlike and ethereal, it felt like an illusion, yet was palpably real. Gliding weightlessly through the void, the Northern Song's sword technique, Phantom role, second form, shadow play. This is bad. The enchanting figure, intent on fleeing, turned pale, desperately swinging her dagger to intercept the incoming sword strike. Yet the elusive sword shadow eluded her grasp entirely. Swoosh! The sword light swept past, leaving a delicate wound upon her neck, and she fell, her form collapsing in defeat. The Northern Song sword technique comprises 3 roles: Thunderfire roll for direct confrontation, Mountain and Sea roll for defense, and Phantom roll, which emphasizes speed and is equally a lethal sword technique. The Phantom roll consists of 5 forms. The first being Dark Light, where upon the sword's emergence, it seems as if only a singular beam of light remains in the universe. The second technique is known as Shadow Manipulation, where the sword's phantom remains elusive and impossible to capture. This particular swordplay was a recent breakthrough for Su Xin, who had only just mastered it after reaching the Ocean Transformation realm. Upon its execution, he swiftly sealed the assassin's throat. Thud! After dispatching the assailant, Su Xin found himself unable to stand, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. A horrifying wound marred his chest, a gaping hole where flesh had been brutally torn apart. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, he managed to shift his body just enough to deflect the dagger's trajectory slightly, sparing his heart. Had he not, that strike would have surely been fatal. How perilous! I nearly lost my life. Su Xin was overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation. At that moment, whoosh! A figure hastily descended from the night sky, landing in the courtyard. It was Su Xin's father, Su Baichun. Su Baichun, the foremost warrior of the Su clan, had not detected the assassin's intrusion beforehand, but he sensed the danger the moment the assassin engaged with Su Xin. Rushing over at once, upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground and Su Xin's grievous state, he immediately grasped the situation. Quick, take this pill. Su Baichun crouched down and hurriedly retrieved a white elixir from his sleeve, urging Su Xin to consume it. After swallowing the pill, an extraordinary force surged within Su Xin, and his pallor improved slightly. Meanwhile, Su Baichun began to examine Su Xin's injuries. Fortunately, the blade had merely penetrated his flesh, avoiding vital organs, and most importantly, it bore no poison. Su Baichun let out a sigh of relief. Poison? Su Xin gasped in shock. Indeed, the dagger had pierced his body directly. Had it been laced with deadly toxins, his fate would have been dire. Your injuries are not severe. After taking the elixir, rest for a few days, and you shall recover, Su Baichun reassured, rising to his feet while casting his gaze toward the corpse nearby. He removed the veil, revealing the assassin's visage. To Su Xin's astonishment, it was a woman, one of remarkable allure and striking beauty. It is she, the foremost assassin of Yongning Prefecture, Shadow Enchantress. Su Baichun recognized her immediately. It was said that Shadow Enchantress had an eccentric temperament. Ever since leaving the Three Killers Tower, she had resided on Baishan Island, rarely interacting with the outside world, and had only made a handful of strikes over the years. Yet, she had chosen to assassinate you this time. Su Baichun was profoundly shaken. The first reason was the audacity of Shadow Enchantress in attempting to kill Su Xin. However, what truly astonished him was that not only had Su Xin survived her assassination attempt, but he had also managed to slay her. Shadow Enchantress was an authentic peak practitioner of the Ocean Transformation realm, having successfully assassinated numerous others of the same caliber, including even those at the void-breaking level. Yet here was Su Xin, a novice in the Ocean Transformation realm, who had killed her. What kind of strength must he possess? This young man. Is his awakened bloodline truly of the first tier? Or is it something even greater, a divine bloodline? Su Baichun gazed at Su Xin, who was recuperating from his injuries, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could only dare to contemplate the divine bloodline, while the supreme bloodline, which had never existed in the entirety of the eastern wilderness, belonged solely to legend. He could not fathom such a level. At that moment, having sensed the commotion, the Grand Elder Su Bo-yong, who had returned from Tianshui City, along with several formidable practitioners from the Su family, hastened towards the scene. What is this? Su Bo-yong inquired, observing the corpse of the alluring figure, instantly recognizing from the wounds that she had been slain by a sword. He immediately understood that it was Su Xin who had dispatched the alluring figure. Grand Elder, have someone dispose of this body at once. Ensuring that her wounds are not seen, Su Baichun commanded. Understood, Su Bo-yong nodded in agreement. Soon after, arrangements were made for the body's discreet removal. aTeenager, you shall move to the Bihue courtyard tomorrow morning, Su Baichen declared. The Bihue courtyard? Su aTeenager's heart stirred. The Bihue courtyard, adjacent to the residence of Su Baichen, clearly indicated that his father was concerned about the possibility of further assassins attempting to take his life. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the Su family, all the senior members had gathered, having learned of the assassination attempt on Su aTeenager. Patriarch, we cannot treat this matter as if nothing has occurred. We must respond in kind. The irascible second elder Su Taitong was the first to speak. Indeed, we must viciously retaliate against them. Although they had no concrete evidence, it was evident to all in Yongning County who had sent the alluring figure. The elders and senior members of the Su family unanimously agreed they would exact a fierce revenge upon the Pang family. After all, this had transpired within the very confines of the Su family estate, where the young master of the Su family, the current wielder of the sword command, had been attacked. If the Su family were to endure this in silence, they would become the laughingstock of the world, and anyone would dare to send assassins to the Su family in the future. Furthermore, it would dishearten their own kin. The Su family acted swiftly. By the break of dawn the next day, their retaliation against the Pang family had already commenced. This response encompassed various aspects: a strike against their enterprises, a clash of interests, and most importantly, fierce battles between the formidable practitioners of both families. The Su and Pang families were the two most powerful clans in Yongning County. While the Pang family held a slight edge in elite combat strength, they could not match the Su family in terms of heritage. The conflict between these two strongest families ignited a storm throughout Yongning County. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Within the Su family estate, second elder. Greetings, second elder. The second elder, Su Taitong, walked with his hands clasped behind his back, and the younger members of the Su family bowed in respect, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Have you heard? Just yesterday, during a skirmish with the Pang family in the southern part of the city, our Su family was initially at a disadvantage. However, upon the arrival of the second elder, the tide was turned, and with a thunderous display of power, he decimated that elder from the Pang family, who had reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea level. That is the pinnacle of the transformation sea, just a step below the void-breaking realm. Yet the second elder, at the same pinnacle, was able to slay that elder in a one-on-one confrontation. In recent days, the Pang family has suffered the loss of nearly 10 formidable experts in the sea transformation realm at the hands of the second elder. Just 2 days prior, the second elder himself had taken action, eliminating 2 fully realized sea transformation practitioners from the Pang family. Young members of the Su family, including several maidservants and attendants, have been quietly discussing the ongoing conflict. The battle between the Su and Pang families is fraught with caution, without the intervention of any void-breaking realm experts. The pinnacle of the sea transformation realm represents the utmost strength on both sides. The Su family possesses only a handful of such peak practitioners, with Su Taitong, the second elder, being the most powerful among them. Consequently, in the skirmishes against the Pang family, Su Taitong has taken the lead, personally engaging in combat to vanquish Pang family experts. In just a few days, many from the Pang family have fallen to his prowess. In terms of casualties, the losses inflicted upon the Pang family over the past 7 days far exceed those of the Su family, including the death of a peak sea transformation expert. At this juncture, another individual appeared before the second elder. Su aTeenager. Su Taitong finally halted his movements, scrutinizing the newcomer. Is your injury healed? I am nearly recovered. Su aTeenager replied with a faint smile. Previously, he had sustained a grievous wound from an assassin's dagger, a blow that would have left an ordinary person bedridden for at least half a month. However, perhaps due to the strength of his bloodline, his recovery capabilities far surpassed that of an average individual. In merely 3 days, he was already able to rise and walk. Over the course of 7 days, his condition had fully returned to its peak. Second elder, I have heard that our family has been engaged in combat with the Pang family's experts these past few days. If possible, I wish to participate in the battle, Su aTeenager expressed earnestly. You? Foolish. Su Taitong frowned and immediately reprimanded him. Su aTeenager, you should understand that this conflict with the Pang family originated from you. The Pang family resorted to great lengths, employing assassins to eliminate you precisely because they recognized your talent and potential. Alas, they failed. At this moment, your priority should be to enhance your cultivation and strengthen your abilities. The Pang family would relish the opportunity for you to rush out and engage with them, as it would provide them a chance to eliminate you. If you aspire to fight for our family, to confront the Pang family's powerful warriors, you may. However, only when you have sufficiently elevated your strength, achieving the late stages of sea transformation, and can fearlessly contend with their peak experts, perhaps even possess some means of self-preservation against void-breaking realm practitioners, should you approach me again. Su Taitong's admonition left Su Xin with a bitter smile. He recognized the wisdom in Su Taitong's words. Yet he could not simply divulge that he already possessed such strength. Even if he did, Su Taitong would likely remain skeptical. After all, the death of the assassin, Mei Ying, had only been witnessed by Su Baichun and the eldest elder, Su Boyong, who knew he was responsible. The others believed it was Su Baichun's doing. At that moment, Su Taitong stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Su Xin's shoulder, and solemnly stated, Su Xin, remember, you are the hope of the Su family. It is only when all of us old guards have perished that it will be your generation's turn to fight for the family. Having spoken, Su Taitong departed directly. Su Xin remained standing there, contemplating. The second elder was correct. I bear the hopes of the Su family's resurgence upon my shoulders. My vision must extend beyond the immediate. Engaging in combat with the formidable members of the Pang family, even if I were to display my prowess and eliminate several of their strong, would not significantly impact the Pang family's foundation. Su Xin pondered. The true essence of the Pang family lies within their transcendent experts. Unless I can vanquish the transcendent realm warriors, merely defeating some at the oceanic realm cannot shake the very roots of the Pang family. Thus, I shall proceed there. Su Xin clenched his palm tightly. The Red Dragon Tower, towering black edifices, one of which, the true martial pavilion, was beset with throngs of true martial realm warriors, with many entering its halls to test their mettle. Conversely, the other imposing black tower, the dragon-seeking tower, was seldom approached. A young figure clad in black, donning a wide-brimmed hat and wielding a sharp sword, arrived at the front of the dragon-seeking tower. I aim to challenge the dragon-seeking tower. Chapter 27. The first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Unlike the true martial pavilion, which focuses solely on technique, the dragon-seeking tower assesses overall combat prowess. The tower comprises 3 levels, and only those at the pinnacle of the oceanic realm, the true elite, can hope to ascend the first level. It is precisely for this reason that few dare to attempt the challenge. After all, within Yongning County, individuals who reach the pinnacle of the oceanic realm are scarce, and those worthy of confronting the dragon-seeking tower are even rarer. Most who attempt to breach its threshold at this level are met with defeat. Yet today, Su Xin, only at the minor completion of the oceanic realm, has entered the dragon-seeking tower. The first level is an expansive open space, and at the forefront, a man in gray approached slowly. Does he possess confidence, or is he merely ignorant, to challenge the dragon-seeking tower at his level? The gray-clad man scrutinized Su Xin, instantly discerning his cultivation level. Whether ignorance or confidence, the elder shall discover through trial. Su Xin had already drawn his sword. Although he had never ventured into the dragon-seeking tower before, he was aware that each level is guarded by a singular sentinel. To defeat this guardian is to pass. The gray-clad man spoke little, flipping his hand to reveal a pitch-black spear. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he lunged. With 3 rapid strides, the gray-clad man stood before Su Xin, his spear moving with the swiftness of a striking serpent, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at unpredictable angles. In an instant, a multitude of spear shadows surrounded Su Xin. Faced with the gray-clad man's onslaught, Su Xin immediately summoned over 50% of his bloodline power. His sword transformed into a manifestation of mountains and seas, enveloping him in a profound aura, as though he were amidst tumultuous waves. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their clashes reverberated, and in a mere moment, the two had exchanged dozens of strikes. Impressive. In true combat, Su Xin could not help but marvel. In terms of strength, speed, and spear techniques, the gray-clad man's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the oceanic realm, embodying the very essence of combat strength at this level. No wonder so many at the oceanic pinnacle failed to conquer the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Su Xin muttered. In every conceivable aspect, reaching the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, one must transcend its boundaries in at least one domain to defeat the man in gray. For instance, in terms of strength, Rare bloodline awakeners, upon attaining the zenith of sea transformation, can unleash powers far surpassing that level through their innate bloodline abilities, effortlessly overcoming obstacles. There are also individuals who have experienced extraordinary fortunes or cultivated formidable techniques. Take for instance the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng, whom Su Xian encountered in Danyang City. Although he was merely at the perfected sea transformation stage, he could effortlessly slay the equally perfected Pang Taiyun with a single stroke, thanks to his extraordinarily unique cultivation method. Additionally, in terms of speed and skill, if one significantly exceeds the pinnacle of sea transformation in any area, they too can prevail. For Su Xian, his greatest advantage lies in his skill. With a resounding hum, he unleashed his sword repeatedly, each strike impeccably executed. He stood as a towering mountain, impervious to any frenzied assaults. The gray-clad man's spear techniques had reached their utmost peak, yet they could not budge Su Xian in the slightest. It is no wonder he dared to challenge the dragon-seeking tower. He indeed possessed considerable strength. The gray-clad man could not help but express his admiration. Yet he knew that mere defense would not suffice to truly conquer this level. With a cold snort, Su Xian's swordplay transformed instantly. The defensive technique of the mountain and sea rolling sword was abruptly transmuted into the thunderfire roll. His strikes turned ferociously tempestuous, terrifying in their ferocity. Waves of sword shadows surged forth, rampaging with wild abandon. These sword shadows were imbued with a profound essence, merging seamlessly with the blade to form a unique sword intent. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the gray-clad middle-aged man. The comprehension of such essence is typically an arduous endeavor, only grasped in fleeting moments during combat. This was merely the threshold of understanding. However, achieving a perfect fusion of essence with weaponry, manifesting a distinctive sword or blade intent, signifies a higher echelon of comprehension. Su Xian's grasp of this essence was evidently profound, especially as he wielded the North Song swordsmanship, recognized as the foremost sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty. The terrifying sword shadows cascaded like thunder and fire, striking relentlessly without affording the gray-clad man a moment to breathe, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, Su Xian's sword momentum shifted again. The first form of the phantom roll, dark light. With a flash, the sword light illuminated the surroundings, as if it were the sole remnant of brightness in the universe. Its speed was astonishing, and upon seeing this blade of light, the gray-clad man recognized it. Yet he lacked the time to defend himself. With a swift cut, the sword light sliced through the gray-clad man, leaving a remarkably clear scar, yet no blood flowed. The wound healed at an astonishing rate. The gray-clad man halted his movements, retreating to a distance, while the stone door leading to the second level of the tower swung open. He had succeeded. Su Xian's heart surged with joy, aligning with his expectations. According to legend, a mere ordinary practitioner at the pinnacle of sea transformation could navigate through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with relative ease, provided they could comprehend even a fragment of essence. Although he unleashed only 50% of his bloodline power, his strength could rival that of a perfected transformation sea cultivator. However, his profound understanding of intent allowed him to seamlessly merge with the sword, giving rise to a sublime sword intent. His skills were remarkably high, and he executed the Northern Song sword technique with great finesse. When all these factors were considered, his combat prowess was likely slightly superior to that of a transformation sea pinnacle cultivator who had merely grasped a hint of intent. Naturally, this enabled him to traverse the first level with relative ease. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian quickly ascended the staircase into the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. The guardian of the second level was still the gray-clad man. With a minor achievement in transformation sea cultivation, you have successfully passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Your future is boundless. The middle-aged man in gray regarded Su Xian with admiration. Please, senior, impart your guidance. Su Xian replied with humility. Swish. The gray-clad man launched his attack once more, wielding the obsidian spear. This time, however, the explosive force, speed, and spear technique of the gray-clad man clearly exceeded the realm of transformation sea, reaching the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Even in the moment the spear thrust forth, it faintly emanated a hint of intent. The might of his assault was at least tenfold stronger than that in the first level. Su Xian refrained from employing the Thunderfire Scroll to engage in combat with the gray-clad man. Instead, he exerted all his strength to utilize the Mountain and Sea Scroll. striving to withstand the barrage of terrifying spear thrusts. The defensive capabilities of the mountain and sea scroll were extraordinary, allowing him to dissipate force through the layers of sword intent. Even though the opponent's unleashed power vastly surpassed Su Xian's, he managed to endure. Relying on the defense of the mountain and sea scroll, Su Xian held out against the gray-clad man for a considerable duration. However, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. So formidable. The same opponent, yet the gray-clad man in the second level was at least 10 times stronger than in the first level. I was able to breezily pass through the first level, but upon reaching this second level, even if I fully activated my bloodline power, it would only allow me to endure slightly longer in his presence. To truly defeat him, I would need a significant breakthrough in either my swordsmanship or my comprehension of intent, or my cultivation level would have to advance to a greater accomplishment in Transformation C. Once I achieved that pinnacle, even with only 50% of my bloodline power unleashed, my strength and speed would be comparable to that of a Transformation C pinnacle cultivator. At that point, relying solely on my swordsmanship, overcoming this second level would be a natural endeavor. Upon exiting the dragon-seeking tower, Su Xian found someone already waiting for him, Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower. Under Yuan Qing's guidance, Su Xian entered a tea room and removed his hat. Indeed, Yuan Qing smiled. I just received a message from that esteemed individual within the dragon-seeking tower, stating that a Transformation C minor achievement cultivator wielding a sword has passed the first level. I suspected it was you. Esteemed individual? Su Xian's expression shifted slightly. Yuan Qing, as the head of the Red Dragon Tower in this Yongning prefecture, was himself a void-breaking realm expert. His status and strength were evident. Who could possibly hold the merit to be referred to as esteemed by him? What's the matter? You are still unaware of that esteemed individual's identity? Yuan Qing looked over. Indeed, I do not know. Su Xian shook his head. With a chuckle, Yuan Qing began to elucidate. Su Xian, you must understand that my Qi Long Tower oversees the realm, spanning 36 provinces and cities. The existence of the Seeking Dragon Tower and the Zhenwu Pavilion is fundamentally to gather the world's talents. The trials within these two towers have long been recognized, and no one dares to question their integrity. Why is this so? It is because both the Zhenwu Pavilion and the Seeking Dragon Tower maintain an incredibly rigorous standard. The Zhenwu Pavilion employs battle puppets as adversaries, whereas the Seeking Dragon Tower is guarded by the top-tier experts from the headquarters of my Qi Long Tower, personally overseeing the trials. Top-tier experts from the headquarters? Su Xian was taken aback. Indeed, the formidable opponent you faced within the Seeking Dragon Tower was one of our top-tier experts from the headquarters. Of course, it was not his true form, but rather a fragment of his consciousness left within the battle puppet, which he controlled to engage you, Yuan Qing continued. Moreover, it is not only the Seeking Dragon Tower in my Yongning County, across the entirety of Yunzhou and several surrounding provinces. The guardians of the Seeking Dragon Towers in countless counties are all manipulated by this singular individual. As for the prowess of this individual, Yuan Qing smiled slightly before revealing. Above the void-breaking realm, Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Above the void-breaking realm? Is that not the Nirvana realm? The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of power within the entire Tianyan dynasty, the foremost existence at the apex. In the Tianyan dynasty, if any faction or family were to give rise to a Nirvana realm expert, that family or faction would inevitably ascend, becoming a formidable force within the dynasty. For instance, the former Su family rose to prominence because of the existence of a Nirvana realm ancestor. However, once that ancestor fell, the Su family plummeted into decline. The opponent I faced in the Seeking Dragon Tower was actually a Nirvana realm expert? Su Xian mused inwardly, astonished. No wonder no one dared to question the trials. Who would have the audacity to claim that a trial guarded by a dignified Nirvana realm expert lacked integrity? When that esteemed individual communicated with me, he expressed considerable admiration for you and mentioned that he would personally visit the Tianyan Palace to make an introduction on your behalf. The entrance requirements for the Tianyan Palace are exceedingly high, yet you have already surpassed the first layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower at the nascent stage of the Sea Transformation realm. You have unequivocally met the criteria. With that esteemed individual's personal recommendation, it is unlikely there will be any unforeseen complications. Before long, you shall undoubtedly become a member of the Tianyan Palace. Yuan Qing declared with a friendly demeanor, fully aware of the immense value that the identity of a Tianyan Palace disciple holds. Once entering the Tianyan Palace, Barring any unforeseen misfortunes, one is destined to become a significant figure within the Tianyin dynasty. Even if one does not attain the Nirvana realm, they are sure to become a top-tier expert within the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart surged with elation. He had merely reached the nascent stage of the sea transformation realm. Why had he ventured into the Seeking Dragon Tower? It was not for fame or fortune, but rather for a coveted spot in the Tianyin Palace. If I can secure this special recruitment and become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, the assassination attempts I previously faced would be nearly impossible to repeat, and my Su family shall rest easy. Su Xian clenched his hands tightly. Disciples of the Tianyin Palace are treasures highly valued by the Tianyin dynasty. Would anyone dare to send assassins after a disciple of the Tianyin Palace? Once discovered, regardless of who it may be or the formidable forces that may stand behind them, even if an ancient ancestor of the Nirvana realm is in the background, they will still face annihilation. Take the Sidhu family, for instance. They remain one of the foremost noble families within the Tianyin dynasty, backed by an ancient ancestor of the Nirvana realm. Yet, despite their audacity, the Sidhu family would never dare to lay a hand on a disciple of Tianyin Palace. Likewise, the family of any disciple from Tianyin Palace will receive the protection of the dynasty, and the Sidhu family, both overtly and covertly, would never risk antagonizing the Su family. If the Sidhu family is so cautious, the mere Pang family is hardly worthy of concern. Supervisor Yuanqing, may I ask the name of that esteemed individual? Su Xian inquired. A name? Yuanqing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. As a mere district supervisor at the Qilong Tower, I lack the privilege to know the name of such a distinguished personage. The previous message I received was merely a matter of duty. Otherwise, I would not even have the right to converse with that individual. As for you, there is no need for haste. Once you join Tianyin Palace and attain greater strength, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual. Su Xian nodded. The person he had encountered within the dragon-seeking tower was unrelated to him. They merely recognized his potential and personally went to Tianyin Palace to recommend him. This was a favor he would surely remember. Su Xian, you may now return and await further news. Once the powerful individuals sent by Tianyin Palace arrive to escort you, I will notify you immediately, Yuanqing stated. Very well, Su Xian replied, but then added, by the way, Supervisor Yuanqing, I currently require some medicinal pills to assist in my cultivation and enhance my abilities. That is quite simple. Yuanqing smiled. Soon after, Su Xian departed from the Qilong Tower with 100 first-grade sea transformation pills in hand. On his way back to the Su family, Su Xian felt a sense of elation. The Su family is currently beset by crises. The Pang family has been scheming against them, previously sending assassins to kill him. The skirmishes with the Su family have been exceedingly fierce, and a deep-seated enmity has already formed. A decisive battle is inevitable. Furthermore, the Sidhu family has been lurking behind the Pang family, hesitant to strike due to concerns about the Su family's hidden trump cards. However, who can say how long this hesitation will last? It is possible that the Sidhu family might strike fiercely at any moment. Yet, as long as I can successfully enter Tianyin Palace and become a disciple there, all these crises will dissipate. Su Xian was lost in thought when suddenly, move aside. Clear the way. The warhorses galloped down the street, and pedestrians hurriedly dodged out of the way. Riding horses on the main street? Su Xian furrowed his brow. This is within the county city, and on a bustling thoroughfare. Unless there is an urgent matter, who would dare to ride like this? As the warhorses drew nearer, Su Xian caught sight of a figure drenched in blood, appearing extremely disheveled, yet filled with urgency. Yi Luo? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Young master. Yi Luo spotted Su Xian and immediately halted the warhorse. What is happening? Su Xian asked. It is Elder Second. He is being besieged by 3 peak sea transformation experts from the Pang family in the dark water alley of East City, and he can barely hold on. Yi Luo replied urgently. What did you say? Su Xian's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Chapter 28, The Dragon's Destruction. With fierce determination, Su Xian charged through the streets, racing towards the hidden alley in the eastern city with the utmost urgency. His heart burned with anxiety. The second elder, a man of impulsive temperament who regarded the family's honor above all else, was known for his explosive nature. He had declared that the younger generation of the Su family would only be allowed to fight after all the older members had perished. This elder had long been at the forefront of the Su family's retaliation against the Pang family. If anything were to befall him, It would deal a devastating blow to the entire Sioux clan. He had to arrive in time. Sioux Exion's innermost thoughts screamed in desperation. In the eastern city, the dark alley had already been the site of a fierce battle for an extended duration. Some buildings within the alley had collapsed from the bombardment, and numerous walls lay shattered. At this moment, on the eaves of one such structure, the second elder, Su Tai Tong, gripped a green stone staff. Struggling against the onslaught of three formidable peak experts of the Transformation Sea realm, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his robe was torn, and he bore two wounds on his body. One was a shallow knife cut on his left waist, bleeding profusely, while the other was a bullet wound, a gaping hole in his right calf. In terms of sheer strength, Su Tai Tong was undeniably formidable among peak experts of the Transformation Sea realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily vanquish any typical opponent of the same level. Even when faced with two adversaries, he could hold his ground. However, he was currently besieged by three peak experts, and he had been ambushed from the outset. The wound on his calf was a testament to that initial surprise attack. This injury not only severely diminished his combat capability, but also stripped him of the chance to escape. He could only do his utmost to fend off the trio's relentless assault, buying time in hopes of reinforcements from his family. Haha. Su Tai Tong, cease your struggles. Do you still believe you can survive under our combined assault? The trio besieging Su Tai Tong consisted of two men and one woman. One of the men, clad in purple, was an elder of the Pang family. The elder wielding a long spear and the middle-aged woman with dual swords were both clients of the Pang clan. As they unleashed their full strength, they sensed that Su Tai Tong was on the brink of collapse. Yet, they recognized his resilience. Indeed, as the second elder of the Sioux family, his prowess had evidently reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, likely not far from breaching the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Even with their initial ambush injuring him, they found it challenging to subdue him swiftly. His staff techniques were quite impressive. Although they regarded him as a formidable opponent, the trio remained unperturbed. After all, the Pang family had prepared meticulously for this assault on Su Tai Tong. From the moment they lured him into this dark alley, the Pang clan had calculated every detail. Even if someone managed to escape to send word, the time required for reinforcements to arrive would be ample for them to eliminate Su Tai Tong. Having slain over 10 formidable experts from the Pang family, including the peak expert Su Tai Tong, you shall pay for this. An elder from the Pang family scoffed coldly. In truth, during this period of retaliation from the Sioux family, the Pang family initially intended to endure the onslaught. After all, the two families had long been at odds, embroiled in conflict and bloodshed. This incident was instigated by them when they dispatched assassins to eliminate the young master of the Sioux family, only to meet with failure. The Sioux family, justifiably incensed, sought to retaliate with fervor, and the Pang family had prepared some contingency measures in response. However, they never anticipated the ferocity of the Sioux family's vengeance, particularly the personal involvement of the second elder Su Tai Tong, who ruthlessly eliminated several experts from the Pang family, culminating in the death of a peak expert just the day prior. This left the Pang family in a state of agitation, compelling them to resolve to eliminate the reckless second elder of the Sioux family. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Seizing the opportunity amidst the melee, the brown-haired elder deftly flicked his spear, and before Su Tai Tong could react, he was once again pierced through the shoulder, creating a gaping wound. This injury immediately compromised the strength of Su Tai Tong's arm, rendering him increasingly unable to withstand the trio's assault. Clang! Clang! The middle-aged woman's dual swords struck relentlessly, sending Su Tai Tong's stone club flying from his grasp. Disarmed, despair flickered in Su Tai Tong's gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by an unprecedented frenzy. If death were to come, he would take someone down with him. With a fierce resolve, he set his sights on the spear lunging toward his throat, and instead of instinctively dodging, he charged forward, gathering force in his fingertips, aiming to pierce the assailant's skull at the very moment the spear would breach his throat. Yet, just as the spear was about to puncture his throat, a sword suddenly appeared, slicing through the air like a cunning serpent. It not only deftly deflected the spear, but also parried the attacks of the other two assailants. Whoosh! 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 The trio besieging Su Tai Tong immediately retreated. Reinforcements? Had the Sioux family's aid arrived so swiftly? The expressions of the three darkened. According to the Pang family's expectations, it was implausible for the Sioux family's reinforcements to arrive in such a short time. But now help had arrived. Su Tai Tong felt a surge of relief and quickly turned to the figure that had appeared before him. But upon closer inspection, it was Su Xin. Su Tai Tong's expression shifted immediately. "What are you doing here? Who sent for you?" "I happened to be nearby when Yi Luo called for reinforcements. I crossed paths with him and came forth," Su Xin replied. At this moment, Su Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Had he been any slower, the second elder might not have survived. "Nonsense." Su Tai Tong's expression grew frantic. "Su Xin, have you forgotten what I previously told you? Who told you to come here and court death? Quickly, I'll find a way to hold them off. You must escape at once." Su Tai Tong was genuinely desperate, even if it meant his own demise, even if it required the sacrifice of 2 or 3 lives. The Su family could withstand it. However, they could not afford to lose Su Xin, the unparalleled genius who bore the weight of their future. "Second elder, fret not. With these few individuals before me, they are not capable of taking my life." A confident smile graced Su Xion's lips. Yet his gaze was chillingly cold as he stared at the 3 before him, a tide of murderous intent gradually coalescing. These 3, they had come perilously close, just a hair's breadth, to achieving their intent. "Have you 3 contemplated how you shall meet your end?" A sharp rebuke suddenly rang out. Upon Su Xion's arrival, the 3 pinnacle experts of the Pang family were taken aback, but soon they discerned the spiritual energy radiating from him. A minor success in the transformation of the sea? Merely a minor success? Yet he had just repelled our combined assault and saved Su Tai Tong from a dire fate? The trio was stunned, then elation surged within them. It was Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. Their delight knew no bounds. This was akin to a fortuitous windfall from the heavens. It was as though what was intended to be a simple meal turned into a sumptuous feast, a golden delicacy. In comparison to Su Xin, Su Tai Tong was inconsequential, a mere slightly more formidable expert at the pinnacle of the transformation of the sea, whose potential had already been exhausted. He may never ascend to the realm of breaking the void. Yet Su Xin, at the martial realm, could contend with those at the peak of the transformation of the sea, a truly peerless genius, a source of unease for the Pang family. Their previous desperate measures to enlist the shadow of Baishan Island were aimed solely at extinguishing this talent before he could fully bloom. The recent conflict between the Su and Pang families had also been incited by Su Xin. They had been troubled, as the shadow failed to eliminate him. How then could they suppress this prodigy? But now, this unparalleled genius of the Su family had come willingly to their doorstep. All in an effort to save Su Tai Tong? Kill. No matter the cost, he must be eliminated. The murderous intent surged within the 3 of them. At that moment, Su Xion's voice thundered once more. "Have you 3 decided how you will perish? This boy dares to threaten us?" Seeking death, the trio exchanged glances. And in the next instant, they moved as one. Like a pack hunting Su Tai Tong, they unleashed their full strength, intent on swiftly ending Su Xion's life. Su Tai Tong, a look of anxiety etched on his face, had retrieved his weapon, ready to strike. But Su Xian was far faster. In an instant, he confronted the 3, his sword already slicing through the air. He infused his bloodline power to 50%, unleashing might comparable to the pinnacle of the transformation of the sea. Yet, what was truly terrifying was his swordsmanship. It was merciless, akin to searing flames, and yet, it crackled with the furious might of thunder. The convergence of both created an overwhelming force. The tempest of thunder and fire, imbued with profound sword intent, fell upon them like a cataclysm. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike was a tempest of unrelenting ferocity. Every strike of the sword seemed to embody the wrath of the heavens. The 3 individuals who had initially intended to ambush Su Xin were instantly rendered bewildered upon their first encounter with him. As they clashed, they immediately sensed the terrifying and insurmountable power contained within Su Xion's blade, along with the overwhelming and boundless momentum it exuded. This momentum surged relentlessly, rendering them incapable of pursuing their intent to slay Su Xin. They could only hastily defend themselves, and even then, it required the combined efforts of all 3 to barely withstand his onslaught. Yet, with each successive sweep of his sword, they found themselves forced to retreat step by step. The trio from the Pang family, at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, felt utterly stunned. They were aware of Su Xion's extraordinary talent, which had driven the Pang family to desperate measures to eliminate him. They also recognized that Su Xian had once been able to contend with the fully realized sea transformation realm during his time in the true martial realm. However, they were now three peak C transformation practitioners, working together, and yet they found themselves being overwhelmingly suppressed by a single opponent, whose cultivation level was 2 or 3 tiers beneath theirs. At the periphery, Su Tai Tong, who had initially contemplated aiding Su Xian, was now equally dazed. Su Xian, oblivious to the confusion around him, felt as if he were engulfed in an inferno of fervor. The Pang family, the sworn enemies of the Su clan. Over the years, countless C transformation experts and talented young disciples from the Su family had been covertly eliminated by the Pang family. Even I, having only recently begun to demonstrate my potential, was targeted for assassination by peak C transformation assassins summoned by the Pang family. Now, they sought to encircle and eliminate the second elder. The Pang family must be punished, must be eradicated. With each ferocious swing of his sword, the fury and murderous intent within him reached a crescendo. As the endless inferno of rage and bloodlust surged forth, he became wholly immersed in his swordsmanship, and a moment of clarity unexpectedly dawned upon him. Suddenly, as the three adversaries faced the relentless onslaught of his technique and began to falter, Su Xian abruptly lifted his gaze. Thunderfire's profound secret technique. Starfire scorching the heavens. Sword Art Dragon Annihilation. Chapter 29. The Su family's surprise as a primary offensive technique within the Northern Song swordsmanship. The Thunderfire scroll embodies far more than mere overwhelming force. Much like the Snowfall swordsmanship that Su Xian had previously practiced, which contained the Snow Slash. The Thunderfire scroll encompasses 4 profound secret techniques. However, even the first level of this profound technique requires mastery of the Thunderfire scroll to a minor accomplishment level to comprehend fully. Though Su Xian possessed remarkable talent, he had only been studying the Thunderfire scroll for a little over a month. While he had grasped the technique, he still fell slightly short of attaining minor accomplishment. To his astonishment, during the battle against the Pang family's 3 peak C transformation experts, the amalgamation of unbridled fury and murderous intent catalyzed a significant advancement in his swordsmanship. The first level of the Thunderfire scroll's profound technique was directly comprehended and unleashed with the flow of his momentum. Boom! The sword intent erupted forth. A terrifying sword silhouette emerged, as if capable of cleaving the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The 3 individuals, who had been struggling under the oppressive weight of Su Xian's swordsmanship, turned ashen the moment they beheld the terrifying shadow of the sword. No, it's over. A lament echoed in their hearts. The dreadful sword shadow possessed a power that far exceeded their capacity to endure, regardless of their desperate attempts to resist. The sword shadow ruthlessly swept through, completely engulfing their forms. Under the force of its might, their bones shattered inch by inch. One sword, 3 peak experts of the Transformation Sea, met their demise on the spot. Elder Su Tai Tong stood upon the eaves, witnessing Su Xian single-handedly employ his sword techniques to subdue the 3. He then beheld Su Xian unleash a profound secret technique, slaying the trio with a single strike. Su Tai Tong was left utterly astounded. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the eaves. It was the Grand Elder Su Bo Yong, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the distress signal. Upon arrival, Su Bo Yong noted the few injuries on Su Tai Tong, which were not life-threatening, while Su Xian stood beside him. However, the 3 members of the Pang family, who were supposed to be besieging Su Tai Tong, were already dead. What could have happened? How did the 3 peak experts of the Pang family perish? Elder, did you kill them? With only Su Tai Tong remaining as a peak expert on the scene, Su Bo Yong instinctively assumed that Su Tai Tong was responsible for their deaths. It was not me. Su Tai Tong shook his head. It was Su Xian. What? Su Bo Yong was taken aback. Elders, let us return and discuss this matter further, Su Xian suggested. Su Bo Yong nodded and, after administering some basic treatment to Su Tai Tong's injuries, the 3 promptly returned to the Su family estate. Although the battle had erupted in a secluded alley, it generated considerable commotion, attracting numerous martial artists to observe from nearby. They witnessed with their own eyes as Su Xian dispatched the 3 members of the Pang family. Consequently, after Su Xian and the others departed, the alley erupted in a frenzy. Did you see that? The 3 individuals from the Pang family were all peak experts of the Transformation Sea, yet they were swept away by a single young disciple of the Su family, armed with only 1 sword. This disciple of the Su family is evidently merely at the initial stage of Transformation Sea. To overpower and even eliminate 3 peak experts is simply unfathomable. I recognize that disciple. He is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. A chorus of astonishment and shock ensued. It was easy to imagine that before long, news of this battle, along with Su Xian's name, would spread throughout the entire Yongning County. In the main hall of the Su family, the family head Su Baichun, the 3 elders, and several senior members of the Su family, those of higher status, greater strength, and unwavering loyalty to the family, gathered. Su Taitong had managed to stabilize his injuries and had taken some healing elixirs. His complexion now significantly improved. I consider myself fortunate to have survived this ordeal. Had Su Xian not arrived in time, I would have likely perished at the hands of those 3 peak experts from the Pang family. I never anticipated that the Pang family would remain so patient for so long, only to strike directly at you, elder. It appears that the Pang family is well aware that, under the condition of not breaking through the Void Realm, you, the second elder, are the foremost general of the Su family. Should you be slain, it would indeed deal a significant blow to us. Su Taitong conversed jovially with several powerful members of the Su clan nearby. Suddenly, Su Boyong spoke up, suggesting they set aside the matter of the second elder for the moment, as there was another pressing issue to discuss. The entire hall fell silent, with all eyes instinctively drawn to the young figure seated in the corner, Su Xian. Just moments ago, the high-ranking members of the Su family had learned from the second elder that it was Su Xian who had intervened in a timely manner, rescuing him from the clutches of the 3 pinnacle-level experts from the Pang family. Most impressively, Su Xian single-handedly vanquished those 3 formidable foes. A minor success in the transformation of the Sea Realm, defeating 3 at the pinnacle? Everyone present found it utterly inconceivable. Had it not been for Su Taitong's repeated confirmations and corroborating reports from the Darkwater Alley, they would have been unable to accept such a claim. It was simply too astonishing. Su Boyong sighed lightly, acknowledging that while he was already aware of Su Xian's extraordinary talent and exceptional swordsmanship, having even grasped the realm's essence, those were still pinnacle-level experts, a full 3 tiers above him. To transcend 3 levels is to confront an insurmountable gap in power. Yet, you managed to slay those 3 pinnacle-level experts. Such an achievement cannot be attributed solely to skill. Unless, Su Boyong's gaze narrowed slightly as he regarded Su Xian with seriousness. Su Xian, speak candidly. Have you awakened your bloodline? The numerous high-ranking members of the Su clan turned their attention towards Su Xian. Yes, he affirmed with a nod, fully aware that as he gradually revealed his strength, the truth of his identity as a bloodline awakener could no longer remain concealed. In the true martial realm, disparities in cultivation could be mitigated through formidable techniques or means. But upon reaching the transformation of the Sea Realm, the differences between each level are colossal. The power gap spanning 3 tiers cannot be bridged by ordinary techniques. Only those who have encountered extraordinary fortunes or are legendary bloodline awakeners possess the capability to defeat opponents across such vast divides. Indeed, upon hearing Su Xian's response, Su Boyong's eyes lit up. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Su family also displayed expressions of delight. Bloodline awakeners are a rare phenomenon, emerging from millions. Each bloodline awakener is uniquely gifted, brimming with boundless potential. During the Su family's decline over these past 3 years, they had yearned for their younger generation to rise, hoping for the emergence of true talents, and now, one had appeared, an actual bloodline awakener. Su Xian, what tier is your awakened bloodline? Su Boyong inquired further. Second tier. Su Xian replied. This was a response he had long contemplated. A second-tier bloodline is neither too high nor too low, perfectly sufficient to explain his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level, while not stirring excessive turmoil. In the Tianyin Empire, although bloodline awakeners are exceedingly rare, a few do emerge every few decades, with the second-grade bloodline being relatively common. The presence of a second-grade bloodline elicited immense joy from Su Boyong and the numerous senior experts of the Su family. In their eyes, a second-grade bloodline is already considered quite formidable. Only Su Baichun, who was seated at the main seat, cast a peculiar glance at Su Xian. A second grade? Is it truly merely a second-grade bloodline? Su Baichun mused quietly, yet he refrained from exposing the truth. Moreover, there is another matter I must share with you all. Su Xian surveyed the crowd around him and proclaimed, Today, I visited the Red Dragon Tower and successfully traversed the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. What? The attendees were momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of exclamations. The first level of the dragon-seeking tower? The tower that legend claims can only be conquered by the most elite among the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm? My heavens! Everyone was taken aback. Even the second elder, Su Taitong, widened his eyes, fixated on Su Xian. Being at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm himself and relatively strong within that tier, he had previously attempted to conquer the dragon-seeking tower, only to be effortlessly defeated by the guardian after a brief struggle. He was acutely aware of the arduousness involved in overcoming the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet this young descendant of the Su family, merely 18 or 19 years of age, had achieved it? No wonder he was able to slay the 3 members of the Pang family. Su Taitong sighed softly. A strong individual capable of surpassing the first level of the dragon-seeking tower could likely defeat not just 3, but even 4 or 5 opponents at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Furthermore, after I conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, informed me that the guardian of the tower held my talents in high regard and was willing to personally visit the Tianyin Palace to recommend me, thereby significantly increasing my chances of obtaining a special recruitment slot at the Tianyin Palace. Su Xian dropped yet another bombshell. The Tianyin Palace? A special recruitment slot? The senior experts of the Su family present could hardly conceal their astonishment. Even Su Baichun, who had been seated at the head, could not help but turn his gaze towards Su Xian. Is it truly as you say, Xianer? Su Baichun inquired. Indeed, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Haha. Su Baichun laughed, a hint of delight gracing his features. I have heard tales of that guardian of the dragon-seeking tower. He is a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, one of the most elite existences within the entire Tianyin Empire. If he personally vouches for you, the Tianyin Palace would be unlikely to disregard his reputation. Thus, it is highly probable that you will be granted that special recruitment slot. Su Xian smiled, while the Su family experts present were already beside themselves with joy. Haha, splendid. Magnificent. Young Su Xian, I am utterly enamored with you. Since the demise of the Su family's ancestor at the Nirvana realm, the Su family had been shrouded in a pall of gloom. Internally, there was the faction led by Zhao Tianlei, which had formed a malignant tumor, seeking to usurp the family. Externally, the Pang family loomed like a predator, intent on devouring the Su family whole. A formidable crisis looms, stemming from the illustrious C2 family, causing immense pressure among the high-ranking members of the Su family. It is as though a colossal mountain weighs heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. Fortunately, the leader of the guest faction, Zhao Tianlei, has been mysteriously slain, resulting in the disbandment of the guest faction and alleviating some internal strife, allowing them to breathe somewhat easier. However, the crisis facing the Su family remains ever present, compelling them to remain vigilant without a moment's respite. Now, they have learned that Su Xian has a significant chance of entering the Tianyin Palace. Should Su Xian become a disciple of the palace, not only would the mere Pang family be inconsequential, but even the C2 family would hesitate to act against the Su family openly. While the crisis may not be entirely resolved, it would at least be greatly alleviated, lifting a considerable burden from their shoulders. How could they not feel exhilarated? However, Su Baichun raised a hand, and the expressions of the gathered Su family warriors became solemn. The opportunity for Xianer to become a disciple of Tianyin Palace is indeed a momentous occasion for our family. Yet we must remain cautious until the envoy from Tianyin Palace arrives. Anything could happen, and we cannot afford to relax, he stated. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. From this day forth, our retaliation against the Pang family shall cease, Su Baichun commanded. Cease the retaliation? Su Taitong frowned. Head of the family, while it may be easy for us to halt our actions, the Pang family has just suffered the loss of 3 peak sea transformation experts. They will undoubtedly learn that Su Xian was responsible, and their fury will only intensify. We cannot disregard the potential chaos they may unleash. Su Baichun replied coolly. To prevent unnecessary losses, from today onward, all Su family members and disciples shall remain within the estate and refrain from venturing out without pressing reasons. Understood. They responded in unison. With the Su family refraining from any external engagements, the Pang family, no matter how furious or frantic, would find their efforts futile. Unless they recklessly stormed the Su family estate to confront them, they would only need to wait for the envoy from Tianyin Palace to arrive, at which point Su Xian's status as a disciple would become a reality, rendering the Pang family largely irrelevant. May everything proceed smoothly, Su Bai-chun mused silently. What should have been a joyous occasion now filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease as he observed the Su family's warriors reveling in the news. Chapter 30. The time for action has come. The order was swiftly issued. The strong and the young of the Su family stationed in various strongholds throughout the county were summoned back. Some business interests were even relinquished entirely. Although many Su family members found this command perplexing, they complied and stayed within the family estate. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking warriors of the Su family awaited news from Tianyin Palace. Soon, 5 days elapsed. At the Pang family estate, numerous elders and some of the strongest guest warriors gathered, their expressions rife with confusion. What on earth is the Su family up to? Just days ago, we were embroiled in fierce conflict, having lost many sea transformation experts at their hands. Yet, suddenly, they have gone silent. Several outposts, including some industries we had long sought to claim, have been entirely abandoned by the Su family. The members of the Su family have been holed up in their mansion these past few days without venturing outside. Is the Su family afraid? Are they attempting to evade battle? Questioned an elder from the Pang family. Afraid? Pang Xiaoqing, the head of the Pang family, scoffed. The Su family was once a top-tier aristocracy, presided over by an ancestor of the Nirvana realm. Although they have fallen from grace, the pride inherent in the Su lineage remains. In previous conflicts with my Pang family, they never retreated, fully aware that their higher powers paled in comparison to ours. How could they possibly be afraid? Moreover, during the recent skirmishes, it was the Su family that profited immensely. My family has lost over 10 formidable experts in the sea transformation realm, particularly 4 at the pinnacle of that stage, while the Su family has only suffered a few losses among their ordinary sea transformation members, with none at the pinnacle perishing. As long as the void-breaking realm does not intervene, in terms of combat strength within the sea transformation realm, the Su family is hardly inferior to us. Why should we fear? At this point, Pang Xiaoqing's expression had grown exceedingly grim. In truth, the loss of some sea transformation experts is not particularly alarming. Even the death of 4 at the pinnacle could be tolerated by the Pang family. However, what he found intolerable, even terrifying, was the individual responsible for slaying 3 of those pinnacle experts. Su Xian, the young scion of the Su family. Many eyes bore witness in Darkwater Alley as Su Xian single-handedly crushed and killed those 3 pinnacle experts of the Pang family. Remarkably, Su Xian had only just broken through to the minor success of the sea transformation realm. The power he unleashed was utterly terrifying, so much so that it sent shockwaves of fear throughout the entire Pang family. This intensified their urgency to eliminate Su Xian. He had even contemplated deploying a void-breaking realm expert himself. Yet, to his dismay, not only was Su Xian absent, but the entire Su family remained sequestered within their estate. Under these circumstances, attempting to kill Su Xian would necessitate an incursion into the Su family mansion, leading to a true confrontation. The identity of the mysterious swordsman who had slain Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan remains unresolved, and the number of such void-breaking realm experts hidden within the Su family is unknown. Engaging in a reckless confrontation at this time carries excessive risk, Pang Xiaoqing pondered. After a pause, he raised his head once more. Issue orders to swiftly annex all the Su family's assets within the county and throughout the entirety of Yongning Prefecture. I refuse to believe that the Su family can survive without food or drink. If we seize all their enterprises, will they not feel the urgency? Additionally, we must find ways to establish contact with our informants within the Su family to uncover what is transpiring. As for that Su Xian, a talent like him indeed possesses extraordinary potential, but which top-tier expert has not emerged from endless trials and tribulations. Let him remain within the Su family, untested. Over time, he will surely become mediocre. Just as Pang Xiaoqing finished speaking, a cold snort echoed unexpectedly. Mediocre? By the time that Su Xian becomes mediocre, your Pang family may have already perished. A chilling voice interrupted. Who dares? Pang Xiaoqing's gaze turned icy. The formidable members of the Pang family rose, their expressions filled with vigilance. A towering figure materialized within the hall, an elderly man cloaked in black, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's strength and a bear's might. His gaze was cold and penetrating as he surveyed the surroundings, exuding an aura of chilling darkness. Master and Song, Pang Xiaoqing promptly bowed in respect. The nearby elders of the Pang family, who recognized the newcomer, hastily followed suit. And Song, a top-tier powerhouse from the Sidu family, had been the intermediary between the Situ and Pang families. For the past 3 years, the Pang family had relentlessly suppressed the Su family under the directives of the Situ family, with Song serving as their liaison. Pang family head, "My master is quite disappointed in you," Song stated coldly. Pang Shaoqing's expression shifted, and he quickly responded, "Master Song, our Pang family has diligently followed your instructions these past years. The Su family, under our pressure, has already begun to decline. I believe it will not be long before we completely uproot them." "Uproot them?" Song scoffed. "Pang family head, you are truly oblivious to the imminent danger you face." "Imminent danger?" Pang Shaoqing's countenance paled. The surrounding members of the Pang family were equally astonished. The phrase carried heavy implications. "Master Song, what leads you to say such a thing?" Pang Shaoqing inquired anxiously. "Do you not realize that the Su family, which once fought fiercely against you, has chosen to retreat in recent days? This is because Su Xin has passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower and is on the verge of becoming a disciple of the Tianyin Palace." Song's gaze was unwavering as he regarded Pang Shaoqing. "What?" Pang Shaoqing's eyes widened in shock. "A disciple of the Tianyin Palace? The Tianyin Palace is extraordinarily prestigious. Even our Situ family would hesitate to provoke a disciple from there. If Su Xin truly becomes a disciple, dealing with your mere Pang family will be a trivial matter. The Su family is fully aware of this, which is why they see no need to continue their conflict with you. They have chosen to bide their time. Once the situation with the Tianyin Palace solidifies and Su Xin's position is confirmed, your Pang family will be at his mercy," Song declared. Pang Shaoqing trembled internally. Understanding that a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, barring unforeseen circumstances, would inevitably ascend to become a figure of great power within the Tianyin dynasty. During his rise, many influential factions would undoubtedly seek to court him, and at that time, Su Xin would need only to utter a word or two for the Tianyin dynasty's formidable powers to willingly obliterate the Pang family. After all, the Pang family was merely a clan within a single county, insignificant compared to the true giants of the Tianyin dynasty, akin to ants. Destroying the Pang family to align with a top genius like Su Xin was a prospect many would gladly embrace. "Master Song, my Pang family has always been loyal to the Situ family. Our relentless efforts against the Su family were at your behest. Now that my family is in peril, I earnestly beseech you to consider our loyalty and extend your aid to save us," Pang Shaoqing implored desperately. The senior members of the Pang family, witnessing the dire situation, were equally alarmed. They had not anticipated that a single individual, Su Xin, could so stealthily drive their family to the brink of oblivion. Had it not been for Lord Song's personal visit today to relay this information, they would have remained oblivious to the situation. As Song has just stated, the Pang family is indeed on the brink of demise, yet they remain unaware. Rest assured, everything your family has done over the years has been observed by our master. If our master were indifferent to your fate, I would not have been dispatched here tonight, Song asserted. This statement brought a flicker of hope to the hearts of the Pang family's formidable members. At least, in this critical moment, the Situ family has not forsaken them. The existence of Su Xin is already known to the Tianyin Palace, and the higher-ups are deliberating on whether to grant him a special admission quota. This is an undeniable fact. Once Su Xin becomes a disciple of Tianyin Palace, even our Situ family would not dare to act against him without leaving a trace. However, before the special admission quota is firmly established, we still have an opportunity. Song's voice was solemn. "Lord Song, are you suggesting we act within these few days?" Pang Shaoqing furrowed his brow, but Su Xin would remain at the Su residence for the next few days, making any attempt to confront him impossible unless it culminated in a direct confrontation with the Su family. "A confrontation it shall be. Does your Pang family harbor any fear?" Song fixed his gaze on Pang Shaoqing. "It is not fear, but rather that a recent elder of our Pang family, a void-breaking expert, perished at the hands of a mysterious swordsman. I suspect there are still other powerful beings hidden within the Su family." Thus Pang Shaoqing's words trailed off. "Humph. Does the Situ family lack knowledge of whether the Su family conceals other powerful experts?" Song snorted coldly. "I can assure you, aside from the majority who departed following the death of the Su family's ancestor, the remaining void-breaking experts have all perished in a recent massacre. Currently, only 2 remain among the Su family's void-breaking experts." Pang Shaoqing was taken aback. "A massacre? All the remaining void-breaking experts of the Su family are dead? When did this massacre occur?" and Song provided no further explanations. You need not worry about the hidden experts of the Su family. As for whether the ancestor of the Su family left behind any trump cards, given the extent of the slaughter and the dire circumstances the Su family faced, it is unlikely they have retained any such advantages. Thus, our only genuine concern lies with the head of the Su family, Su Baiqin. Su Baiqin. Pang Xiaoqing was astonished. Lord Song, Su Baiqin is merely at the peak of the void-breaking stage, comparable to myself. I have previously crossed swords with him, and he is only slightly stronger than I am. With your strength, Lord Song, dealing with him should be a simple task. Simple? And Song regarded Pang Xiaoqing with an odd expression, then chuckled, saying, Pang family head, Su Baiqin is not as straightforward as you presume. In the days when the ancestor of the Su family was still alive, Su Baiqin was among the most exceptional talents of the younger generation in the imperial dynasty, on par with our master, and was even qualified to become a disciple of Tianyin Palace. However, Su Baiqin, being free-spirited, chose not to enter Tianyin Palace after reaching a certain level of cultivation, opting instead to venture forth alone from the Tianyin Empire, embarking on a journey that has lasted over a decade. Subsequently, he returned, accompanied by a child of 2 or 3 years. Not long after, he ascended to the position of head of the Su family. It can be said that since his return, he has seldom taken action, leaving his true strength a mystery to all. However, as a top-tier genius capable of rivaling my master, possessing the same pinnacle of void-breaking cultivation, my master could easily dispatch me with a single hand. Although Su Baiqin may be somewhat inferior to my master, he surely cannot be far behind. This time, in order to confront him, my master expended considerable resources and persuasion to enlist the aid of a certain individual who dispatched a group of Yinglong guards to assist us. The Yinglong guards? Pang Xiaoqing was taken aback. It was rumored that only the Tianyin royal family had the authority to appoint such an elite guard. Indeed, failure is not an option this time. If we cannot eradicate the Su family now, once Su Xin becomes a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, eliminating the Su family will be an arduous task, Dark Song remarked. Pang Xiaoqing felt both astonished and delighted. The astonishment stemmed from the prowess of the Su family head, Su Baiqin, who could compel the Sidu family to summon the Yinglong guards. The joy arose from the realization that, with the Yinglong guards involved, unless Su Baiqin possessed the strength of Nirvana, his demise was assured, along with that of the Su family. As for Su Xin, should the Su family be annihilated, this prodigy would undoubtedly meet his end as well. Pang family head, the Yinglong guards will arrive in 2 days. They cannot linger long. So we must launch our assault on the Su family that very night. Please make your preparations accordingly, Dark Song instructed. Understood, Pang Xiaoqing nodded. Soon, Pang Xiaoqing began discussions with the elders of the Pang family regarding their preparations. Naturally, while planning, they proceeded in secrecy, as they were wary of any leaks that might alert the Su family to their intentions. Thus, only those with absolute loyalty to the Pang family were privy to this matter. 2 days later, the Yinglong guards arrived as scheduled. That night, under the hazy moonlight, numerous figures lurked in the streets and alleys not far from the Su family residence. On the rooftop of a pavilion, more than 10 figures stood in a row. Remember, our mission is to completely obliterate the Su family if possible. If not, we must ensure the deaths of Su Baiqin and Su Xin. Dark Song's voice was resolute. Brothers Longjio, your Yinglong guard team will join forces with me and the Pang family head to surround and eliminate Su Baiqin. As for the remaining void breakers of the Pang family, they will charge into the Su family residence with the others, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Su Xin first. Understood. The leader of the Yinglong guard team, Longjio, nodded slightly. Mr. Chong, aside from myself, you are the only one in the Pang family who possesses late-stage void-breaking cultivation and is well-versed in assassination techniques. Once we enter the Su family estate, conceal yourself and observe whether any other powerful adversaries emerge. If none appear, you can directly eliminate Su Xin. If any do, wait for them to reveal themselves before seizing the opportunity to strike. Pang Xiaoqing instructed the attendant beside him softly. Understood, Mr. Chong nodded. Attack. Soon, the offensive commenced. The 10 figures atop the pavilion leaped into the air, swiftly heading towards the Su family residence. Who goes there? Within the Su residence, vigilance remained exceedingly strict. As more than a dozen figures simultaneously swooped in, the guards of the Su family discovered them at once. Haha, little brats of the Su family. Tonight marks the annihilation of your clan. A piercing cry reverberated through the night sky, sending shockwaves throughout the Sioux household. Chapter 31. The peril of the Sioux family. The night air was tinged with a hint of chill. Sioux Xian, alone in his dwelling, was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Upon completing a particular technique, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Having mastered the first level of the profound secret art, the Thunderfire roll, his comprehension of the realm had significantly improved. Now, if he were to venture into the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, although the likelihood of defeat remained high, at least he could face the Guardian in a direct confrontation for a while, he mused with a faint smile. But suddenly, haha, little brats of the Sioux family. Tonight marks the annihilation of your clan. With that resonating cry echoing throughout the Sioux estate, Sioux Xian's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. He swiftly leaped onto the rooftop, where he beheld, beneath the veil of night, over a dozen figures hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. Each of these figures radiated an aura of sheer terror. They barreled through the estate, leaving the Sioux guards utterly powerless to impede their advance, their courage failing them in the face of such might. They were all formidable beings of the void-breaking realm. A wave of trepidation coursed through Sioux Xian. The Sioux family boasted only 2 individuals of the void-breaking realm. Yet now, over 10 had arrived all at once. Furthermore, judging by their aura, most of these warriors were significantly stronger than Zhao Tianlei, the one he had previously defeated. Boom, boom. 2 figures soared into the sky from within the Sioux estate. Su Baichun, the head of the family, and the Grand Elder, Su Boyong. However, upon confronting the oncoming assault of more than a dozen void-breaking experts, Su Boyong did not dare to intervene. A few of these formidable beings engaged Su Boyong in fierce combat, while 2 others commenced a thorough search within the estate. A complete squad of 12 dragon guards charged towards Su Baichun, comprising 9 in the late stages of the void-breaking realm. 1 captain at the pinnacle of the realm, and alongside them, the equally powerful Song, and the late-stage void-breaking expert, Pang Xiaoqing. Su Baichun, today, you shall perish. The Sioux family shall be obliterated. The furious roar of Song echoed across the heavens. Father, Sioux Xian was engulfed in rage. Yet before he could act, a signal arrow soared into the sky. The numerous hidden members of the Pang family, lying in wait outside the Sioux estate, sprang into action upon receiving the signal, rushing in from all directions and corners. At the periphery of the Sioux estate, shadows of the Pang family members were seen vaulting over walls or leaping across rooftops. Moreover, within the Sioux residence, there were already some clandestine agents of the Pang family, who, upon the arrow's ascent, simultaneously unleashed chaos upon their unsuspecting Sioux kin, engaging in frenzied slaughter. In an instant, a cacophony of rage, violence, and anguished cries intertwined, plunging the entire Sioux family into utter disarray. This was a battle for extermination. Sioux Xian's gaze was cold and ominous, a foreboding intensity that sent chills down the spine. He had initially believed that he would soon become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, and with the protection of such a prestigious sect, the Sioux family would be free from worry. However, he did not anticipate that before the coveted position within Tianyin Palace had even been formally bestowed, the lurking threat from the Pang family, along with the backing of the Sidu family, would strike without warning. Li Hu. A furious roar suddenly echoed from a nearby courtyard, causing Sioux Xian, who stood poised beneath the eaves, to turn his attention toward the source. Inside the courtyard, several formidable members of the Sioux family were hastily making their way to the front yard when, unexpectedly, one of the guests, having achieved the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, launched a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, the Sioux family members suffered grievous injuries, with 2 of them perishing instantly. The anguished shout had emanated from Su Bohong, who was gravely wounded and on the brink of death due to the ambush. Uncle Hang. Sioux Xian's eyes reddened with fury. You scoundrel! With a powerful leap, Sioux Xian was immediately within the confines of the courtyard. The guest known as Li, who had just prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the severely injured Su Bohong when he noticed Sioux Xian charging towards him. The young master of the Sioux family? Li Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Despite being merely a guest, he was aware that just days prior, Sioux Xian had single-handedly slain 3 peak sea transformation experts in East City. If he could eliminate those at the peak, how could he hope to contend against someone merely at the pinnacle of sea transformation? You shall pay. Sioux Xian had already drawn his sword. The brilliance of the blade was swift beyond the capacity of Li Hu's mere transformation prowess to withstand. In a single encounter, he was vanquished. Su Exi and Su Bohong managed to lift his head weakly to glance at Su Exi, but soon his head drooped, and he breathed his last. Uncle Hang. Su Exi cried out in anguish, preparing to rush forward. Found him. Two figures simultaneously descended upon the courtyard eaves, their icy gazes locking onto Su Exi. Two experts at the void-breaking stage? Su Exi was taken aback. Earlier, he had observed that among the 10 or so void-breaking experts who had come to attack, some had split off. One was with the Grand Elder, while two others appeared to be searching the Su family estate for something. It seemed these two were indeed the ones he sought. To send two void-breaking experts to deal with a mere transformation novice, they truly overestimate my capabilities. Su Exian's expression turned frigid. In truth, the Sidu family held his father, Su Baichen, in even higher regard. After all, the contingent of the Yinglong guards, including In Song and Pang Xiaoqing, had been dispatched to eliminate Su Baichen. Kill. The two void-breaking experts sent to eliminate Su Exi were both affiliated with the Pang family. They understood acutely the tremendous threat Su Exi posed to their house. Without uttering a single word, they unleashed their full strength, intent on ending Su Exian's life at the earliest opportunity. One wielded a spear, while the other brandished a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Swish! The spear shot forth like a venomous dragon, instantly piercing the void. Whoosh! The blood-red blade moved with uncanny swiftness, aimed at Su Exian's throat. With both void-breaking experts attacking simultaneously, one would think even a genius capable of breaching the first layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower would fall easily to their might. They were filled with confidence. Yet, the outcome was clang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and both figures retreated to the side. Remarkably, they had not perished. The two of us unleashed our utmost attacks, yet he managed to withstand them. Both experts of the Broken Void Realm were taken aback. Subsequently, they launched another assault. This time with greater coordination, attacking Su Exi from two directions, executing lethal strikes in rapid succession. However, Su Exi stood resolute like an immovable rock in the midst of the ocean, wielding his sword to summon formidable waves, exhibiting an extraordinary force that consistently repelled their onslaughts. Even his bloodline power was only activated to 50%. Humph! Although these two were from the Broken Void Realm, they were merely at its initial stage, and their skills were rather ordinary. In terms of strength, they fell notably short compared to the Guardian of the second layer of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Su Exi scoffed. The Guardian of the second layer, while barely reaching the threshold of the Broken Void Realm in speed and power, possessed a trace of intent within his marksmanship, rendering it particularly formidable. In terms of overall strength, the Guardian surpassed either of these two individuals. Back then, Su Exi had managed to endure for quite some time under the Guardian's pressure by relying on the Mountain and Sea Scroll, and now, with his mastery of the Thunder Fire Scroll significantly advanced, his comprehension of intent had greatly improved, enhancing his defense while employing the Mountain and Sea Scroll. Even when facing two opponents, he could now handle them with relative ease. These two posed no real threat to him, yet Su Exi's expression remained grave. Amidst the battle with these two Broken Void Realm experts, he had leapt onto the eaves, granting him a view of the Su family, where chaos reigned. Although the initial surge of powerful figures from the Pang family, coupled with the sudden emergence of hidden forces, caught the Su family off guard, they quickly regrouped. Under the coordination of the elders and the upper echelon of the Su family, they began to mount an effective resistance. In terms of combat power within the Sea Transformation realm, the Su family was not significantly inferior to the Pang family. Thus, the outcome of this night's conflict ultimately hinged on the Broken Void Realm experts. Currently, within the Su family, there were three battlefronts involving Broken Void Realm experts. The first was the Grand Elder Su Boyong engaged in combat with a Broken Void Elder from the Pang family. Their strengths were evenly matched, and a decisive victor had yet to emerge. The second front was where Su Exi faced the onslaught of two Broken Void Realm experts. The third and most perilous front involved a full 12 Broken Void Realm experts surrounding Su Baichen alone. With so many experts targeting his father, how much longer could he endure? Su Exi's heart raced with anxiety, desperately wanting to rush to his father's aid. Yet he knew he must first resolve the two Broken Void experts before him. In normal circumstances, defeating these two was impossible. The only path lay in employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique. However, once this technique was invoked, it could only be sustained for a matter of breaths. I cannot afford the slightest delay. I must seize the opportunity and strike decisively. Su Xian's gaze turned cold, relying on the mountain sea sword technique. He was initially capable of effortlessly fending off the assaults of these two void-breaking realm experts. Yet, now he found himself gradually struggling against their relentless onslaught. This young man is on the verge of collapse. To withstand the combined might of two such formidable foes for this long. Even a minor achievement in the transformation of the sea is quite impressive. The eyes of the two void-breaking practitioners gleamed with intensity as they intensified their attacks. Meanwhile, lurking within the void adjacent to the courtyard was a figure, Mr. Chong, a late-stage void-breaking expert, who had been instructed by Lord Pang Shaoqing to observe and wait. He was to ascertain whether the Su family had concealed any additional powerful fighters. However, now that the battle had raged for quite some time, and with Su Xian on the brink of death, it appeared that the Su family truly lacked any formidable warriors. A sense of relief washed over Mr. Chong, who then stealthily advanced towards the battlefield, under the relentless siege of the two void-breaking experts. Su Xian was finding it increasingly arduous to hold his ground, teetering on the edge of complete annihilation. At that moment, another figure unexpectedly appeared at Su Xian's side, brandishing a soft sword aimed directly at his neck. Another scoundrel. Su Xian's heart surged with rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you have come, then let us perish together. Forbidden technique, divine annihilation. Chapter 32, Eruption Boom. Without warning, Su Xian's aura surged at a terrifying speed. When he was merely at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, he could invoke the divine annihilation technique to instantly ascend to the peak of the transformation of the sea. Now that he had broken through to a minor achievement in the transformation of the sea, the terrifying aura unleashed by the divine annihilation technique surged forth, shattering barriers and reaching the threshold of the void-breaking realm. What? The two assailants, along with Mr. Chong, who had initiated a surprise attack, were utterly astonished at this turn of events. In an instant, he had transitioned from a minor achievement in the transformation of the sea to the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Die! With eyes like lightning, Su Xian swung his sword, and at that moment, the power of his bloodline erupted entirely. The full force of his bloodline was unleashed to its utmost potential. Buzz! A hazy sword light suddenly illuminated the air. Dreamlike and ethereal, it glided gracefully through the void. The Northern Song's sword technique, Phantom Blade, second form, Shadow Play. So swift. Having ascended to the threshold of the void-breaking realm, and fueled by the explosive power of his bloodline heritage, Su Xian's strength and speed reached levels akin to the late stages of void-breaking, nearly matching its pinnacle. He executed the sword technique with devastating effect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 heads were severed and sent flying. Even Mr. Chong, who had launched a surprise attack and was a formidable late-stage void-breaking expert, wore an expression of horror and disbelief as he met his end. He could never have anticipated that this young master of the Su family, who had previously seemed merely a minor achievement in the transformation of the sea, could so effortlessly slay him with a single strike. Whoosh! After dispatching the 3 void-breaking experts, Su Xian did not pause for a moment. He soared into the air, racing at breakneck speed towards the largest battlefield not far away. Boom, boom, bang. The air resonated with a cacophony of earth-shattering roars and clashes echoing across the battlefield. A formidable and violent aura surged through the surroundings, generating waves of force that spread wildly in all directions. The buildings nearby, subjected to these relentless shockwaves, crumbled as if they were mere scraps of paper reduced to dust. The overwhelming might was astonishing, even from a considerable distance. Su Xian could perceive the terrifying power emanating from the battlefield. Without employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he would not even be worthy of stepping onto that arena. A mere approach would likely result in grave injury from the residual shockwaves. However, upon activating the forbidden technique, his combat prowess surged dramatically, granting him the capability to contend even against peak void-breaking experts. With a fierce determination, Su Xian, wielding a sword alone, charged into the fray where the lowest cultivation level was already at the late stage of void-breaking. On that battlefield, 12 formidable void-breaking experts were relentlessly besieging Su Baichun. Armed with a single gun, Su Baichun exuded an aura of unparalleled terror, enveloped in an exceedingly unique realm of understanding. It was evident that Su Baichun had also comprehended this realm, possessing an insight that surpassed Su Xian's by a significant margin. His marksmanship was astoundingly powerful. Although he was merely at the late stage of void breaking, and his explosive strength remained within that realm's parameters. His mastery of marksmanship and comprehension of the unique realm allowed him to withstand the onslaught of the 12 attackers, including 2 peak void-breaking experts, for a considerable duration, only finding himself at a disadvantage. The 12 void-breaking experts surrounding him were exerting their utmost effort, especially the 10-member Yinglong Guard team, the most elite guard that could only be dispatched by the royal family of the Tianyin dynasty. This Yinglong Guard operated with remarkable synergy, proficiently utilizing battle formations. Under normal circumstances, even a coalition of 2 or 3 peak void-breaking experts would likely fall to this formidable team. Yet, encircling Su Baichun alone felt far more challenging than attempting to eliminate 2 or 3 peak void-breaking experts. Truly, he was a prodigious talent, comparable to the master in his youth. Thankfully, he was still at the late stage of void breaking. Had he reached the peak, it would be uncertain whether the 12 of them could defeat him. And Song marveled inwardly. Though he was at the peak of void breaking, his role in the encirclement of Su Baichun primarily relied on the Yinglong Guard. He merely assisted from the sidelines, occasionally launching surprise attacks. How could Su Baichun be so powerful? Similarly, Pang Xiaoqing, cooperating with the Yinglong Guard, was engulfed in inner turmoil. He had always believed that Su Baichun's strength was comparable to his own, and even if he were somewhat stronger, it would not be by much. Yet, after today's battle, he realized that it was not merely comparable. At the same stage of void breaking, Su Baichun could easily sweep aside 10 of him. However, if his strength was indeed so formidable, why had he previously chosen to remain so restrained, even allowing Zhao Tianlei to grow in power without personally intervening to eliminate him? Pang Xiaoqing was puzzled, but suddenly, a realization struck him. Something was amiss with Su Baichun's condition. Not only him, but also Long Jiao, the captain of the Yinglong Guard, and Song, had noticed this discrepancy. As Su Baichun engaged in battle, he appeared to be unscathed. Yet his countenance bore a hint of anguish, with the veins on his forehead pulsating as if he were enduring immense suffering. Could it be that Su Baichun was already gravely injured? An astonished Song pondered. Injured? Pang Xiaoqing was equally taken aback. If he were indeed wounded, yet capable of battling us for so long, how formidable would he be in his prime? At that moment, a figure suffused with the aura of the void-breaking realm surged onto the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, with a chilling flash of sword light. A massive sword shadow, imbued with considerable power, struck directly at several members of the Yinglong Guard who were besieging Su Baichun. This is bad. Su family. Do they have a void-breaking realm expert? The 12 void-breaking realm practitioners encircling Su Baichun all changed their expressions, and those members of the Yinglong Guard caught in the sword shadow swiftly repositioned to evade. Pang Xiaoqing's gaze fixated on the young figure that had entered the fray. As the greatest threat to the Pang family, one who had previously robbed him of peace, he immediately recognized the silhouette. Su Xian. What? And Song was equally astonished. Su Xian should only have reached the minor success of the transformation sea, yet here he was, charging into the battlefield. Was he not in the void-breaking realm? Had he employed some extraordinary secret technique to achieve such a surge in power? And Song narrowed his eyes. He is still alive? Pang Xiaoqing's fury and disbelief reached their zenith. Several experts from the Pang family had been dispatched to eliminate him, and he had even sent Mr. Chong to ambush him. But now, here he was, while the Pang family's void-breaking realm experts had not yet appeared. Could it be that they had all perished at his hands? Pang Xiaoqing could hardly believe it. However, he soon steadied himself and charged towards Su Xian. Boom. Wearing dark red gauntlets that flickered with faint flames, Pang Xiaoqing lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious punch that, fueled by his spiritual power, descended like a colossal meteor aimed at Su Xian's head. In response, Su Xian drew his sword. The blade, too, blazed with the intensity of fire, rapid and violent. Fist met sword in a direct clash. Bang! In that singular collision, the terrifying power encapsulated within Su Xian's sword erupted, utterly shattering Pang Xiaoqing's fist. Pang Xiaoqing gasped, a torrent of blood spewing forth as he was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, creating a massive crater upon impact. Struggling to rise, he found it nearly impossible, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on Su Xian. "You worthless fool, Peng Shaoqing. You and your kin are nothing but a band of incompetents." And Tsang seethed at this sight. As he watched Su Xian continue to press into the fray, and Tsang sprang into action, determined to intercept him. And Tsang, after all, was a genuine peak expert of the void-breaking realm, possessing both profound insight and considerable skill. Su Xian unleashed forbidden techniques, channeling the power of his bloodline to its utmost limit. In terms of strength and speed, he merely grazed the threshold of the peak of the void-breaking realm, still somewhat inferior to Tsang. Yet, in terms of skill and the profundity of his artistic perception, Su Xian clearly surpassed Tsang. With a flourish, Su Xian executed the Thunderfire Scroll, his frenzied swordplay erupting with immense pressure. Tsang brandished his battle blade in response. But after only a few exchanges, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. This lad, while evidently weaker than I in raw power, wielded sword intent that elevated his technique, making the force he unleashed even more formidable. Moreover, his swordsmanship was utterly terrifying. Faced with Su Xian's relentless and frenzied strikes, Tsang's heart raced with alarm. He instantly realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was indeed no match for the Su Xian before him. "Brother Longjio," Tsang called out urgently. Longjio, leading the Yinglong Guard squad in an all-out assault against Su Baichun, furrowed his brow upon hearing Tsang's call. He had noticed the unfolding scene and understood that Tsang was nearing his limits. The sight of a formidable peak void-breaking expert being so thoroughly suppressed by a mere novice at the threshold of the void-breaking realm was indeed comical. Yet there was no time for contemplation. 95, 96, 97. "The three of you, go kill that brat," Longjio commanded. The Yinglong Guards were unique. Apart from the leader, all members were identified only by their numbers. Upon receiving Longjio's orders, 3 of the Yinglong Guards immediately disengaged and charged towards Su Xian. With 3 members absent, the remaining 7 adjusted their formation. Although their combined strength was insufficient to ensure Su Baichun's demise, they could still manage to entrap him. Waiting for the 3 Yinglong Guards to join forces with Tsang to eliminate Su Xian before resuming their assault on Su Baichun, the 3 Yinglong Guards, though only at the late stage of the void-breaking realm, formed a battle formation that posed a greater threat than a single peak void-breaking expert, especially with Tsang's collaboration, causing immense pressure to mount on Su Xian. As the clashes continued, Su Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. "I have little time left," he calculated. The duration of the divine annihilation forbidden technique was limited, lasting only for several dozen breaths, which was its greatest drawback. Since he had unleashed his fury to annihilate the 3 members of the Peng family and rushed into the battlefield, the time for which the divine annihilation had been active had already elapsed by more than half. There was no choice but to fight. An unprecedented madness surged in Su Xian's eyes. Confronted simultaneously by Tsang and the 3 Yinglong Guards, he abandoned all thoughts of defense. Instead, he launched a frenzied offensive. With a sword in hand, he advanced without retreat. His swordplay grew increasingly violent and unhinged. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly reckless enough to gamble on life and death? Tsang exclaimed in a mix of astonishment and fury, realizing that Su Xian was wholly committed to a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, an intense glimmer erupted in Su Xian's eyes. Thunderfire Scroll's ultimate secret technique. Starfire burning heaven, dragon annihilation. Boom. The sword intent erupted, cleaving the heavens and annihilating the earth. Not good. The dark figure and the 3 dragon guards instantly changed their expressions, sensing the terrifying power contained within that sword strike. Despite their desperate attempts to defend themselves, the result was a series of dull thuds as, under the overwhelming might, all 4 spat blood and were sent reeling backward. Yet Su Xian surged forward once more. With a flicker of his shadow, he executed the second technique, shadow manipulation. A shimmering sword silhouette ignited, racing with astonishing speed to overtake the 2 nearest dragon guards. As those 2 were still in the midst of their retreat, unsteady and unable to mount any defense, they could only watch helplessly as the blade's light swept past them. With a sickening sound, 2 lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground beneath the night sky. Having accomplished this feat, Su Xian trembled violently, an unprecedented fatigue and weakness flooding his entire being, rendering even his grip on the sword utterly powerless. Simultaneously, his form began to descend from the air. "Father, I have done my utmost. A bitter smile graced the corner of Su Xian's lips. Chapter 33. Purple Eyes. Indeed, Su Xian had exerted himself to the fullest. From the moment he unleashed the god-slaying forbidden technique until now, merely a few dozen breaths had passed. He had effortlessly annihilated the 3 void-breaking experts from the Pang family, immediately stormed into the battlefield, severely injuring Pang Xiaoqing at first encounter, and subsequently compelled the peak void-breaking figure, and Song, along with the 3 dragon guards, to confront him. He had further wounded Song and slain 2 of the dragon guards. In this brief span, he had achieved all that he was capable of. With a thud, both Su Xian and the fallen dragon guards crashed to the ground. He had been drained of all strength. The repercussions of employing the forbidden technique left him unable to rise. The death of 2 dragon guards? Long Jiao, the leader of the dragon guard squad, felt his countenance darken upon witnessing the lifeless forms. The dragon guards, the strongest protectors of the Tianyan royal family, were not easily replaced. Losing 2 in one fell swoop was a substantial blow to the royal household. What are you waiting for? Hurry and eliminate that boy, Long Jiao barked. And Song discerned Long Jiao's growing ire. The cost of procuring assistance from the individual who dispatched the Dragon Guard team had been considerable, and now, with 2 guards dead, it would be difficult to explain to that person. It was this boy, and Song thought, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he gazed down at the motionless Su Xian, preparing to strike him down. But suddenly, boom, a terrifying aura erupted from the center of the battlefield. This presence was frigid, chilling, and suffocating. The space within a 100-foot radius seemed to solidify entirely. What? The dragon guards, who had been surrounding Su Baichun, looked up in astonishment. They beheld Su Baichun, who had been barely holding on amidst their assault. His hair and robes billowing as he stood resolutely, his cold gaze fixated upon them, exuding an aura reminiscent of death itself. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. In that moment, they felt a surge of dread coursing through their hearts. Every pore on his body stood on end, compelling me to unravel the first seal. Curse be you. Su Baichun's voice was as frigid as ice. With a swift step forward, a stream of light flashed past. The Yinglong guards, including the most formidable among them, Commander Long Jiao, scarcely had time to discern Su Baichun's figure. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth, akin to a primordial beast opening its gaping maw, poised to swallow them whole. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and 4 silhouettes were violently propelled out, blood spraying from their mouths, including Long Jiao. The other 3, however, had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death, their lifeless bodies drifting downwards. How could this be? Long Jiao was filled with terror and disbelief. Even after dispatching 3 of their number to confront Su Xian, they still had 7 Yinglong guards under his command to form a battle formation. They should have been able to restrain even the most powerful among the peak of the void-breaking realm. Yet in an instant, 3 of them were annihilated, and 4 severely injured. Was he invincible in the void-breaking realm, or possessed the might of the Nirvana realm? Long Jiao stared incredulously at Su Baichun, and in the next moment, he commanded a retreat without hesitation. Faced with the current threat posed by Su Baichun, there was no choice but to flee, lest they all meet their end here. Can you escape? Su Baichun's voice remained cold and ruthless, laced with an astonishing killing intent, reminiscent of a hellish demon. He stood in the void, his feet unmoving, yet his spear advanced slowly forward. This thrust clearly pierced through the air, but at the moment it was unleashed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A figure materialized before Long Jiao and Song, the 4 surviving Yinglong guards, and even the gravely injured Pang Xiaoqing, who remained seated on the ground. It was none other than Su Baichun, his spear striking simultaneously. Though he had not moved an inch, a manifestation of Su Baichun appeared before each of them. Thud, 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 thud. The spear pierced through their bodies. Long Jiao and Song, Pang Xiaoqing, and the 4 Yinglong guards all bore expressions of terror and disbelief as they collapsed helplessly. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian was struck with shock. In an instant, all the void-breaking realm warriors present were obliterated. What kind of power was this? Having dispatched all the void-breaking warriors, Su Baichun seemed poised to approach Su Xian to assess his condition, but as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted. A gush of black blood erupted from Su Baichun's mouth, and his visage contorted grotesquely. Dense, eerie black runes, resembling a spider's web, began to spread from his heart, rapidly enveloping his entire body. even his face marred by these strange markings, rendering him a terrifying figure. At that moment, he hunched over, his gaze turning crimson, his mouth emitting silent screams that, while heart-wrenching, produced no sound. The most horrifying aspect was that Su Baichen's hands were desperately clawing at the flesh on his body, even tearing at his own face. What kind of excruciating torment must one endure to feel that tearing at one's own flesh could provide some semblance of relief? Father. Although Su Xian lay there, he could still perceive the frantic, grotesque, yet helpless expression on his father's face. His heart ached unbearably, yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a dizzying wave swept over Su Xian, and the overwhelming fatigue finally plunged him into unconsciousness. When Su Xian awoke, it was already the following day. Father. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room, attended by the maid Hong Shan. Young master, you are awake, Hong Shan exclaimed with delight, assisting him to sit up. However, as he rose, Su Xian realized that his body felt utterly hollow, devoid of any spiritual energy, and he could hardly sense any strength within himself. He was weakened to the utmost degree. The side effects of the forbidden technique were far greater than I had anticipated. Su Xian mused. He had previously employed the divine annihilation technique once before to eradicate Zhao Tianlei. That instance had been relatively smooth, requiring little time to accomplish. After slaying Zhao Tianlei, he had immediately ceased the secret art, allowing him to retain some strength and move about normally. Yet this time, he had truly pushed the forbidden technique to its limits, exhausting his body completely. The consequences of the two instances were naturally different. Su Xian estimated that his current condition would take several days to recover from. Hong Shan, how is the family faring? Su Xian inquired. Rest assured, young master. Although the intruders from the Pang family arrived unexpectedly last night, the Su family reacted swiftly. Under the guidance of several elders, we gradually repelled the Pang family's assault and managed to mount a counterattack. By dawn, the intruders were already driven back, Hong Shan reported. And my father? Su Xian pressed further. It seems the family head was injured. After repelling the Pang family intruders, he returned to his quarters and has not emerged since, Hong Shan replied. Hong Shan, assist me in standing, Su Xian instructed. Hong Shan promptly helped him to his feet, and they made their way towards the door. As they stepped outside, several guards stationed at the entrance immediately bowed in respect. These guards possessed formidable strength, with even Yi Luo among them. Clearly, following the previous night's battle, the Su family was wary of any further schemes from the Pang family, and with Su Xian unconscious, they had dispatched strong protectors to ensure his safety. Hong Shan, take me to my father, Su Xian commanded. Hong Shan guided him to the courtyard where Su Baichen resided. Guards stood watch before the study. I must see my father, Su Xian stated directly. Youth master, the family head has commanded that no one is to disturb him. The leading guard obstructed Su Xian's path. Let him in, came a sudden voice from within the study, that of Su Baichen. The guards ceased their obstruction, and Su Xian, leaning on the door, entered the dimly lit study. As the door closed behind him, the room remained enveloped in shadows. A solitary figure, somewhat forlorn, sat before the writing desk, the flickering candlelight casting a gentle glow, obscuring the details of his visage. Father, Su Xian spoke softly. Su Baichen slightly raised his head, allowing Su Xian to discern the current countenance of his father. The once handsome and cultured features of Su Baichen now appeared sallow and withered, his face sunken and emaciated, while his hair was disheveled, with strands turning gray. It seemed as if he had aged decades in an instant. Father, what has happened? Su Xian exclaimed in shock, intent on approaching. Stop! Su Baichen barked, turning his gaze away, commanding him to remain where he was. Su Xian halted, his heart ablaze with anxiety. He recalled the unprecedented agony his father endured the night before he fell unconscious, and now, upon seeing him again, he was confronted with this alarming transformation. What had transpired in the interim? Shiner, I must inquire. Why did your cultivation ascend from the minor realm of transformation C to the threshold of breaking void last night? Did you employ some special secret technique? Su Baichen's gaze, now somewhat clouded, fixed upon Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian replied with a nod. You have been training within the confines of the family, rarely engaging with the outside world. Logically, you should not have had access to such techniques unless it pertains to your bloodline, Su Baichen stated. Indeed. Su Xian affirmed again. It appears your bloodline is indeed extraordinary, Su Baichen observed, regarding Su Xin with a penetrating gaze. In this world, bloodlines of the third or second tier are commonplace. First-tier bloodlines hold the potential to awaken innate abilities upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, thus considered formidable. Yet, you have awakened your bloodline and acquired a technique capable of significantly elevating your cultivation in a short span. This bloodline must surpass the first tier, perhaps it is of divine quality. Su Xin remained silent, offering no response. The study fell into a brief stillness. Su Baichun resumed. Listen carefully. From this day forth, unless you find yourself in an absolute predicament where you must fight with all your might, you must never reveal that technique before anyone. Understood, Su Xin replied, fully aware that his father, having witnessed the use of the technique, could surmise its connection to his bloodline. Speculating that it must be at least of divine quality. Others could deduce the same. Thus, Su Xin had always regarded this secret technique as his ultimate trump card, one that bore significant side effects. He had no intention of employing this ace unless faced with an insurmountable crisis. Father, Su Xin began, eager to inquire further. However, Su Baichun interrupted with a wave of his hand. I know what you wish to ask. Do not question me. I shall not divulge anything. Your current strength is still too feeble. Relying on that technique merely grants you the power of the breaking void realm. Without it, you would not even rank among the strongest in the transformation sea realm. You are not yet worthy of this knowledge. However, your extraordinary talent is complemented by an astonishing lineage, endowing you with potential that far surpasses that of your father. Soon, you shall enter the heavenly flame palace for cultivation, and your progress will be swift. When your strength reaches sufficient heights, I shall, of course, reveal everything to you. Father, may I inquire what level of strength you deem sufficient? Su Xin could not help but ask. When the day arrives that you can single-handedly trample the entire Situ family beneath your feet, you shall be worthy of knowing all. Su Baichun replied solemnly. Single-handedly trample the entire Situ family? Su Xin was taken aback. The Situ family boasts ancestors of the Nirvana realm. I understand now. Su Xion's gaze grew resolute once more. Go ahead. Su Baichun waved his hand. Su Xion promptly exited the study. Divine bloodline? Could a divine bloodline truly grant one the ability to wield such unfathomable secret arts? Su Baichun pondered silently, yet suddenly his gaunt visage contorted in agony once more. He hastily retrieved several pills from his sleeve and swallowed them all at once, the anguish etched on his face easing slightly thereafter. Purple eyes! Purple eyes! Su Baichun screamed, his eyes aflame with unprecedented madness and resentment. Chapter 34. Blood debt must be repaid in blood upon leaving the study. Su Xion felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He was unaware of the tribulations afflicting his father, but the changes in his appearance clearly indicated that his father's condition was dire. Recalling the previous night when his father unleashed a formidable power to annihilate numerous void-breaking realm experts in an instant, it was evident that such terrifying strength transcended the boundaries of the void-breaking realm. If his father could truly unleash such immense battle prowess at any moment, how could he have endured the Pang family's provocations until now? And what of Zhao Tianlei? His father could have easily dispatched him, but chose not to intervene. All of this led Su Xion to realize that his father harbored great secrets. Must I wait until I can single-handedly trample the entire Situ family before he is willing to confide in me? Su Xion's gaze sharpened. The Situ family is a top-tier aristocratic clan within the Heavenly Flame dynasty, presided over by ancestors of the Nirvana realm. For an ordinary individual, the ambition to single-handedly conquer the entire Situ family is nigh impossible. Yet for Su Xion, awakened with the supreme bloodline, infinite possibilities lie before him. Given time, a mere Situ family would be insignificant. Father, I shall soon fulfill your expectations. Su Xion clenched his fists, resolutely vowing within his heart. Within the Su family estate, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Although the ambush of the previous night was ultimately repelled, the losses sustained by the Su family were monumental. Too many lives had been lost. Young master, Su Xion arrived at the largest training ground of the Su family, where a multitude of clan members had gathered. The ground was covered with white cloths draped over countless lifeless bodies. A glance revealed over 100 corpses. Su Xion, you have arrived. Su Baihu, standing nearby, looked over. Second uncle. Su Xion stepped forward to pay his respects, but suddenly his expression changed. He noticed that Su Baihu not only appeared pallid but, at such a close distance, He could not sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him. Ordinarily, only those elite beings capable of completely concealing their spiritual aura would present such stillness of energy at this proximity. Yet his uncle, Su Baihu, was evidently far from that level. "Uncle, what has happened?" Su Xian inquired. However, Su Baihu merely waved his hand and replied, "Last night's battle has rendered my Dantian destroyed." "Your Dantian destroyed?" Su Xian gasped in shock. The destruction of one's Dantian equated to the loss of cultivation, effectively reducing one to a mere shell of their former self. While one might still move freely without their cultivation, the second elder's legs had both been severed, making even walking a daunting challenge. Su Baihu sighed. "The second elder has lost both his legs?" Su Xian shuddered internally. The figure who had once charged fearlessly into battle, prioritizing the family's honor above all, was now legless? "In truth, we are fortunate to still be alive, but those clan members lying before us will never awaken again," Su Baihu said mournfully. Su Xian clenched his fists, and at that moment, his gaze fell upon a figure kneeling before a corpse, weeping. "Sister Ning," he exclaimed as he approached, placing a hand on Su Yuning's shoulder before crouching down to unveil the body beneath a white shroud. "Su Qinghong." Su Xian's hand trembled inexplicably, followed by a slow shake of his head. Su Qinghong was the most exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Su family, second only to Su Xian. During the contest for the Sword Order, before Su Xian had even revealed his true abilities, Su Qinghong had represented the hopes of the entire Su clan. After Su Xian had slain Zhao Ling and reclaimed the Sword Order, restoring the family's prestige, Su Qinghong frequently visited the training grounds to spar with him. Their relationship had been quite amicable, but now Su Qinghong was dead. From the murmurs of nearby clan members, Su Xian learned that Su Qinghong had sacrificed his life to save Su Yuning and several other young clan members by confronting two mid-level cultivators from the Pang family. It was critical to note that Su Qinghong had not yet reached the stage of transformation. How could he possibly hold off two mid-level cultivators alone? By the time reinforcements from the Su family arrived, Su Qinghong had already been slain. Yet, in his final moments, he had managed to severely injure one of the mid-level cultivators, leading to their eventual demise at the hands of the Su family's arriving warriors. As Su Xian wandered among the bodies of his kin, unveiling shrouds, he recognized many familiar faces. There were elders of the Su family, loyal retainers, and younger members who often sought his guidance in martial arts. His heart ached with profound sorrow. Yet, beyond the sorrow, an overwhelming tide of rage surged within him. The Pang family. No, it must be the Situ family. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that the Pang family was merely a pawn, while the true orchestrators behind this calamity were the Situ family. They had previously forced the Su family into a desperate plight. Last night, a multitude of formidable individuals directly besieged the Su family, intent on annihilating them. The bloodshed they have caused is a debt that must be repaid in kind. "Young master," a servant hurriedly approached. "The Grand Elder requests your immediate presence in the front hall. Lord Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, has arrived." "Yuan Qing has arrived?" A spark of urgency ignited within Su Xian. "It pertains to that matter." Su Baihu, standing nearby, also turned his attention. Without delay, Su Xian made his way to the front hall. Upon entering, he found Yuan Qing rising to greet him. "I have heard about last night's events. Fortunately, you are unscathed. Lord Yuan Qing, your visit today must surely bear news from the Heavenly Flame Palace?" Su Xian inquired directly. Indeed, Yuan Qing nodded, though his expression bore an unsettling gravity. "I regret to inform you that it is unfavorable news." "Unfavorable news?" Su Xian's brow furrowed instantly. "The esteemed individual guarding the dragon-seeking tower personally advocated for you to the Heavenly Flame Palace. Initially, the process unfolded smoothly. After all, your achievement of minor success in the sea transformation realm within the first level of the dragon-seeking tower showcased talents that aligned perfectly with the palace's recruitment standards. Yet, just as the final decision was to be made, unexpected resistance emerged, seemingly due to external interference. External interference? Is it the Situ family? Su Xian's gaze turned icy. To him, it was clear that his only enmity within the entire Heavenly Flame dynasty lay with the Situ family. "It is not the Situ family." Yuan Qing shook his head. "Su Xian, you may not be aware, but the Heavenly Flame Palace holds an unparalleled status within the Heavenly Flame dynasty. Although the Situ family is among the foremost elite, they lack the authority to meddle in the affairs of the palace. Those with the power to intervene are undoubtedly members of the royal family, and they wield considerable influence. The royal family? Su Xian was taken aback. Last night, among the numerous assailants of the void-breaking realm, there was a particularly formidable and well-coordinated team of 10. If Su Xian was not mistaken, this team was likely the legendary Yinglong Guard. Moreover, only members of the royal family possessed the right to mobilize the Yinglong Guard. When did my Su family provoke the royal family? Su Xian's eyes narrowed. Yuan Qing continued, with external forces involved, coupled with the fact that over 3 years ago, you angered His Majesty. This matter has also influenced the decisions of the higher-ups in the Heavenly Flame Palace. Thus, your special recruitment slot has been temporarily suspended. The higher-ups wish to observe you for a while longer. Should your subsequent performance remain as astonishing, they will reconsider your special recruitment. Is that so? Su Xian understood that he had indeed angered the Emperor of the Heavenly Flame 3 years prior, to the point where a decree had been issued to imprison him in the Demon Ceiling Prison. It was reasonable for the Heavenly Flame Palace to deliberate on this matter. After all, the palace is tasked with nurturing the finest talents for the Heavenly Flame dynasty, and any genius they cultivate must demonstrate loyalty, if not absolute loyalty. At the very least, an absence of hostility or animosity towards the dynasty and its sovereign. Su Xian, the esteemed individual guarding the dragon-seeking tower, has conveyed that he will return to the Heavenly Flame Palace in due time to advocate for you once more. Yuan Qing stated, that will not be necessary. Su Xian waved his hand and said to Yuan Qing, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to that esteemed individual. Rest assured Su Xian, will remember this kindness and repay it in the future. However, Yuan Qing of the Tianyan Palace furrowed his brow. While the Tianyan Palace indeed provided significant assistance to my cultivation, if I am unable to gain entry, I shall not force the matter, nor will I beg repeatedly. Su Xian smiled and added, moreover, there are other avenues to enter the Tianyan Palace aside from special recruitment. Is the Imperial City Hunt not approaching soon? The Imperial City Hunt? Yuan Qing was taken aback and said, Su Xian, it is true that one can gain entry to the Tianyan Palace through the Imperial City Hunt. But do you know how many geniuses gather from various states for each event? Ultimately, only the 10 most formidable individuals who reach the end have the qualification to be admitted into the Tianyan Palace. Although you have passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, you are still quite young and your cultivation is merely at the minor success stage of the sea transformation. If you were to participate in the Imperial City Hunt, reaching the final stage would be extremely challenging. Yuan Qing emphasized the difficulty 3 times. Su Xian, however, was not surprised. Indeed, at present, he could not even surpass the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. With such strength, he would not even rank in the top 10 within the entire Tianyan Empire, let alone in Yunzhou. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, for there were still a full 2 months until the preliminary selection for the Imperial City Hunt. For others, 2 months might seem brief, but for him, it was ample time to achieve a transformative enhancement in his abilities. Not to mention, with 2 months at his disposal, and considering his bloodline heritage cultivation speed combined with the assistance of the first-grade sea transformation pill, he could certainly advance from minor success to major success in the sea transformation realm. This increase in cultivation would represent a qualitative leap in his strength. Su Xian, do you truly intend to participate in this year's Imperial City Hunt? Yuan Qing looked at Su Xian again. Yes, Su Xian nodded earnestly, then suddenly inquired, by the way, C2, you should also be participating in this year's Imperial City Hunt, correct? C2U? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. Given his deep understanding of Su Xian's past, he was well aware of the enmity between him and C2U. Indeed, C2U is the foremost genius of the C2 family. Although he possesses remarkable talent, he cannot directly secure a special recruitment spot in the Tianyan Palace. So his only option to gain entry is through participating in the Imperial City Hunt, Yuan Qing explained. Excellent. A smile crept across Su Xian's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. C2U, I will not flee from this long-awaited battle that has been delayed for over 3 years. 3 years ago, the ancestor of the Su family sought a marriage alliance with the emperor of the Tianyan Empire to wed the 9th princess. At that time, as the foremost genius of the Su family, Su Xian was to face off against C2U of the C2 family. Chapter 35, One Man. One sword. In that fierce battle, over 100 clan members perished, and the entire Su family was enveloped in sorrow. 7 days swiftly passed. The Pang family has been annihilated. It is said that the Grand Elder personally executed the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang family, with only a few young clan members managing to escape by sheer luck. Well done. That wretched Pang family has finally been dealt with. Upon receiving this news, the members of the Su clan felt a profound sense of relief. In the fierce battle 7 days prior, the Su clan suffered significant casualties, but the losses incurred by the Pang clan were even greater. Particularly, the elite void-breaking experts at the upper echelons of the Pang clan were completely eradicated that night. Without the presence of these formidable warriors, the Pang clan no longer possessed the standing to contend with the Su clan. Just yesterday, the esteemed Elder Su Boyong personally intervened, annihilating the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang clan, leading to their total obliteration. Such is the nature of fate. Had the Su clan failed to fend off the Pang clan's assault that fateful night, it would have been the Su clan facing annihilation. As Su Xian walked within the confines of the Su clan, he overheard many clan members rejoicing over this turn of events, eliciting a quiet sigh from his heart. With the Pang clan extinguished and the Situ clan unlikely to dare strike against the Su clan in the near future, it was time for him to prepare for the imminent royal city hunt. That night, the Situ clan had mobilized considerable forces, even dispatching a squad of Yinglong guards, only for all of them to be thoroughly detained within the Su residence. Following this incident, the Situ clan would undoubtedly harbor renewed trepidation towards the Su clan, refraining from any reckless actions. Moreover, the loss of an entire squad of Yinglong guards was a toll the Situ clan would have to bear, likely leaving them in disarray for some time. For now, Su Xian could momentarily set his worries aside and prepare for the upcoming royal city hunt. On this day, he set out alone from the Su clan to embark on a journey of self-discovery. This marked the first time since his birth that he would truly venture out on his own for such an experience. Within a mere 2 months, he sought to explore the vastness of Yongning Prefecture independently. Beihanqing, among the many towns in Yongning Prefecture, stood out for its prominence. The town's renown stemmed from its venerable city lord, who had surpassed a century in age and had held his position for a full 60 years. Esteemed and respected, the old city lord's prowess was unmatched. Only a handful of individuals in Yongning Prefecture could rival his strength at levels below the void-breaking realm. Within the city lord's estate, in an expansive open area, a robust and imposing elder wielded his sword with unwavering focus, diligently practicing a formidable sword technique. His movements were expansive and powerful, exuding an impressive aura. After a considerable time, he concluded his practice. Seated on a stone bench at the edge of the clearing was a graceful young woman, the city lord's cherished granddaughter. Upon seeing her grandfather approach, she smiled and remarked, "Grandfather, at over 100 years of age, you still possess such vitality." The old city lord chuckled heartily. "What of being over 100? With my spirit and vigor, living another 30 or 40 years is certainly within my grasp." His words were not mere bravado. In this world, individuals cultivated martial arts to enhance their physical condition. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one naturally lived. It was quite normal for those at the ocean transformation realm to live beyond 100 years, and the old city lord had already reached the pinnacle of that realm. Coupled with his robust health, he could indeed live to be 130 or 40. For those in the void-breaking realm, reaching 160 or 70 was commonplace. As for those above the nirvana realm, many could live beyond 200 years. Alas, the old city lord sighed softly, believing he would never advance further in his lifetime. He had long since reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and the next step would lead him to the void-breaking stage. Yet, this seemingly minuscule distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. He had been trapped on this precipice for the better part of his life, unable to transcend. "Master, there is someone at the door requesting an audience," announced an elderly servant as he approached. "Who is it?" inquired the old city lord. "He claims to be Jianyi." "A rather young lad," replied the servant. "Jianyi?" The old city lord expressed his confusion, but ultimately smiled and said, "Let him in." The servant nodded and departed. "Very young? It is likely he is yet another who seeks to become my disciple," remarked the elegant woman, her brow furrowing. "Grandfather, in the 60 years of your tenure as city lord, countless young aspirants have come to you seeking mentorship. Among those you have taken under your wing, only 2 or 3 have truly excelled, while the majority remain inconspicuous. A few even brought shame upon your esteemed name through their misdeeds. If you decide to accept disciples again, it would be prudent to keep your eyes wide open. Understood. Do I need you, my dear girl, to manage my affairs? Chuckled the old city lord, though he remained unconcerned. He was a man of great magnanimity, willing to accept any disciple whose heart was not entirely corrupted and who showed even a modicum of talent. Furthermore, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching those he took in, sparing no effort. However, the world was rife with complexities. Some disciples began with noble intentions but transformed into wayward individuals over time. Despite having taken in several such disciples over the decades, including a few who had strayed into villainy, this did not dampen his eagerness to accept new students. Soon, guided by the old servant, a young man clad in black robes wielding a sword entered. So young? He can't be over 20. The elegant woman's expression shifted to one of incredulity upon seeing the youth. Junior Jianyi, at your service, esteemed city lord, Su Xian said, offering a slight bow. Having traveled here, he had heard much about the venerable city lord, a figure of immense strength and revered virtue, who willingly nurtured the younger generation. Su Xian held him in high esteem. What brings you to seek me, young one? The old city lord asked. I have heard of your extraordinary swordsmanship, and I wish to experience it firsthand, Su Xian replied. Just admit you wish to become my disciple. There's no need for pretenses, the elegant woman interjected, dissatisfied. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Become a disciple? Me? Yet the old city lord laughed heartily. Very well, I have just finished my sword practice. Young one, feel free to strike. Please be careful, senior, Su Xian cautioned as he drew his sword. Come at me, the old city lord responded, gripping his blade with one hand while the other rested behind his back. He had perceived that Su Xian was merely at the minor completion of the sea transformation realm, akin to his granddaughter, and thus regarded Su Xian's strength with casual indifference, treating him as he would any other aspiring disciple. However, as Su Xian unleashed his sword, a hazy brilliance emanated from it, moving with unparalleled speed. Most astonishingly, as the sword light swept forth, it carried with it an inexplicable aura. Is this sword intent? The old city lord was taken aback. The essence of comprehension reaches a certain level before achieving a harmonious fusion with weaponry, thus giving rise to the concept of sword intent. The young individual before me, merely at the nascent stage of transformation, astonished me with their initial strike. The old city lord immediately brandished his blade. The clashing sounds of metal reverberated intensely. The old city lord, initially casual, became extraordinarily earnest, gradually unleashing his full potential. Yet, after a round of fierce exchanges, he found himself being forced to retreat step by step. Is it possible that I am being entirely overwhelmed? The old city lord wore an incredulous expression. What a remarkable lad. Come again. The two engaged in another fierce battle, with the old city lord pushing his strength to the utmost, while Su Xian activated 50% of his bloodline power and began to employ the Thunderfire sword technique. After a brief period, the two figures came to a halt. Elder, I am grateful for your guidance, Su Xian said with a humble smile. The old city lord, still in shock, quickly regained his composure. Haha, what a remarkable youth. I reached the pinnacle of transformation long ago and conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower decades past. I believe that, throughout the entire Yongning prefecture, only 2 or 3 individuals could surpass me. Yet today, I find myself defeated by you. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. The old city lord marveled. Beside him, his elegant granddaughter was utterly astounded. Initially, she thought this exceedingly young swordsman had come to seek apprenticeship. However, now, after their recent duel, she realized that this young friend had indeed prompted her grandfather to achieve many insights regarding swordsmanship. If you have no pressing matters, could you perhaps stay at my grandfather's lordly residence for a night, allowing us to engage in further discussions? The old city lord proposed. Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile. The old city lord possessed immense strength. It was only through activating 50% of his bloodline power that Su Xian had managed to narrowly defeat him. This battle had imparted significant lessons to the old city lord, and he was eager to engage in further exchanges of insights with Su Xian. That very day, they clashed several more times, and by nightfall, they engaged in candlelit conversations. It was not until the following morning that Su Xian took his leave. At such a young age, to possess such extraordinary prowess, traversing the world with a sword and challenging formidable opponents is truly enviable, the old city lord reflected, watching Su Xian's departing figure. Grandfather, Although Jian Yi is formidable, you are not far behind him, remarked the graceful woman beside him. That is not the case. The old city lord shook his head, sighing. In comparison to him, I am akin to the setting sun, while he is the rising sun, brimming with boundless vitality. Youth is indeed a wondrous thing. In a village beneath the mountains, Su Xian had just arrived. Haha, slay them all. No, spare us. We are willing to offer wealth. Mother, a band of marauders galloped through the village, engaging in rampant slaughter and pillaging. In this world, martial arts flourished yet chaos reigned, giving rise to rampant banditry. In those cities, the presence of the imperial army provided some measure of security. However, the villages nestled in the mountains, reliant on nature for sustenance, were perpetually besieged by marauders. Even the empire found itself powerless in the face of such turmoil. Witnessing this plight, Su Xian's eyes welled with emotion, prompting him to take action. These were merely common bandits, and their leader was but a minor practitioner of the sea transformation realm, posing no challenge to Su Xian. In a matter of moments, he vanquished dozens of marauders who had laid siege to the village, thus sparing it from a fate of slaughter. Within a resplendent estate, Master Tang, upon hearing that the butler of his household had single-handedly slain several peak practitioners of the sea transformation realm in his youth, sought to engage him in a discussion of martial arts. Another fervent martial artist, Master Tang waved his hand, instructing the elder. Since this young brother has come with sincere intentions to learn, please feel free to offer him some guidance. Yes, the old butler replied promptly and soon took action. Mr. Song, I humbly request your insights. How could a mere practitioner of the sea transformation realm be worthy of my engagement? Mr. Song retorted dismissively, departing without a second thought. Very well, then, Su Xian replied, unfazed, and turned to leave. With a sword in hand, Su Xian traversed the cities and forests of Yongning County. Wherever he ventured, should he hear of formidable individuals or those with exceptional skills, he would seek them out for a friendly contest. Much like the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng he had encountered in Danyang City, he roamed the world, challenging various strongholds. However, unlike Duan Yunfeng's reckless abandon, Su Xian's confrontations were purely for the sake of martial exchange. He never sought to inflict lethal harm. If his opponent declined, Su Xian would not press the issue, nor would he resort to coercive tactics. Should he encounter injustice during his travels, he would, without hesitation, intervene. Time flowed seamlessly during this journey, and soon the initial selection day for the Imperial City Hunt arrived. Chapter 36. Seeking guidance. Though the Imperial City Hunt would take place within the confines of the city itself, the preliminary assessments were conducted in various states and counties. Furthermore, there were specific criteria to meet for these preliminary assessments. First, one must be of the sea transformation realm. Second, one must be under the age of 40. Given that practitioners of the sea transformation realm typically live to be around 120 to 130 years, 40 was considered relatively youthful. In the governor's estate of Yongning County, dozens of qualified practitioners of the sea transformation realm gathered in a training arena. Some familiar faces exchanged pleasantries. Brother Kong Jing, it has been a long time. This young man beside you must be your brother, Kong Xian? I've heard he is a remarkable talent, having reached the peak of the sea transformation realm. If both brothers were to pass the preliminaries, it would indeed be a tale worth telling. Oh, not at all. In Yongning County, there are many powerful practitioners of the sea transformation realm, yet only about 10 will likely pass the preliminary assessments. Even I do not possess absolute confidence in my success. As for my brother, he still has a long way to go. He is merely here to enjoy the spectacle. The two brothers found themselves at the center of attention, surrounded by many onlookers. The two brothers stood at a similar height, yet the elder, Kong Jing, exhibited a more robust physique, while the younger, Kong Xian, appeared somewhat leaner. This duo garnered considerable renown within Yongning County, particularly Kong Jing, who was rumored to possess the strength to conquer the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. It is noteworthy that among the entire realm of Huahai within Yongning County, fewer than 10 individuals had successfully navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, most of whom were over the age of 40. Like the venerable city lord of Beihan City, those under 40 who had achieved such a feat were exceedingly rare. If Kong Jing indeed possessed the capability to traverse the first level, he would undoubtedly be among the 10 who passed the preliminary assessment. Brother, you are far too modest. Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of Huahai, and recently you've grasped a fragment of insight. If you were to challenge the dragon-seeking tower, you would surely surpass the first level. Among those who passed the preliminary assessment, you must be one of them, possibly even the strongest, Kang Xian whispered. Maintain a low profile, Kang Jing replied with a smile, then turned serious. Xian, do not underestimate the upcoming preliminary assessment. With your strength, if you give it your all and luck is not exceedingly unfavorable, you should secure a hunting quota. Understood, Kang Xian nodded earnestly. He yearned to pass the preliminary assessment and join his brother in the royal city hunt. After all, his elder brother was already 37. Participating in this year's hunt meant the next would be 5 years hence, at which point his brother would be over 40 and ineligible to compete. At that moment, a figure entered the governor's mansion. Long Dao? It is him. The dozens of Huahai practitioners gathered in the martial field turned their gazes towards the newcomer. Long Dao? Kang Jing's eyes narrowed. Among those under 40 in Huahai within Yongning County, few could incite his apprehension, and without question, Long Dao was the most formidable among them. Having conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower 7 years ago, he was undoubtedly the strongest among those under 40 in Yongning County. As Long Dao approached the martial field, someone promptly guided him into the inner courtyard. He did not stand with us. Kang Xian inquired with confusion. That is to be expected, Kang Jing responded. In previous years, only 56 individuals from Yongning County participated in the Royal City Hunting Preliminary Assessment, and among them, only a handful had truly conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Given Long Dao's strength, he is certain to pass the preliminary assessment and secure a hunting quota. His presence here is merely a formality. It is likely he will not even need to participate in the assessment. Is it truly so? Kang Xian marveled, but soon grasped the rationale. The credibility of the dragon-seeking tower was unquestionable. Since Long Dao had successfully navigated its first level, his strength was inherently credible, making his direct acquisition of a quota entirely justifiable. As they awaited further developments, soon 2 more individuals arrived and were invited inside. Long Dao Qiuzhe and the matriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yu, were all individuals who had conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, their prowess beyond dispute. Apart from these 3, it was unlikely anyone else possessed the qualifications to be invited in, Kang Jing reflected. Suddenly, a youthful figure emerged onto the martial arts arena, instantly captivating the attention of all present. How astonishingly young. It appeared he was not yet 20. Could such a youthful lad really be here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Many exchanged peculiar glances. Typically, those brave enough to join the Imperial City Hunt possessed considerable confidence in their abilities, having nearly reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. Transitioning from the initial stages of martial arts to the pinnacle of sea transformation requires a protracted period of cultivation. Most individuals achieve this peak only in their 30s, and nearly all present were over 30 years of age. Those under 30 participating in the hunt were quite rare, and those under 20 were almost non-existent. It was likely that not many youths below 20 were joining the Imperial City Hunt this time around. As the youthful figure approached, it became evident to the spectators that he had only attained the great success of sea transformation. A mere great success participant at the Imperial City Hunt? How presumptuous! Kang Xian scoffed, surmising that this young man was perhaps acting impulsively or lacked understanding of the hunt's true nature, mistaking it for an opportunity to showcase his talents. Such individuals were not uncommon and would inevitably be eliminated during the preliminary assessments. Kang Jing merely smiled faintly. The gathered peak practitioners of sea transformation wore expressions of amusement. However, as the youthful figure reached the center of the arena, a servant from the county lord's mansion stepped forward. Young Master Su Xian, please follow me. The county lord is awaiting you in the main hall. Very well, Su Xian nodded, following the servant toward the inner courtyard. The onlookers were taken aback by this development. What was happening? How could this great success participant be deemed worthy of such an invitation? Young Master Su Xian? Which Su Xian? One among them mused, I know of Su Xian. He is the young master of the Su family. Not long ago, the Su family clashed with the Pang family, and it is said that Su Xian even slew a peak practitioner of the Pang family. As confusion spread among the crowd, Su Xian's identity was unveiled. However, the revelation only bred discontent among the spectators. Clearly, Su Xian was here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt, just like them. The trio who had been invited into the inner courtyard had already proven their prowess by conquering the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, securing their hunting spots beyond question. It was only natural for them to be granted early entry. But what of Su Xian? A mere great success participant who appeared not yet 20? Was he leveraging his status as a young master of the Su family? What right did he have? What was the county lord thinking? Leaving them to wait while ushering Su Xian inside? Such a grand title for a young master of the Su family. Their influence was indeed formidable. Kong Xian remarked with evident dissatisfaction. And they say he has slain a peak practitioner of the Pang family? Humph. A great success participant capable of defeating a peak practitioner? What a farce. Su Xian had also conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. He initially used a pseudonym and had only recently made his entrance. Moreover, after he successfully traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, he remained discreet. Even within the Su family, only a select few at the highest echelons were privy to this information, while the majority of the Su clan members were entirely unaware. Naturally, those outside the family were even less informed. As for the claim that he had slain those at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea, who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Keep your voice down, lest someone overhear, Kong Jing admonished. The Su family, after all, was the most prominent clan in Yongning County. With profound heritage, it was only to be expected that the county governor would treat Su Xian with a degree of favoritism. Despite his reprimand, Kong Jing wore a frown, clearly harboring some dissatisfaction. Of course, their discontent was merely due to the differential treatment based on status. While they may have been unhappy, no one dared to voice their grievances aloud. At that moment, a steward from the county governor's office approached. The attendees have nearly gathered. So let us commence the preliminary selection. The rules for this preliminary assessment were straightforward. With the announcement of the regulations by this formidable figure from the county governor's office, the curtain rose on the preliminary selection for the hunting expedition to the imperial city. However, this assessment was exclusively directed at the few dozen individuals gathered in the martial arts arena, including the Kong brothers. As for Su Xian and his companions, who had already been invited into the inner courtyard, their participation was unnecessary, as their hunting quotas had long been secured. In the inner hall of the county governor's residence, East Hall, Su Xian arrived under the guidance of a servant, where several individuals were already seated in anticipation. Young Master Su Xian, this gentleman is the county governor. The servant indicated towards a middle-aged man seated at the forefront. I have the honor of meeting the county governor, Su Xian replied, promptly bowing. Although he had not previously met the governor, he was aware that the governor's surname was Wang. There's no need for such formality. County Governor Wang waved his hand. Su Xian, I am quite familiar with your father. It is remarkable to see a talent like you emerge from the Su family, even after its decline. Su Xian simply smiled faintly. The three individuals beside you have also successfully navigated the first level of the dragon-seeking tower and are exempt from the preliminary assessment. So you should introduce yourself, the county governor continued. I have the pleasure of meeting the three of you, Su Xian said, slightly cupping his hands in greeting to the trio seated nearby. Among them, the good-natured Qiu Zhe and the matriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yu, exchanged peculiar glances with Su Xian. From the county governor's words, they had discerned that Su Xian had also traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, the young man before them appeared to be under 20 years of age, and his cultivation seemed to be merely at the peak of the Transformation Sea. Is it truly you? In contrast, Long Dao, upon recognizing Su Xian's visage, stood up with an expression of astonishment. Long Dao, it has been a while, Su Xian smiled. Do you know this young brother Su Xian? Ling Yu inquired. Indeed, Long Dao nodded. Half a month ago, I encountered brother Su Xian, and we even sparred. That battle was incredibly enlightening for me. Incredibly enlightening? Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were taken aback. Although all have successfully traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, Long Dao achieved this feat 7 years ago, undoubtedly making him the most formidable among the trio. His battle with Su Xian, surprisingly, proved to be quite enlightening for him. Does this imply that Long Dao was defeated? I merely triumphed by a slight margin. Su Xian, however, wore a smile, clearly exhibiting humility. Over the past 2 months, he had roamed within Yongning County, challenging various powerful adversaries. Yet, not everyone possessed the qualification to warrant his challenge. Only those of exceptional strength, capable of breaching the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, could invoke his initiative to confront them. Such individuals included the venerable lord of Beihan City and the esteemed old steward of the Tang estate. As for Long Dao, he had conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower 7 years prior, and Su Xian had indeed faced him half a month ago, at which point Su Xian's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. with a mere activation of his bloodline power. His might could rival that of the peak of the sea transformation. In that encounter, Su Xian had emerged victorious with relative ease. Brother Su Xian, since our last battle, I have reflected deeply and made notable advancements in my strength over the past half-month. Now that we meet again, I wish to seek your counsel once more. If you would be so kind, Long Dao inquired. Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile. Nearby, Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were taken aback by this exchange. Seeking counsel? Not merely a request for guidance? Ling Yu understood the distinction between the two phrases. To seek guidance implies parity in strength, where humility prompts one to frame it as such. However, to seek counsel indicates a deliberate positioning beneath the other. Su Xian was indeed stronger than Long Dao, and by a significant margin. Realizing this, Ling Yu could no longer remain seated. Little brother Su Xian, since even brother Long wishes to seek your guidance, might I also request some of your wisdom? Ling Yu asked. The seemingly simple-minded Qiu Zhe rose as well. Certainly. In that case, let us engage in a thorough exchange. Su Xian responded with a grin. Over the past 2 months, he had faced a myriad of strong opponents, significantly enhancing his own prowess. Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were experts who had conquered the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, and Su Xian was more than willing to engage with them. Chapter 37. 1 against 3. A shocking display in the training arena of the prefectural governor's office. The preliminary assessments were nearing their conclusion. The dozens of peak sea transformation contenders who had come to participate showcased their utmost abilities. The brothers Kong Jing and Kong Xian stood side by side. Xian, you performed admirably, Kong Jing remarked. Kong Xian smiled in return. Among those participating in the preliminary assessment, only 6, including you, my elder brother, have outperformed me. Adding the 3 who had already breached the first level of the Crimson Dragon Tower and secured early slots, that makes a total of 9. I am precisely the 10th. Though I may be at the bottom, as long as I can pass the preliminary assessment and join you in the Imperial City Hunt, I shall be content. At that moment, the steward of the prefectural governor's office began announcing the results. Names such as Kong Jing, Tang Feng, and Guan Yu were called out consecutively, each among the most distinguished from the recent assessments. Next, it shall be my turn, Kong Xian thought eagerly. However, after the steward finished reciting the 6 names, he paused and declared, Congratulations to the 6 of you. You have secured spots for the Imperial City Hunt. As for the others present, perhaps you may return in 5 years. What? Kong Xian's expression changed instantaneously. The others in the crowd seemed unfazed. After all, their performances hardly warranted a place in the top 10. Yet Kong Xian, according to his expectations, had placed exactly 10th, thus qualifying for a spot. What was happening? Why were there only 6 individuals? Including Long Dao and his companions, there were merely 9 in total. Whom did the last spot belong to? Could it be Su Xian? Kong Xian's thoughts immediately turned to Su Xian. Earlier, Su Xian had, before all of them, been invited into the inner courtyard just like Long Dao. Moreover, he hadn't appeared for the preliminary assessment. It had to be him. A flicker of anger flashed in Kong Xian's eyes. Sir, this is unjust. Kong Xian stepped forward and voiced his protest. What did you say? The one overseeing the preliminary assessment was the chief steward of the county governor's office, a trusted confidant of the governor himself, and a genuine expert of the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, the steward's countenance darkened. If I am not mistaken, the Su Xian who was previously invited into the inner courtyard also received a spot for the preliminary selection, did he not? Kong Xian inquired. Indeed. The steward affirmed with a nod. Upon the steward's acknowledgement, Kong Xian's fury ignited. It was absurd. That Su Xian was merely a consummate sea transformation practitioner. What merit did he possess to deserve a hunting spot? His sentiments were immediately echoed by the majority present. Earlier, seeing Su Xian granted preferential treatment had already stirred discontent among them. Who could accept that Su Xian, not only treated entirely differently from them, had also been afforded a hunting spot alongside Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu? Are you questioning the fairness of my county governor's office? The steward's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Kong Xian. Under the steward's scrutiny, Kong Xian felt a tremor of fear. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort broke the tension as a figure descended beside the steward. Lord Yuanqing, the steward promptly greeted the newcomer. I have the honor of meeting you. Lord Yuanqing, the crowd in the training ground also bowed in respect. Yuanqing, however, cast a frosty glance at Kong Xian and said, Each time the Imperial City Hunt is conducted, The preliminary assessments determining hunting spots among various states and counties have always been under the supervision of my Red Dragon Tower. If you find it unfair, you are welcome to leave. In future hunts, do not bother to participate. Kong Xian trembled slightly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Silence. Kong Jing, standing beside him, chided, with the oversight of the Red Dragon Tower, no one dares to act recklessly. If Su Xian was granted a hunting spot in advance, there must be a valid reason. Do not speak further. Kong Xian dared not utter another word. At that moment, having learned that the preliminary assessment had concluded, Su Xian and his companions emerged from the inner courtyard. Young friend Su Xian, upon spotting him, Yuan Qing immediately approached with a beaming smile. Greetings, Supervisor Yuan Qing, Su Xian replied, returning the greeting with a smile. As for Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, who stood alongside Su Xian, they immediately bowed to Yuan Qing, who merely nodded in response. Although Long Dao and his companions had managed to breach the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower before the age of 40, thus showcasing a commendable level of talent, in Yuan Qing's eyes, their combined importance scarcely equated to the worth of a single finger of Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, let us engage in combat here in the training arena, proposed Long Dao. Very well, Su Xian responded with a nod. Before long, all four of them found themselves in the training arena, where the gathered peak practitioners of the sea transformation realm instinctively cleared a space. What is happening? Is it Long Dao and his companions preparing for a spar? Murmured the onlookers, noting Su Xian's presence among them. No. It appeared that Long Dao and his companions intended to challenge Su Xian. The peak practitioners who had come to participate in the preliminary assessment were immediately intrigued. They were filled with curiosity regarding the prowess of Su Xian, who, despite only achieving the great completion of the sea transformation realm, had secured a hunting quota ahead of time. Initially, they had assumed Su Xian would face one of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu. But as the trio drew their weapons, the spectators were left astonished. It was not a one-on-one duel, it was a 3-on-1. Su Xian was to contend simultaneously against Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu. What a jest! The brothers Kong Jing and Kong Xian widened their eyes in disbelief. Kong Xian even wondered if Su Xian had lost his senses. How could a mere great completion of the sea transformation realm possibly face three top-tier experts who had surmounted the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower? In truth, the reason for this 3-on-1 confrontation was not Su Xian's arrogance, but rather Long Dao's proactive request. A fortnight prior, the disparity in their capabilities during their previous encounter had been glaring. Despite Long Dao's improvements over the past 2 weeks, he was acutely aware that he remained far from Su Xian's equal. Thus, upon learning that Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu also wished to challenge Su Xian, he quickly conspired with them to engage together. Su Xian, too, did not decline their proposal. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Brother Su Xian, you must exercise caution. After all, it is a combined effort of 3, Long Dao remarked, his confidence evidently bolstered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. 3 formidable bursts of spiritual energy erupted, each one surpassing the typical strength of a peak practitioner of the sea transformation realm, and their executed techniques were even more formidable. Among them, Long Dao wielded a battle knife in each hand, leaping forth like an arrow, his blade slicing through the air with a certain artistry, silent yet profound. The moment one blade slashed out, the other followed suit almost immediately. Qiu Zhe, with his imposing stature, resembled a small mountain as he swung a massive axe weighing several hundred pounds, its arc sweeping through the air like a force capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. As for Ling Yu, he moved like a specter, wielding a sword as delicate as a cicada's wing, which danced with the wind, striking towards Su Xian's waist with the speed of lightning, empowered by a profound intent. Incredible! Each of these 3 surpassed my own strength. At this moment, Kong Jing wore an expression of astonishment. Having just concluded the preliminary assessment, he had indeed performed exceptionally well and possessed the capability to surpass the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. However, the trio of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, who had just unleashed their prowess, had already conquered the first level of the tower long ago. Until they made their move, Kong Jing was unaware of their true strength. Now, witnessing their assault, he immediately comprehended that any one of them surpassed him in skill. Particularly, The twin blades wielded by Long Dao struck with such ferocity that he felt certain that, should he engage with them, he would at most endure for mere moments before succumbing to defeat. In stark contrast, Su Xian, who faced the combined onslaught of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, appeared utterly unfazed. He wielded his sword with a single hand, effortlessly conjuring blossoms of sword light, effortlessly dismantling their offensive, regardless of how frantically the trio attacked. Even when they unleashed their most potent techniques, Su Xian easily repelled each assault. Such formidable prowess! Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu, having exhausted their utmost efforts, were profoundly shaken. When Long Dao had previously asserted that even their united strength might not match Su Xian, they had been skeptical. Yet now, suddenly, Su Xian took a decisive step forward, his sword sweeping through the air. Phantom roll, first form, dark light. The world seemed to be reduced to a singular glimmer emanating from Su Xian's blade. Guided by the sword's intent, this flicker of light moved with astonishing speed. Long Dao and his companions had no time to defend. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons were forcefully cast to the ground. You three have my gratitude, Su Xian stated with a subtle smile. Defeated, the trio found themselves in a state of disbelief. They had joined forces, yet this was their outcome? As they struggled to comprehend the situation, Yuan Qing, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of excitement. With this display, Su Xian had evidently demonstrated the capability to traverse the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, and among those who had achieved that feat, he would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent had also seen remarkable enhancement. Such an extraordinary progression in just 2 months? Yuan Qing was left in awe. He couldn't help but think that the Tianyan Palace had been blind to forego Su Xian's exceptional slot. As the battle concluded, the trio of Long Dao gradually regained their composure. Yuan Qing announced, "Those who have secured hunting slots, please step forward. I shall relay some details regarding this hunting expedition." Immediately, those who were granted slots approached. "Xiao Xian, wait here for a moment," Kong Jing instructed before stepping forward. Meanwhile, Kong Xian stood with vacant eyes, his mind a blank slate, utterly stunned. To defeat 3 opponents so effortlessly, Su Xian had truly exceeded all expectations. Had he once doubted Su Xian's worthiness for a hunting slot? Now, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only feel fortunate that Su Xian had not heard his previous words. Otherwise, judging by the prowess Su Xian had just displayed, even if 10 of him were bound together, they would likely not suffice to withstand a single hand of Su Xian. After Yuan Qing gave his instructions, the crowd dispersed. Su Xian then returned to the Su family. As the foremost family in Yongning County, the Su clan was well informed and had already learned that Su Xian had secured a spot in the Imperial City Hunt. In an instant, the entire Su family was invigorated. The young master is truly remarkable. He is only 19 years old. At such a tender age, he has the opportunity to participate in the Imperial City Hunt and may even gain entry into the legendary Tianyan Palace. It is said that the young master shone brightly during today's preliminary assessment, defeating several formidable adversaries who had passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Discussions abounded throughout the Su family. The younger generation of the Su clan was particularly excited, filled with admiration for Su Xian. Upon returning to his family, Su Xian immediately sought out his father. Once again in the study, Su Baichen had not changed much in the 2 months since. He still appeared aged, frail, and utterly worn out. "You wish to enter Tianyan Palace through the Imperial City Hunt?" Su Baichen fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. "Yes," Su Xian nodded. "Do you have confidence?" Su Baichen inquired. "I do," Su Xian affirmed once more. Over the past 2 months of rigorous training, not only had he advanced in cultivation, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of intent had also significantly improved. Now, he could easily traverse the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, and if he truly exerted himself, entering the top 10 of this Imperial City Hunt would not be a mere fantasy. If you can indeed enter Tianyan Palace, you will study there for a considerable time. There is no need to worry about our family. With the status of a Tianyan Palace disciple, no one would dare to act against us. And as long as I am alive, no one can harm our family. Su Baichen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Go forth with peace of mind. How far you can go and how far you can reach depends solely on yourself. Remember what I told you before. When you can trample the entire Situ family underfoot by your own strength, you will be qualified to learn the true secrets of the Su lineage. Additionally, When you achieve a breakthrough to the void-breaking realm, do remember to return to the family. After finishing his words, Su Baichen waved his hand and turned back to his painting. I take my leave, father. Su Xian bowed respectfully and then turned to depart. Chapter 38. Gathering of Talents. The following morning, the 10 prodigies who had secured spots for the hunt gathered at the governor's mansion. Is that the purple wind beast? The crowd gazed at the more than 10 demon beasts standing before them. The purple wind beast is considered a relatively low-tier demon beast, yet it possesses remarkable speed in flight and a gentle disposition, making it easy to tame. Thus, many within the Tianyin dynasty utilize it as a steed for travel. Let us depart. Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower, personally led the team. In just 2 hours, they arrived at the Yunzhou governor's mansion. At this moment, a multitude of talented individuals from various counties within Yunzhou had gathered. Yuan Qing. As soon as Su Xian's group landed, someone approached eagerly. Tai Ying, you rascal. Upon seeing the visitor, Yuan Qing revealed a smile, clearly indicating a familiarity and friendship between the two. Tai Ying, the one behind you must be the talented individual selected from Sisui County, correct? I have heard that there is a genius who has even conquered the 2nd level of the Red Dragon Tower this time. Who might that be? Yuan Qing inquired, pulling Tai Ying along. There he is. Tai Ying gestured towards a cold-faced man clad in black robes, standing at the back. The man exuded an icy demeanor, standing there like a sharp blade, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. He appears to be quite the expert. Yuan Qing nodded in acknowledgement. What about your Yongning County? It seems there are no particularly formidable characters present. Is that a fully matured sea transformation cultivator mingling among them? Tai Ying's attention was drawn to the 10 geniuses selected from Yongning County, and upon spotting Su Xian, he displayed a peculiar expression. Do not underestimate this young lad. Although he has only reached the pinnacle of sea transformation, in terms of strength, he is indeed the most formidable talent from Yongning County this time. Certainly on par with the strongest from Sisui County, Yuan Qing asserted. Oh, that piqued Tai Ying's interest. A sea transformation cultivator is the strongest from your Yongning County? Please, do elaborate. Yuan Qing and Tai Ying, both supervisors of the Red Dragon Tower from their respective counties and good friends, engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Su Xian and the other 9 geniuses gazed ahead in astonishment as they beheld a dense gathering of numerous talents from various counties. Surely there must be around 2,000 individuals here, Long Dao marveled. In the Yunzhou region, there are a total of 206 counties. Selecting 10 talents from each county amounts to 2,060 individuals. Su Xian's expression turned serious. The Tianyin dynasty comprises 36 states, averaging 200 counties per state, leading to a staggering total of 72,000 talents, if we consider 2,000 from each county. This figure does not even account for the influential families and powerful factions within the Tianyin dynasty, nor the many independent sects that exist within the dynasty. These sects do not need to undergo preliminary examinations. They directly receive hunting quotas at the commencement of each hunt. If we were to include all of them, the Royal City Hunt would likely attract nearly 100,000 talents. Su Xian, having once been a scion from a prominent family, possessed a deeper understanding of the Royal City Hunt. It was indeed true that those influential families, powerful factions, and even independent sects had fixed hunting quotas. In the past, when the ancestor of the Su family was still alive, as a prominent clan in the Tianyin dynasty, they had access to abundant resources to cultivate their disciples. Whenever the Royal City Hunt was held, the Su family would receive numerous hunting quotas. However, after the family's decline, those quotas naturally disappeared. Nearly 100,000 talents. Long Dao and the others felt somewhat dazed. Although they were indeed the pinnacle of talent within Yongning County, they could only be considered somewhat exceptional within the broader context of Yunzhou. Amidst the gathering of nearly 100,000 talents from the 36 counties of the dynasty, they felt rather ordinary. With such a multitude of geniuses assembled, Su Xian clenched his fists, a surge of ambition rising within him. Among these near 100,000 talents, the most common were individuals like Kong Jing, who had barely managed to conquer the 1st level of the dragon-seeking tower or were close to its standard. Those who were slightly stronger included Long Dao, Xiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, representing a higher echelon. The true prowess lies with those exceptional individuals who have successfully navigated the 2nd level of the dragon-seeking tower. In this Imperial City's hunt, it is likely that there are thousands of such extraordinary talents. This is indeed a true congregation of geniuses. In comparison to the vast Tianyin Empire, a mere Yongning County is exceedingly small. Suddenly, dozens of figures emerged from the Guardian's residence, led by a venerable elder, the governor of Yunzhou. Yunzhou is one of the 36 provinces of the Tianyin Empire. The governor of Yunzhou is a prominent official, and to command a province signifies that his strength is formidable, having long since reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. With all the talents from various counties gathered, it is time to embark on the journey. At the command of the governor of Yunzhou, the 206 counties within Yunzhou, comprising 2,060 talented individuals, simultaneously mounted their purple-winged beasts and set forth towards the imperial city in grand procession. The purple-winged beasts are remarkably swift, covering a journey that would typically take over half a month in merely 2 days. The group arrived at a vast plain several dozen miles from the imperial city, where the magnificent city could be seen from afar. However, they chose not to enter the city but proceeded to a spacious encampment on the plain. This encampment, situated near the royal hunting grounds, was specifically prepared for the many talents participating in the imperial city's hunt. Under the governor's personal guidance, the numerous talents from Yunzhou orderly entered the camp, subsequently registering their identities and receiving a personal identity token, along with their assigned accommodations. Once everything was arranged, the talented individuals were free to engage in their own activities. As night fell, the camp became extraordinarily lively. With less than 2 days remaining until the hunt commenced, nearly 100,000 talents selected from across the Tianyin Empire had gathered at this encampment, making it nearly impossible for the atmosphere not to be vibrant. Within the camp, there were over 100 arenas designated for combat and sparring, nearly all of which were occupied. Ha! Delightful, continue. You are no match for me. Take this strike. As Su Xian wandered through the camp, passing by various arenas, he observed the fierce battles taking place among the talented individuals. These prodigies, usually scattered across different provinces, found it challenging to locate suitable opponents in their daily lives. Yet, at this imperial city hunt, the abundance of challengers was overwhelming, prompting them to engage without hesitation. The more combative among them flitted from one arena to another, continuously clashing with their peers. Even Su Xian felt an irresistible urge to join the fray. However, after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. After all, he had only reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. If he were to consecutively defeat those who had breached the first or even second levels of the dragon-seeking tower on the arena, it would undoubtedly attract too much attention. Given that he was surrounded by enemies, it was wise to remain discreet. He resolved to reveal his innate talents and strength only after the initial round of the hunt and upon entering the imperial city, when all the top-tier experts and influential factions of the Tianyin Empire would converge. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Su Xian's ears. Haha, big fool. Your attacking methods are rather clumsy. Come, let's clash blades again. Turning his gaze, Su Xian immediately recognized the untidy youth on the stage, grinning with a long knife in hand. It was him. Filled with joy, Su Xian swiftly approached the arena. On the stage, the individual referred to as the Big Fool was a robust man nearing 2 meters in height, wielding a hefty battle knife with formidable might and a profound aura, exuding a terrifying power. In terms of strength, this fierce man could undoubtedly conquer the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, before the scruffy youth, he appeared exceedingly foolish. Though his knife skills were formidable, he could not even graze a corner of the youth's attire. Instead, the untidy boy, with casual swings of his blade, left the robust man in disarray. In mere moments, the robust man conceded defeat. Throughout the encounter, he was thoroughly trampled, with no room for resistance. Below the stage, a multitude of talented individuals gathered, and upon witnessing the robust man's surrender, they couldn't help but sigh. Another one has fallen. This makes the 11th, doesn't it? Indeed, the 11th. Among these 11, only 4 have passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, while the remaining 7 have surmounted the second level, yet they all falter before this untidy youth. Who exactly is this scruffy boy, and how does he possess such strength? I recognize this youth. His name is Duan Yunfeng, a rather eccentric genius. It is said that he has traversed the imperial dynasty for years, challenging various formidable opponents. Among the nearly 100,000 talents participating in this hunt, he undoubtedly qualifies to contend for a spot in the top 10. Qualified for the top 10? No wonder he is so formidable. The crowd buzzed with discussions and admiration. After defeating the robust man, Duan Yunfeng lingered on the stage for a while. Yet no one dared to challenge him again. Boring, he muttered with a pout before descending from the arena. Duan Yunfeng. Just as he stepped off the stage, he heard someone call his name. Following the voice, he turned to see Su Xian. Su Xian. His eyes instantly lit up. Having roamed the Tianyin dynasty and battled countless talented individuals, only a select few left a lasting impression on him, and Su Xian was undoubtedly the most memorable. Back in Donyang City, Duan Yunfeng had already attained the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, whereas Su Xian was merely at the true martial realm. The disparity in their cultivation levels was immense, yet in a purely skill-based contest, he found himself utterly unable to best Su Xian, even when employing his strongest techniques. Such a genius certainly deserved to be remembered. Within the camp, there existed not only arenas for combat, but also taverns for leisure and relaxation. At this moment, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat face to face in one of these taverns. Su Xian, you mentioned back in Donyang City that you would come to the Imperial City for the hunt to battle me. I never anticipated you would actually come. Duan Yunfeng was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that in the short span of merely a few months, Su Xian's cultivation could ascend from the true martial realm to the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. I told you I would come, Su Xian replied with a smile. Duan Yunfeng, it's been a few months since we last met, and it appears your own cultivation has improved as well. It seems you are certainly among the top 10 for this hunt. Haha, I can confidently say that I have a solid chance of making it into the top 10. Duan Yunfeng responded with a self-assured grin. Su Xian nodded inwardly. Having observed that Duan Yunfeng's cultivation had elevated from the perfected sea transformation to the peak of the sea transformation realm. Previously, when Duan Yunfeng had reached the perfected sea transformation, the power he unleashed through his techniques was formidable enough to rival that of the peak sea transformation. Coupled with his extraordinary swordsmanship and profound understanding of the essence of martial arts, his current strength was indeed astonishing. Ordinary geniuses who had traversed the second level of the Dragon Tower, even if they banded together, would likely struggle to compete against him. What about you? What level do you aspire to reach in this hunt? Duan Yunfeng inquired. Since you are confident about entering the top 10, I certainly cannot lag behind. Su Xian replied with a smile. You too aim for the top 10? Are you certain? Duan Yunfeng scrutinized Su Xian intently. Of course, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Haha, that is splendid. Back in Donyang City, your cultivation was rather low, and I couldn't truly unleash my strength in a battle against you. As for the competition in the first phase of the hunting ground, that can be set aside. When we reach the final stage of combat, should we cross paths, I will fight you with all my might, Duan Yunfeng declared. A promise is a promise, Su Xian thought eagerly as he anticipated the opportunity to engage with Duan Yunfeng. At that moment, someone called out, Sister, look, it's Duan Yunfeng. A few figures approached, and one of them pointed toward Duan Yunfeng's direction. Among them, a leading woman glanced at Duan Yunfeng, paused for a moment, then cupped her hands in greeting before departing. Duan Yunfeng, do you know those individuals? Su Xian inquired. I do not know them personally, but I am aware of them, Duan Yunfeng replied with a faint smile. The woman is Luo Xianzi, the foremost genius of the Purple Cloud sect. She is also qualified to contend for a spot in the top 20 in this hunt. Chapter 39. The hunt begins. Purple Cloud sect, Luo Xianzi? Su Xian's heart stirred. He had heard of the Purple Cloud sect, a deeply rooted sect within the Tianyin dynasty. Su Xian, you arrived at the camp today, right? Duan Yunfeng looked over. Yes, Su Xian nodded. No wonder you do not recognize Luo Xianzi, Duan Yunfeng chuckled. In this camp, aside from the participating geniuses, there are also merchants who trade in information about these talents. They possess details on the top geniuses participating in this hunt. You can wait a bit in this tavern. You will soon see those merchants. Information, you say? Su Xian understood. Before long, Su Xian spotted a merchant and purchased a piece of information from him. A thick notebook was laid before Su Xian, and he began to peruse its contents. The first name that caught his eye was Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng. Su Xian gazed at the detailed introduction regarding this individual. In the contemporary realm of the Tianyin imperial lineage, there exists a prodigious talent, a mere 34 years of age, whose cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. He has mastered the unique imperial elemental art of the Tianyin royal family, his spiritual power erupting with a potency surpassing that of an average early-stage void-breaking expert. Furthermore, his comprehension of the realm has reached the first tier, and his mastery of the dragon spear technique has attained a consummate level. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunting event, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 superlative geniuses. What remarkable strength! Su Xian could not help but exclaim. Indeed, he is formidable, acknowledged Duan Yunfeng, who stood beside him. Although both were at the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage, the imperial elemental art he practiced, an exclusive legacy of the Tianyan royal family, boasted extraordinary explosive power, surpassing the cultivation methods he employed. In terms of sheer force, he was considerably stronger, and in aspects such as comprehension and spear technique, he was equally formidable. Against him, I can only exert my utmost effort, unleashing my most potent techniques. Perhaps I might stand a chance. Despite Duan Yunfeng's unwavering confidence in his own prowess, he held a significant wariness towards Xia Meng. Rumor had it that Xia Meng had long secured a special admission quota at the Tianyan Palace. However, being a royal scion, he wished to avoid the perception that his lineage alone granted him access to the palace. Thus, he chose to participate in this hunting event. Duan Yunfeng continued. Among the nearly 100,000 talents participating in this hunt, the most powerful and fierce among those who have unveiled their abilities is undoubtedly Xia Meng, and he is widely regarded as certain to secure a place within the top 3 of this event. As for the others, even I am merely considered qualified to contend for a spot in the top 10. Su Xian continued to peruse the profiles of various prodigies and soon came across Duan Yunfeng's entry. The beggar youth, Duan Yunfeng, known for his eccentric temperament and enigmatic origins, had wandered through the various states of the Tianyan Empire for years, challenging numerous strong adversaries. His swordsmanship was exceptionally strong, and his comprehension of the realm was remarkably high. To date, no one had compelled him to reveal his full strength, and he was deemed qualified to vie for a position in the top 10 of the hunt. Upon reading this information, Su Xian's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He noted 2 key points. First, Duan Yunfeng's mysterious background. Second, that he had yet to demonstrate his utmost strength. The fact that he had not revealed his full potential yet was still regarded as qualified to compete for the top 10, coupled with his own confidence, led Su Xian to sigh inwardly as he continued to delve deeper. Tuasan. Su Xian's attention was drawn to another name. Tuasan was similarly recognized as qualified to contend for a place in the top 10, a peer of Duan Yunfeng's caliber. However, Su Xian's interest in him stemmed not from his strength, but rather from his origins. According to the information, Tuasan hailed from the Qi Wangfu, emerging from a group of orphans adopted by the Qi King. The Qi King? Su Xian's gaze narrowed. As far as he was aware, this Qi King was the younger brother of the reigning monarch, having once contended for the throne. Though he ultimately failed, he still wielded considerable power within the Tianyan Empire, maintaining intricate connections with numerous influential factions and esteemed families within the realm. Among them, the Situ clan had a particularly close relationship with the Qi King. Previously, a nighttime raid on the Su family was executed by a contingent of the Yinglong Guard, an elite unit exclusively deployable by members of the royal family, particularly those wielding substantial power. The Qi Wang, fortuitously, is among those authorized to command such a squad. Su Xian pondered quietly, harboring only suspicions that lacked definitive proof. Is this the intelligence regarding the recent figure, the fairy Luo? He once again scrutinized the information, which included details about the recently encountered Luo fairy of the Ziyun sect. While she may not rival Duan Yunfeng or Tu San, her strength is nonetheless formidable, qualifying her to contest for a top 20 position. Moreover, this Luo fairy is a bloodline awakener, having awakened a 3rd-tier bloodline. Su Xian swiftly scanned through the profiles of various prodigies. At last, he encountered the name he sought, the Situ family, Situ Yu. This Situ Yu, though not particularly dazzling, was indeed among the most exceptional talents within the Tianyan dynasty, possessing the potential to breach the top 20. However, it was evident that his prowess and accomplishments pale in comparison to those of Duan Yunfeng and Tu San. With my current strength, defeating him would not pose a significant challenge. Su Xian clenched his fists. Of course, this is merely the surface. What if Situ Yu harbors hidden strength? The upcoming hunt has assembled nearly 100,000 prodigies. Although most have showcased their abilities, some truly formidable talents remain under the radar, undiscovered yet possessing immense power. For instance, Su Xian himself has advanced rapidly, with his combat engagements being remarkably few. Currently, only those who have faced him, such as Long Dao and a handful of others, are aware of his true strength. However, He did not employ his full power during those encounters, and thus his name is absent from this intelligence report. Among the talents listed in this intelligence, dozens are qualified to vie for a top 20 rank, including several bloodline awakeners. Adding to this, there are countless prodigies yet to reveal their abilities. Su Xian tightened his grip, feeling a tinge of pressure within. Nevertheless, I am determined to secure a spot among the disciples of the Tianyin Palace. At that time, we shall see how far I can advance. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat in a tavern, enjoying drinks and discussing the talents mentioned in the intelligence report. Suddenly, commotion erupted as someone challenged Xiao Mo. The Xiao family's Xiao Mo, the one vying for a top 20 position? Quickly, let us take a look. Many prodigies rose from their seats, hurrying towards the arena. Xiao Mo. Su Xian rapidly recalled the details about this individual. Su Xian, shall we go and see? Duan Yunfeng inquired. Certainly, Su Xian replied with a nod, and the two promptly set off. Soon, they arrived at the arena, witnessing two figures engaged in a swift and fierce exchange. A prodigy from my Yunzhou, Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Yunzhou, being one of the 36 states, has witnessed a gathering of prodigies for this hunting event, yet none can be deemed exceptionally remarkable. Although a few have ventured through the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, only two possess the true qualifications to challenge the top 100. Recorded in the annals of genius. The individual currently facing off against Xiao Mo is one of them. He is destined to lose, Duan Yunfeng remarked. Indeed, as Xiao Mo made his move, dozens of icy glimmers seemed to manifest simultaneously on the arena, and the Yunzhou prodigy caught in the midst of these glimmers faced immediate defeat. I concede. Following his victory, Xiao Mo beamed with a bright smile. But as he turned to leave, his gaze fortuitously fell upon Duan Yunfeng below the stage. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo's expression contorted in an instant, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, yet he refrained from any further action, merely snorting disdainfully before departing. Duan Yunfeng. It appears that Xiao Mo harbors a grudge against you? Su Xian inquired with keen interest. Oh, it's nothing more than a trivial matter of having snatched his bride on the day of his wedding and giving him a lesson, nothing of great consequence. Xiao Mo is simply too petty, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. On the day of the wedding, you stole his bride? Su Xian exclaimed, taken aback. His bride was coerced into marrying him in the first place. I merely acted against his despicable conduct, Duan Yunfeng explained. You are quite ruthless, Su Xian said, offering Duan Yunfeng an approving thumbs up, now understanding the venomous glance Xiao Mo had cast his way moments earlier. Their conversation was brief, and soon they returned to their respective quarters to rest. The following 2 days were filled with excitement in the camp. Duan Yunfeng, unable to contain his eagerness, frequently engaged in battles on the arena, whereas Su Xian maintained a notably low profile. Finally, the day of the hunt arrived. On that clear morning, as the sun rose, a vast expanse of nearly 100,000 prodigies stood assembled on the boundless plains. Su Xian stood alongside Long Dao and the other 10 prodigies from Yongning County. Long Dao, what is the matter? Why do you all look so grim? Su Xian inquired, having noticed the furrowed brows of not only Long Dao, but also Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu. Su Xian, during our days in the camp, we've all faced off against others in the arena, but the results. Long Dao's explanation illuminated the situation for Su Xian. The strongest among them had only managed to clear the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, rendering them rather ordinary amidst the multitude of prodigies present for the hunt. Their attempts to challenge others on the arena had resulted in disheartening defeats, often quite humiliating. There are simply too many talents. Our presence here feels like a mere formality. This first phase of the hunt is beyond our capability, Long Dao lamented. Among the 10 prodigies selected from Yongning County, it seems you are the only one capable of making a mark in this first phase of the hunt. Do not lose heart, Su Xian consoled. There are many prodigies participating in this phase of the hunt. With a stroke of luck, perhaps you may prevail. Yet, Long Dao and his companions could only muster a bitter smile in response. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the void began to collapse in waves. In mere moments, dozens of spatial passages leading to the royal hunting grounds unfolded before the astonished eyes of the multitude of geniuses. Amidst their awe, an aged elder presiding over the hunt waved his hand majestically. Enter. At once, nearly 100,000 talented individuals surged like a swarm of wasps into each spatial passage. In the blink of an eye, they had all entered the hunting grounds. The royal city's hunt had officially commenced. Chapter 40. The initial battle. The royal hunting grounds sprawled as a vast, independent expanse. Within this realm, mountains and rivers flourished, mirroring the outside world in every aspect. The nearly 100,000 participants now found themselves simultaneously present within the hunting grounds. Upon his arrival, Su-Xian immediately cast his gaze around. Though he detected the presence of several individuals nearby, Long Dao and Qiu Zhe, who had stood beside him moments before, had vanished without a trace. Have they all scattered? Su-Xian murmured. Young ones, a resounding voice echoed from above, reverberating through every corner of the hunting grounds. All the talented participants listened intently. The rules of the first phase of the hunt are quite simple. Upon your arrival at the camp to register your identities, each of you received a token representing your identity. What you must do now is devise any means necessary to eliminate those you encounter and seize their tokens. After 5 days, the 1,000 individuals with the most tokens shall be deemed successful. Furthermore, these identity tokens possess a unique protective enchantment that will safeguard your lives in moments of peril. Therefore, feel free to act with abandon. Even if you slay your opponent, they will not truly perish, but merely be eliminated. Let the madness begin, young ones. The grand voice gradually faded. The multitude of geniuses within the hunting grounds promptly comprehended the rules of the hunt. This was a chaotic melee, a bloodletting feast uniting nearly 100,000 prodigies. Only 1,000 of these talented individuals would remain. Su-Xian's eyes narrowed. The moment he entered the hunting grounds, he realized he could sense the precise locations of nearby geniuses through the token in his hand. This meant that regardless of how adept an opponent was at concealment, he would be able to detect their presence immediately. This compels us to engage in frenzied combat, Su-Xian mused, a frown creasing his brow. In that instant of understanding the rules, whoosh, 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 Su-Xian sensed several geniuses rapidly approaching him through the token. For among them moved with remarkable speed. Are they coming for me? Do they perceive me as an easy target, merely because I have reached the peak of the transformation sea? Su-Xian's eyes turned frosty as he swiftly drew his sword. The first 4 individuals to rush towards Su-Xian comprised 3 men and 1 woman, among whom a sinister young man clad in purple stood directly before him. Grasping a battle spear with both hands, he emanated a surge of spiritual energy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How dare one at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm participate in the Imperial City hunt? If not you, then who shall be slain? Out of nearly 10,000, only 1,000 would remain. This meant that with each life extinguished, a competitor vanished. Even if one were to perish, the presence of a talisman would prevent true death. These prodigies would harbor no mercy whatsoever. Die! The sinister young man in purple charged first, his battle spear sweeping through the air like a tempest, hurtling towards Su-Xian. With a single hand, Su-Xian brandished his sword, pushing it forward seemingly at random. Yet, this motion summoned forth a sword intent that immediately deflected the spear aside, after which the sword glided through the void, targeting the young man's throat. What? A flicker of shock crossed the young man's eyes. However, the restriction within his talisman had already activated, enveloping him in a burst of white light that whisked him away from the hunting ground, leaving the talisman to drift aimlessly in the air. Su-Xian deftly retrieved it. No sooner had he completed this than the assault from the other 3 arrived. Get lost! Su-Xian roared, his sword transforming into a bolt of lightning. The first move of the phantom shadow technique, dark light. It was as if a solitary beam of light remained in an endless abyss of darkness. The profundity contained within his swordsmanship exceeded the imagination of those 3 prodigies entirely. Clang, 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 as 3 metallic clashes resounded. The assaults of the trio were not only instantly shattered, but the weakest among them, the woman, was swiftly slain by Su-Xian. How is this possible? So powerful. The 2 surviving prodigies were struck with terror, and without hesitation, turned to flee. Su-Xian made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he stepped forward to claim the talisman left behind by the woman. These 4 should possess barely enough strength to have traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Su-Xian mused. Indeed, those capable of breaching the first level of the dragon-seeking tower were geniuses, under normal circumstances. One could easily slay several at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. In any county, they would undoubtedly be the foremost of warriors. Yet, 2 months prior, when Su-Xian himself was merely at the minor completion of the sea transformation realm, he had effortlessly passed through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. After 2 months of rigorous training, not only had his cultivation advanced to the major completion of the sea transformation realm, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent had also seen significant enhancement. Now, he was thoroughly confident in his ability to contend for a place among the top 10 in the overall rankings of this hunt. Dealing with prodigies who had barely managed to breach the first level of the dragon-seeking tower was indeed exceedingly easy. He merely exerted a slight amount of his bloodline power, hardly needing to showcase his swordsmanship. Just as Su Xin lamented the relative weakness of these 4 prodigies, others also began to rush toward him, having initially been positioned farther away and arriving a moment later. However, as they hastened towards the scene, they beheld 4 prodigies at the pinnacle of their cultivation, united in their quest to vanquish a formidable adversary who had attained the pinnacle of the sea transformation stage. In the blink of an eye, 2 of these 4 geniuses lay slain, while the remaining 2 fled in a frenzy. The oncoming talents immediately halted in their tracks. Is this sea transformation master truly this powerful? To obliterate 2 of the 4 in an instant speaks volumes of his prowess, surely surpassing the second tier of the Crimson Dragon Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, these enlightened individuals, having witnessed Su Xion's formidable strength, swiftly altered their course to retreat, fearing his pursuit. Within the royal hunting grounds, the first phase of the hunt was rife with conflict. Nearly 100,000 aspiring talents clashed violently, each striving to seize the tokens from their opponents. As the battles raged on, a significant number of aspirants were eliminated and expelled from the hunting grounds. Outside, upon the vast and expansive plains, one by one, these talents emerged from the spatial portals. Kong Jing, you've been eliminated so soon? A group of talents, already ousted from Yongning County, congregated. Alas, while my strength exceeds yours slightly, I barely reached the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Among the multitude of talents in this hunt, I remained among the weakest. Just as I grasped the rules, a prodigy descended upon me and dispatched me in mere 2 strikes. That individual was undoubtedly a top-tier genius who had conquered the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. I stood no chance against him, Kong Jing lamented, his expression one of despair. He had envisioned showcasing his prowess in this hunt, yet he was swiftly cut down. In a corner of the plains, a newly eliminated talent gazed incredulously at the alluring figure in purple. Brother Chu, how is it that you were eliminated so early? With your strength, you could have lingered in the hunting grounds longer, slaying a few talents and acquiring some tokens, no? After a moment of silence, the enigmatic figure in purple responded, Ling, it may amuse you to hear this, but I encountered a sea transformation master in the hunting grounds. I had hoped to easily seize a token from what I presumed to be a soft target, yet to my dismay, this sea transformation master dispatched me with a mere glance. A sea transformation master eliminated you with just a glance? The words of the purple-clad youth astonished the surrounding talents from the same region. I, too, was taken aback, he replied with a wry smile. As time passed, the number of eliminated talents continued to swell. Within mere hours, over half of the nearly 100,000 aspirants who had entered the hunting grounds had been ousted. Soon, a day of carnage had elapsed. As night descended, the talents within the hunting grounds, in perfect unison, chose to cease hostilities and rest, recognizing their need to recuperate their spiritual energy and nourishment. It was not until the dawn of the following day that the slaughter recommenced. Within the hunting grounds, a flash of sword light danced, akin to a serpent gliding effortlessly along an adversary's weapon, aiming for the neck. The talent's eyes widened in terror, only to be enveloped by the blinding light. The 14th, Su Xin observed calmly as this talent was expelled from the hunting grounds. In terms of prowess, this prodigy has nearly reached the level of the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower. However, before him, there remains little room for struggle. This marks the 14th genius he has eliminated in this hunt. Although he has personally dispatched only 14, he has amassed over 30 tokens. After all, these geniuses have also slain others, securing their tokens, which were subsequently left behind upon their demise at Su Xion's hands. After a day of carnage, the number of geniuses I encounter diminishes. Following the slaying of the 13th genius, it took over an hour to encounter the 14th. Su Xion mused. He understood that initially, nearly 100,000 geniuses appeared simultaneously in the hunting grounds, creating an incredibly dense atmosphere. Hence, the initial clashes were the most intense and frenzied. However, as time passed and more geniuses were eliminated, The remaining ones dwindled, naturally reducing the likelihood of encounters. Nonetheless, those who have survived an entire day of slaughter must be formidable, possessing numerous tokens. Taking one down is equivalent to dispatching several previous geniuses, Su Xian contemplated. For instance, the recently slain 14th genius left behind a substantial 8 tokens. At midday, under the scorching sun that baked the earth, Su Xian walked slowly through the woods, sword in hand. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in his demeanor. Through the tokens, he could perceive the simultaneous presence of 3 geniuses nearby. Clearly, the 3 had also detected him through their tokens and were hastily converging in his direction. Have they allied? Su Xian found no surprise in this development. After all, only 1,000 would remain at the end of the first phase of the hunt, and due to the rules, luck played little role. Success in this phase hinged upon formidable strength to eliminate others and seize their tokens. Those at the pinnacle of strength, such as Xiao Meng, Duan Yunfeng, and Tu San, could easily dispatch geniuses and acquire ample tokens. Conversely, those slightly weaker, lacking confidence in their ability to survive the first phase alone, would resort to collaboration. In mere moments, the 3 geniuses stood before Su Xian. Is only one of them at the peak of the sea transformation stage? Through the tokens, he should have sensed our approach. Yet he does not flee. The 3 figures stood side by side, their gazes fixed on Su Xian as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 41. Song Yin. Among the trio, the leader was a defiant man, his eyes sharp as an eagle, piercingly fixed on Su Xian. A sea transformation cultivator who has survived this far in the hunting grounds cannot be too weak. Boy, I present you with 2 choices. One option is to surrender all the tokens you previously acquired and join our ranks. Thereafter, we shall hunt other geniuses to obtain their tokens, and you shall receive your share, thus granting you an opportunity in this initial phase of the hunt. The second option, however, is for us 3 to eliminate you right now, and the tokens you possess would also belong to us. Kill me? Do you truly believe you 3 can accomplish that? Su Xian scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him. You seek death. The arrogant man immediately seethed with rage, and all 3 launched their attack to slay him. The 3 figures moved in unison. They did not underestimate Su Xian merely because he had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation sea. With a whoosh, 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 2 of them wielded blades, while the third brandished a massive hammer. In the instant they struck, their movements exuded a formidable intent, their assault both powerful and terrifying. 2 were of the top tier in the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower, while the third was even at the second level. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, discerning their strength immediately upon engagement. With a swift motion, his sword emerged, transforming into a vast sea. The trio exerted their utmost effort, their techniques executed with incredible speed and ferocity. Yet, upon colliding with Su Xian's sword, they felt as though they were striking a mass of cotton. From top to bottom, they found no weaknesses. Such an impenetrable defense. This swordsmanship possesses an uncanny technique for dissipating force. Even if our might were doubled, it would likely be effortlessly neutralized by his skill. The 3 were internally shaken. With such a formidable defensive swordplay, it became clear that they could not hope to slay him. They had to retreat. At the command of their leader, the arrogant man, without a moment's hesitation, the trio withdrew at the swiftest pace. These 3 exhibited caution. Su Xian calmly observed their retreat, having just employed the mountain and sea scroll to withstand their initial onslaught. He had gained a clearer understanding of their abilities and was prepared to counterattack. However, to his surprise, they had already retreated before he could act. Had he been just a fraction slower, with a shift of his sword's intent, he could have at least captured 2 of them. Shaking his head, Su Xian continued on his path. Half an hour later, Su Xian's expression shifted. Through the tokens, he sensed that 4 geniuses were congregated ahead, seemingly engaged in battle, and he hastened toward the scene. Is it them? Upon reaching the outskirts of the battlefield, he immediately recognized that 3 of the combatants were the same arrogant men he had encountered earlier. Now, these 3 faced a towering, golden-haired brute. This golden-haired man wore a pair of golden gauntlets, and as the raging spiritual energy coalesced, his fists resembled 2 golden meteors, striking with brutal ferocity, their power beyond comprehension. The trio of arrogant men exerted every ounce of their strength, barely managing to withstand the golden-haired man's onslaught, yet it became increasingly arduous. Song Yin. Su Xian recognized the golden-haired man, his expression turning peculiar. How could these 3, who had been so cautious, engage in battle with Song Yan. Shouldn't they have fled at the mere sight of him? Song Yan, a prodigy documented in intelligence reports, is deemed qualified to compete for a position among the top 20 in this hunting ground. Such a genius, even if solitary, ought to command respect and fear within this arena. Although the audacious man and his two companions possess a formidable alliance, confronting Song Yan would be tantamount to courting death. In truth, the trio is already feeling the weight of their predicament. Their tokens can sense the presence of geniuses nearby, but cannot discern their identities. Upon detecting a genius in the vicinity, they hastily approached, only to find themselves face to face with Song Yan. Recognizing him, they dared not engage, opting instead to retreat. However, Song Yan would not permit their escape. He surged forward with astonishing speed, and one among them was caught, leaving the three no choice but to unite against him, resulting in the current standoff. Song Yan, we have already made concessions and are willing to offer you 10 tokens. Do not overstep. The audacious man bellowed amid the skirmish. Overstep? What if I do? Song Yan sneered, his fists swelling with formidable might in that instant. In mere moments of the trio, one could not evade and was obliterated by Song Yan's devastating punch. Scatter and flee. The remaining two immediately fled in different directions, yet Song Yan pursued one, swiftly eliminating him as well. Ultimately, only the audacious man managed to escape, while the other two fell, their tokens now in Song Yan's possession. Humph, one escaped. Song Yan scoffed, a sense of dissatisfaction gnawing at him, yet he recognized the prowess of those who had survived this long in the hunting ground. Each was a true genius, formidable in strength, and for him to have dispatched two in direct confrontation was no small feat at that moment. Song Yan's icy, beast-like gaze fell upon Su Xian, who, instead of fleeing at first sight, remained to witness the elimination of other geniuses. Such audacity indicated either foolish arrogance or genuine strength. Which are you, fool or true warrior? Song Yan's cold voice echoed through the forest. Whether I am a fool or a warrior, you shall soon find out. Su Xian replied with a faint smile. Song Yan remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Xian. After a brief pause, he lunged forward with the swiftness of a wild beast, his tightly clenched fists radiating the power of twin golden suns, brimming with an overwhelming, suffocating force aimed directly at Su Xian. Both speed and strength surged to their utmost peaks. According to the intelligence, Song Yan's prowess in both realms is indeed astonishing. His assault methods ferociously aggressive, categorizing him as a genius who overwhelms through sheer might. Now, Su Xian was eager to see whose strength would ultimately prevail. Boom. The swordsmanship erupted like a tempest, infused with an astonishing sword intent. Within him, the power of his bloodline surged to 50%, merging seamlessly with the transcendent spiritual energy of his inherited techniques, unleashing a force that rivaled the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Boom, 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 boom. The golden fists of Song Yan collided violently with the ferocious sword wielded by Su Xian, each clash resonating with a series of thunderous roars and terrifying shockwaves that rippled through the forest, causing numerous trees to shatter and topple under the relentless onslaught. The ground beneath them trembled violently with each impact. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times, leaving the once serene forest in utter devastation. Such formidable swordsmanship. In their direct confrontations, the power exhibited was not beneath my own. In fact, it might even surpass mine by a slight margin. Song Yan regarded Su Xian with an unprecedented seriousness. He had never underestimated Su Xian's cultivation level, exerting his full strength from the outset. Yet, after nearly 100 exchanges, he could clearly sense he was at a slight disadvantage. You possess great strength, certainly not inferior to mine. Our battle cannot determine a victor. Let us cease this conflict, Song Yan proposed. Cannot determine a victor? I beg to differ. Su Xian replied with a light chuckle, once more wielding his sword with unrestrained ferocity. Are you intent on wasting time? Song Yan retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. However, as his words left his lips, his expression changed abruptly. He perceived that while Su Xian's swordplay remained unchanged, the sword intent infused within it had dramatically intensified since their earlier exchanges. Guided by this heightened sword intent, the power of his technique surged correspondingly. If Su Xian's previous swordplay had resembled an intensely blazing inferno, now under the amplification of his sword intent, It transformed into a volcano on the verge of an explosive eruption. Song Yin swiftly swung his fists, executing his ultimate techniques to counter the onslaught. Yet the result was a resounding series of impacts, and after just 3 collisions, Song Yin felt a tingling numbness in his hands. His figure continuously jolted backward. Stronger than I. This swordplay might surpasses my own to a significant degree. A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Yan's eyes. He, too, hailed from a renowned clan and had encountered countless formidable opponents since his rise to prominence. Yet, until this moment, no one in the sea transformation realm had ever overpowered him in a pure contest of strength like this. Until this hunt, until now, he faced this sword-wielding genius. He was undeniably being overwhelmed. And this swordsman was merely at the peak of the sea transformation realm. Release me with 30 tokens. Song Yin called out as he retreated. Su Xian paused in surprise, then nodded. Very well. Song Yin wasted no time, swiftly retrieving a pouch from his waist and producing 30 tokens, which he flung towards Su Xian. Upon receiving them, Su Xian immediately ceased his assault. What is your name, esteemed sir? Song Yin inquired, his gaze fixed on Su Xian. From Yongning Prefecture, I am Su Xian, came the reply. Su Xian, your strength surpasses mine. In this hunting expedition, you are bound to reach the final stages. Should we encounter each other again at that point, we shall engage in another battle. Song Yin spoke. Agreed, Su Xian nodded. Song Yin clasped his hands in salute and departed. Within the Imperial City's hunting grounds, there exists an abundance of talent. Beyond those already documented in intelligence reports, many others remain concealed, their abilities yet to be revealed. Today, I have encountered one such individual, Song Yin mused, as he swiftly vanished from Su Xian's sight. Song Yin is indeed decisive. He is a man of resolve, Su Xian contemplated, while weighing the 30 talismans he had just acquired. In truth, had he chosen to strike earlier, he could have completely subdued Song Yin, thus obtaining an even greater number of talismans. However, such action was unnecessary. After all, his opponent had already conceded and presented 30 talismans. To strike again would irrevocably offend him. In the hunting grounds, one cannot truly eliminate their adversary to avert future threats. To antagonize a genius capable of breaking into the top 20, all for a handful of talismans, could backfire. Even if Su Xian himself was unperturbed by potential retaliation, it could endanger his family. According to reports, Song Yin possesses the potential to breach the top 20 in this hunt, comparable to Situ Yu. Though Situ Yu hails from a prominent family with greater resources, Song Yan's capabilities are not far behind. Yet, I defeated Song Yin with relative ease, Su Xian mused. Indeed, it was effortless. He had only utilized 50% of his bloodline power, showcasing merely a fraction of his swordsmanship, without even employing his ultimate techniques. And yet Song Yin was unable to withstand it. Situ Yu, do not let our paths cross in this hunting ground, for I shall ensure you do not even pass the first phase of the hunt. Su Xian silently vowed. Chapter 42. The birth of the strongest alliance. The skirmishes continued. Amidst the forest, a barefooted, rotund monk stood, his neck adorned with a string of black prayer beads that rested upon his ample belly. Before him stood a red-robed man, who had previously ascended the 2nd level of the dragon-seeking tower, now trembling in fear. Just moments ago, this red-robed man and his trio of companions had encountered the monk and immediately attempted to seize the talismans in his possession. Yet, in a mere exchange, the monk had employed a single technique, resulting in the swift elimination of 3 of the 4, leaving only him momentarily alive. Have you encountered Situ Yu in this hunting ground? The monk suddenly inquired. Situ Yu? The one reputed to qualify for the top 20? The red-robed man paused, instinctively shaking his head. He had not encountered Situ Yu, not even after 3 separate groups had passed through. Was Situ Yu not within this area? The monk, lost in thought, murmured to himself before turning away, uninterested in further discourse with the red-robed man. Half a day later, the barefoot monk arrived in another region of the hunting grounds. This monk is extraordinary. A man and a woman, both talented, gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure of the monk before them. The 2 individuals were both recorded in that list of prodigies and were deemed qualified to vie for a position among the top 50 in the hunt. Yet, the imposing monk before them emanated an invisible pressure that was palpable. It was evident that the monk's prowess was extraordinary. Have you encountered Situ Yu in this region? The monk inquired. No, both replied with a shake of their heads. Not at all in this area. The monk appeared somewhat disappointed, but suddenly, His eyes sparkled like lightning as he fixed his gaze upon the young woman in green among them. If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed young lady of the Song family, and your family has always maintained a close relationship with the Situ family. I presume your acquaintance with Situ is quite profound. And what of it? Replied the young woman, her tone icy. Indeed, she shared a significant bond with Situ. In that case, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. No sooner had the monk uttered these words than he vanished from his spot, seemingly teleporting directly in front of the young woman. In his hand, a stone staff was already descending upon her. What incredible speed! The young woman was taken aback. But being a talent capable of breaking into the top 50, she quickly reacted, brandishing her sword to parry the blow. However, with a resounding crack, the overwhelming force shattered her sword, and the stone staff continued its relentless assault upon her. A blinding light enveloped her as she was instantly eliminated. How is this possible? Exclaimed the companion of the young woman, who had only just processed the situation and was now witnessing her defeat. The monk, after dispatching her, turned his stone staff towards him as well. Once more, with a single strike, this top talent, equally qualified to challenge for the top 50, met the same fate. As for the tokens left behind by the two, the monk merely glanced at them before casually stowing them in his satchel. Not here, I must search elsewhere. With 3 days remaining until the first phase of the hunt concludes, he hoped to locate Situ soon. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the next phase of the hunt, wasting considerable time. Alas, what a tiresome task. The monk shook his ample head in complaint, then took a few strides and vanished into the forest. Outside the hunting grounds, on the vast plains, the two were expelled one after another. A throng of previously eliminated talents gathered around, recognizing them immediately. Isn't that the esteemed young lady of the Song family, along with the top talent of the Turning Cloud sect? According to the intelligence, both were qualified to contend for the top 50, yet they have been eliminated? And in succession, no less. What transpired? Who could have defeated them? Many talents were left in astonishment. Logically, those recorded in the intelligence, as long as fortune did not forsake them and they exercised a modicum of caution, should have easily navigated through the first phase of the hunt. The abrupt elimination of two individuals deemed capable of breaking into the top 50 was truly astonishing. At this moment, the two eliminated women in green stood together, their minds still somewhat dazed. How could it be that with just one strike, my weapon was utterly shattered? How is this possible? Who exactly is that towering monk? Even now, they could hardly believe they had been so effortlessly dispatched. The display of strength exhibited by the monk left them utterly astounded. He was astonishingly powerful, beyond belief. Far stronger than any of the other cultivators they had previously encountered. Even the esteemed Xiao Meng, who was considered a contender for the top 3 in the hunting competition, would likely pale in comparison to him. One strike each, without the slightest chance for struggle or resistance. Such prowess sent shivers down their spines. Most importantly, they did not even know who this monk was. There was no mention of him in the intelligence reports on prodigies. They had never heard of him before. Yet he had appeared. Was that monk searching for Situ? The eyes of the woman in green narrowed slightly. Su Xian continued to wander through the hunting grounds alone. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Through his talisman, he sensed the presence of a prodigy nearby, and upon realizing his presence, that prodigy swiftly made their way toward him. What incredible speed! Su Xian could feel the individual approaching with remarkable swiftness. Alone, they must be a true powerhouse, Su Xian mused. After 2 days of fierce battles, Su Xian understood that most of those who teamed up were not particularly formidable. Even when several banded together, he did not feel threatened. Conversely, solitary figures often turned out to be genuine strongholds. Take Song Yan, who had previously sparred with him and possessed the strength to rank within the top 20 of the hunting competition, yet dared to roam the hunting grounds unaccompanied. Like Su Xian himself, who also ventured alone, any small group daring to seize his talisman would be courting death. Before long, the individual drew near. Su Xian had prepared himself for confrontation, but upon seeing the person's face as they approached, he could not help but smile. Duan Yinfeng. Su Xian called out with a grin. Su Xian. Duan Yinfeng was initially taken aback, then his face broke into a smile. The two sheathed their weapons, having no intention of engaging in combat. They were both extraordinary talents of equivalent strength, sharing a deep camaraderie. Even if they were to battle for supremacy, that would have to wait until the final phase of the hunt. Haha, Su Xian, it seems we share quite the affinity amidst this vast hunting ground. We managed to encounter each other early on, Duan Yunfeng remarked with laughter. Please, if you were a woman, I might consider such words acceptable, Su Xian jested in return. Their friendship was strong, and Duan Yunfeng's straightforward nature made light-hearted banter entirely permissible. How many talismans do you have now? Have you gathered enough? Duan Yunfeng inquired. With nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in the hunt, only the 1,000 with the most talismans would advance past the initial phase. On average, possessing over 100 talismans would ensure progression. I'm still a bit short, how about you? Su Xian asked. I still have quite a bit to go. Duan Yunfeng shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging the inevitability of his situation. In his previous ventures, he had acted too recklessly, leading to his name being inscribed in that intelligence report early on. The prodigies participating in the hunt were all familiar with him. Upon sighting him, they would promptly flee or avoid him altogether. At first, it was manageable, as the number of geniuses was densely packed, allowing him to easily pursue and eliminate some, seizing their tokens. However, as more and more prodigies were eliminated, obtaining tokens became increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, with 3 days remaining in this first phase of the hunt, amassing the necessary tokens was still within reach. Su Xian nodded in understanding. Like himself, he remained inconspicuous, unknown to others, with no one aware of his true strength. Thus, whenever he encountered others, those prodigies, whether alone or in small groups, would instinctively target him first. In contrast, Duan Yunfeng was regarded as a formidable presence. Upon sighting him, others would keep their distance, naturally affording him fewer opportunities to acquire tokens. By the way, Su Xian, many prodigies have chosen to form alliances during this first phase of the hunt, including those listed in the intelligence report. Why don't we join forces? Duan Yunfeng suddenly proposed. Join forces? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering whether that might be too much of an advantage. Indeed, it would be rather unfair. Duan Yunfeng did not need to elaborate. The report had established him as a contender for the top 10, and crucially, he had never revealed his full strength. As for Su Xian, his power was certainly on par with Duan Yunfeng's. He had previously subdued the formidable Tsang Yan, qualified to vie for the top 20, without exerting himself to the fullest, forcing Tsang Yan to relinquish 30 tokens just to escape. Either of them possessed the strength to easily vanquish the prodigies in the hunting grounds. If these two were to unite, haha, who cares if it seems unfair? Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Besides, your cultivation is still at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. Very few truly know your strength. Even if we join forces, who will genuinely comprehend the might of our alliance? Moreover, with our combined strength, we could traverse the hunting grounds without restraint. Even if we encountered those equally vying for the top 10, including the reputedly strongest Xiaomeng, we could devise a means to eliminate them, thereby clearing obstacles for the subsequent hunts. Su Xian felt a surge of temptation at this prospect. Duan Yunfeng was right. This hunt was rife with top-tier prodigies. Should he encounter them, even if victorious, he could not eliminate them, as they would simply flee if overpowered. However, if he and Duan Yunfeng joined forces, the chances of their escape would diminish significantly. They could systematically eliminate the top talents they encountered, ensuring a smoother path ahead. Furthermore, should they cross paths with the formidable Xiaomeng, though powerful, the two of them together could certainly inflict significant losses upon him. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even manage to eliminate Xiaomeng early on. Very well, let us join forces. Su Xian acquiesced. Haha, splendid. Duan Yunfeng erupted in laughter. As their collaboration unfolded, the most formidable duo in the hunting grounds was born. Chapter 43, Tang Xian. Within the hunting arena, they discovered a solitary figure. The opponent has also perceived our presence, and, realizing the futility of resistance, has commenced a retreat. Let us pursue. A team of 4 prodigies, sensing the fleeing individual ahead through their talismans, immediately set off in pursuit. Before long, they caught up with the target. Just a grandmaster of the sea transformation? The 4 geniuses were taken aback. However, the individual they had cornered had ceased their flight and turned to face them, a playful smile gracing their lips. Something feels amiss. The 4 sensed an underlying strangeness, and at that moment, another figure appeared nearby, approaching rapidly. Within moments, he was within their line of sight. It was Duan Yunfeng. The formidable Duan Yunfeng, who undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 in this hunting expedition. It's a trap. This is a trap. The expressions of the 4 geniuses shifted dramatically. They were not foolish. They recognized that the Grandmaster of the Sea transformation before them was merely bait designed to lure them in. Although their team was strong, with 2 members having breached the 2nd level of the dragon-seeking tower, they felt no confidence facing Duan Yunfeng. We must flee. The 4 immediately began their retreat. Yet, the Grandmaster of the Sea transformation, who they believed was merely bait, charged straight towards them. Seeking death. Duan Yunfeng is one thing, but a mere Grandmaster of the Sea transformation dares to obstruct our path. Eliminate him. The 4 launched their attacks simultaneously, executing their lethal moves. However, facing their combined might, Su Xian appeared unfazed and at ease, his sword sweeping forth. His stance was as steadfast as a rock, and the sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of 4 successive clashes resonated as Su Xian effortlessly deflected their onslaught, not retreating a single step, but instead continuing his assault. The relentless wave of energy compelling the 4 to defend desperately. How is this possible? The 4 were somewhat bewildered. Logically, their full power strikes, as detailed in their intelligence reports, should have been sufficient to confront the top talents in the hunting ranks. Yet, this Grandmaster of the Sea transformation not only blocked their efforts with ease, but also forced them into a state of frantic defense with his casual swordplay. With Su Xian acting as an impediment, the 4 failed to escape in time, and Duan Yunfeng swiftly closed in. In mere moments, the 4 were eliminated by the combined might of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Ha ha, this is exhilarating, Duan Yunfeng exclaimed, counting the talismans left behind by the 4 while laughing heartily. If I had been alone, the moment they spotted me, they would have fled. And even if I exerted every effort to pursue, I could only have killed one at most as they scattered. But now, with you as bait, able to intercept them right away, none could escape. Su Xian nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Had he been alone without Duan Yunfeng, even if the 4 had charged at him, he might have only been able to eliminate 1 or 2. Capturing all 4 would have been an arduous task. Soon, they counted the talismans and divided them equally. Subsequently, the 2 employed the same tactic. Su Xian continued to serve as bait, luring those prodigious teams to launch their assaults, after which Duan Yunfeng would intervene, and together they would strike. It was a trap. Duan Yunfeng, employing a master of the sea transformation realm to deliberately set a snare, and this master was remarkably formidable, the duo collaborating. This was utterly outrageous. The talented individuals drawn in, only to be eliminated by Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng, felt a deep sense of resentment, yet they were powerless to retaliate. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng paid them no heed. After several successful encounters, the process was smooth, with very few managing to escape their clutches. They had amassed over 100 talismans, which meant that as long as they weren't eliminated midway, they would undoubtedly pass the first phase of the hunt. Of course, neither of them truly cared about the number of talismans. In fact, they regarded the first phase of the hunt with little concern. Their sole anticipation was to confront some genuine top-tier powers during this initial stage and devise a means to eliminate them. Su Xian, why have you consistently employed your defensive sword technique? Duan Yunfeng inquired suddenly. He had observed that Su Xian had utilized the mountain and sea scroll to thwart the escape of those prodigious teams. However, having previously battled Su Xian, Duan Yunfeng was aware that Su Xian possessed a greater mastery over the thunder and fire scroll, which could have easily dispatched those talents from the outset. I shall not conceal it from you. My comprehension of this defensive sword technique, the mountain and sea scroll, has reached a bottleneck, and a breakthrough is imminent. I sense that if I engage in a few battles with some truly top-tier experts, I may very well achieve that breakthrough, Su Xian replied. Is that so? Duan Yunfeng understood. To overcome a bottleneck in swordsmanship, one naturally needed to undergo rigorous training. The duo of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to wreak havoc within the hunting grounds. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the first phase of the hunt, they finally encountered a genuine top-tier genius, Tang Xian. This hunt presented an opportunity to challenge for a position among the top 10 talents, and in terms of strength, he was nearly on par with Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian's gaze intensified as he focused on the tall, austere figure of the man wielding a spear. According to the intelligence they had received, Tang Xian indeed had the qualifications to vie for a top 10 ranking. However, the report indicated nearly 20 talents deemed capable of reaching such heights, and ultimately, it remained uncertain who would secure a position among the top 10. The intelligence merely provided a general assessment of their strength levels. Yet among those qualified to challenge for the top 10, Duan Yunfeng and Tu San from the Qi royal house stood out as the most formidable and credible in terms of both accomplishments and power. Therefore, in the grand scheme, Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger than Tang Xian. Tang Xian, I never expected to encounter you during this first phase of the hunt. Your fortune seems rather unfortunate. Duan Yunfeng grinned. The cold man with the spear, Tang Xian, now fixed his gaze intently upon Duan Yunfeng. As for Su Xian, a master of the transformation into the sea stage, he was overlooked and not recorded in that intelligence report. Duan Yunfeng, do you wish to challenge me? Tang Xian snorted. Perhaps in terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng was slightly superior. However, the disparity between them was minimal, and in a true confrontation, he held no fear. Challenge you? No. I desire not merely to battle with you, but to eliminate you entirely, Duan Yunfeng declared. Eliminate me? You think you can? Tang Xian scoffed. Alone I cannot. Duan Yunfeng retorted, yet before he could finish, he had already launched himself into action. A dazzling flash of blade light erupted forth, slashing with brilliance. Do you think I fear you? Tang Xian showed no trepidation as he charged forward, wielding a spear that struck with the force of a colossal hammer. Booming with each ferocious blow, Duan Yunfeng's spiritual energy surged, reaching the threshold of the void-breaking stage, as he wielded his long knife with unmatched ferocity and exquisite finesse. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Tang Xian slightly at a disadvantage. At that moment, a sword light flickered into existence, silent and sudden. What? Tang Xian gasped in astonishment. The appearance of this sword light was too abrupt, and its velocity was astonishingly swift, imbued with an inscrutable profundity. Even in a direct confrontation, he would need to exert all his strength to block such a strike, yet he was presently focused on his battle with Duan Yunfeng. Suddenly, this sword appeared. With a tremendous surge of power, Tang Xian unleashed his ultimate technique to deflect Duan Yunfeng's blade light while, with great difficulty, twisting his body to evade the silent sword light. Although he successfully dodged it, a lingering sense of dread remained. It was him. That strike was executed by him? Tang Xian realized that the one who had unleashed that sword was none other than Su Xian, whom he had previously dismissed and overlooked entirely. Humph. You managed to evade swiftly, Su Xian remarked coldly. This Tang Xian has underestimated you greatly, Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Su Xian, let us join forces and eliminate this genius who qualifies for the top 10 in the hunt. Agreed, Su Xian nodded. In unison, the two launched their attack. Tang Xian could no longer maintain his composure. He exerted himself to the utmost in battling Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Yet, the more they fought, the more his anxiety grew. Duan Yunfeng was one thing. He was well aware of his capabilities and did not fear him in a one-on-one scenario. But now, with Su Xian, who seemingly possessed only the cultivation of the transformation into the sea stage, but wielded a terrifying swordsmanship, his comprehension of the realm was evidently at a much higher level than Tang Xian's. Despite being merely at the transformation into the sea stage, Su Xian's explosive power was not inferior to any peak expert of that realm. He must be a bloodline awakener. Against either of these two, Tang Xian saw no chance of victory. Facing them together, he could not even escape. Panic seized him. He truly had not anticipated that, with his strength, he would be driven to such a desperate situation during the first phase of the royal city hunt. Even so, he is on the verge of being eliminated. Duan Yunfeng, and you, the swordsman, both of you possess the strength to contend for a place among the top 10 in this hunt. Alone in this hunting ground, you should already be able to stride confidently, yet you shamelessly choose to join forces. How utterly disgraceful. Tang Xian could only scream in fury, as he found himself devoid of any other recourse. Shameless? Duan Yunfeng scoffed, and what of it? His temperament was eccentric, and he acted according to his whims, paying no heed to the opinions of others. At that moment, Su Xian suddenly halted his actions. Tang Xian, I can offer you a chance, Su Xian stated. I possess a defensive sword technique. If you can break through it head-on, I shall allow you to leave. Tang Xian turned his gaze towards Su Xian, incredulous. Are you serious? Indeed, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Tang Xian then looked at Duan Yunfeng. Don't look at me, since he has proposed it. I certainly have no objections, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. He was already aware that Su Xian's defensive sword technique had reached an impasse, and it was evident that he wished to use Tang Xian to refine that technique. Thus, He wholeheartedly supported Su Xian. Moreover, to be frank, he held Tang Xian in little regard. Even if he allowed him to leave now, Tang Xian would pose no threat in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Make your move, Su Xian pointed his long sword. I wish to see just how formidable your defensive sword technique truly is. Tang Xian's eyes turned icy, and he took a step forward, his spear transforming into a fearsome dragon. With a roar, a cold gleam erupted, unleashing a terrifying might. Tang Xian was most adept at offensive strikes, and he was exceedingly confident in his own attacking methods. Despite Su Xian's profound mastery of swordsmanship and comprehension of the principles of the realm, he could not believe that his defensive technique could withstand his spear techniques. Yet, the reality was that no matter how ferocious or astonishing his spear techniques were, they could not breach Su Xian's sword defense. Su Xian's swordsmanship stood like an imposing mountain. Even when Tang Xian unleashed his most powerful moves, he could not shake this mountain in the slightest. After the passage of half an incense stick's time, Su Xian coldly regarded Tang Xian, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Tang Xian's strength was considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Although his spear techniques were domineering, his comprehension of the principles was lacking, bringing little pressure to bear on Su Xian. With insufficient pressure, the intended training effect was lost, and his sword techniques remained unbroken. Tang Xian, bewildered, soon found both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng launching their strikes simultaneously, eliminating this so-called genius who was said to qualify for a shot at the top 10 in the hunt. Chapter 44. Encounter outside the hunting ground. As a figure was expelled, numerous already eliminated geniuses turned their attention toward him. It's Tang Xian, they exclaimed. Isn't he the one said to have the potential to contend for the top 10 in the hunt? How could he possibly be eliminated? Could it be that he encountered Xiaomeng? The expressions of these talented individuals were largely incredulous. A top-tier genius like Tang Xian, who was deemed worthy of a shot at the top 10, should, in theory, be able to navigate the hunting ground with ease, let alone face elimination. In the eyes of these prodigies, only that one recognized as undoubtedly capable of securing a place among the top 3, Xiaomeng, was deemed worthy. After Tang Xian was eliminated, he did not linger on the vast plain but returned directly to the imperial city. The Tang family, a prominent aristocracy of the Tianyan dynasty, possessed a heritage and strength that could rival that of the Sidu family without a doubt. Young master, young master. Upon returning to the Tang residence, passers-by respectfully bowed. What transpired? Wasn't he the young master supposed to be at the hunt? It was said that there were still 2 days until the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt. How could he return so soon? Had the young master been eliminated? How could that be? With his prowess, who could possibly eliminate him in the first phase? Within the Tang family, discussions ensued. Get out. All of you leave. Tang Xian reprimanded the maidservants who had come to attend to him, subsequently shutting himself away in his room. He sat in meditation, eyes closed, for a considerable time before finally reopening them. With a sigh, Tang Xian's spirits began to settle somewhat. I had foreseen it. Within the Tianyan dynasty, across 36 states and countless citizens, there are undoubtedly numerous talents. Given my strength, breaking into the top 10 of the hunt would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, I did not anticipate that I would be eliminated so early in this initial phase. Du Yunfeng, along with that swordsman who had reached the realm of transformation. Tang Xian clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction, yet powerless to alter the outcome. Both Du Yunfeng and Su Xian were, in terms of strength, considerably superior to him, especially when they combined their efforts. This hunt had reached its conclusion for him. Now, I have 2 choices. First, to directly break through to the void-breaking realm, leveraging the resources of the Tang family to enhance my power, and then venture out to train. Second, to wait another 5 years until the next hunt, when my strength would be significantly greater, and I would have a much better chance of penetrating the top 10. Tang Xian pondered. At only 34 years of age this year, he would still be eligible to participate in the Imperial City Hunt at 39. As for someone of his talent, the conditions for breaking into the void-breaking realm were already met. With just a little time, he could easily achieve that breakthrough. Yet, he felt a profound unwillingness to take such a path. After all, although the Tang family was a top-tier clan with certain resources, it paled in comparison to Tianyan Palace. That institution was the true sanctum of cultivation within the entire Tianyan dynasty, and any disciple who entered its halls, provided they did not fall midway, was destined to become a peak powerhouse in the void-breaking realm. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength, and many would likely aspire to reach the Nirvana realm. Relying solely on the resources of the Tang family and his own efforts, his chances of breaking into the Nirvana realm were minuscule. Thus, I shall wait. I will wait 5 more years. Tang Xian resolved firmly. Du in Yunfeng, and that swordsman who had reached the transformation realm. Their strengths would undoubtedly secure them a place among the top 10 in this hunt, allowing them to enter Tianyin Palace for cultivation. They would have an earlier start than I, yet the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and anything can happen. Though you two may surpass me for now, your future achievements may not necessarily eclipse mine. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds, Su Xian and Du in Yunfeng were in high spirits. Su Xian, our alliance as brothers is truly formidable in this hunting ground. Although Tang Xian's strength does not match ours, he could still pose considerable trouble later in the hunt. However, we have managed to eliminate him ahead of time. Duan Yunfeng wore a wide smile, addressing Su Xian as his brother. Su Xian welcomed this camaraderie. Despite Duan Yunfeng's peculiar temperament and capricious nature, he was straightforward and sincere, making him a fitting companion and brother. I now genuinely look forward to encountering that Xia Meng in this hunting ground. When the moment comes, we must join forces to eliminate him as well, Duan Yunfeng remarked. With their combined prowess, there were few who could truly threaten them in this hunt, yet Xia Meng was undoubtedly the strongest among them. The hunting ground is vast, and with only 2 days remaining, the likelihood of crossing paths with him is slim, Su Xian replied. Let us take a chance, Duan Yunfeng chuckled. The duo resumed their search for prey in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, as they dealt with Tang Xian, a monk, barefoot and with a round face adorned with large ears, approached the region, his neck draped with oversized prayer beads. It has been nearly 3 days, and I have searched much of this hunting ground without encountering C2U. My luck is truly dismal. Alas, this task is rather arduous, the monk lamented as he meandered through the area. Before long, the monk sensed the presence of 2 individuals through his talisman. 2 more patrons have arrived. I hope they know the whereabouts of C2U, he thought, and promptly made his way toward them. Su Xian, someone is approaching. One person? Both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sensed the other's presence and immediately moved to greet them. Soon, the 2 parties met. Ah, monk? Duan Yunfeng laughed. This monk, upon seeing you, did not flee at the first opportunity? Su Xian's brow furrowed. Previously, they had merely sensed one another without direct confrontation, so it was natural for the monk to approach. However, now that they were face to face, the monk must have recognized Duan Yunfeng, yet he showed no inclination to escape. In fact, Su Xian noted a distinct lack of tension upon the monk's countenance. As they drew closer, Su Xian instinctively felt an extraordinary pressure emanating from the monk. Duan Yunfeng, be cautious. This monk's strength may not be insignificant, Su Xian cautioned. Regardless of his strength, we shall deal with him decisively, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. With his own prowess, the number of geniuses in this hunt that could instill fear in him, including Xia Meng, could be counted on one hand. Moreover, now that he was allied with Su Xian, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Whoosh! Duan Yunfeng leaped forward, leading the charge. The long knife in his hand traced a brilliant arc through the air. The blade glimmered fiercely, exuding an astonishing might and intent as it cleaved toward the monk's head. With an exceedingly warm and gentle smile, the monk showed no change in expression as he beheld the incoming blade. His stone staff was already swung out in a flash. There was nothing ornate about it. It was simply a casual strike, akin to swatting a fly. But in the next instant, boom, the terrifying might erupted, and the blade light unleashed by Duan Yunfeng instantly dissipated, causing his entire being to transform into a shooting star, hurtling directly into the forest behind him. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of successive impacts echoed, each collision accompanied by the explosive shattering of trees, sending up vast clouds of dust, within which Duan Yunfeng was completely engulfed. How is this possible? Su Xian was utterly astonished. This was Duan Yunfeng, undoubtedly among the top 10 in combat prowess during this hunt, a veritable harbinger of doom. Yet now, he had been casually swatted away as if he were a mere fly. Whoosh! As if teleporting, the robust monk appeared before Su Xian without a sound. With the same stone staff, devoid of any flamboyance, he casually swung it towards Su Xian. Su Xian immediately retaliated. With the might of thunder and fire, his sword, imbued with profound sword intent, collided head-on with the descending stone staff. Clang! In an instant, Su Xian felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, as an overwhelming force surged through his sword and into his body, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom! Su Xian crashed into a large tree, which, while splitting open immediately, did not collapse on impact. Feeling the pain in his back from the collision, a tempest of tumultuous emotions surged within him. This power was formidable. It exceeded the limits of the sea transformation realm and even surpassed many early-stage void-breaking realm experts in sheer strength. Mid-void-breaking realm, indeed. In terms of raw power, it could undoubtedly rival that of a mid-stage void-breaking realm master. Su Xian fixed his gaze on the monk, who still bore a warm smile. He had once clashed with Zhao Tianlei, a mid-stage void-breaking realm expert, and was acutely aware of the strength they possessed. Yet, whether it was he or Duan Yunfeng, even at their full capacity, they could barely reach the threshold of the void-breaking realm, clearly falling short compared to this monk. Duan Yunfeng, are you alright? Su Xian glanced to the side. At that moment, Duan Yunfeng was struggling to rise again. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, he turned to look at him, his eyes filled with incredulity. It was evident that the recent blow had left him somewhat dazed. Brother, who have we encountered? Is it Xiao Meng? Duan Yunfeng inquired. It is not Xiao Meng, but perhaps someone even stronger. Su Xian's gaze remained fixed on the monk ahead, his expression grave as never before. You two possess commendable strength, the monk remarked with a smile. This was not a taunt. Over the past 3 days, he had encountered countless geniuses in this hunting ground, yet until now, no one had managed to withstand his strike without being eliminated. Yet both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had done so. Duan Yunfeng, in this battle, we must give it our all, Su Xian stated solemnly. Indeed, Duan Yunfeng nodded firmly, evidently having regained his composure. I will engage him in direct combat. You provide support and look for opportunities to strike at his vital points, Su Xian instructed. You intend to confront him head-on? Are you certain? Duan Yunfeng regarded Su Xian with a peculiar expression. Given the formidable power recently unleashed by the towering monk, Duan Yunfeng was utterly reluctant to engage him in direct combat. That should pose no issue, Su Xian remarked. Very well, Duan Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Boom. Su Xian made his move. In that instant, the power of his bloodline, which had only ever been activated to 50% since the beginning of the hunt, surged to an astonishing 70%. With his cultivation level and the unique nature of his bloodline inheritance technique, even at 50%, he could unleash power akin to that of a peak sea transformation stage cultivator. Once the bloodline power reached 70%, the explosive force attained the threshold of the void-breaking realm. In terms of swordsmanship, Su Xian had also reached the pinnacle of his might and comprehension. His sword technique, akin to raging fire and thunder, was unleashed with unparalleled ferocity, striking directly at the monk. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng, like a wraith, shimmered with a layer of crimson light, evidently having employed some means to significantly enhance his strength, apart from not fully activating his bloodline power. Both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were expending every ounce of their energy. Yet, the monk remained unfazed, a smile gracing his features as he wielded his stone staff with unadorned simplicity. Bang! The monk's staff collided once more with Su Xian's long sword, but this time, Su Xian merely staggered slightly before launching another attack. The first level of sword intent. A flicker of surprise crossed the monk's eyes. The comprehension of intent is divided into 3 levels, and merely attaining the first level is a feat achieved only by the most exceptional practitioners within the void-breaking realm. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies present during this hunt, only Xiao Meng had been known to reach this first level of comprehension. Yet at this moment, it was evident that Su Xian's swordsmanship encompassed this very level. Haha! The monk laughed, his stone staff moving with increasing speed as he clashed with Su Xian repeatedly, who showed no signs of fear. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng erupted alongside him. He wielded his long knife with an eerie and intricate brilliance, his strikes increasingly swift and unpredictable. Gradually, the monk found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Finally, an opportunity presented itself to Duan Yunfeng. Monk, allow me to escort you on your journey, he sneered coldly, directing a dazzling arc of light from his blade toward the monk's head. However, the monk, preoccupied with Su Xian's swordplay, could not maneuver his staff in time to block the strike. At that moment, a hazy golden light unexpectedly enveloped the surface of the monk's body. Clang! Duan Yunfeng's long knife struck against the golden layer, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The monk turned his head, playfully winking at Duan Yunfeng. What the hell? Duan Yunfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He was utterly dumbfounded. The full force of his attack, aimed directly at the monk's head, had failed to breach that golden layer? Even a genuine, mid-level void-breaking realm cultivator could not possibly rely solely on such a superficial defense to withstand his blow, could they? Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from the eyes of the great monk, and he wielded his stone staff with a forceful strike. It remained devoid of any embellishment, yet its might was evidently amplified compared to before. Su Xion's gaze sharpened, and he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the arcane arts of thunder and fire. The starfire incinerates the heavens, a sword strike to vanquish the dragon. A terrifying shadow of the sword whistled through the air. Bang! The void trembled violently. The stone staff descended upon him, as if a mountain weighing billions of pounds had been unleashed. Despite Su Xion's formidable technique, he was still sent flying at the first impact. As for Duan Yunfeng, he was so frightened that he hastily retreated, with Su Xion being hurled away. He lacked the courage to confront the great monk head-on. With a rush, Su Xion regained his footing, though the hand gripping his sword still tingled. Truly, an abnormal strength. He inwardly cursed. In their direct confrontation, even when he summoned 70% of his bloodline power to maximize the thunder and fire technique, and with Duan Yunfeng's assistance, they had not gained an inch of advantage. If he were to engage alone, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by this great monk. The recent scene had not escaped his notice. Duan Yunfeng's full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by the monk's golden aura. What a phenomenon! Such strength is grotesquely powerful, and the defense is utterly despairing. The stone staff, although appearing simple and crude, embodies a profound essence of the Tao. Once wielded, it could effortlessly deflect his own thunder and fire technique. In every aspect, it was impeccable, leaving no flaw to exploit. He was, without a doubt, a living aberration. A true monster. Yes, a monster. No other term could adequately describe the great monk before him. Our strengths are indeed formidable, the great monk said with a smile. I cannot contend with you both, yet seizing the talisman from me will equally prove difficult. Perhaps it is best to cease this confrontation. Cease? Su Xion's expression shifted as he glanced at Duan Yunfeng. I have no objections. Duan Yunfeng nodded repeatedly, though their skirmish was brief. Both he and Su Xion had yet to reveal their hidden trump cards. Yet, it seemed the monk had already displayed his. Observing the monk's earlier casual stick techniques, it was evident that the final strike was likely his true method. However, it was clear that the monk had not truly exerted his full strength. Most importantly, Duan Yunfeng had been significantly shaken in confidence by that last blow. Although he usually acted with reckless abandon, he now felt a tinge of trepidation towards the great monk before him. Then let us cease. Su Xion sheathed his sword. The monk, still smiling, tucked his stone staff at his waist, and inquired, Have you two encountered the esteemed Situyu during this hunt? No, Duan Yunfeng shook his head. Situyu? Su Xion's expression shifted, uncertain of the monk's purpose in seeking Situyu. Naturally, I have my reasons. Since you have not encountered him, I shall not disturb you further. Alas, I must change locations once again. This is indeed a tiresome endeavor. With that, the great monk strode towards the nearby forest. Su Xion and Duan Yunfeng dared not impede the great monk, who swiftly vanished from their sight. Once the monk had departed, Duan Yunfeng could no longer maintain his composure. Brother, what manner of monster did we just encounter? Even with our combined efforts, we found no hope of defeating him. Not even the slightest glimmer of victory was within reach. Even Xiaomeng pales in comparison to him, does he not? Moreover, that layer of golden light surrounding him, despite my utmost effort, my strike could not penetrate it. Does this not imply that he could merely stand there, allowing me to strike, and I would be utterly powerless against him? Duan Yunfeng exclaimed repeatedly. The number of prodigies participating in the Imperial City Hunt from the Tianyan Empire is simply overwhelming. There are not only those recorded in prior intelligence, but also numerous hidden talents who have yet to reveal their true prowess. Even someone as formidable as Xiaomeng, who is undoubtedly considered among the top 3, cannot be confidently declared the strongest. This reasoning holds merit. Now we have encountered an individual whose strength is at least on par with Xiaomeng, if not surpassing him, Su Xion remarked. Although Xiaomeng is powerful, if he were to confront both me and Duan Yunfeng in unison, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Yet, That great monk was able to depart unperturbed while confronting us both, leaving us bereft of hope for victory. He is evidently stronger than Xiaomeng. I hope we can avoid this great monk in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Su Xian's expression turned grave. Facing such an opponent, one whose might, speed, defense, and skill are extraordinarily robust, with no discernible weaknesses, would be a daunting challenge for anyone. Is that great monk still searching for Situyu? What could he possibly want with Situyu? A sense of confusion welled up within Su Xian. From the monk's words, it was evident he had been searching for Situyu for quite some time, traversing various locations. He even referred to it as a thankless task. Who had assigned him this duty? Shaking his head, Su Xian decided to put aside his thoughts. Thereafter, the duo of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to navigate the hunting grounds. However, following their encounter with the monk, Duan Yunfeng appeared somewhat disheartened, lacking the exuberance he had previously displayed. As time passed, the final day of the hunt swiftly approached. Nightfall descended. If it were the previous days, the many prodigies would have surely rested in perfect harmony, recuperating their strength and spiritual energy. Yet on this final night, those lacking sufficient talismans for advancement found themselves unable to sleep. Rather than resting, they engaged in even more frenzied skirmishes. Having already secured ample talismans, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng found no necessity to partake in combat. Instead, they sought a relatively secluded spot. Without delay, Su Xian devoted his time to refining his swordsmanship, while Duan Yunfeng casually perched himself atop a large tree. Perhaps feeling a twinge of envy at Su Xian's practice, Duan Yunfeng leaped down. Su Xian, your defensive sword technique is evidently far superior to what it was during our previous encounter in Donyang City. Now that we have time to spare, how about we spar once more? Duan Yunfeng suggested. Of course, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His Shanghai scroll had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to engage in combat with powerful opponents to hone his skills. Previously, in a confrontation with Tang Xian, the latter's abilities were somewhat lacking, which left him quite disheartened. However, Duan Yunfeng's prowess far surpasses that of Tang Xian. Soon, the two engaged in a sparring match. This hunting ground, sprawling over a vast expanse of hundreds of miles, is replete with towering mountains, dense forests, and serene lakes. At this moment, by the edge of a breathtakingly beautiful lake, a young man adorned in luxurious robes sat, flanked by 5 others. Xiaomo, I have arrived. Speak, whom shall I assist you in dealing with? Inquired a wild-looking man with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard. Xiaomo is regarded in intelligence reports as a prodigious talent with the potential to penetrate the top 20 of hunters, and he possesses significant backing within the Tianyan dynasty. The wild man who spoke is named Bajio, also a contender for the top 20. Among the other 4, apart from a frail girl, the remaining 3 are also recognized in the intelligence dossier as aspiring talents within the top 100. Do not rush. Let us wait until everyone is gathered. The regal-robed youth, Xiaomo, responded while seated. Are there more? Bajio asked, surprised. The 6 awaited by the lakeside for not long when a stunning woman in a green robe approached gracefully. Fairy Luo? Upon her arrival, both Bajio and the other gifted individuals were taken aback. Fairy Luo, recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Ziyun sect, is likewise a contender for the top 20. Furthermore, as a bloodline awakener endowed with ancestral power, she possesses a considerable advantage in strength, surpassing both Xiaomo and Bajio in this regard. Some have suggested that her capabilities are understated in the reports, asserting that she is fully worthy of a top 10 ranking. Xiaomo, what grand scheme have you orchestrated to confront? Bajio's demeanor grew serious. With Xiaomo, Fairy Luo, and Bajio, 3 individuals of top 20 caliber were present, alongside 3 others esteemed in the intelligence report. Such a formidable assembly would likely suffice to challenge even the mightiest Xiaomeng. Now that everyone is here, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Xiaomo finally rose, speaking softly. The one I intend to confront is Duan Yunfeng. Is it really him? Fairy Luo, Bajio, and the others were astonished. Duan Yunfeng, based solely on his displayed strength, may not rival Xiaomeng. Yet he stands as one of the most elite talents in this hunting event, second only to Xiaomeng. No wonder Xiaomo has summoned so many powerful allies. Xiaomo, do you harbor a grudge against Duan Yunfeng? Bajio inquired. A grudge? Indeed. Xiaomo's gaze turned venomous. He would never forget what Duan Yunfeng had done to him. On the day of his wedding, before his bride had even stepped out, Duan Yunfeng brazenly invaded her home and absconded with her. When Xiao Mo pursued, Duan Yunfeng retaliated fiercely, humiliating him in the process. That day marked the most degrading moment of his life, an affront he had never endured before. Most importantly, when he sought to leverage his connections for retribution, those backing him expressed their unwillingness to provoke Duan Yunfeng. In terms of background, Duan Yunfeng surpasses him significantly. With both his background and personal strength, he has been utterly dominated by Duan Yunfeng, leaving him with no opportunity for retaliation. Only during this Imperial City hunt, specifically in this initial phase, does he find the chance to exact revenge. Duan Yunfeng, I may be powerless against you in daily life, and I cannot kill you during this hunt, but I can devise a way to eliminate you beforehand, thus extinguishing your hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace. Xiao Mo thought fiercely. Xiao Mo, even if you seek to avenge yourself against Duan Yunfeng, this hunting ground is vast, and tonight is the final evening. How can you ensure that you will find him? Asked Fairy Luo. Rest assured, since I have invited you all here, I will certainly be able to locate Duan Yunfeng, Xiao Mo replied, casting his gaze towards the most unassuming and delicate girl among them. The fragile girl stepped forward and said, Everyone, I hail from the Yuling sect. The Yuling sect? Fairy Luo and Ba Jiao exchanged glances. The Yuling sect is merely a minor faction within the Tianyan dynasty, incomparable to deeply rooted sects like the Ziyun sect. However, the beast-taming skills of the Yuling sect are quite impressive. Many of the purple wind beasts they rode on their journey to the Imperial City were tamed by the Yuling sect. During my previous ventures in the hunting grounds, I encountered Duan Yunfeng once. At that time, I had my tamed beast leave a trace of scent on him, which will not dissipate for several days. I can have my beast track that scent to locate him, the delicate girl explained. Is that so? The others responded, understanding the situation. There is one more thing. The fragile girl continued. When I met Duan Yunfeng, he was accompanied by another person. Another person? This Duan Yunfeng, with such formidable strength, requires a partner? Ba Jiao and the others expressed their astonishment. His companion is a talented swordsman, albeit of low cultivation, merely at the Great Sea transformation stage. Yet his strength is not to be underestimated, the delicate girl articulated. She recalled their previous encounter, where they initially aimed to eliminate the swordsman, only to discover that he could withstand their attacks. When Duan Yunfeng arrived, her team suffered devastating losses, leaving her as the sole survivor by sheer luck. A mere Great Sea transformation, how formidable can he be? Any one of us could easily overpower him, a nearby genius chuckled. Xiao Mo, Fairy Luo, and Ba Jiao paid little heed. A mere Great Sea transformation is nothing to be concerned about. If that is the case, let us set forth, Xiao Mo declared. Soon, the group of 7, guided by the delicate girl, swiftly advanced towards the location of Duan Yunfeng and Su Xian. Chapter 46, Great Sea Transformation. Within a secluded forest, the sounds of fierce clashes echoed. Duan Yunfeng's sword technique reached near perfection, each stroke dazzling and resplendent, executed with an astonishing speed that defied belief. As Su Xian wielded the mountain and sea scroll, he transformed into a manifestation of the mountains and seas, his long sword sweeping through the air, conjuring a formidable intent that repelled the incessant onslaught of blade light. Compared to earlier, his swordsmanship exhibited a newfound steadiness and gravitas. Su Xian had merely summoned 50% of his bloodline power, while Duan Yunfeng had unleashed his strength to its utmost. Yet he still found himself unable to breach Su Xian's sword technique. Enough is enough, Duan Yunfeng muttered in frustration. Unless I resort to my ultimate move, even if my speed were to increase by 30 or 40%, my blade technique would pose no threat to you. After their sparring session, Duan Yunfeng appeared notably vexed. Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, particularly the delicate methods of dissipating force that left him feeling quite unsettled. With a soft exhalation, Su Xian reflected on the disparity in strength. Duan Yunfeng was significantly superior to Tang Xian, and the pressure from his blade technique was far greater. This exchange had deepened Su Xian's grasp of the mountain and sea scroll, yet he still had not achieved a genuine breakthrough. Suddenly, both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng lifted their gazes simultaneously towards a particular direction. A group was approaching, and it was not a small one. Su Xian's expression hardened. Our duo is virtually invincible within this hunting ground. Even against that monstrous monk, it would be a stalemate. On this final night, It would suffice for us to refrain from seeking trouble, yet someone dares to come forth seeking their demise. A flicker of hostility glinted in Duan Yunfeng's eyes. He was no benevolent soul, but rather a veritable harbinger of chaos. The audacity of others to provoke him was infuriating. Soon, a total of 7 individuals appeared before Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Is it him? Su Xian's brow arched as he recognized the leader and understood the reason for their approach. Xiaomo, a genius vying for a position within the top 20 during this hunt. Su Xian recalled that Duan Yunfeng had humiliated Xiao Mo on the day of his wedding by stealing his bride. Haha, I wondered who it was. It's you. The worthless fool who couldn't even keep his own wife. Duan Yunfeng scoffed mockingly. His disdain for Xiao Mo was palpable. The woman had been coerced by Xiao Mo, not willingly taken, and after seizing her, he had let her go. Duan Yunfeng, Xiao Mo glared at him with intense resentment. Though I am unaware of your background that has my family hesitant to act against you, today, I shall sever your hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace. Attack. With Xiao Mo's command, one of the talents behind him stepped forward and cast a talisman into the void. A powerful energy immediately surged forth. A formation? Su Xian's expression shifted. It was merely a rudimentary formation designed to temporarily restrain, as high-level killing formations or those that significantly enhanced one's strength were prohibited in the hunt unless personally devised. After all, this hunt relied on individual prowess. Having prepared a formation, it seems they truly come well prepared, Su Xian remarked with a faint smile. I apologize, Su Xian. It seems I may have implicated you this time. Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xian. Su Xian shrugged and offered a nonchalant smile. After all, if he were to be burdened during the hunt, so be it. He did not mind. Moreover, while the 7 before him appeared formidable, facing both him and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously might prove rather daunting for them. Should we strike together? Duan Yunfeng would surely have no chance. We must be wary of his desperate counterattack, lest he take down 1 or 2 of us in his final throes. Luo Xiao, you shall deal with that transformation into the sea. Do not linger with him. Dispatch him with utmost speed and hasten back to join us in vanquishing Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo commanded. Understood. The youth named Luo Xiao nodded, and immediately, 5 of the 7, excluding the delicate girl who led the way, surged towards Duan Yunfeng. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, darted towards Su Xian like a bolt of lightning. Just one individual to confront me, and he is the weakest among the 6. How dismissive of them. Su Xian chuckled softly. Among the 7 attackers, save for the fragile girl, the remaining 6 were all recorded as top-tier talents in the intelligence reports. However, Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and Ba Jiu were the most renowned and powerful, while the last 3 were ranked much lower in that dossier. From his previous glance at the intelligence, it was apparent that Luo Xiao was the weakest among them. Though underestimated, Su Xian paid it no mind and advanced directly. Duan Yunfeng, you cannot escape. Today, you are destined for elimination. Xiao Mo's voice, cold as ice, reverberated through the forest, while Luo Xianzi, Ba Jiu, and the remaining 2 talents prepared to strike. The 5 joined forces, unleashing a torrent of formidable assaults upon Duan Yunfeng. Humph, do you think I fear you? Duan Yunfeng, however, showed no signs of trepidation. A layer of crimson light enveloped him, his gaze taking on a scarlet hue. Suddenly, a terrifying sword technique erupted forth. The blade's radiance shimmered like a galaxy, dazzling against the night sky. With but one person wielding this swordplay, he effortlessly countered all 5 of their attacks. Truly, he was a peerless genius, deemed capable of breaking into the top 10 of this hunt. Luo Xianzi silently nodded, recognizing the disparity in strength between herself and Duan Yunfeng. Had it not been for the combined efforts of the 5, she would never have dared to confront him. After a round of exchanges, the 5 prepared to strike once more when, suddenly, an exclamation rang out. Impossible. The 5 encircling Duan Yunfeng instinctively turned to see Luo Xiao, who had previously charged at Su Xian, now standing there with wide eyes, enveloped in a radiant white light that swiftly whisked him out of the hunting ground. Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and Ba Jiu stared in disbelief. Though Luo Xiao was the weakest among their 6, he was still a top-tier genius recorded in the intelligence, eligible to compete for the top 100 in this hunt. Yet, how little time had elapsed since they began their assault. The 5 of them had merely exchanged glances with Duan Yunfeng, and Luo Xiao had engaged simultaneously, resulting in nothing more than a fleeting confrontation. Yet, in such a brief encounter, Luo Xiao was utterly annihilated? The five individuals, having attained the pinnacle of the transformation sea, instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Xian, who wielded a sword with a singular hand. They discerned that Su Xian's aura indeed resonated with the essence of the transformation sea level. However, to slay Luo Xiao in a mere instant, could this truly be the prowess of someone at that level? Even among them, the formidable Luo Xinzi might not possess such strength. Haha, how foolish of you to send the weakest among us to contend with my brother. Xiao Mo, you truly are lacking in wisdom. Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily, simultaneously calling out, Brother, come quickly. Together we shall vanquish all five of them. Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Luo Xinzi, remain here to entangle with Duan Yunfeng. Bajio, the three of you must unite to eliminate that transformation sea warrior. Xiao Mo commanded. The original plan was for all six to work in concert, ensuring Duan Yunfeng would be decisively defeated. Who could have anticipated that the transformation sea figure they had previously dismissed would possess such overwhelming strength, forcing an immediate shift in strategy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bajio and the other two brilliant talents surged towards Su Xian. Recognizing Su Xian's formidable capabilities, they dared not underestimate him, unleashing their full might. Among them was Bajio, noted in intelligence reports as a contender for the top 20. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. His defensive techniques, derived from the mountain and sea scroll, were indeed formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, even Duan Yunfeng would struggle to exert significant pressure without resorting to his ultimate abilities. Yet, facing the combined assault of three opponents, Su Xian swiftly employed his swordsmanship to fend off their attacks. Xiao Mo was targeting Duan Yunfeng. He was merely caught in the crossfire. Having already dispatched one foe and detained three, including Bajio, Su Xian felt justified in his actions. This was also due to his recent encounters revealing the terrifying strength of Duan Yunfeng, which far exceeded the simplistic portrayal in the reports. The duo of Luo Xinzi and Xiao Mo alone could not hope to contend with Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian even anticipated that their combined efforts might compel Duan Yunfeng to reveal his true trump cards, such as the ultimate move he had previously mentioned, an opportunity for Su Xian to witness it firsthand. Boom, bang, clang. The forest erupted with the violent sounds of clashes and the reverberations of weaponry colliding. The prowess of Xiao Mo and Luo Xinzi was undeniably extraordinary, especially Luo Xinzi. As a bloodline awakener, her awakened powers unleashed a formidable force, each strike delivering astonishing might. Together with Xiao Mo, they managed to temporarily suppress Duan Yunfeng. However, mere suppression would not suffice to eliminate him. Xiao Mo could only hope that Bajio and the others would swiftly deal with Su Xian and come to their aid. However, the outcome was utterly disappointing. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a monstrous figure as Huahai Deshang? Despite the combined might of Bajio and his two companions, they found themselves wholly incapable of overcoming him. Xiao Mo observed with clarity the situation unfolding before him. Bajio and his allies had exerted their utmost strength, particularly Bajio, whose formidable presence was nothing short of overwhelming. Yet, in the face of such tempestuous ferocity, coupled with the assaults from the two prodigies, Huahai Deshang appeared unfazed and in complete control. His swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, reminiscent of a vast ocean that embraces all within its depths. The attacks from Bajio and his companions merely stirred the surface, creating ripples upon the ocean's expanse. It was patently evident that Bajio and his allies were utterly powerless against Huahai Deshang. Moreover, even with his alliance with Luo Xinzi, they could not vanquish Duan Yunfeng. Was it possible that I could not seize even a single opportunity for revenge? Xiao Mo clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Duan Yunfeng, who was being suppressed by the combined efforts of Luo Xinzi and Xiao Mo, erupted with an astonishing force. A brilliant crimson light flared forth, appearing hauntingly beautiful against the night. Yet, it surged forth with terrifying velocity and overwhelming might. At that moment, Su Xian, who had been engaged in a fierce contest of swordplay with Bajio and his companions, inexplicably found his gaze drawn to the radiant bloodlight. Xiao Mo and Luo Xinzi, upon witnessing the bloodlight, were engulfed by a mix of astonishment and fury. The bloodlight was alarmingly swift, rendering them completely incapable of mounting a defense. Chapter 47. The first phase concludes with a swift stroke. The exquisite bloodlight swept through the air, and it was Luo Xianzi, with her superior strength, who was enveloped first by the white light, thus eliminated from the competition. Luo Xianzi was eliminated? Xiao Mo was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not hesitate to flee. Duan Yunfeng, his eyes aflame with crimson, pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Ba Jiao and his two companions, who were desperately attacking Su Xian, were overwhelmed by shock upon witnessing Luo Xianzi's elimination and Xiao Mo's pursuit. "We must retreat," Ba Jiao exclaimed, urging his companions to flee at once. However, escape was a daunting prospect. Su Xian smiled, and what had merely been a defensive sword technique transformed into a flurry of sword shadows that spread across the battlefield like a tempestuous ocean swell. This colossal wave engulfed the three surrounding adversaries. Although the mountain and sea scroll was primarily a defensive technique, it adeptly entangled its foes. The essence of this swordsmanship was profoundly subtle, flowing endlessly and rendering the three unable to extricate themselves. Despite their fervent efforts to escape, they found themselves ensnared by the relentless waves of sword intent. Should they attempt to break free forcefully, they risked being swept away and grievously injured by the sword energy. Furthermore, within this hunting ground, the constraints imposed by their talismans were activated under exceptionally delicate conditions. They would not trigger solely in moments of life and death, but even a severe injury could provoke the talisman, resulting in elimination. This was a precarious predicament. How could this Huahai Shang be so tenacious? The expressions of Ba Jiao and his companions shifted dramatically. Moments later, Duan Yunfeng returned before them, while Xiao Mo had evidently been eliminated. However, upon his return to the battlefield, Duan Yunfeng did not immediately engage. Instead, he cast a curious glance at Su Xian. "Brother, what are you still toying with? Why not swiftly strike and eliminate the three of them?" Toying? Ba Jiao and the others were taken aback. The individual they deemed exceedingly troublesome, a master of the transformation realm, had merely been playing with them? Indeed, after a light chuckle, Su Xian decisively took action, transforming his sword intent in an instant. Previously, it had been exceedingly soft and flowing, yet in the next moment, it became ferociously violent and searing. The sword technique descended with overwhelming ferocity, terrifyingly oppressive, enveloping the three adversaries. Such might. Ba Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The trio exerted their utmost to withstand the onslaught of the frenzied sword shadows. However, they could only endure for a brief moment before two of them were swiftly slain. Ultimately, even Ba Jiao, the strongest among them, was eliminated. Among the seven who had specifically come to confront Duan Yunfeng, only the frail girl who had led the group managed to escape unscathed. As the other six, including the renowned Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, and Ba Jiao, all of whom were formidable talents vying for a place among the top 20 hunters, fell to the blades of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. "Duan Yunfeng, your sword technique was quite impressive," Su Xian remarked as he approached. "That was my trump card, intended for the final phase of the hunt. Now, thanks to you, it has been revealed prematurely. If I encounter you in the final stage, it could indeed spell disaster for me," Duan Yunfeng replied. The effectiveness of a hidden trump card is maximized when deployed unexpectedly. Now that Su Xian had witnessed it, Duan Yunfeng felt at a disadvantage should they truly engage. "Don't deceive me. That strike may have been one of your special moves, but surely it cannot encompass all your capabilities?" Su Xian inquired. Duan Yunfeng chuckled and rubbed his nose, clearly conceding the point. Su Xian marveled that, even as merely one of his techniques, it had so swiftly dispatched Luo Xianzi under their combined assault. The latent strength of Duan Yunfeng was indeed formidable. "The technique you just employed resembles the illusory shadow scroll I am practicing. Both are astonishingly swift. I wonder who possesses greater strength," Su Xian mused. Of course, the answer to that question would only be revealed when they confronted each other in the final hunting phase, engaging in a true battle. After their skirmish, neither Su Xian nor Duan Yunfeng experienced any adverse effects. They continued to rest, awaiting the arrival of the next day. Outside the hunting grounds, the recently eliminated Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and others gathered once more. Xiao Mo's expression was ominously dark. "That scoundrel. I expended such great effort to summon so many talented individuals. Yet we still failed to eliminate Duan Yunfeng and instead allowed him to eliminate us. Damn it. Damn it all." Xiao Mo seethed with rage and frustration, feeling utterly powerless. This had been his only opportunity for revenge against Duan Yunfeng, and he had squandered it. Meanwhile, Luo Xinzi stood nearby, appearing remarkably composed. My esteemed master has summoned me to participate in this imperial city hunt, intending for me to exert my utmost efforts in hopes of gaining entry into the revered Tianyin Palace for cultivation. However, this year's hunt, in contrast to previous ones, is evidently more competitive, brimming with exceptional talents. Given my current capabilities, the prospect of breaking into the top 10 seems nearly impossible. Ultimately, even if I do not enter Tianyin Palace, being eliminated early holds little consequence. Besides, I have garnered substantial benefits from Xiao Mo. Most importantly, through him, I can forge a connection with the esteemed Duke of the Realm. If this leads to a favorable relationship between our Ziyun sect and the Duke, it would indeed be a significant boon. While Ziyun sect possesses some heritage and is regarded as a prominent sect within the Tianyin dynasty, the imperial authority of the dynasty utterly surpasses that of any sect. The Duke, holding a high and influential position, is undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the empire. Cultivating a friendship with such a powerful individual is a goal that Ziyun sect earnestly desires. The night swiftly passed, and by the break of dawn the following day, the first phase of the hunt, lasting a full 5 days, finally concluded. The remaining talented individuals were escorted out of the hunting grounds, whereupon the selection of the 1,000 talents advancing to the second phase was swiftly determined through the tokens they bore. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng, naturally, were among this distinguished group. Subsequently, everyone returned to the camp. Following the conclusion of the first phase, a respite of 3 days was mandated before the commencement of the second phase of the hunt. Within the camp, Su Xian observed 3 individuals, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, who had come to bid farewell. Are you 3 truly preparing to return to Yongning County? Su Xian inquired. What else can we do? Long Dao replied, his disappointment palpable. Among the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, besides you, Su Xian, all others were eliminated in the first phase, and their elimination was quite brutal. Indeed. Qiu Zhe nodded gravely. The number of prodigies within the Tianyin dynasty is overwhelming. Here in Yongning County, we were considered the pinnacle talents after barely passing the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet on a grander scale, we are insignificant. This hunt has left us utterly disheartened. Leaving now may soften the blow. If we were to remain and witness the exploits of true top-tier talents in the subsequent hunts, our disappointment would only deepen, Ling Yu added. Among the 10 talents from Yongning County, you alone have progressed through the first phase of the hunt and can still strive for greater heights. As for us, we now only wish to swiftly break through to the Void Realm. The Tianyin Palace is no longer within our aspirations, Long Dao remarked with a smile. Su Xian, I hope you genuinely achieve your wish to enter Tianyin Palace. When you return to Yongning County, do come find us for a drink, he continued. Certainly. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Soon after, Long Dao and the others departed aboard the Zifeng Beast. Not only they, but many of the talented individuals eliminated in the first phase chose to leave as well. Upon their arrival, these prodigies were filled with fervor, eager to break into the top 10 and step into the sacred cultivation grounds of Tianyin Palace. Yet, as they departed, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped them. Many prodigies have faced setbacks during this hunting event. However, such challenges bring both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the opportunity for self-reflection and growth that arises from failure, paving the way for smoother cultivation in the future. Conversely, the downside is the potential for some to falter and never recover. Among nearly 100,000 talented individuals, close to 99% were eliminated in the first phase of the hunt, leaving merely 1,000 exceptional talents. Su Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Yet, among those who remained, each possessed extraordinary abilities, with even the weakest likely capable of conquering the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. The ensuing competition would undoubtedly intensify. Su Xian clenched his fists. Within the hunting grounds, he had encountered numerous top-tier geniuses, such as the initial contenders, Song Yin and Tang Xian, as well as the formidable monk whose prowess left him astounded. Additionally, there were others like Xia Meng and Tu San, already recognized as exceptionally powerful talents. Regardless of who they were, none could hinder his path forward. The Tianyin Palace was his ultimate goal. As nightfall descended, the camp was ablaze with light. Though many prodigies had already departed, the atmosphere remained vibrant. At the heart of the camp stood a towering black spire, the Red Dragon Tower. This tower oversaw the realm, The Imperial City's hunting event also fell under the watchful gaze of the Red Dragon Tower, which orchestrated many aspects of the hunt. For instance, the widely circulated intelligence regarding the prodigies was, in fact, disseminated by the Red Dragon Tower itself. A delicate young girl approached the Red Dragon Tower. "Child, do you require assistance?" inquired the steward in charge of reception. "I have information to sell regarding one of the prodigies from this hunt," she replied softly. "Information on prodigies?" The steward's expression shifted slightly. The intelligence concerning these talents was gathered by the Red Dragon Tower through various channels, including their prior performances in the Dragon-Seeking Tower and their subsequent public achievements. Given the extensive number of prodigies engaged in combat during the first phase of the hunt, the Red Dragon Tower could not monitor every individual, nor were they privy to the capabilities of many within the hunting grounds. At this juncture, the tower offered compensation to encourage these prodigies to share information that was still unknown to them. The value of the compensation varied depending on the significance of the information provided. The young girl swiftly recounted all she knew about a particular prodigy. "You mean to say, among the 1,000 talents who emerged from the first phase of the hunt, there is one whose cultivation level is merely at the Great Sea stage, yet possesses combat prowess ranking among the top 10? The steward stood, gazing incredulously at the girl before him. After a thorough inquiry, he assured her, "We at the Red Dragon Tower will promptly dispatch personnel to verify your claims. Should your assertions prove accurate, we shall compensate you accordingly." "Understood." The young girl nodded before turning to leave. The Red Dragon Tower acted swiftly, and within the span of an hour, they confirmed the validity of the girl's statements. Within a tavern at the camp, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat together. "Esteemed guests, behold the latest genius intelligence released by the Red Dragon Tower, which records numerous emerging prodigies from the first phase of the hunt. Shouldn't you procure a copy to peruse?" Surrounding them, merchants were peddling the newest talent reports. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng swiftly acquired a copy themselves. Upon opening the initial pages, they found familiar names such as Xia Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng himself, individuals already recognized as prodigies. However, their gaze soon fell upon a new name, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao, of unknown origins, at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, wielding a stone staff, had struck fear into many during the first phase of the hunt, as none could withstand his blows. He was undoubtedly among the top 10 in combat prowess. "It's him, the great monk." Upon reading Wu Zhao's introduction, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng immediately recognized him as the formidable monk they had encountered in the hunting grounds. The report indicated that even those previously deemed qualified to challenge the top 50 had been eliminated by a single strike from this monk, underscoring his extraordinary strength. That monster! Duan Yunfeng shuddered at the thought of the great monk. In terms of strength, it seemed even Xia Meng might not measure up to Wu Zhao. Su Xian mused silently. The report only classified Wu Zhao as possessing top 10 combat power, clearly an understatement. This was likely due to the limited understanding of Wu Zhao's capabilities from the outside world. While he and Duan Yunfeng had directly clashed with Wu Zhao in the hunting grounds, even forcing him to showcase remarkable techniques. As they continued to read, Duan Yunfeng turned to a new page and was momentarily stunned by the name he saw. "Brother, take a look." Su Xian immediately leaned in, and upon seeing it, his expression mirrored Duan Yunfeng's astonishment. The report stated, Su Xian, hailing from Yongning County in Yunzhou, aged 19, at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, suspected to possess top 10 combat power in this hunt. "My name?" Su Xian was taken aback. While he had demonstrated considerable strength during the first phase of the hunt, he had not anticipated such a high ranking. Suspected to be among the top 10? He murmured. Of course, he possessed top 10 combat power. It was just that he had not revealed his strongest abilities during the majority of the first phase. The Red Dragon Tower merely stated suspected, indicating a lack of absolute certainty. Su Xian, this report mentions that you single-handedly defeated Luo Xiao in one encounter, and subsequently held your ground against 3 major prodigies, including Ba Jiao, without faltering. Hence, it is believed you should possess top 10 combat power. However, beyond that, there is little else, Duan Yunfeng remarked. Su Xian smiled. Indeed, the achievements recorded in this intelligence were rather meager. It was merely the final night of battle. I had slain Luo Xiao myself, and had also intercepted the achievements of Ba Jiao and his companions on behalf of Duan Yunfeng. Yet, the records only state that I had contended evenly with Ba Jiao and his cohorts, whereas, in truth, it was I alone who ultimately vanquished them all. During that confrontation, 7 adversaries had advanced upon me, and my accomplishments should have been conveyed through the accounts of those initially eliminated, such as the enchanting Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or the timid girl who had fled at the first sign of peril. Su Xian pondered this matter deeply. Regardless of whether it was Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or the frail maiden who absconded, they had only witnessed my slaying of Luo Xiao and my stalemate with Ba Jiao and his companions, failing to witness my subsequent triumph over them, even if Qilong Lu were to investigate afterward. The proud and talented Ba Jiao and his companions would likely refuse to acknowledge the fact that they were outperformed by a singular individual at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Instead, they would assert that Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had jointly eliminated them. Such a record alone would suffice to claim that Su Xian possessed the strength to challenge the top 20. However, asserting his capability to breach the top 10 would indeed be difficult to accept. Yet, Su Xian was disinterested in such matters and continued to peruse the intelligence regarding other prodigies within the encampment. Following the release of Qilong Lu's latest intelligence on talented individuals, the entirety of the camp buzzed with fervent discussion. Who was this Wu Zhao? What was his origin? There was not a hint of background provided, yet his prowess was undeniably formidable. Indeed, it was remarkable. As indicated in the reports, few could withstand his strikes. The young lady from the Song family, for instance, could barely contend for a position within the top 50 hunters, yet she was dispatched with a single blow, truly terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Wu Zhao unquestionably deserved a place among the top 10 hunters. However, who was this Su Xian? A mere individual at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. How could he possibly be ranked among the top 10? To eliminate Luo Xiao in a single encounter while simultaneously holding his ground against the 3 eminent talents, including Ba Jiao, was indeed impressive. Claiming he could penetrate the top 20 seemed sufficient, but to assert he belonged in the top 10 was somewhat dubious. Indeed, the top 20 was plausible. Many individuals deemed capable of contending for the top 10 possessed records far superior to his. One could only wonder how Qilong Lu had compiled their rankings. Yet perhaps Su Xian truly possessed some hidden talents. What talents could he possibly have? As an individual at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, I find it hard to believe he holds the strength to rank among the top 10 hunters. Throughout the encampment, discussions proliferated, with the majority centering on Wu Zhao and Su Xian. There was no avoiding it. Following the initial phase of the hunt, the latest revelations regarding talent had indeed unveiled numerous remarkable individuals, among whom Wu Zhao and Su Xian ranked the highest. Wu Zhao's combat prowess was undeniably fierce, and his achievements were sufficiently credible to elicit admiration from those discussing him. Yet, although the talents within the camp were astonished by Su Xian's capabilities as a sea transformation adept, many felt that Qilong Lu had overranked him based solely on his achievements. Su Xian simply lacked the qualifications to be included in the top 10, and many believed he still fell short of challenging that echelon. These foolish individuals. In a secluded corner of the camp, a robust blond man stood, listening intently to the discussions of the surrounding prodigies, particularly their disparagement of Su Xian, which elicited a smirk of disdain from his lips. They were utterly oblivious to Su Xian's true capabilities, and yet they deemed him unworthy of a place among the top 10? How absurd! Song Yin scoffed. As the forthcoming hunt unfolded, those who belittled Su Xian would soon learn the truth upon encountering him. Unlike others, he had faced Su Xian in the hunting grounds and had engaged in a genuine confrontation. The outcome had forced him to surrender 30 tokens to secure his release. He was acutely aware that Su Xian's strength surpassed even his own, a talent qualified to contend for a position in the top 20, and undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a top 10 contender. Of course, he recognized this, but would refrain from voicing it. Then there was Tang Xian. Even if the Red Dragon Tower inquired about his elimination, he would merely attribute it to the collaboration between Duan Yunfeng and Su Xian, perhaps offering a slight commendation of Su Xian's abilities, yet never conceding that he fell short against someone who had merely attained the transformation of the seas. Within a beautiful estate in the imperial city, there lay a serene lake. A man clad in gray, donning a straw hat, sat quietly by the water's edge, fishing with a bamboo rod. The lake's surface was tranquil, devoid of any ripples, and the entire estate was enveloped in an eerie silence. The gray-clad fisherman, with clear and tranquil eyes, remained still, casting his line for over half an hour without any sign of movement, as if the scene were frozen in time. Suddenly, from the distant void, a figure rushed forward, landing behind the gray man. The wind stirred, causing the surrounding trees and branches to sway, while the lake began to ripple gently under the breeze's influence. The gray man slightly shifted his gaze, breaking free from his earlier stillness. My lord, a frail old man, who had appeared suddenly, bowed respectfully before the gray fisherman. This frail elder bore the marks of age and wisdom, having reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he appeared exceedingly humble and reverential in the presence of the gray man. Is there something amiss? The gray man inquired, turning his head slightly. My lord, this is the news just relayed from the hunt. The frail elder respectfully presented a slip of paper. The hunt? The gray man furrowed his brow. The imperial city's hunt was merely a contest among some young aspirants. When had it ever warranted his attention? With a flick of his hand, the paper floated into his grasp. After a cursory glance, the gray man chuckled softly. The young man whom I previously praised has qualified to contend for a spot in the top 10 during this hunt. However, why is it only a suspicion? The gray man inquired, looking back at the elder. Reporting to you, my lord. The records verified by the Red Dragon Tower indicate that he still slightly lags behind in his bid for the top 10. However, during our verification, we discovered that the expressions of those prodigies who had faced him, such as Baggio, were somewhat peculiar. They admitted that the three of them, when united, could only match Su Xian in prowess, yet they were reluctant to elaborate on the process of their elimination, implying that Su Xian alone had been responsible for ousting all three of them. Subsequently, we received additional intelligence from Tang Xian, which allowed us to ascertain that Su Xian possesses combat capabilities ranking within the top 10. However, due to the absence of unequivocal achievements, the term suspected was employed, remarked the frail elder. Is that so? The man in gray nodded. The operations of the Red Dragon Tower are consistently meticulous. Their investigations have indeed indicated that Su Xian ranks among the top 10 in terms of combat prowess. Yet, due to the lack of indisputable accomplishments and the fear of inciting excessive skepticism, the term suspected was chosen. Remarkable. Has it only been a little over 2 months? The man in gray recalled that his acquaintance with Su Xian stemmed from this young lad's venture into the dragon-seeking tower over 2 months prior. He was the guardian of that tower. At that time, he was quite astonished by Su Xian's displayed strength. A mere minor success in the transformation of the sea could effortlessly conquer the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Consequently, he personally visited the Tianyin Palace, intending to recommend this young prodigy for an early special admission opportunity. Now, merely 2 months later, this young man has come to participate in the Royal City Hunt, qualifying to contend for a spot among the top 10. Such significant progress in just over 2 months? That old fool Qingyang had previously gone to great lengths to prevent this lad from entering the Tianyin Palace. Now, witnessing Su Xian's performance in the hunt, he must be utterly taken aback. Humph. The man in gray scoffed. That obstinate old fool has been in the Tianyin Palace for many years, still clinging to the past. At this rate, I dare say his position as palace master may soon be in jeopardy. The man in gray felt quite displeased that Su Xian had not secured the special admission to the Tianyin Palace. After all, given his stature as a powerful figure at the Nirvana stage, one of the highest echelons of the Red Dragon Tower, he personally recommended the lad, only to be met with resistance, which understandably irked him. He was also aware that many high-ranking figures within the Tianyin Palace had expressed admiration for Su Xian's talent and were in favor of the special admission, with the sole exception of that old coot Qingyang. Among the 3 palace masters of the Tianyin Palace, Qingyang holds significant power, his staunch opposition. Even recalling the incident over 3 years ago when Su Xian was personally reprimanded by the Tianyin Emperor, led to the postponement of Su Xian's special admission. Yet, the man in gray understood that Qingyang's fervent opposition was merely in compliance with the orders of his former master. The absence of a special admission quota from the Tianyin Palace would compel this young man to participate in the Royal City Hunt, striving for a disciple's opportunity through sheer strength. This lad possesses ambition. I admire that. The man in gray smiled, then stood, shouldering the bamboo pole. When does the next hunt commence? He inquired. The second phase of the hunt will take place in 3 days within the royal city, followed by the final phase 3 days thereafter, replied the frail elder. Very well, keep a close watch. If that young man makes it to the final phase of the hunt, inform me, and I shall make my way to witness it as well. The man in gray remarked with a smile. This statement startled the frail elder. Given the status of this esteemed individual, the fact that he would personally attend indicates that he holds Su Xin in considerable regard. The frail elder bowed respectfully before turning to leave. The estate, along with the serene lake before him, once again succumbed to tranquility. Chapter 49. A twisted heart inside a tavern at the camp, in a refined private room. A young man clad in a luxurious golden robe sat regally, flanked by two companions. One of them was Situyu, while the other was Tu San, a prodigious talent from the Qi royal residence, recognized as a contender for the top 10 in the hunting competition. At this moment, both Tu San and Situyu appeared exceedingly deferential in the presence of the young man. His Highness the young master has decreed that within 3 days, the entire family of the talent who was eliminated, along with those closely associated with him, shall be eradicated, Tu San reported with utmost respect. Do not be so cruel. Merely eliminating him and his family will suffice. The young man waved his hand dismissively, his tone detached, as if extinguishing a family was as trivial as crushing a cluster of ants. Situyu, standing respectfully by, inwardly gasped. The imperial city's hunt was intended as an arena for the talents of the Tianyin dynasty to compete fairly based on their abilities. Even if one was eliminated, it was merely a reflection of their own inadequacies. Yet, this young master, merely incensed by his own elimination, sought to exact vengeance upon the entire family of his rival. The rumors were indeed true, Situyu mused. He had heard whispers that this young master, Xia Yuanji, was a bastard born and raised in a most unconventional environment. His psyche already twisted and deranged. Upon becoming the young master, he acted with utter impunity, often resorting to execution or even annihilation of families over trivial matters. Within the imperial city alone, several families had been obliterated by his hand for reasons that were pathetically insignificant. I must tread carefully around such a harbinger of doom. Should I provoke him, my entire family may not escape unscathed, Situyu quietly lamented. He had no desire to serve such a man whose temperament had long since warped into madness. However, it was a task mandated by his family to cultivate a favorable relationship with this young master. Situyu, you have perused the latest intelligence on talents from the Red Dragon Tower, have you not? Xia Yuanji suddenly inquired. Indeed, Situyu nodded vigorously. According to the information gathered by my subordinates, the two newly emerged talents who have a shot at the top 10 seem to have some connection to you. Xia Yuanji remarked, tapping his fingers against the armrest with a smile. Yes, Situyu continued to nod. Among them, the one named Wu Zhao is a complete stranger to me. I have never interacted with him before, and I am perplexed as to why he seeks me out with such hostility. After the first phase of the hunt concluded, Situyu learned from the eliminated Miss Song that a formidable monk had been relentlessly searching for him throughout that phase. The young lady of the Song family remarked that it was precisely because of the good rapport between the two that the great monk had taken it upon himself to eliminate him. It was evident that the monk had come to bring him misfortune. According to the intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, this individual named Wu Zhao possessed formidable strength. Even I might not secure victory against him, Tu San stated. You lack the confidence to triumph even against Tu San? Xia Yuanji replied with a surprised smile. You truly have misfortune written all over you. Situyu, to be targeted by such a person. Situyu could only manage a bitter smile, bewildered as to why Wu Zhao had set his sights on him. Aside from Wu Zhao, there was also Su Xin of the Su family. Suddenly, Xia Yuanji's gaze turned icy. Humph, the Su family, a once prominent clan that has long since fallen into decline. Their ancestor of the Nirvana realm has already perished. Yet not long ago, a squad of Yinglong guards dispatched at your family's request was entirely annihilated there. That was a complete squad of Yinglong guards. Xia Yuanji's tone was laden with evident fury. Situyu felt a tremor at these words. That squad of Yinglong guards had been assigned by the Qi Wang, and their demise at the hands of the Su family had enraged the Qi Wang, causing significant repercussions for the Situ family. The reason he had been sent before this young lord was to curry favor and mitigate the wrath of the Qi Wang as much as possible. As for Su Xin, a mere culmination of the Sea transformation realm, even inferior to this young lord's cultivation. Yet the Red Dragon Tower deemed him worthy of a place among the top 10 in this hunt. It was utterly ludicrous. The young lord himself could not even pass the first stage of the hunt. What right did he have to vie for a position in the top 10? Xia Yuanji growled. His childhood experiences had left his heart irrevocably twisted. He considered himself a genius and could not abide those with greater innate talent than his own. He was at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, having received abundant resources for cultivation within the Qi Wang's estate. Yet he had been eliminated in the first stage of this hunt. This alone had incited a fury within him, compelling thoughts of annihilating the family of the genius who had eliminated him. And now, Su Xian, a mere culmination of the sea transformation realm, could pass the first stage of the hunt, and was deemed qualified to challenge for a top 10 position? By what right? Eliminate him. You too. Regardless of who encounters Su Xian next, kill him on sight. The rationale may seem absurd, yet Xia Yuanji issued the command without hesitation. Understood, Tu Sin nodded, his expression unchanged. However, Si Tuyu wore a look of shock. Your Highness, the royal hunting regulations explicitly prohibit lethal actions. Should we contravene them? Before Si Tuyu could finish, Xia Yuanji's cold gaze swept over him. Explicit regulations? Whose regulations? The Emperor Tianyan's? Even if I were to defy them, what could be done? Xia Yuanji's voice was frigid, his eyes glinting with ferocity akin to that of a beast. Si Tuyu was left speechless, paralyzed by fear. He had come to understand just how reckless and unrestrained this young lord was. But indeed, he possessed the qualifications to act so freely. The Qi Wang was a contender for the throne against the current emperor, and their struggle had been intensely fierce, with the two often at odds for an extended period. Despite the eventual failure of the struggle, the power wielded by the Prince of Qi remained immensely formidable, so much so that the Emperor of Tianyan, throughout his reign, did not dare to take any action against him. Xia Yuanji, who had previously acted with reckless abandon, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, was tolerated even by the Emperor of Tianyan. Had he merely slain a genius during a hunt, the Emperor would likely not have retaliated against Xia Yuanji. Understanding this, Si Tuyu could not help but revel in the misfortune of Su Xian, who had caught the attention of the Prince of Qi. Oh, Su Xian, how unfortunate you are. Far more than I. He too faced adversity, being targeted by an enigmatic force known as the Wu dynasty. However, at least the Wu dynasty adhered to the rules of the hunt. In contrast, the one fixated on Su Xian was a veritable madman, heedless of any regulations, with a motive that was utterly absurd. Before long, 3 days passed. Early one morning, the 1,000 talented individuals who had successfully navigated the first phase of the hunt entered the Grand Tianyan Imperial City under guidance. This immense city was far more vibrant and majestic than any locale within the 36 provinces of the Tianyan Empire. Countless exquisite houses and pavilions crowded the landscape, and the streets were teeming with people, many of whom were formidable warriors. Within the Xuanwu Gate lay an expansive training ground capable of accommodating tens of thousands. As the numerous talents arrived at the training ground, they found several individuals already present. Clad in diverse attire, some gathered in small groups while others stood alone. Yet each radiated an aura of immense strength, clearly having ascended to the broken void realm. The newly arrived 1,000 geniuses regarded these individuals with curiosity, surmising they were the powerful figures from the major forces and sects within the Tianyan Empire. Standing alongside Su Xian, Duan Yunfeng remarked, "Every time the Imperial City Hunt is convened, the top 10 geniuses are undoubtedly absorbed into the Tianyan Palace. However, apart from these 10, the remaining talents also possess exceptional potential and aptitude, and this is the moment when the great forces and sects of the Tianyan Empire vie for them." Su Xian nodded slightly, aware that the Imperial City Hunt was the grandest gathering of geniuses within the Tianyan Empire. The allure of this event stemmed from its ability to attract talents from all factions within the empire. Through the hunt, those who already belonged to certain forces or sects could not only showcase their prowess to elevate their respective factions, but also vie for a position within the Tianyan Palace. Meanwhile, those who had not aligned with any faction could prove their worth through the hunt, thereby securing a place among the great forces and sections. The major forces and sects within the Tianyan Empire were replete with resources, and joining them would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. The Su family, to which Su Xian belonged, had once dispatched numerous strong individuals to partake in these hunts during their peak, seeking to attract genuine talents to their ranks. Even if these prodigies cannot be enlisted in the end, establishing a rapport with them in advance is still a commendable choice. You shall have 1 hour to prepare. In 1 hour, the second phase of the hunt will commence. The resounding voice echoed throughout the training ground. 1 hour to prepare? Su Xian's heart stirred as he instantly comprehended that this hour was designated for those factions to recruit the talents. Although the details of the first phase of the hunt had not been made public, after nearly 100,000 geniuses were whittled down to merely 1,000. Most of the promising talents had already emerged. Even if there were some hidden powers, they would not be numerous. These factions could already utilize the intelligence provided by the Crimson Dragon Tower to attract the geniuses. Indeed, the myriad powerful figures who had gathered were now taking action. In a corner of the training ground, Elder Mo, I did not expect you to personally attend this Imperial City hunt. There was no choice. The talents in this hunt are evidently superior to those of previous years, and thus the sect places greater importance on it. Two acquaintances gathered and engaged in casual conversation. So, have you spotted any promising talents? One inquired. The most exceptional ones are bound to join the Tianyan Palace, but among the other talents, there are indeed a few fine prospects, replied the elder known as Mo, smiling as he held a document containing talent intelligence from the Crimson Dragon Tower. Compared to the information circulating among the talents, the details obtained by these powerful factions were far more comprehensive. At this moment, Elder Mo's gaze was fixated on a name within the document, Su Xin. His eyes glimmered with fervor. According to the information from the Crimson Dragon Tower, Su Xin is merely 19 years old this year, and his cultivation is only at the great completion of the Transformation Sea. Yet his combat prowess qualifies him to contend for the top 10 in the hunt. How extraordinarily gifted. He must have awakened his bloodline. Compared to the most formidable talents in this hunt, Su Xion's potential is, in fact, even higher. Elder Mo pondered for a moment before making his way towards Su Xion's location. Chapter 50. The second phase of the hunt on the training ground. Su Xion stood alongside Duan Yunfeng, observing the powerful figures of various factions bustling about. Two young friends. An elder in white robes approached them. I am Elder Mo. From the Tianyi sect, he introduced himself. Tianyi sect? Su Xion's heart leaped. The Tianyan dynasty boasts vast territories, with numerous sects and factions. Among them, 3 are renowned and acknowledged as the most powerful. The Tianyi sect is one of these 3. It is said that the Tianyi sect has existed for hundreds of years, possessing a profound heritage. Within the contemporary Tianyi sect, there are as many as 4 formidable figures at the Nirvana realm. It is noteworthy that in the Tianyan dynasty, a family that can boast even one ancestor at the Nirvana realm is considered a top-tier noble, and possessing 4 such strong individuals, along with such a deep-rooted history, renders the Tianyi sect an undeniable behemoth within the Tianyan dynasty. As long as one does not rebel or provoke the Heavenly Flame royal family to take action, the Heavenly Leaf sect can navigate the Heavenly Flame dynasty with ease. Young friend Su Xian, Elder Mo smiled. I have come to inquire whether you would be inclined to join our Heavenly Leaf sect. Should you consent, you would immediately become a core disciple of our sect. The resources and cultivation opportunities available to you would rank just below those of the Heavenly Flame Palace and the Royal Disciples. Furthermore, our current sect boasts 4 esteemed elders in the Nirvana realm, and I can assure you that one of them will take you as their disciple and provide you with personal guidance. Additionally, I have heard that your Su family has faced some challenges in recent years. Rest assured, if you become a disciple of our Heavenly Leaf sect, I guarantee that no one shall lay a finger on your family. Elder Mo laid out these conditions with sincerity, offering resources nearly on par with those of the Heavenly Flame Palace and the royal family, the mentorship of a Nirvana realm master, and protection for the Su family. Even Su Xian found himself momentarily taken aback by such generous terms. It was Duan Yunfeng who first regained his composure, expressing irritation. Old man, what do you mean by this? You invite Su Xian alone while disregarding my presence. Do you look down upon me? Su Xian was startled. Here was a venerable elder of the Heavenly Leaf sect, a peak expert of the void-breaking realm. And Duan Yunfeng had the audacity to address him so casually and disrespectfully, seemingly unconcerned about provoking Elder Mo's ire. Yet, in response to Duan Yunfeng's words, Elder Mo showed no sign of anger, instead chuckling. If you wish to join our Heavenly Leaf sect, young friend Duan, you are most welcome. I merely fear that our humble sect may not meet your expectations. Humph, you guessed correctly. I truly do not hold your Heavenly Leaf sect in high regard. Duan Yunfeng scoffed, unabashedly dismissive. Su Xian understood the underlying dynamics. Duan Yunfeng's lineage was significant, and Elder Mo likely recognized it as well. Thus, despite Duan Yunfeng's exceptional talent, there was no intention from Elder Mo to extend an invitation. In fact, Duan Yunfeng was not the only talented individual present at the hunt. There were many others. such as Xiao Meng and Tu San, who were well-known figures. One was a royal descendant, while the other hailed from the Qi Wangfu, regardless of their prowess, which would likely qualify them for the Heavenly Flame Palace. It was evident they would not join any other faction, and thus, those sects would refrain from wasting their efforts on them. At most, they would seek to establish a cordial relationship. Thank you for your generous offer, Elder Mo. I would prefer to first strive for a position within the top 10 and secure my place in the Heavenly Flame Palace. Should that prove unattainable, I will then consider the Heavenly Leaf sect, Su Xian replied. Of course, Elder Mo smiled. In that case, let us await the conclusion of this hunt and see what decision you reach. With that, Elder Mo took his leave. Following his departure, several other sects and powerful factions approached Su Xian, including one that, like the Heavenly Leaf sect, was among the 3 most formidable sects, offering equally impressive conditions. Certainly, these factions and sects are aware that Su Xian is unlikely to acquiesce immediately. Rather, he will first seek a means to infiltrate the Tianyin Palace. Thus, their gestures of goodwill are merely precursors. As for Su Xian's ultimate decision, that will only be revealed after the hunt concludes. The invitations from these sects and factions present a fortuitous opportunity for me. Even if fortune were to abandon me, preventing me from breaking into the top 10, I could still choose to align myself with these powers, thereby ensuring a degree of safety for my family. Su Xian pondered silently. An hour swiftly passed. The 1,000 prodigies had reconvened. The individual presiding over this second stage of the hunt held an enigmatic white orb in hand. He cast the orb into the void, which instantly expanded and emitted a blinding white light, enveloping all 1,000 talented individuals present in the training grounds. Subsequently, these prodigies vanished simultaneously from the arena. The Tianqin realm? Is this the trial space designated by the Tianyin royal family for their science? Some formidable figures from various forces and sects recognize the origin of the white orb. The Tianqin realm serves as a specialized trial space for the royal progeny. The white orb acts as a guiding object, transporting the multitude of prodigies into the Tianqin realm. Once all the talented individuals were transported into the realm, the orb suspended in the air emitted beams of white light once more, conjuring images that appeared in the void of the training grounds. These images depicted scenes from within the Tianqin realm, albeit only a fraction of them. To utilize the Tianqin realm as the second phase of the hunt is rather intriguing. Elder Mo stood with his hands clasped behind him in a corner of the training grounds, smiling as he observed the unfolding scenes in the void. This is an expansive trial space. The ground beneath is composed of azure stones, nearly 100 feet in length and width. At the periphery of azure azure stones, a white light curtain encircles the area. Su Xian now stands at the very center of this trial space. A grand voice resonated in the ears of the 1,000 prodigies scattered across the various trial spaces. After 10 breaths, your opponents will emerge in waves from the white light curtain surrounding this trial space. These adversaries will vary in form and number, and your task is to withstand the onslaught of each successive wave. The greater the number of waves you endure, the higher your chances of passing the second phase of the hunt. Such a straightforward narration. No detailed rules were disclosed. In the first phase of the hunt, the rules were meticulously outlined, and it was explicitly stated that only 1,000 would succeed. Yet, in this second phase, we are left uninformed regarding how many will ultimately remain, instead tasked with enduring the assaults of these adversaries. Su Xian furrowed his brow slightly. The 10 breaths elapsed in a flash, and 2 shadows surged forth from the surrounding white light curtain. Whoosh, whoosh. These 2 shadows moved with incredible speed, akin to twin tempests, simultaneously charging towards Su Xian from opposing directions. As they drew near, Su Xian discerned their true nature. They were not human, they were beasts. Su Xian's pupils constricted. The 2 shadowy figures were unmistakably colossal black wolves, each measuring over 2 meters in length. Their crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty aura as they lunged forward. In a fraction of a second, Su Xian unsheathed his sword. The blade sang softly, yet its speed was astonishing. Before the 2 massive wolves could reach him, their heads were severed from their bodies, eliciting a mournful howl before they transformed into white light and dissipated within the trial space. Not true beasts, but rather avatars conjured through some extraordinary means. Su Xian marveled inwardly at such remarkable craftsmanship. Clearly, the creator of this trial space was no ordinary being. As the 2 wolves vanished, several more figures swiftly emerged from the surrounding white light. This time, four peculiar avian creatures appeared, their beaks sharp as swords. In terms of speed, these four birds surpassed even the earlier wolves. Su-Xin continued to strike, swiftly dispatching the creatures and causing them to fade away. Following that, waves of bizarre adversaries emerged from the luminous white screen, demonic beasts, strange birds, and flying insects among them. Though formidable, these foes posed little threat to Su-Xin. Before long, he had eliminated 5 rounds of opponents and had now entered the 6th round. In this 6th round, he faced 2 human assassins, both clad in black robes. Their speed was impressive, but what was most unsettling was their uncanny agility. The terrifying combination of speed and elusive movements made it exceedingly difficult for Su-Xin to pinpoint their locations. Their silent attacks were stealthy and unpredictable. While Su-Xin could surely eliminate them with more focused swordplay, he sensed something peculiar after 6 consecutive rounds of combat. The consumption of his spiritual energy was becoming evident. He had no means of replenishing it. Furrowing his brow, he recalled how he had vanquished the previous 5 rounds solely through his own strength, leading to significant energy depletion, especially during the 5th round against a swarm of over 100 flying insects. The relentless onslaught of opponents left him no respite or time to recover his energy. The 2 assassins in this 6th round were particularly troublesome. Employing his true abilities would only exacerbate his energy drain, and he was uncertain how many more rounds of adversaries awaited him or under what conditions he would be deemed successful in this 2nd phase of the hunt. The rules previously announced indicated that they were to endure as many waves of attacks as possible, with a greater number of defeated opponents enhancing their chances of advancement, rather than eliminating foes at the fastest pace. Understanding this, Su-Xin's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly halted his pursuit of the 2 assassins. Instead, he stood his ground, allowing them to close in on him. The cold glint of 2 daggers approached silently. Su-Xin unsheathed his sword, its intent swirling and transforming into mountains and seas, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of the 2 assailants. Subsequently, the 2 assassins pressed on. With a clanging sound, their relentless strikes were easily thwarted by Su-Xin. Yet, merely moments later, without him having to strike back, the forms of the 2 assassins dissipated into thin air. Indeed, witnessing their transformation into white light within the trial space. A subtle smile graced Su-Xin's lips. He had comprehended the essence of this 2nd stage of the hunt. It was not a matter of engaging in combat with these adversaries, but rather a test of survival amidst the onslaught of their frenzied assaults. As long as he could endure their attacks for a time, these foes would inevitably vanish. This 2nd stage of the hunt relied not only on one's own strength, but also on endurance and perceptiveness. Should one fail to recognize the traps within this stage and blindly rely on brute strength to clash with wave after wave of opponents, expending vast amounts of spiritual energy, even those capable of surpassing the 2nd stage could ultimately face elimination. Su-Xin mused to himself. Now that he understood the true rules, managing the situation became significantly simpler. Chapter 51. The final 4 in the training ground. After a brief period following the arrival of 1,000 prodigies into the heavenly heart realm, many began to emerge one after another. Have I been eliminated? That shouldn't be the case. My strength was sufficient to withstand that round of attacks. Yet my spiritual energy has been completely depleted. How many rounds did you endure? 8 rounds. The prodigies who had already been expelled gathered together, discussing amongst themselves, their expressions largely grim. Before long, those sent out from the heavenly heart realm accounted for the majority. At that moment, a robust, golden-haired man was also expelled. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of all the gathered prodigies. It's Tsang Yen. Is it really him? How could he have been expelled so early? Many prodigies expressed their astonishment. Tsang Yen was a top-tier prodigy qualified to contend for the top 20 in the hunt, in terms of strength alone. He should not have been expelled from the heavenly heart realm so soon. After all, there were still over 100 prodigies remaining within. Damn it! At this moment, Tsang Yen gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, his expression one of profound displeasure. I was too reckless. I should have been more cautious, conserving my spiritual energy. Otherwise, I could have easily withstood the 10th round of attacks. Just moments ago, in the heavenly heart realm, facing the successive waves of opponents, he had unleashed his power from the very beginning, relying on sheer strength to obliterate those adversaries. This approach, while swift, had led him to surpass the 8th round early. Yet he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. It was only then that he realized something was amiss, but it was too late. He barely managed to get through the 9th round, but by the 10th round, the opponent's strength surged dramatically. Left with minimal spiritual energy, he was ultimately eliminated by the foes of the 10th round. In the Heavenly Heart realm, the 9th round served as a threshold. Upon reaching the 10th round, the difficulty escalated significantly. If too much spiritual energy is consumed during the first 9 rounds of attacks, one might face elimination in the 10th round due to the increase in difficulty and excessive energy expenditure. Elder Mo of the Tianai sect stood with his arms crossed, observing as one genius after another was eliminated from the Tianxin realm, shaking his head in silence. He understood that the Tianyan dynasty aimed to use the Tianxin realm as the second stage of their hunting assessment. While talent and innate ability are undoubtedly significant for a genius in a special environment, lacking even the most basic judgment of impending crises or being sluggish in response renders such a talent unable to progress far, regardless of their innate gifts. Individuals like Song Yan, who acted recklessly without fully comprehending the rules of the second stage and relied solely on brute strength to vanquish opponents, squandered their spiritual energy and thus deserved their early elimination. As time passed, more and more geniuses were sent out of the Tianxin realm. After a short while, Duan Yunfeng also exited. Regrettably, despite knowing the importance of conserving spiritual energy, he could not resist unleashing some powerful sword techniques to eliminate his adversaries. If only he had a little more energy to execute 1 or 2 ultimate moves, he could have endured the 13th round and perhaps even held on through the 14th. Duan Yunfeng sighed deeply. He had navigated through 12 rounds of attacks within the Tianxin realm and had endured most of the 13th round before ultimately being eliminated. This outcome placed him among the few remaining elites among those already ousted. Now, only 4 images remained suspended in the air above the training grounds, indicating that only 4 individuals were still persevering within the Tianxin realm. These 4 were the widely acknowledged strongest, Xiao Meng, the formidable Tu San from the Qi Wangfu, the enigmatic monk Wu Zhao, and lastly, Su Xian, who was suspected to possess a top 10 combat ability, yet was doubted by many as merely having reached the Great Transformation stage. The trial space of the Tianxin realm had progressed to the 13th round, where the opponents were 10 black-armored soldiers wielding long spears, each exuding an intimidating power. In the center of the trial space stood the barefoot monk Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads around his neck, casually wielding a stone rod. With each swing, a black-armored soldier was sent flying. As 10 soldiers charged simultaneously, the outcome remained the same. All were sent sprawling, simple and brutal, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, to many observers, these formidable black-armored soldiers appeared as mere sandbags before Wu Zhao, repeatedly flung aside. How incredibly powerful! Just how formidable is the might of that monk's stone rod? After all, these were the adversaries of the 13th round. Each soldier could easily trample even the most exceptional talents who had merely passed the 2nd level of the Sikh Dragon Tower. In those days upon the training ground, the talented individuals and formidable figures from various factions gazed with profound astonishment at the sight of the great monk, Wu Chao, effortlessly sending a black-armored soldier flying. That extraordinary being, Duan Yunfeng thought to himself, gritting his teeth at the memory of being struck senseless by that monk's staff, a chill creeping into his heart. The 13th round passed swiftly, and as the 14th commenced, the adversaries revealed themselves as 10 silver-armored soldiers. Their battle prowess significantly heightened compared to their black-armored predecessors. It's nearly time. The great monk Wu Chao observed the advancing silver-armored soldiers with tranquility. Having endured 13 rounds of onslaught, he believed he could successfully navigate this second phase of the hunt. The monk's intention was not to seek fame. He felt it was sufficient. With a simple, genial smile, he symbolically swung his stone staff a few times amidst the assault of the silver-armored soldiers before being eliminated and sent away. As Wu Chao reappeared on the training ground, the talented individuals present exhibited expressions of extreme bewilderment. How could this be? He breezed through the 13th round, yet was eliminated so swiftly in the 14th? Could it be that his spiritual energy was depleted? How is that possible? Look at how effortlessly he handled himself before. There's no way he exhausted any energy. In my view, he deliberately chose to lose. The majority of the gifted individuals understood this clearly. Wu Chao had evidently no intention of continuing, thus opting to be eliminated intentionally. His prowess, previously recognized by the Qilong Tower as ranking among the top 10 in hunting, was no longer in doubt, and many began to speculate that his true strength might rival that of Xiao Meng. C2U. It is said that Wu Chao has been searching for your trace since the first phase of the hunt. You must exercise caution, someone cautioned nearby. C2U's expression darkened like turbulent waters, realizing the monk's strength, yet not anticipating it to be this formidable. Where did this monster emerge from? C2U bore a visage of clenched teeth. Similarly, amidst the 13th round of attacks in the Tianxin realm, the tall and austere figure, Tu San, with a gaze sharp as a blade, surveyed the oncoming 10 black-armored soldiers. Like a wraith, he weaved through the ranks of the soldiers, unleashing his full might. One by one, the black-armored soldiers fell before him, dissipating into nothingness. He was, after all, a servant, his life and everything he possessed bestowed by the Prince of Qi. From a young age, he had been indoctrinated with the belief that the prince stood above all. Everything he did was for the sake of the princess's state. This hunt was also a command from the prince, who had directed him to participate and to enter the Tianyin palace for training. In his eyes, he had no existence apart from serving the prince. After exerting his utmost strength, he finally surpassed the 13th round, but as he entered the 14th, Tu San continued to unleash his full power against the 10 silver-armored soldiers. After a fierce struggle, his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, leading to his eventual elimination. After being expelled from the heavenly heart realm, Tu San stood alone in a corner of the training ground, facing the occasional gasps of amazement from those around him. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged, as though he were a machine devoid of emotion. In another trial space, Xia Meng had likewise advanced to the 14th round. At this moment, all eyes were riveted upon him. I am a scion of royalty. I embody the dignity of the imperial family. I must enter the Tianyin palace. And I shall do so as the foremost victor of this hunting competition. Not only must I secure the top rank overall, but I must also dominate in this second phase of the hunt. Xia Meng, robust in stature and possessing a haughty visage, exuded an air of dominance as he stood in the center. Born into royalty, he had not been sheltered in luxury. Rather, he had thrived amidst fierce and brutal competition. In such an environment, his singular pursuit had always been to attain unparalleled strength. I have traversed the heavenly heart realm numerous times before, yet I have always faltered at the 14th round. But this time, I shall prevail. Xia Meng roared, his weapon resembling a coiling dragon. It was formidable, ruthless. Its might was terrifyingly immense. The 10 silver-armored soldiers that surged forth to attack were all exceptionally powerful, yet in the face of Xia Meng's overwhelming marksmanship, 3 were swiftly dispatched. Following this, a cacophony of clashes ensued, with 10 more fierce encounters. Ultimately, all 10 silver-armored soldiers fell to Xia Meng's relentless assault, each meeting their end at his hands. The 14th round, overcome. How formidable! Astoundingly powerful. The training ground erupted in astonished exclamations. Up until now, even top talents like Tu San and Wu Zhao had only managed to breach the 13th round, failing to endure long in the 14th before being eliminated. Yet Xia Meng had directly surpassed the 14th round, not merely enduring the onslaught of the silver-armored soldiers, but annihilating them with sheer strength. His power was truly terrifying. Such strength was extraordinary. He was, without a doubt, the strongest contender recognized in this hunting expedition. The entire training ground was set ablaze with excitement. No one had anticipated the depths of Xia Meng's prowess. The third layer. Xia Meng undoubtedly possessed the capability to conquer the third layer of the dragon-seeking tower. The elite warriors from various factions and sects were equally shaken. They understood well that to surpass the 14th round of the Heavenly Heart Realm, especially by overwhelmingly overpowering one's adversaries, signified the ability to conquer the third layer of the dragon-seeking tower. To conquer the third layer of the dragon-seeking tower represented the pinnacle of genius within the Tianyin dynasty. Such prodigies had been rare, even across multiple sessions of the imperial hunting events, yet here one had emerged. After surpassing the 14th round, Xia Meng encountered challengers in the 15th round, 10 gold-armored soldiers wielding firearms. These 10 soldiers exhibited a power that was markedly superior to that of their silver counterparts. And after a brief struggle against them, Xia Meng ultimately succumbed. After the defeat of Xia Meng, in the entire second phase of the hunting event, out of 1,000 prodigies, only one remained in the Tianxin realm, continuing to forge ahead. That individual was Su Xin. In Chapter 52, a stunning revelation unfolds. On the training grounds, numerous eliminated prodigies, including the top-tier experts from various factions and sects, were fixated on the final floating image in the void. Within the scene, a young man clad in black was executing sword techniques, persistently fending off the assaults of his adversaries. Was Su Xian still advancing? Among the 1,000 talents participating in the second phase of the hunt, the most formidable, Xia Meng, had already navigated through the 14th round of attacks before succumbing in the 15th. Yet, Su Xian was leisurely maneuvering through the 12th round. Many prodigies wore peculiar expressions. In the Tianqin realm, progressing further does not necessarily equate to lasting longer or overcoming more rounds. Indeed, during the trials, one could preemptively eliminate adversaries to swiftly pass through each round. Conversely, one could adopt a more cautious approach, cleverly delaying until the time limit for the attacks expired, causing the adversaries to dissipate on their own. It was evident that Su Xian belonged to the latter category. After grasping the true rules of the second phase of the hunt during the 6th round, Su Xian ceased to proactively eliminate opponents. Instead, he maximized his energy conservation, employing defensive sword techniques to repel the assaults. Utilizing the Shanhai Scroll, he merely focused on defense, expending minimal energy as he awaited the expiration of the adversary's attack time, allowing them to vanish on their own. Thus, while all others had completed their trials and faced elimination, including Xiao Meng, who fell in the 15th round, he had only just reached the final stage of the 12th round. Clang, clang, clang. Following a series of collisions, the attack time of the opponents in the 12th round concluded, leading to their immediate dissipation. Su Xian smoothly transitioned into the 13th round. Indeed, it was rather effortless and pleasant. With a purely defensive strategy, his energy consumption was minimal, which naturally made the endeavor easier. Was he employing the Beizong sword technique? It was recognized as the premier sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty. Many prodigies on the training grounds engaged in discussions. Although Su Xian had maintained a defensive stance, no one perceived any flaw in his approach. After all, in the Tianqin realm, the only requirement was to endure the onslaught of successive adversaries, regardless of the methods employed. In the 13th round of attacks, Su Xian encountered 10 black-armored soldiers wielding spears. The 10 soldiers united in relentless assaults. And while Su Xian could not maintain the same ease as before, the pressure he faced was merely slightly heightened. The Beizong sword technique, acknowledged as the first sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty, allowed Su Xian, with his profound understanding of the realm's essence, to summon waves with the Shanhai Scroll, successfully repelling all the attacks from the 10 soldiers. Before long, Su Xian had surpassed the 13th round, advancing to the 14th. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long spears darted forth like dragons, exhibiting astonishing speed and power. The pressure on Su Xian surged dramatically, although it was still 10 soldiers. The silver-armored warriors in this 14th round were significantly stronger than their black-armored counterparts in the previous round. A flicker of excitement flashed in Su Xian's eyes. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of bloodline power erupted forth. From the very onset of this trial space, through his initial adversary to the 13th round, he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline strength. Yet now, it surged to 70%. This amplification of 70% propelled his power to unprecedented heights. Come! Su Xian uttered a low command, and his swordsmanship erupted in full force. Endless waves billowed around him, intertwining with profound sword intent. As the 10 silver-armored soldiers seemed to be enveloped in a tumultuous sea, Su Xian stood resolutely at the center, akin to an unyielding rock amidst the ocean. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the spears, Su Xian wielded his sword with precision, executing an array of movements, sweeping, slashing, and delivering acute thrusts that danced through the air. Each strike perfectly countered or deflected the spear shadows surrounding him. The trial space resonated with a cacophony of metallic clashes. Remarkable. The many talented observers in the training grounds were visibly astonished. They recognized the exceptional defensive swordplay Su Xian exhibited, noting his profound comprehension of the sword's essence, which had evidently reached the first tier of understanding. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, only 3, Xiao Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng, had genuinely entered this first tier of comprehension. As for Wu Zhao, his staff technique was extraordinarily powerful, and his grasp of the essence was also remarkably high, perhaps reaching the first tier, though it had yet to be fully revealed. Thus, in terms of comprehension of the essence, Su Xian undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in this hunt. The first tier of comprehension, combined with the Beizong sword techniques Shanhai Wan, rendered his swordplay as vast as mountains and seas. Most crucially, his layered techniques for dissipating force enabled him to withstand attacks that were considerably stronger than his own. Although his cultivation level was somewhat lacking, even with the special techniques he practiced and the eruption of his bloodline power, he had only just reached the threshold of the void-breaking realm. In this hunt, there were indeed others whose explosive power could rival or even surpass his. But apart from Xiaomeng, none had managed to surpass the 13th round. Su Xian will undoubtedly surpass the 14th round. Elder Mo from Tianai sect declared solemnly. The 14th round had indeed seen only Xiaomeng advance thus far. However, it was evident to the discerning eye that although the pressure from the 10 silver-armored soldiers was immense, Su Xian could still hold his ground with his swordplay. As long as he could withstand the assault without immediate defeat, he would surely progress to the 14th round once the time limit expired. As predicted, not long after, the 10 silver-armored soldiers dissipated. Su Xian successfully stepped into the 15th round. In the 15th round, he faced 10 golden-armored soldiers. Previously, Xiaomeng had also reached this 15th round and fought these golden-armored warriors, but had barely managed to endure for a brief moment before being decisively defeated. Now, as Su Xian engaged with the 10 golden-armored soldiers, a thunderous roar erupted as a spear lunged forth with astonishing speed, accompanied by a peculiar spiraling force that seemed to ripple through the air, producing a piercing sound of shattering space. Su Xian continued to exert himself fully, employing the mountain sea sword technique to fend off the onslaught. Clang! A sudden collision reverberated, as a terrifying force surged forth in an instant. Although he managed to block the spear, his arm felt a numbing shock. Such formidable power. This strength was likely not inferior to that of the great monk Wu Chao's strike. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Xian's eyes. Previously, during their encounter in the hunting grounds, he vividly recalled the immense force behind Wu Chao's casual swing of the stone staff. One blow had left Duan Yunfeng utterly dazed. Now, Su Xian sensed that the power contained within the spear thrust by the golden-armored soldiers was no less than that of Wu Chao's strike. The critical difference was that while Wu Chao was merely one individual, this 15th wave of attack consisted of 10 formidable golden-armored soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. 10 golden-armored soldiers surged forward simultaneously, their spears either crashing down or lunging forward, piercing the air with astonishing sounds of rupture. Su Xian, still relying on 70% of the bloodline power, could only do his utmost to defend against these terrifying assaults with the mountain sea sword technique. This was the limit. The spectators in the training grounds sighed inwardly. They could all see that under the relentless assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xian had already been pushed to his limits from the very beginning. Unless an unforeseen miracle occurred, he could only hold on for a little while longer before being utterly defeated. In the Tianxin realm, the challenges grew increasingly formidable. For a person at the Transformation Sea realm, to have passed the 14th round was already an extraordinary feat. The 15th round was beyond the reach of someone at the Transformation Sea realm, especially considering that Su Xian was merely at the pinnacle of this stage. If he were to achieve complete mastery of the Transformation Sea realm, or reach its zenith, perhaps then there might be a chance. Elder Mo smiled faintly. The 15th round of the Tianxin realm was indeed arduous. The imperial hunting event of the Tianyan dynasty, held every 5 years, attracted numerous prodigies. Yet among so many top-tier talents, those capable of advancing past the 14th round were few and far between. As for those who had succeeded in the 15th round, not a single one had emerged in the past 20 sessions, or even in the last century. Defeat was imminent. Elder Mo gazed at the mirrored image above, observing the many prodigies present and the powerful figures from various factions and sects, all believing that Su Xian was on the brink of failure. But suddenly, Elder Mo's expression shifted. Within the trial space, though Su Xian had indeed reached his utmost limits under the relentless assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, this very pressure had granted him a novel insight into his swordsmanship, awakening a flicker of clarity in his mind. The Mountain Sea Scroll. Grounded in the essence of mountains, what constitutes a mountain? Amidst the barrage of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xian pondered this question. The overwhelming might struck him repeatedly, each impact causing his form to tremble. To steady himself, he planted his feet firmly into the ground. It seemed merely an act of stabilization. Yet at the moment his feet sank into the earth, he suddenly experienced an enlightening revelation. The ground, the earth? It dawned on him. The mountains and rivers endure because of the unyielding earth beneath them, connecting them to the very foundation, the roots beneath their feet, even amidst the vastness of the ocean. The reason a stubborn rock can stand proudly is that it is anchored to the seabed. The earth serves as the foundation for mountains, rivers, trees, stones, and all things in the world. Su-Xin continued to wield his swordsmanship, yet he naturally merged with the very essence of the earth. It was as if he were a nail firmly driven into the ground. The 10 golden-armored soldiers wielded their spears with terrifying might. Each strike was astonishingly powerful. However, as Su-Xin parried with his sword, his movements flowed with a newfound grace and unity, far more seamless than before. Though each blow from the golden-armored soldiers could have sent tremors through his arms, he now felt a remarkable ease in countering them. What had changed? The numerous prodigies observing the match in the training grounds, including the formidable figures from various sects and factions, displayed expressions of astonishment. They could all sense that Su-Xin's swordsmanship had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It had transcended. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect gazed at the image of Su-Xin with disbelief. To merge with the earth in such a harmonious manner was indicative of having mastered the pinnacle of the Mountain Sea Scroll, as the most esteemed sword technique recognized by the Tianyan dynasty. Achieving mastery in the Mountain Sea Scroll necessitated not only profound comprehension of its essence, but also an unparalleled understanding of swordsmanship and extraordinary talent. Even among the peak experts of the void-breaking realm who practiced the Beizong sword technique, few had managed to attain such mastery in the Mountain Sea Scroll. Yet, Su-Xin had accomplished it. A true genius, an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship. Elder Mo's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Su-Xin, akin to beholding a rare and exquisite treasure. Within the trial space, as the Mountain Sea Scroll sword technique broke through to the realm of mastery, Su-Xin found it significantly easier to contend with the 10 golden-armored soldiers. He swiftly surpassed the time limit of their attacks, advancing past the 15th round. In the 16th round, his opponents were again 10 soldiers, but this time clad in blood-red armor and wielding crimson spears. Boom, boom, boom. Once more, the 10 soldiers launched their assault, their strength magnified tremendously. Su-Xin remained steadfast, akin to a nail driven deep into the earth, channeling the profound essence of the perfected Mountain Sea Scroll sword technique to its utmost potential, fiercely defending against the onslaught of the soldiers. Each collision sent a thrill coursing through him. Exhilaration, pure exhilaration. This was the pressure that my swordsmanship yearned to endure. Su-Xin was filled with fervor. Despite the overwhelming strength of the 10 soldiers in blood-red armor, he managed to hold his ground with the Mountain Sea Scroll sword technique, albeit with immense difficulty. Operating at only 70% of his bloodline potential, he fought to the bitter end, pushing himself to the limits. Ultimately, just as his spiritual energy was about to be completely depleted and his sword technique on the brink of collapse, he narrowly withstood the time limit of the blood-armored soldier's assault. The 16th round of attacks was successfully overcome. Su-Xin, a mere youth with a profound cultivation level of the sea-transforming realm, whom many deemed inexperienced, had previously been doubted by numerous onlookers despite being regarded by the Qihong Tower as a potential contender for the top 10 combatants. Yet today, he had astonished everyone. He had remained silent until now, but when he finally acted, he did so with resounding impact. Chapter 53. Fearless once more on the training grounds. A sea of people gathered. Numerous prodigies participating in the second phase of the hunt, along with the foremost experts from various factions and sects, all fixated intently on the images projected in the void. During the 15th round of attacks, they believed that Su-Xin had reached his limit and would falter at this juncture. Unexpectedly, Su-Xin erupted forth. His swordsmanship transcended boundaries, not only breaching the 15th round, but also surging through the 16th round of attacks. Everyone was left in stunned silence. A pin drop could be heard on the training grounds. The 16th round? How could this be possible? Even the formidable Xiao Meng wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Su-Xin surpassed the 14th round, matching his own progress, Xiao Meng had appeared entirely at ease. Although both had conquered the 14th round, Su-Xin had merely relied on defensive sword techniques to endure, while he, Xiao Meng, had decisively eliminated his opponents in the 14th round with sheer force. One barely survived through defense, while the other launched a full frontal assault to annihilate the foes of the 14th round. Even if both were to ultimately halt at the 15th layer, any discerning observer would undoubtedly regard Xia Meng as the stronger one. Yet now, having surpassed the 16th round, Su Xian stood as the first to achieve such a feat in the Tianyin Empire, where countless prodigies had attempted to breach the realm over the years. Although his success was purely through defense, strength in defense is still a skill to be reckoned with. In this second phase of the hunt, there was no doubt that he outshone Xia Meng. Xia Meng clenched his hands involuntarily. From a young age, he had always aspired to be the strongest. Regardless of the time or stage of competition, he had always emerged as the most powerful. This hunting expedition was not merely about the final rankings. Even in this second phase, he sought to be the most radiant presence on the field. However, now, his brilliance had undeniably been eclipsed by Su Xian. Su Xian, Xia Meng murmured, the name etched firmly in his mind. The prince commanded that in this hunt, should he encounter Su Xian, he must eliminate him. Tu Xin stood there with an expression as cold as ice. Despite Su Xian's extraordinary performance in the projected images, his heart remained untroubled. Merely relying on defensive sword techniques to breach the 16th round of attacks in the Tianxin realm would be insufficient to contend with him. He must employ his strongest trump card, resorting to a desperate measure, if he is to have any hope of defeating Su Xian. Tu Xin's resolve was as unyielding as iron. For him, the prince's command was paramount. Even at the cost of his life, he must see it through. In a corner of the training grounds, the large monk Wu Zhao, adorned with massive black beads around his neck, smiled as he gazed up at the images. Upon witnessing Su Xian's breakthrough in swordsmanship, consecutively surpassing the 15th and 16th rounds of attacks, Wu Zhao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such formidable defensive capabilities might not even succumb to his full offensive might. The Tianyin Empire truly harbors an abundance of talent. Having just witnessed the formidable marksmanship of Xia Meng, who could barely match him in prowess, now stood the indomitable Su Xian, a testament to the profound heritage of one of the 9 sacred mountains. The enigmatic figure of Wu Zhao continued to smile, observing the scene with apparent indifference. Regardless of the pressure exerted by both Xia Meng and Su Xian on the other talented individuals present, Wu Zhao remained unfazed. The strength of others was of no concern to him. His singular focus rested solely on the elusive figure of Situyu. My brother's defensive swordsmanship is indeed extraordinarily formidable, he mused. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng, amidst the crowd, could not help but be awestruck by Su Xian's explosive display. He had long been aware of Su Xian's prowess in defensive sword techniques, noting that during the initial phase of the hunt, Su Xian had reached a critical plateau in his defensive swordsmanship. In the hunting grounds, he had sought to hone this skill against formidable opponents, aspiring to break through his limitations, yet he had not succeeded. Now, within the celestial realm of Tianxin, facing an unrelenting succession of increasingly powerful adversaries, Su Xian was afforded the perfect opportunity for refinement, ultimately leading to a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. The moment this breakthrough occurred, the magnitude of his defensive capabilities left Duan Yunfeng feeling a twinge of despair. He reflected that if he were to encounter Su Xian alone in the forthcoming hunts, no matter how exhaustively he exerted himself, he would likely be unable to land a single blow against him. After navigating through the 16th round, the adversary for the 17th round emerged. Unlike previous encounters, this opponent was a solitary figure, grasping a long spear with one hand. He stepped forth from the white veil of light and swiftly advanced towards Su Xian, with an initial sweep followed by a thrust. What appeared to be a simple attack contained intricacies that eluded the understanding of the gathered prodigies, including Su Xian himself. Though Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship seemed impeccable, it faltered against the prowess of the long spear. In a mere exchange, Su Xian was defeated and swiftly expelled from the arena. Upon his emergence into the training grounds, countless gazes converged upon him, most filled with admiration. This Su Xian, regardless of other attributes, possesses a defensive swordsmanship that is truly terrifying. Indeed, his defensive techniques alone enabled him to surpass the 16th round of the Tianxin Challenge. What kind of defense could possibly breach such a barrier? Not even we, let alone those few prodigies poised to contend for the top 10 in the hunt, could help but feel disheartened upon witnessing his defensive swordsmanship. Murmurs of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Previously, there had been doubts regarding his standing among the top 10. Such notions now seemed laughable. With his defensive swordsmanship, He could effortlessly secure a place within the top 10, devoid of any pressure. Discussions erupted in every corner of the training grounds. Having passed through the 16th round of the Tianqin Challenge, even if it was solely through defensive means, his capabilities would undoubtedly carry him into the top 10 of the hunt, ultimately gaining entry into the Tianyin Palace. It appeared increasingly improbable for him to join the Tianyi sect, as Elder Imo subtly shook his head in resignation. He understood that Su Xian's recent display had irrevocably severed his ties to their sect. Not only the Tianyi sect, but also other factions or sects that had previously extended invitations to Su Xian were similarly affected. Su Xian, your lack of explosive display was one thing, but this eruption is truly astonishing, Duan Yunfeng remarked as he approached Su Xian, a smile gracing his face. What transpired? Why is everyone looking at me? Su Xian inquired, puzzled. Having spent his time in the trial space, he was unaware of the performances of others in the arena. However, as Duan Yunfeng explained, Su Xian quickly grasped the situation. I am the only one who has surpassed the 16th round of attacks, while even Xia Meng has only managed to reach the 14th round. No wonder so many people are focused on me. A faint smile graced Su Xian's lips. In truth, it was only through his mastery of the Shanghai sword technique that he was able to overcome the 16th round with considerable difficulty. Had his swordsmanship not advanced, he would have been limited to conquering merely the 14th round, never to breach the 15th. At that moment, the elder with purple hair, who presided over the hunt, floated into the air and proclaimed, "The second phase of the hunt concludes here. Anyone who has successfully navigated through the 10th round of attacks in the trial space may advance to the third phase, the final stage of the hunt. I shall announce the names." One by one, the names were called: Su Xian, Xia Meng, Tu San. After announcing 36 names, the purple-haired elder paused. This signified that only 36 talents had progressed through the second phase of the hunt into the final stage. Instantly, only 36 individuals remained. The surrounding elites from various sects and factions murmured in astonishment, yet they understood the situation. Despite Su Xian's achievement in surpassing the 16th round, it was known that in the Tianqin realm, surpassing the 9th round was a considerable milestone, and the difficulty increased significantly at the 10th round, compounded by the factors of spiritual energy consumption. Thus, breaching the 10th round was no trivial feat. For instance, despite Song Yin possessing strength within the top 20, he ultimately failed to surpass the 10th round. Out of the 1,000 prodigies participating in the second phase of the hunt, having 36 advance was already commendable. Following the conclusion of the second phase of the hunt, a 3-day period of rest was granted. The talented individuals returned to their encampment. In the tavern, Su Xian sat alongside Duan Yunfeng. Haha, Su Xian, have you seen the latest talent report released by the Qihong Tower? Previously, it merely suggested you had a suspected top 10 strength, but this time, they have removed the word suspected and placed your name among the first few pages, even ahead of mine. Moreover, the report states that in terms of defense, you are the undisputed number 1 among this year's talents. Duan Yunfeng laughed. Su Xian glanced at the contents of the report and smiled in return. During the first phase of the hunt, although many prodigies had showcased their abilities, the Qihong Tower could only gather information through the results of certain battles or from the accounts of other talents, rendering much of the information less precise. However, in the second phase of the hunt, all talents were clearly observed by various factions and sect experts within the Tianqin realm, making the Qihong Tower's evaluations significantly more accurate. Xia Meng, having forcefully eliminated opponents and surpassed the 14th round, undoubtedly remained on the front page of the talent report. And as for Su Xian, if Xia Meng's marksmanship was deemed overwhelmingly powerful, making him the strongest in offensive capabilities in this hunt, then Su Xian was unequivocally the foremost in defense. His defensive swordsmanship had been witnessed by many, and this singular skill was sufficient to instill despair in most geniuses. After all, with such formidable defensive techniques, even if he focused solely on defense, the majority of talented individuals would find themselves utterly powerless against him, placing him in an invincible position. In truth, when it comes to pure defense, I may not even be the best in this hunting competition, Su Xian suddenly remarked. The formidable monk, Wu Zhao, whom we encountered in the hunting grounds, possesses truly terrifying defensive capabilities. Duan Yunfeng couldn't help but recall that monk. He had unleashed his full strength in a strike aimed at the monk's head, yet the monk had withstood it without even a scratch on his scalp, his protective golden light effortlessly absorbing the blow. Indeed, that monk's defense was genuinely fearsome. Duan Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Su Xian's defense primarily relied on swordsmanship, with the most crucial aspect being the subtle techniques of energy dissipation. Even if his opponent's strength surpassed his own by several or even tenfold, they would still fall within Su Xian's capacity to endure, as he had already mastered the Mountain Sea realm. Most of the opponents in the Heart realm merely relied on brute strength and speed, continuously gaining power, but their technical skills remained relatively low before the 17th round. Yet, in the 17th round, the sole opponent he faced did not significantly enhance their strength, but merely through a brief encounter, he was defeated, revealing that their skills far exceeded his expectations. Among the talented individuals in this hunt, while none may have absolute superiority over him in terms of skill, there were certainly a few who could rival him, such as Xiameng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng. Their technical prowess was on par with Su Xian's, and they could potentially devise methods to breach his defenses. In contrast, the monk Wu Zhao's protective golden light was decidedly more bizarre. However, only Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were aware of Wu Zhao's protective abilities. The other geniuses, including those from the Red Dragon Tower, remained oblivious. Regardless, with our combined strength, as long as fortune does not abandon us, encountering the top-tier talents early on should allow us to break into the top 10 without much difficulty, Duan Yunfeng said with a smile. Indeed, Su Xian nodded in agreement. As night fell, the moonlight cast a hazy glow on an unnamed hill surrounding the campsite. Su Xian practiced his swordsmanship alone. Every night, he dedicated himself to sword practice for 1 to 2 hours, a routine that had become second nature to him. It was precisely due to this habit and unwavering effort that his swordsmanship had progressed so rapidly, a feat not merely attributed to innate talent. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light surged forth with fervor, akin to raging flames. And flames, by nature, are merciless, ruthlessly cleaving through the air with every strike. Each sword swing was executed with his utmost effort, each slash a symphony of vigor. As more than half an hour passed, Su Xian lost count of how many strikes he had unleashed. However, in that moment when a particularly swift and relentless sword shadow cut through the air with exhilarating force, the spiritual power within him surged forth like a torrential flood, suddenly erupting. His form shuddered in response. This was the culmination of the oceanic transformation. Su Xian widened his eyes, feeling the sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy within him, a wave of ecstasy washing over his heart. Merely 2 months prior, he had recently broken through to the minor success of the sea transformation stage. Yet, with the astonishingly rapid cultivation speed afforded by his bloodline inheritance and the assistance of numerous first-grade sea transformation pills, his progress had been remarkably swift. After spending a brief period honing his skills alone in Yongning County, he had ascended to the major success of the sea transformation stage. His cultivation continued to accumulate, and by the time of this hunt, through repeated encounters with those prodigies and relentless training, he had reached the pinnacle of the major success stage. Initially, Su Xian believed he had only just grazed the surface of this saturation state and would have to wait until the hunt's conclusion to hope for a breakthrough to the perfect sea transformation stage. However, perhaps due to the immense pressure he faced today in the Tianqin realm, not only did his swordsmanship experience a breakthrough, but the bottleneck in his cultivation also showed signs of loosening. By nightfall, after a vigorous practice session with his sword, he unexpectedly made the leap, achieving perfect sea transformation. Clenching his hands tightly, Su Xian reveled in the significant increase in his strength. Previously, as a major success cultivator, he felt confident about breaking into the top 10 of this hunt, even daring to confront the likes of Xiameng and Wu Zhao, the most elite geniuses. Now, with his cultivation having reached perfection in sea transformation, even if he merely unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, his might would likely rival that of Xiameng, who practiced the Emperor's Essence technique. With such formidable strength in mind, coupled with his prowess in swordsmanship and comprehension of intent, he felt no less capable than Xiameng, perhaps even surpassing him. Standing atop the mountain, with the vast encampment sprawling below, a surge of bravado welled up within him. This time, in the hunt, he felt utterly unafraid. Chapter 54. The duel. 3 years in the making. 3 days swiftly passed. In the Imperial City, at the martial arena, lay an enormous venue capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators. The third stage of the Imperial City hunt, the final stage, was held within this martial arena. Typically, each session of the Tianyin dynasty's imperial city hunt is divided into 3 phases. The rules and competitive structures of the first 2 phases vary significantly and are subject to frequent changes. However, the final hunting stage has remained virtually unchanged. This last phase of the hunt relies purely on strength, featuring one-on-one duels. Furthermore, the first phase of the hunt is not publicly disclosed, while the second phase permits attendance only to the powerful figures from major factions. In stark contrast, the final third stage hunt is entirely public. Within the imperial city, countless nobles and even commoners, provided they can purchase tickets, are allowed entry to witness the martial arena. At this moment, the audience seats of the martial arena were densely packed with spectators. When the 36 prodigies who advanced to the third stage of the hunt appeared in the central arena, guided by attendants, the entire venue erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Countless gazes converged upon these 36 talented individuals, among whom several stood out prominently. Could that be Xiao Meng? During this hunting expedition, he is undoubtedly the strongest, as it is rumored that he hails from royal lineage. The top 3 positions are certain. Yet the title of the strongest is not guaranteed. After all, until the final moment, who can ascertain whether these prodigies are concealing their true capabilities? I firmly believe that Xiao Meng is the mightiest. Just observe his demeanor, which clearly indicates he does not regard the other talents present. Countless gazes are directed towards the center of the venue, where Xiao Meng stands with an air of cold arrogance and a hint of dominance. Despite being the focus of many eyes, his expression remains utterly unchanged. Look at that tall monk. He is Wu Chao, barefoot and smiling, radiating a sense of warmth. That must be Duan Yunfeng. I have heard that his swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable. One by one, the talents are being recognized. But where is Su Xian? Among those young talents, which one is he? Over there, the young man in black wielding a sword is indeed him. Just look at his youthful appearance. It is said he is merely 19 years old. Yet, in terms of strength, aside from Xiao Meng, few can claim to surpass him in this hunting competition. Such prowess at such a tender age garners considerable attention. As the second phase of the hunt concludes, the Qilong Tower releases the latest intelligence on these prodigies, not only to the participants of the hunt, but to everyone. Thus, the spectators who have gathered to witness the final stage are also informed about the most elite talents of this competition. Individuals like Xiao Meng, Su Xian, Tu San, Wu Chao, and Duan Yunfeng, all of whom possess extraordinary prowess, naturally attract a multitude of observers. Among these talents, Su Xian is the youngest and has the lowest cultivation level, yet his strength is equally top tier, which makes him stand out even more. The crowd is overwhelmingly large. Su Xian gazes at the sea of faces and the cacophony surrounding him, internally sighing at the sheer vibrancy of the event. Hundreds of thousands have gathered in one venue, creating a remarkable atmosphere. Although he belongs to an esteemed family and possesses some experience despite his youth, he manages to adapt. However, several talents from the provinces appear noticeably anxious. Su Xian surveys the area, scrutinizing various prodigies. Xiao Meng's expression is indifferent and tinged with arrogance, as if he regards none of the other talents worthy of his attention. It is not until Su Xian's gaze meets his that Xiao Meng returns a glance, one imbued with a hint of combativeness. Do you wish to challenge me? Su Xian smiles, then shifts his focus to the tall monk, Wu Chao. Wu Chao, ever smiling, exudes an aura of gentleness and approachability. Upon sensing Su Xian's gaze, he joins his hands in a gesture of respect and offers a warm smile, performing a Buddhist salutation. Having reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, my strength has surged dramatically. Among the 36 talents remaining in this final phase, the only individuals who evoke a sense of threat in me, aside from Xiao Meng, are this monk, Wu Chao. Su Xian regards Wu Chao with a serious expression. For some reason, he cannot shake the feeling that this monk may be even more formidable than Xiao Meng. Previously, in the second phase of the hunt, it seemed that both he and Xiao Meng performed best, yet later he learned that this monk had not exerted his full strength. He intentionally conceded after reaching the 14th round. Aside from these 2 individuals, the remaining genius, Tu San, although formidable, poses no threat to Su Xian, who possesses absolute confidence in his victory. As for Duan Yunfeng, he has concealed a significant amount of his strength until now, having only revealed his ultimate move once. Before his cultivation reached a breakthrough, Su Xian lacked the assurance of victory against him. However, at this moment, He is confident in defeating Duan Yunfeng. Suddenly, Su Xian's gaze fixated on a particular individual, his eyes turning icy. The person in question is none other than Situyu. Su Xian. Situyu's expression was equally grim as he regarded Su Xian. Their eyes met, each harboring a remarkable killing intent. The Su clan and the Situ clan are sworn enemies, their feud having escalated to a point of irreconcilable hostility. As the foremost talents of their respective families, it has long been destined that one must perish at the hands of the other. Encountering each other now, their animosity is palpable. Were it not for the context of the Imperial City hunt, in any other setting, they would have undoubtedly engaged in a fierce battle. I hope that in the final stages of the hunt, I will have the opportunity for a one-on-one duel with you, Su Xian stated, his voice low. Yet Situyu heard him clearly. We shall see. Situyu merely scoffed, offering no further comment. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the forefront of the venue, near the center of the stage. One was an elderly man clad in green, his gaunt features framed by a meticulously groomed beard. Despite the slight smile at the corner of his lips, he emanated a chilling aura. The other was an elegant woman, whose graceful figure belied her age. She maintained her alluring silhouette, especially accentuated by her crimson lips, which were irresistibly enticing, captivating all with her every move. The appearance of these two individuals instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. They are the palace masters of the Tianyin Palace, Qingyang and Daimyo. According to tradition, during the final stages of each hunt, the Tianyin Palace dispatches a palace master to observe in person, yet this time, two have come simultaneously. It is said that the masters of the Tianyin Palace are top-tier experts of the Nirvana realm. A wave of discussion and astonishment rippled through the venue. Numerous dignitaries and powerful figures from various forces and sects, including Elder Imo from the Tianai sect, rose to their feet, respectfully bowing as the two palace masters took their seats. The 36 geniuses standing in the center of the venue, with the exception of Wu Zhao, also raised their heads, their gazes fervently fixed upon the two masters. Their ultimate goal in participating in the Imperial City hunt is to join the Tianyin Palace. This year, the caliber of talent in the hunt is notably superior to previous years, remarked the palace master of Qingyang. Indeed, it seems they are quite exceptional. Otherwise, there would be no need for both of us to be present. The two palace masters conversed casually as they settled into their seats. Suddenly, the beautiful woman, Palace Master Daimyo, shifted her attention to a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the venue. That person, has he also arrived? She inquired. Following her gaze, Palace Master Qingyang spotted a gray-clad man sitting idly in the audience, leisurely tapping his fingers against the armrest. He is actually sitting there? The Lord of the Imperial Moon wore an enigmatic expression. Given the identity of the individual before them, he was entirely deserving of the privilege to sit alongside them. Although perplexed, the Lord of the Imperial Moon managed a smile in greeting. The man clad in gray merely nodded in response. As for the Lord of Qingyang, he too wished to extend a cordial greeting, yet the gray-clad man did not spare him a glance, turning away instead. The Lord of Qingyang found himself in a moment of awkwardness. Haha, Qingyang, it seems you offended him last time. He harbors quite a grudge against you now. The Lord of the Imperial Moon chuckled. I must say, with his esteemed status, he personally came to our Tianyin Palace to make introductions. You ought to show him some respect. Moreover, the individual he recommended, Su Xian, indeed possesses remarkable talent, fully meeting the special recruitment criteria of our Tianyin Palace. Look at the current situation. He holds a significant grievance against you, and yet Su Xian, whom he endorsed, is participating in the Royal City hunt and is almost certain to break into the top 10 to enter our Tianyin Palace. I have heard that during the second phase of the hunt, Su Xian, relying on his defensive swordsmanship, managed to withstand the 16th round of attacks in the Tianqin realm, which is simply astonishing. Enough of this, the Lord of Qingyang interjected, waving his hand with a stern expression. I concede that I underestimated Su Xian's talent. I never anticipated that within a mere 2 months, he would advance so extraordinarily. However, at that time, he indeed only barely met our Tianyin Palace's special recruitment standards, and he had previously been personally punished by His Majesty. It was only right not to grant him a special recruitment quota. Oh, is that truly the extent of it? The Lord of the Imperial Moon regarded the Lord of Qingyang with keen interest. Within the confines of Tianyin Palace, both being lords, the Lord of the Imperial Moon was acutely aware of certain matters, though he chose not to articulate them. At that moment, A sharp voice pierced the air, resonating throughout the entire venue. His Majesty has arrived. Instantly, the once boisterous martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. Under the gaze of all present, a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, sporting a distinctive mustache, ascended to the lofty throne at the center of the venue. In unison, everyone, including the two lords of Tianyin Palace, rose to pay their respects. "We humbly greet your Majesty." Their voices thundered. The Tianyin Emperor, Su Xian, also bowed respectfully, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the middle-aged man in imperial robes. It was this very Tianyin Emperor who had ordered his imprisonment in the Demon Ceiling Prison for 3 years. Nevertheless, Su Xian held no resentment towards the Tianyin Emperor. After all, his previous failure in battle had indeed disappointed everyone, including the Tianyin Emperor, who had been present and eagerly anticipated the outcome. The Emperor's decision to confine him to the Demon Ceiling Prison rather than execute him on the spot was, in truth, a generous act. Furthermore, during the direst crisis faced by the Su family following the death of their esteemed ancestor, it was this Tianyin Emperor who had provided them a glimmer of hope, affording Su Xian the opportunity to wed the 9th princess, an opportunity he ultimately failed to seize. The Tianyin Emperor had already shown considerable benevolence towards the Su family. Neither the Su family nor Su Xian himself bore any grievances against the Tianyin Emperor. At ease, the Tianyin Emperor gestured with his hand. The crowd rose. A palace attendant approached the Celestial Flame Emperor, bearing a jade platter adorned with 36 jade slips, each inscribed with the names of prodigies. These slips corresponded to the 36 talents advancing to the 3rd phase of the hunt. In the climactic final stage of each hunt, the order of combatants is typically determined by the senior officials of the Red Dragon Tower through a rigorous analysis of strength. However, the inaugural battle, the opening match, is personally selected by His Majesty. The audience eagerly anticipated which 2 talents would be chosen for this momentous bout. After casually perusing the jade slips, the Celestial Flame Emperor selected 2 and handed them to the attendant. The attendant then proceeded to the center of the arena, presenting the slips to the venerable elder with violet hair who presided over the hunt. Upon reviewing the names, the elder's resounding voice echoed throughout the grounds. The 3rd phase of the hunt, a one-on-one duel. The first match, Su Xian versus Situyu. Both Su Xian and Situyu, standing in the arena's center, immediately lifted their heads upon hearing this announcement. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement and astonishment. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desire to face Situyu in this final confrontation, and now, unexpectedly, he was called to battle in the very first match. Clenching his fists, Su Xian's gaze sharpened, radiating determination. This long-awaited duel against Situyu, delayed by over 3 years, is finally upon us. Chapter 55. A sword. As the elder with violet hair proclaimed the first duel, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Su Xian versus Situyu? In terms of strength, Su Xian undeniably ranked among the top 10 contenders of the hunt, his defensive swordsmanship being extraordinarily formidable. In contrast, Situyu barely qualified for the top 20, lacking the power to secure a definitive place among them. The outcome of this clash seemed utterly predictable. What significance could this match hold? Why had His Majesty chosen their duel as the opening bout? Many in the audience pondered this curious selection. While subsequent confrontations could be justified, the first match, personally designated by the Emperor, held a special weight. Historically, the Emperor's chosen opening battles often carried considerable intrigue. Although it would not feature the most powerful talents immediately facing off, there was always some deeper meaning behind the selection. At that moment, some informed individuals began to share insights. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Xian hails from the Su family, once one of the premier families of the Celestial Flame dynasty. Though now in decline, over 3 years ago, the first prodigy of the Su family, Su Xian, faced Situyu, the foremost talent of the Situ family, in a duel presided over by His Majesty himself. It was said that the victor would win the hand of the 9th princess. However, on the day of that fateful duel, for reasons unknown, Su Xian inexplicably fled the battlefield. The Emperor was so enraged that he ordered Su Xian's imprisonment in the Forbidden Magic Dungeon. Is this true? They share such a history? The crowd began to understand, astonished that Su Xian had once fled from battle 3 years prior. Given the prowess he currently exhibits, there was no reason to fear that Situyu even 3 years ago, was there? Could there be some hidden secret? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. As the enmity between Su Xin and C2U spread, the throngs of spectators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, began to anticipate the confrontation. It was no wonder that His Majesty had designated their duel as the opening match. It turned out to be a long-awaited clash that had been postponed for 3 years. Intriguingly, the individual who had once fled from battle was now the one demonstrating noticeably greater strength. This confrontation promised to be captivating. In the center of the arena, the other 34 prodigies had already retreated, leaving only Su Xin and C2U standing at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. Both Su Xin and C2U bore icy gazes, tinged with a hint of excitement. This battle had been a long time in the making. Since that absent duel over 3 years ago, many had assumed he had fled in fear, yet only he understood the helplessness he had felt at that moment. Ever since, he had borne the stigma of cowardice and ineptitude, condemned by the world. His kin were unable to comprehend his plight. He had been forced to bury his feelings deep within while enduring 3 years of torment in that prison of magic suppression. Although he later rose to prominence and regained respect and status within his clan, the taint of his earlier cowardice had yet to be washed away. Until today, in this final phase of the hunt, he had encountered C2U once more, providing him with the chance to engage in the long-overdue duel. In this battle, he sought nothing but to prove to the world that 3 years ago, he was by no means a coward. C2U was certainly not worthy of compelling Su Xin to flee. A fierce light glimmered in Su Xin's eyes. Conversely, C2U fixed a cold gaze upon him. Su Xin had remarkably advanced through the 16th round of the second stage of the hunt, being acknowledged as the foremost in defense. Humph, merely strong in defense, C2U scoffed. While defensive tactics constituted a form of strength, they were certainly not the entirety of it. The Qilong Tower had ranked him within the top 30, qualifying him to challenge for the top 20. His performance in the first 2 stages of the hunt had been average, leading everyone to believe he possessed only that level of ability, unaware that he had been concealing his true strength all along. C2U smirked inwardly. With the hunt now down to 36 prodigies, it was evident that many still harbored concealed power. C2U was one of them. The outside world generally believed he was merely capable of contending for the top 20, unaware that his true strength could vie for the top 10. In the eyes of most spectators, this battle appeared devoid of suspense. He would hardly pose a challenge to Su Xin. Yet, C2U believed he had a substantial chance of victory. The entire venue had fallen silent. The purple-haired elder presiding over the duel stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. There is but one rule in this final stage of the hunt: to cease at the point of contact. Any deliberate attempt to take a life is strictly forbidden. Anyone who dares to violate this rule during the duel will not only be immediately disqualified from the hunt, but will also face subsequent punishment. Do both of you understand? Understood. Both Su Xin and C2U nodded in response. This one-on-one confrontation on the battlefield was, after all, unlike the previous hunting grounds, which were protected by special arrays. As long as one possessed a status token, they could preserve the lives of the talented at critical moments. In the heat of battle on this field, a moment's carelessness could result in the death of a genius. Those who had managed to progress through the 2 stages of the hunt to reach this point were all remarkable talents. The loss of even one would be a significant blow to the Tianyin dynasty, which naturally sought to prevent such occurrences. Very well, let the first battle commence, declared the purple-haired elder, who then swiftly moved to the edge of the open space. The vast battlefield was now left with only Su Xin and C2U. Su Xin, your courage has certainly grown since 3 years ago. Knowing that you are to duel with me, you have not fled at once? C2U remarked with a strange smile. His words ignited a renewed buzz among the spectators, who could easily discern the mockery directed at Su Xin. With a cold expression, Su Xin chose not to engage in a war of words with C2U. Instead, he drew his long sword and pointed it towards C2U. One sword, Su Xin declared coldly. One sword? What do you mean by that? C2U frowned. Without offering any explanation, Su Xin merely cast a cold glance at C2U. In the next instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Su Xion's form moved like a flash of light, instantly traversing the void. This is the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea. Wasn't it said that Su Xian only possessed the cultivation of the great achievement of the Transformation Sea? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. According to the information they had received from the Qilong Tower, Su Xian was only at the great achievement level. However, It was clear that the spiritual energy he released now indicated he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation sea. Had his cultivation broken through? Previously, even at the great achievement level, the Qihong Tower had ranked him among the top 10 in the hunt, and his defensive swordsmanship was widely regarded as the best. Now that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation sea, how formidable had he become? The 34 geniuses who had retreated from the battlefield watched this scene with astonishment. Now this is interesting. The proud and somewhat domineering Xia Meng, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but smile. As the currently acknowledged strongest participant in this hunt, he held himself above all else. Among the talents present, only a select few could capture his attention. Wu Zhao could barely be counted among them, and after the conclusion of the second stage of the hunt, the name Su Xian had been firmly etched into his memory. However, Su Xian's prior cultivation was indeed rather low, merely at the great achievement level. But now that Su Xian had broken through, he was no longer inferior to Xia Meng in many respects, and he was undoubtedly qualified to be his adversary. On the battlefield, as Su Xian's cultivation surged, Situ Yu was taken aback as well. Damn it, has he truly broken through? Initially, Situ Yu believed he had concealed his strength, and with a sudden eruption, he had a significant chance of defeating Su Xian. However, with Su Xian's power now unleashed, all confidence fled from him. Nevertheless, he immediately drew his weapon and charged forth. Boom! A thunderous sound of slicing air abruptly resonated. Su Xian wielded his sword and struck out, instantly channeling 70% of his bloodline power, unleashing a force akin to a thunderous storm. It was ferocious, terrifying. He aimed to clash head-on. Situ Yu, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile. It is worth noting that although his weapon was also a sword, it was a broad and heavy blade. A heavy sword lacks a sharp edge but possesses tremendous weight and force. His swordsmanship was inherently aggressive, excelling in direct confrontations and power clashes. To engage him in such a manner was precisely what he desired. This was a path to self-destruction. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Situ Yu's eyes as he gripped his formidable heavy sword with both hands. With surging spiritual energy, he fully unleashed his strength without reservation. Breaking the army, Situ Yu directly executed his ultimate technique. The massive heavy sword, immensely weighted, formed a shadow of steel, cascading down with overwhelming force. Situ Yu had indeed concealed his prowess. Observers in the arena, many of whom were formidable experts, recognized the extraordinary nature of Situ Yu's strike. With this singular sword attack, he was undoubtedly more than qualified to challenge for a position in the top 20 of the hunt, at least deserving of a place within the top 10. How could Situ Yu possess such a hidden hand? The weighty sword wielded by Situ Yu was inherently powerful, and Su Xian's decision to collide directly with him might spell disaster. Whispers of concern rippled among the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the two sword shadows collided head-on. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted. The terrifying force of their clash sent ripples through the void, and the resulting shockwaves swept recklessly outward. The ground beneath their feet shattered instantaneously. Initially, Situ Yu brimmed with confidence, his face adorned with a cold, triumphant smile. However, the moment his heavy sword met Su Xian's blade, an overwhelming power surged from Su Xian's sword, rendering him breathless. This force exceeded all his expectations and surpassed his limits. The smile on Situ Yu's face abruptly froze. How? How is this possible? A flicker of terror and disbelief crossed Situ Yu's eyes. In the next instant, under the onslaught of that terrifying power, his arms twisted as he gripped the sword. The sword's momentum collapsed, while Su Xian's ferocious shadow continued to press down upon the heavy sword, driving it against Situ Yu and utterly overwhelming him. Puffed. A mouthful of blood erupted from Situ Yu's lips. His form, akin to a cannonball, shot forth, crashing violently onto the ground not far behind, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. After coming to a halt, Situ Yu found himself unable to lift his gaze to meet Su Xian's eyes even once. The excruciating pain radiating from every part of his being, including his very core, caused his head to spin uncontrollably, plunging him into unconsciousness. This scene sent the vast venue into a frenzy. Chapter 56, Proving Oneself Defeated? Just like that? With merely a single encounter, only one strike? The audience, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was rendered speechless by shock. Although they were aware that this battle harbored little suspense, Situ Yu could never rival Su Xian. Even if he had concealed some of his strength, none could have anticipated the swiftness and absurdity of Situ Yu's defeat. It was merely one sword strike, delivered directly as Su Xian charged in with unyielding ferocity. Situ Yu wielded a heavy sword, excelling in the art of collision. Yet he was utterly vanquished in a direct confrontation, which was his forte. The disparity was monumental, in terms of both power and sword intent. The two were on entirely different levels. Situ Yu, despite having hidden some of his abilities, might have had a chance to challenge the top 10 in the hunt. But Su Xian, even without a breakthrough, possessed the strength to rank among the top 10. With his breakthrough, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 of this hunt. Aside from the formidable Xiaomang, I cannot conceive of anyone else who could rival him. Such strength elicited awe from countless spectators. Many were captivated by the sheer magnitude of Su Xian's displayed prowess. Reflecting on the events of 3 years prior, when Su Xian was rumored to have fled without a fight, how could such a formidable strength lead to retreat? One might argue that it was Situ Yu who ought to have fled. News had it that Su Xian had been imprisoned in the Demon Ceiling prison for 3 years, which meant he had squandered that time. Yet even so, he effortlessly defeated Situ Yu. How could a powerhouse like him ever be accused of retreating? 3 years ago, there must have been other reasons behind that absence. Indeed, prior to witnessing Su Xian's true capabilities, one might believe he was timid, but now, it is utterly implausible to think that he would fear confronting Situ Yu. The multitude of spectators voiced their thoughts in unison. Su Xian remained at the center of the battlefield, hearing the murmurs of the crowd, which caused him to clench his fists tightly. 3 years prior, he had borne the weight of infamy, imprisoned within the Demon Ceiling prison. Due to the peculiar nature of his bloodline, he could neither contest nor explain his circumstances. Yet today, there was no need for argument or explanation. He required no justification. With a single sword strike, he had validated his existence. This blow had irrevocably cleansed his tarnished reputation. From this moment forth, no one would dare to mention his so-called flight from battle 3 years ago. If it were to be brought up, it would only be under the pretext of some extraordinary circumstance that warranted his absence. His strength undoubtedly eclipsed that of Situ Yu entirely. This opening battle of the ultimate hunt concluded with a mere glance, as Su Xian ended it with just one sword strike. The elder with violet hair, presiding over the hunt, approached to assess Situ Yu's injuries. While severely wounded, Situ Yu's life was not in jeopardy, and Su Xian had, of course, adhered to the rules of the hunt. Upon the announcement of Su Xian's victory, he retreated from the battlefield. The hunt, however, continues. On the elevated platform at the front of the venue, the two lords of Tianyan Palace sat side by side, having witnessed the recent clash. Qingyang, did you observe the swordsmanship that Su Xian just exhibited? Inquired Lord Duyue. Indeed, Lord Qingyang nodded, though he did not manifest the profound secret techniques. It is evident from the sword's momentum that he has mastered the Thunderfire scroll to a remarkable degree. As he spoke, a shadow of solemnity crossed Lord Qingyang's countenance. The confrontation between Su Xian and Situ Yu was brief, a mere skirmish, wherein Situ Yu was swiftly overwhelmed and sent flying. Consequently, the majority of spectators, including powerful figures from various sects and factions, failed to discern the intricacies of the encounter. Yet, as paramount figures of the Nirvana realm, the two lords recognized it at a glance. The mastery of the Thunderfire scroll is apparent, and it is clear that Su Xian has attained this level some time ago. Unlike the Shanhai scroll, which he had only recently begun to master during the second phase of the hunt. Lord Duyue smiled. Qingyang, you must comprehend the significance of this. This is the North Song swordsmanship, and you are well aware of its origins. Each of the 3 scrolls presents formidable challenges. Many sword masters devote their entire lives in vain to achieve mastery over even a single scroll. Yet, Su Xian has simultaneously attained consummate mastery over both the Thunderfire scroll and the Shanhai scroll, all while being merely at the sea transformation stage. Undoubtedly, he is a true prodigy of swordsmanship, his innate talent far surpassing our expectations. In the long history of Tianyan Palace, which has nurtured countless talents, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in terms of swordsmanship aptitude. Lord Qingyang's expression grew grave. Tianyan Palace has existed alongside the Tianyan dynasty for over a millennium, during which countless talents have been cultivated. The imperial city hunts, held every 5 years, alone would attract 10 exceptional individuals, supplemented by many others who receive special invitations. Over such an extended period, the number is staggering. Among this multitude, some truly extraordinary talents inevitably emerge. Yet, Lord Due boldly asserts that Su Xion's prowess in swordsmanship places him among the top 3 in the vast history of Tianyan Palace. What an exalted evaluation. Furthermore, Lord Qingyang could not refute this assertion. For a sea transformation master to simultaneously achieve consummate mastery over both the Thunderfire and Shanhai scrolls is indeed an exceptional talent. Due, what are you implying? Lord Qingyang inquired. I merely wish to convey that exceptional talents like Su Xian in the realm of swordsmanship will undoubtedly be nurtured by our Tianyan Palace at all costs. His future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. I shall not delve into the reasons behind your previous opposition to Su Xian's entry into Tianyan Palace. But I hope you will fulfill your responsibilities moving forward, replied Lord Due. Her words carried an unmistakable hint of warning. Previously, Su Xian had not truly joined the Tianyan Palace, allowing her to remain indifferent. However, having witnessed Su Xian's formidable prowess firsthand, especially the terrifying talent in swordsmanship, she was convinced that Su Xian would undoubtedly become one of the most distinguished disciples of the Tianyan Palace. With an immeasurable future ahead, naturally, she would no longer allow the Lord of Qingyang Palace to act recklessly. How I conduct myself is not for you to instruct. The Lord of Qingyang Palace retorted coldly. The Lord of the Dim Moon Palace chose to refrain from further comment. On the battlefield, talented individuals began to engage in one-on-one duels. Victors would advance to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. Soon, more than half of the 36 talents had competed. Duan Yunfeng, quite impressive, indeed, Su Xian remarked with a smile as he watched Duan Yunfeng descend from the arena. Just moments ago, Duan Yunfeng had faced off against a competitor who had previously been deemed capable of breaking into the top 20. Yet, before Duan Yunfeng, this contender had merely managed to hold his ground for an instant before being decisively defeated. Duan Yunfeng had not even resorted to his ultimate technique. My opponent was not particularly formidable and lacked any hidden tactics. Thus, defeating him was naturally straightforward. If we are to speak of decisiveness, your victory over Situ Yu is truly clean-cut, Duan Yunfeng replied. Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, that monk, Wu Zhao, should be making his move soon. Duan Yunfeng added. Indeed, he is next, Su Xian nodded, his expression turning solemn. Wu Zhao was undoubtedly one of the few adversaries he cared about most in this hunting expedition. To date, including during the second phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao had not revealed his true strength, and Su Xian was eager to see if he would unveil any hidden tactics while clashing with other talents. Both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng focused intently on the scene before them. On the battlefield, the large monk Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads and barefoot, stood there with a cheerful demeanor. His opponent was also a talent recognized by the Red Dragon Tower as eligible to compete for a top 20 position, possessing considerable strength. However, if he had not concealed exceptionally powerful abilities or strategies, this contender would likely struggle to withstand even a few blows from Wu Zhao. Unexpectedly, as soon as the elderly purple-haired figure announced the commencement of the duel, the monk Wu Zhao boldly declared, "I concede." Without any prior indication, he surrendered outright. This scene left not only his opponent in utter disbelief, but also astonished everyone present. They had not even begun battling, yet he conceded? What was happening? Su Xian furrowed his brow. Duan Yunfeng, standing nearby, wore a similarly shocked expression. The figure he regarded as exceedingly formidable, one that filled him with trepidation at the thought of facing such a monster in combat, had simply yielded. The Tianyan monarch, seated upon the elevated platform, also raised an eyebrow slightly. "Investigate this," he commanded. Immediately, someone was dispatched to conduct an inquiry. Shortly thereafter, an attendant hurriedly delivered a report to the Tianyan monarch. The Emperor of Tianyan casually glanced over the intelligence report. A genius from the East? Was this not absurd? The Emperor expressed his dissatisfaction with a remark, then waved his hand, no longer pursuing the matter. Outside the battlefield, numerous talented individuals gathered, observing Wu Zhao as he stepped down from the arena, each wearing a peculiar expression. Yet, Wu Zhao maintained a gentle and amiable smile, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment of those present. In fact, he felt quite content within. He had initially anticipated needing to expend considerable time and effort, but to his surprise, Situ Yu had already been defeated by Su Xian, and in a rather dismal manner, rendering Wu Zhao's intervention unnecessary. This troublesome task had finally come to an end. Wu Zhao murmured to himself, pausing as he spotted Su Xian, offering a slight smile in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Thank me? Su Xian was taken aback. Thank you for what? For defeating Situyu? Regardless, Wu Zhao's concession effectively diminished Su Xian's formidable adversaries in this hunt. Soon, the 36 talented individuals each engaged in their respective battles, with the 18 victors advancing to the next round, also a one-on-one confrontation. This time, victory would secure a place among the top 10 in the hunt, earning the privilege to train in the Tianyin Palace. On the high platform, Your Majesty, here is the battle order for the 18 geniuses as determined by the Qihong Tower. Please review it. An official presented the combat list to the Emperor of Tianyin. In the past, the Emperor would have merely glanced at it before proceeding with the matches as listed. However, this time, the Emperor pointed at 2 names. Swap these 2 names, he commanded. Understood, the official nodded. Soon, the battle schedule for these 18 talents was released. The first match, Duan Yunfeng versus Luo Bingyun. The second match, Xiao Meng versus Zhu Tao. A total of 9 matches. The first 8 proceeded without incident. Yet, it was the 9th match, Su Xian versus Tu San, that stirred a commotion in the assembly. The initial 8 battles were unremarkable, but to pit Su Xian against Tu San at this early stage? What sort of arrangement was this by the Qihong Tower? Many found it perplexing. The final phase of the hunt, a one-on-one showdown, typically involved a carefully curated order of combat, ensuring that the top talents would avoid each other and not be prematurely eliminated. Yet, only in the second round, transitioning from 18 to 9, Su Xian was matched against Tu San. There was no need to elaborate on Su Xian's prowess. Among the remaining 17 geniuses, Xiao Meng was perhaps the only one worthy of being his opponent. Meanwhile, Tu San, while possibly slightly inferior to Su Xian, was still among the most illustrious talents in this hunt. Before the commencement of the first stage of the hunt, Tu San was already deemed certain to secure a place among the top 10. During the second stage of the hunt, his performance was only surpassed by Su Xian and Xiao Meng. Under normal circumstances, both of them would have progressed to the final round consisting of 9 competitors, inevitably entering the Tianyin Palace. However, they were now set to face each other prematurely. What is the intent of His Majesty? Is he attempting to suppress the Qi Wang mansion? On the high platform, the 2 palace masters of Tianyin Palace wore peculiar expressions. Seated beside the Tianyin Emperor, they had witnessed the recent scene. They understood that the Qilong Tower had not arranged for Su Xian and Tu San to confront each other at this juncture. It was a deliberate orchestration by the Tianyin Emperor himself. The second round of battles had commenced. One by one, the talented competitors stepped forward. Xiao Meng continued to dominate with his aggressive and fierce spear technique, effortlessly defeating his opponent without exerting his full strength. Duan Yunfeng, on the other hand, faced a rather formidable adversary. For a brief period, he merely maintained a slight advantage. However, Duan Yunfeng soon unleashed his ultimate move. A dazzling and tragic crimson light illuminated the arena. In just 3 strikes, he vanquished his opponent. In no time, 8 out of the 9 battles had concluded, leaving only the final showdown. This last contest was the highlight of the event. On the battlefield, Su Xian stood poised with his sword, facing Tu San, whose expression was cold and whose eyes were as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotion. In Tu San's hands appeared a pair of blood-red claws, his chosen weapons. Hailing from the Qi Wang mansion, Tu San elicited a narrowed gaze from Su Xian. He harbored suspicions that this was the very same faction that had dispatched the Ying Long Guard for a nocturnal raid on the Su family. Yet, it remained a mere suspicion, lacking confirmation. Unleash your utmost strength, Su Xian stated calmly, exuding absolute confidence. Indeed, he possessed such confidence. Had he not achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, facing Tu San would have required him to exert every ounce of his power and employ myriad tactics for a chance at victory. However, after his cultivation surge, his strength had skyrocketed, rendering Tu San a diminished threat. Tu San remained silent, yet his figure suddenly darted forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of radiant flashes erupted, as Tu San's movements were astonishingly swift and eerily elusive, leaving behind numerous afterimages. What incredible speed! Such a peculiar technique. Gasps arose from the audience. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light appeared beside Su Xian, lunging towards his throat with lightning speed. Su Xian cast a sidelong glance, and with a swift motion of his sword, he deflected the crimson light with a resounding clang. Tu San unleashed his full fury, his claws slicing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of crimson streaks surged forth, each one quick, precise, and ruthlessly angled. Tucson had maximized his agility, employing it to launch relentless assaults. To the spectators, only the rapid crimson flashes were visible, while Tucson's figure remained elusive, nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. Amidst the tempestuous assault of lethal claws, Su-Xian maintained an expression of tranquility, embodying the steadfastness of a rock firmly anchored to the earth. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, imbued with the essence of mountainous and oceanic sword intent, he met the crimson streaks of light head-on, his feet remaining unyieldingly planted. This exemplified Su-Xian's defensive swordsmanship, unquestionably the paramount defense of this hunt. Such swordplay was utterly impeccable, despite the bizarre and rapid movements of Tucson. It posed no challenge to his technique. Countless onlookers marveled at the spectacle. They had previously gleaned from the intelligence of the Red Dragon Tower that Su-Xian's defensive swordsmanship was unrivaled in this hunt. What had once been mere hearsay was now witnessed firsthand. The relentless onslaught of blood-colored streaks accelerated, their might surging with intensity. Each strike was as swift as lightning, encapsulating an astonishing force akin to the claws of a formidable beast. Yet, Su-Xian remained as steady as a mountain. With a sudden shift in sword momentum, a ferocious power erupted, causing Tucson to be forcefully repelled. Is this truly your utmost strength, Tucson? Su-Xian's gaze was cold and unwavering. Tucson's expression was as hard as iron, offering no response. Choosing not to squander time further, Su-Xian swiftly advanced, his long sword slicing through the air with an indescribable fervor. The atmosphere became intensely heated, sword intent surging forth, stirring waves of warmth. The entire battlefield seemed engulfed in a searing inferno. An endless tide of sword intent, infused with the swiftness of thunder, bore down upon Tucson. Relying solely on his agility, Tucson endeavored to entangle with Su-Xian, yet the terrifying force, guided by the sword momentum, converged upon him from all directions. This was Su-Xian's mastery over the thunder-fire vortex, a testament to his profound control of its overwhelming energy. Tucson's agility could not be fully unleashed. He was compelled to exert every effort to withstand the onslaught. However, the disparity in power became glaringly evident with each clash. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive collision, Tucson was unceremoniously thrown back, sustaining significant injury with each encounter. Still unwilling to concede, Su-Xian furrowed his brow. To any discerning observer, it was apparent that Tucson had no chance. The gap in their strengths was unmistakable. Typically, in such circumstances, one would concede, sparing oneself further humiliation. Yet, Tucson remained silent, his expression betraying no change, struggling to endure under Su-Xian's relentless assault. Humph! Su-Xian scoffed, intensifying the power within his sword technique. Boom! Another brutal crushing strike ensued. Tucson raised his claws to block, only to be sent flying once more. As he was propelled backward, he could not suppress a spurt of hot blood from his mouth. Su-Xian had no intention of prolonging their engagement. After sending Tucson sprawling, he took a swift step forward, a strikingly cold sword light illuminating the air. The first stance of the illusory shadow, dark light. This strike, executed with astonishing speed, caught Tucson off guard, rendering him unable to defend as he retreated explosively. If it were a true battle to the death, Su-Xian could have effortlessly slain him with that single strike. However, since this was merely a contest of hunting, Su-Xian naturally refrained from delivering a fatal blow, altering the sword's trajectory just before it was about to make contact with Tucson's body. This sword could have easily severed Tucson's head, yet it merely left a faint scar on his shoulder. With a swift stabilization of his stance, Tucson suddenly lunged forward, his right hand making a sweeping motion. Though he did not brandish his claws, a jet of black light erupted from beneath his sleeve. This black light turned out to be an extraordinarily sharp black needle, half a foot in length. The audience gasped in shock. It was far too swift and utterly unexpected. No one anticipated that Tucson had such a hidden weapon. The critical factor was that Su-Xian had clearly held back, and they were at such a close distance. The black needle, with its terrifyingly cold tip, shot directly towards Su-Xian's head. Tucson's expression remained unchanged, yet within his seemingly lifeless eyes, a remarkable murderous intent surged forth. A command from the prince echoed in his mind. Su-Xian must die? The sudden danger caused Su-Xian's demeanor to shift. However, Having previously survived an assassination attempt that nearly cost him his life, he had learned a profound lesson from that experience. He maintained a degree of vigilance at all times. Towards anyone. Although Tusan's move was unexpected and the black light incredibly fast, once Su Xian sensed the danger, he immediately reacted. He did not have time to swing his sword, but the sword shadows surrounding him coalesced into a tangible form. It was as if an additional layer of sword intent had materialized as a protective barrier around his body. The Mountain Sea Domain. After mastering the Mountain Sea Scroll to perfection, one could invoke the Mountain Sea Domain, a feat requiring significant time for study and comprehension. Under normal circumstances, this process would take months. Yet Su Xian, it had only been 3 short days since the conclusion of the second hunting phase. In such a brief span, he had achieved mastery? His talent in the sword arts was utterly astonishing. The palace masters of Tianyin Palace were taken aback. The master of the Emperor Moon Palace stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Was he not merely at the second phase of hunting, just having mastered the Mountain Sea Scroll? How could he comprehend the Mountain Sea Domain so quickly?" The Mountain Sea Domain serves as a protective field of sword intent. The icy, terrifying black needle collided fiercely with the Mountain Sea Domain, failing to breach its defenses. Instead, it was repelled and fell harmlessly to the ground. Upon impact, the needle embedded itself into the surface, causing a hiss akin to boiling water poured over fresh snow. The ground began to dissolve at an alarming rate, and in an instant, a massive pit appeared where the needle had struck. Poison. On the needle, there lurked a deadly poison. The expressions of the hundreds of thousands of spectators, as well as the numerous elite warriors and dignitaries on the high platform, changed dramatically. In an instant, the entire ground began to dissolve. Such a terrifying toxin. If it were to come into contact with a human body, had Su Xian not relied on the mountain and sea domain to block that black needle, allowing it to pierce his skin, even a slight breach would lead to dire consequences. You would be courting death. Rage and a boundless desire for vengeance surged within Su Xian. His cold gaze, akin to the stare of the Grim Reaper, instantly fixed upon Tusan before him. Chapter 58. Intent to kill Whoosh. Su Xian struck decisively. A hazy sword light flickered to life, dreamlike and ethereal, moving with an astonishing speed. The second move of the Phantom Shadow technique, shadow manipulation. This is bad. The elder with purple hair presiding over the battle instantly changed his expression, attempting to intervene. However, Su Xian's swordsmanship was too swift. Tusan, already gravely injured, seemed momentarily stunned, failing to react in time to the fact that his trump card had not succeeded in eliminating Su Xian. Swoosh! The chilling sword light swept through, and Tusan's head was severed and sent flying. It was only when Tusan's headless corpse fell to the ground that the purple-haired elder arrived before Su Xian. Upon witnessing Tusan's lifeless body, the elder's expression darkened. Su Xian, you possess tremendous audacity to commit murder during the hunt. What a farce. He attempted to take my life. Do I not have the right to retaliate? Su Xian retorted, unyielding and unafraid, his heart ablaze with fury. The elder's brow furrowed. Although he had announced the rules prohibiting lethal force before the final stage of the hunt, the recent events were all too clear. Tusan had struck first, and his attack was particularly insidious. Su Xian had initially held back, yet Tusan seized the opportunity to unleash his deadly strike. Most importantly, the black needle was imbued with a dreadfully potent toxin, clearly intended to ensure Su Xian's demise without granting him a chance to survive. Such malevolence would incite fury in anyone. The elder could not help but glance towards the Emperor Tianyin on the high platform. The current situation was beyond his control. The emperor, however, waved his hand and declared, Tusan struck first, intending to eliminate Su Xian. Su Xian's counterattack, resulting in Tusan's death, is justified and does not contravene the rules. Remove Tusan's body and let the hunt continue. Yes, the purple-haired elder nodded. Soon, individuals approached to collect Tusan's corpse, simultaneously dealing with the black needle and the remnants of the poison that lingered on the ground. As for Su Xian, he descended from the battlefield with a grim expression. The venue erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Such a fearsome toxin was indeed ruthless. Tusan had clearly sought to eliminate Su Xian. Was there some unresolved enmity between them? Seizing the moment when Su Xian had held back, he had struck swiftly and viciously, armed with a needle that bore such a terrifying poison. Fortunately, Su Xian had managed to defend himself in time, Otherwise, had he been pierced by that needle, he might have perished on the spot. It was completely unexpected. Du San turned out to be so malevolent. During the confrontation, he had uttered not a single word. The biting dog does not bark. This is the true essence of cruelty. Everyone was abuzz with speculation. No one anticipated such a scene to unfold during the hunt. Meanwhile, Su Xian had retreated to the periphery of the battlefield, where Duan Yunfeng promptly approached him. Su Xian, are you unharmed? Duan Yunfeng inquired. I'm fine, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. What enmity could Du San possibly harbor against you to provoke such a frenzied attempt on your life? Duan Yunfeng asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Enmity? Su Xian's gaze sharpened. What grievance could he have against Du San? If there were any animosity, it would be directed towards the Qi royal family behind Du San. Su Xian had previously suspected that the Qi royal family was closely allied with the Sidu clan. Could it be that the ambush against the Su family had been orchestrated by that very Qi prince? With the incident involving Du San now transpired, the suspicion had transformed into certainty. Su Xian was convinced that the Yinglong guards had been dispatched by the Qi prince. Only thus could Du San exhibit such reckless fervor in his pursuit to eliminate him during the hunt. The Qi prince. Su Xian's hands clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Meanwhile, seated on the high platform, the Qi prince's heir, Xia Yuanji, occupied one of the seats. Upon witnessing Du San's demise at Su Xian's hands, the young prince seethed with indignation. Useless. Situ Yu is worthless, and Du San, failing to kill Su Xian, is equally inept. Xia Yuanji growled, showing no concern that those around him might overhear. Even if they did discern that he had sent Du San to eliminate Su Xian, who would dare confront him? Even the Lord of Tianyin would likely feign ignorance if he heard. As for Du San's death, Xia Yuanji was entirely indifferent. Merely a servant. He may possess some talent, yet he had long since lost his humanity, becoming a soulless machine. Even with the resources of the Tianyin palace, the likelihood of him attaining nirvana was exceedingly slim, rendering his death inconsequential to the Qi royal family. Xia Yuanji was merely frustrated that Su Xian had survived against the odds. Behind Xia Yuanji stood a hunchbacked elder, weathered in appearance. This elder was a guest scholar under the Qi royal family, fiercely loyal to the prince. At this moment, his gaze was fixed with a profound depth towards the direction of the Lord of Tianyin. The arrangement for Du San to confront Su Xian was a deliberate design by the Lord of Tianyin, who likely anticipated that, given Xia Yuanji's temperament, he would command Du San to eliminate Su Xian. Should this assassination succeed, the Su family might descend into madness. Even though the Su family had fallen from grace, they had previously managed to retain a complete squad of Yinglong guards dispatched by the prince. There must be some undisclosed trump cards within the Su family, and if they were to unleash their fury, it would pose a significant threat to the prince. Even if they failed to kill Su Xian, the very act of aggression would lay their grievances bare for all to see. Moreover, it was quite possible that Su Xian, enraged, would slay Du San, preventing him from entering the Tianyin palace. The hunchbacked elder pondered silently. Indeed, that team of Yinglong guards had been dispatched by the king of Qi. However, this matter remained shrouded in secrecy, undisclosed to the public. Even though the Su family harbored suspicions and doubts, they dared not confront the king's manor due to these mere conjectures. Yet now, the truth had been fully unveiled. This revelation of enmity had placed the Su family, including the prodigious Su Xian, in direct opposition to the king's manor. This was the first consequence. The second was the elimination of Du San by Su Xian's hand, depriving the king's manor of a genius who might have had a faint chance of ascending to the nirvana realm in the future. The third consequence was allowing Du San to act publicly, thus exposing the king's manor's malice to all. 3 birds with 1 stone, and the mastermind remained unscathed. Truly, this emperor of Tianyin was a master strategist. The hunchbacked elder sighed inwardly. During the initial struggle for the throne, the emperor of Tianyin had found himself in a position of weakness, yet he ultimately reversed his fortunes. His capabilities and cunning were indeed extraordinary. Despite the apparent inactivity of the emperor regarding the king's manor, he had been covertly undermining it all along. Regrettably, even though the elder discerned the emperor's schemes, he could not persuade Xia Yuanji to reconsider his intention to kill Su Xian. After all, Xia Yuanji's nature was as such, and the king had been remarkably indulgent towards him. At times, The king even deliberately exploited Xia Yunji's disposition to eliminate dissenters. As for the Su family, if they were to become adversaries, so be it. They were a family already in decline, and even with some hidden cards, the king's manner remained indifferent. Only this genius named Su Xin posed a potential threat. The second round of the competition, from 18 to 9, had concluded, with all 9 victors, including Su Xin, Xia Meng, and Duan Yunfeng, confirmed for admission into the Tianyin Palace. The final participant would be selected from the recently defeated talents. Under normal circumstances, given Tu San's strength, even in defeat to Su Xin, he could have secured the last spot, provided he did not act foolishly. Alas, he was slain by Su Xin on the spot, leaving only the 8 defeated geniuses for consideration. Ultimately, a talented individual named Ling Yu was chosen to join Su Xin and the others. Thus, the strongest among them, who would directly gain the qualification for cultivation within the Tianyin Palace, had been determined. Yet, the hunt was not entirely over. On the battlefield, the 10 talents stood in a row, aside from Xia Meng, Su Xin, and Duan Yunfeng, who possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. Others displayed a hint of excitement. Suddenly, a figure descended gracefully onto the battlefield. It was the palace master of the Tianyin Palace, her countenance serene as she gazed upon the 10 chosen individuals. You 10 have been confirmed for admission into the Tianyin Palace as disciples, where the most crucial aspect will be the allocation of fire points. The Tianyin Palace will assign you varying initial fire points based on your rankings in this hunt. For those ranked 6th to 10th, 1,000 fire points. For the 4th and 5th places, 2,000 fire points. For the 3rd place, 3,000 fire points. 2nd place, 5,000 fire points. The 1st place, however, can directly earn a staggering 10,000 fire points. As for how many fire points each of you will ultimately acquire, that depends entirely on your own efforts. With that, the Lord of the Moon Palace returned to his seat. Fire points. The 10 talented individuals exchanged glances, each gripping their hands tightly. The Tianyin Palace has existed within the Tianyin dynasty for an extensive period, having nurtured countless prodigies, and much information about the palace has long been known to the world. For instance, within the Tianyin dynasty, many are aware that the Tianyin Palace possesses unique fire points and a plethora of cultivation resources, including everything beneficial for cultivation, predominantly require fire points for exchange. For these prodigies, the more fire points, the better. The disparity between the 10,000 fire points for 1st place and the mere 1,000 for those ranked 6th to 10th is a staggering 10-fold. Consequently, these 10 prodigies are all eager to strive for more fire points. The upcoming battles will have you draw your own combat order. Come forth to me, the elder with purple hair announced. In the final competition, these 10 prodigies are destined to enter the Tianyin Palace. The only variation lies in the quantity of fire points they will receive. Thus, there is no need for the Qilong Tower to specifically establish the battle order to avoid matching the top prodigies. Soon, the 10 talented individuals each drew their combat order. The 5 matchups were swiftly determined. Su Xion's opponent was a prodigy named Mo Bing, a female. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng encountered Xia Meng. Brother, my luck is extraordinarily poor. Of all the opponents, I had to face Xia Meng right at the start. I had hoped to at least secure 4th or 5th place, maybe even 3rd, but now it seems I can only aim for a spot between 6th and 10th, which means only 1,000 fire points. Duan Yunfeng lamented, wearing a sorrowful expression. Even 3rd place only grants 3,000 fire points, a difference that is not substantial. Su Xian merely smiled. Before long, Su Xian and Mo Bing appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 59. Duan Yunfeng's swordplay. Although I know I am no match for you, I still wish to give it my all. Clad in a simple robe, with an appearance that could be described as mediocre and a somewhat plump physique, the young woman wielded a spear and gritted her teeth as she faced Su Xian. Mo Bing could be considered a dark horse in this hunt. Like Su Xian, she had been relatively obscure prior to the commencement of the hunt. Even after the 1st stage, where she revealed a modicum of strength, she was only regarded as qualified to enter the top 100. It was not until the 2nd stage that she gradually showcased her prowess, advancing through the 3rd stage with remarkable determination to earn her qualification for entry into the Tianyin Palace. However, in terms of strength, the gap between her and Su Xian was still glaringly apparent. In this battle, Su Xian was somewhat considerate, not allowing Mo Bing to suffer a disastrous defeat. Instead, they engaged in a fierce struggle for a while, until Mo Bing realized she had no hope of victory and conceded. Su Xian successfully advanced into the top 5. In the other brilliant battles, Su Xian observed with great care. In terms of strength, he was comparable to Mo Bing, even if slightly more powerful. It was not by a significant margin, and thus did not warrant his concern. The only match that truly mattered to him was the final confrontation, Xia Meng versus Duan Yunfeng. There was no need to elaborate on Xia Meng. He was Su Xian's most formidable competitor in the pursuit of the top position in this hunt. In fact, many spectators believed that Xia Meng was slightly stronger than Su Xian. As for Duan Yunfeng, while his displayed strength was akin to that of the previous two San, Su Xian was acutely aware that Duan Yunfeng had yet to reveal his true prowess. He was eager to discover the extent of Duan Yunfeng's hidden skills. On the battlefield, Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng faced each other from a distance. Unleash your strongest abilities. Otherwise, you shall miss your opportunity, Xia Meng declared. His demeanor as haughty and self-assured as ever. You call me fat, yet you seem winded. Do you truly believe I fear you? Duan Yunfeng was evidently provoked by Xia Meng's attitude, and soon the two engaged in combat. Duan Yunfeng erupted with power from the outset. A crimson glow enveloped him, resembling a mist of blood, as he surged forward with terrifying speed. This velocity surpassed that of Tu San, who had relied on his agility to achieve a similar burst. Simultaneously, Duan Yunfeng unleashed his swordsmanship. The brilliance of his blade was dazzling, with power and speed that were utterly formidable. Xia Meng, however, remained impassive. With a slight thrust of his spear, he countered the radiant blade light with a fierce and domineering strike, dispersing the dazzling sword light and even forcing Duan Yunfeng back. Truly, he was the first in nearly a century from the Tianyin royal family to cultivate the Imperial Yuan technique to its third level. The force he unleashed was indeed tremendous, only slightly weaker than that of the great monk Wu Zhao, yet his spear technique was even more ruthless. Duan Yunfeng's expression turned grave. Acknowledging that ordinary swordplay would not suffice against Xia Meng, he immediately resorted to his ultimate move. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of blood light erupted. The beauty of the blade light was breathtaking, evoking gasps of admiration from the audience. Following the first stroke, a second and third followed in quick succession, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that resembled a river of blood in the void. Xia Meng's expression shifted. He could sense the terrifying power inherent in the exquisite blade light. Such might was not to be underestimated, even by him. With a sudden surge, Xia Meng's formidable spiritual energy erupted forth, and his spear seemed to roar like a great dragon. Thrust, smash, sweep. Each move appeared simple, yet was executed with incredible finesse and overwhelming strength, shattering the incoming waves of beautiful blade light. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yunfeng unleashed 9 successive strokes of exquisite blade light, each more resplendent and powerful than the last. Xia Meng exerted his full strength, yet after a series of 9 dazzling sword strikes, he staggered back several steps under the immense force. Had he been forced back? The sword technique employed by Duan Yunfeng had actually managed to push Xia Meng back? Xia Meng, who had always been fearless and overwhelmingly dominant, had never retreated even a single step during the confrontations with the geniuses encountered in this third phase of the hunt. Yet, Duan Yunfeng had achieved this? A stir arose among the spectators. Although it was merely a slight retreat and not a victory, many regarded Duan Yunfeng's accomplishment as remarkable. Your strength is quite commendable, Xia Meng stated, fixing his gaze on Duan Yunfeng once more. Humph, merely commendable? Then receive my next strike. Duan Yunfeng's eyes glinted with intensity, and the layer of crimson mist enveloping him suddenly surged. The rich blood light converged around him, and he stood at the center, gripping his long knife with both hands. His expression was ferocious, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. Blood phantom. With a fierce shout, Duan Yunfeng fused entirely with the long knife in his grasp. The blade sliced through the air like a massive blood moon, imbued with a haunting beauty, and struck directly towards Xia Meng. Xia Meng's pupils constricted sharply. The descending blood moon evoked a twinge of dread within him. In a nondescript corner of the vast audience, a man clad in gray sat quietly, glancing at the battlefield only intermittently, appearing somewhat absent-minded. This was understandable. He typically did not pay attention to hunts exclusively featuring geniuses of the sea transformation realm. His presence was merely due to the involvement of a young prodigy he had previously recommended, who was performing commendably in this hunt. Even the clash between Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng had not piqued his interest, until Duan Yunfeng unleashed that blade technique reminiscent of a blood moon. Suddenly, the gray-clad man's eyes sharpened. This technique, Blood Phantom. It is indeed Blood Phantom, one of the signature moves of that monster. The realization struck him. This young man could execute the renowned technique of that terrifying entity, suggesting he was likely a disciple of his. The gray-clad man's expression turned grave. It had been some time since he had witnessed someone employing the same technique, executed by an individual he once regarded with trepidation, a being he had termed a monster. His disciple had ventured to the Tianyan Empire to participate in this hunt. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the colossal blood moon, radiating a terrifying might, had already descended. Xia Meng's eyes flared with a fierce light. With a decisive thrust of his spear, he countered like a tempest. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the grand venue, shaking it to its core. An overwhelming force surged wildly. In the center of the battlefield, the crimson mist surrounding Duan Yunfeng dissipated, leaving his countenance pale, and the long knife fell from his grasp to the ground. As for Xia Meng, he continued to stand there with an air of aloofness, while behind him, a majestic phantom of a dragon subtly emerged. Under the influence of this dragon specter, Xia Meng's aura reached an unparalleled zenith. The dragon's phantom embodied the power of a dragon. Could it be that Xia Meng's dragon point spear technique had already harnessed the strength of a dragon? Previously, during the second phase of the hunt, he had never showcased such prowess. A true marvel. The seasoned experts present, including the two palace masters of the Tianyan Palace, exhibited expressions of astonishment. The dragon point spear technique was similarly regarded as the foremost spear technique by the Tianyan dynasty. Much like how Su Xian's cultivation of the North Song sword technique was recognized as the supreme swordsmanship, the dragon point spear technique, when mastered at an advanced level, could materialize the phantom of a colossal dragon and wield its formidable strength. Of course, at its pinnacle, it could summon 9 dragon phantoms, channeling the power of 9 dragons. Whereas Xia Meng had only summoned a single dragon phantom, wielding the strength of 1 dragon, an accomplishment that still seemed distant from the ultimate mastery. Yet for someone at the ocean transformation realm to achieve this was already extraordinary. It was precisely due to this dragon's strength that Xia Meng was able to withstand and even shatter Duan Yunfeng's recent strike. The reason he had not employed it during the second phase of the hunt was that channeling a dragon's strength demanded an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. And by the time he had endured the 14th wave of attacks in the Tianxin realm, his spiritual energy had already been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing this move. You have indeed forced me to reveal my trump card, but this is where it ends. Xia Meng observed Duan Yunfeng with a cold gaze. Duan Yunfeng let out a wry smile. That last strike had been his most powerful move, yet it was still effortlessly countered by Xia Meng. The outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. I concede, Duan Yunfeng declared, choosing to surrender outright. His admission sent the arena into a frenzy. Standing outside the combat area, Su Xian had been intently focused on the duel. Was that truly Duan Yunfeng's ultimate technique? It is indeed formidable, Su Xian mused, secretly impressed. He shared a strong camaraderie with Duan Yunfeng, having ventured through the hunting grounds together, where Duan Yunfeng had often boasted about his ultimate technique, claiming it to be exceptionally powerful. Now, Su Xian had witnessed it firsthand, undeniably impressive. Even he would have to exert his utmost to possibly withstand such a move. In contrast to Duan Yunfeng, the fact that Xia Meng could directly counter his ultimate move rendered him even more terrifying. Xia Meng's strength surpassed Su Xian's previous expectations significantly. Su Xian's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Meng, who was also looking in his direction. Their eyes met in the void, igniting a palpable sense of rivalry. What a formidable opponent, Su Xian thought with a calm smile, a trace of excitement bubbling within him. Though Duan Yunfeng was indeed powerful, he had only managed to push Su Xian to the point of unleashing the strength of a dragon. It was only Xia Meng who stood as his true rival. Xia Meng's gaze was equally fervent. With the conclusion of 5 matches, the defeated contenders would be ranked from 6th to 10th, and upon entering the Tianyan Palace, they would receive merely 1,000 fire points. The victors, however, would proceed to the subsequent battles. In the forthcoming battle among 5 contenders, the format shifts from a one-on-one elimination to a round-robin contest where each participant faces the other 4 competitors. Each individual will engage in a match against the remaining 4. with the ultimate rankings from 1st to 5th determined by their final records. The arena is once again filled with the fervor of combat as a series of confrontations commence. Su Xian will face off against 4 prodigies, the first 3 competitors, despite their formidable prowess, one of whom conceals certain techniques, are nearly at the level of Duan Yunfeng, yet ultimately succumb to Su Xian's might. In swift succession, 3 of the 4 matches conclude, with Su Xian emerging victorious in all, leaving only the final clash against the equally triumphant Xiaomeng. Their confrontation will serve as the ultimate showdown between the 2 most formidable talents of this hunt. Chapter 60. The pinnacle of battle as Su Xian and Xiaomeng, the 2 strongest prodigies, make their appearance in the arena. The previously boisterous venue falls into an unusual silence. All eyes are riveted upon the pair. Both Su Xian and Xiaomeng have drawn their respective weapons. Xiaomeng gazes at Su Xian and declares, among the nearly 100,000 gifted individuals participating in this hunt, you are the sole contender worthy of being my adversary. Do not disappoint me in this battle. His voice, cool and commanding, resonates throughout the hall. Su Xian responds with a subtle smile, since I joined this hunt. Your name has reverberated in my ears countless times. Everyone proclaims you the strongest of this gathering. Some even exalt you as the most dazzling talent of the Tianyan dynasty in half a century. I am eager to discover the true extent of your power. Without further discourse, both warriors are consumed by a fervent desire to gauge each other's strength, coupled with the thrill of the impending duel. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, stirring the debris upon the ground. With a resounding explosion, the earth beneath Xiaomeng shatters as he propels himself forward with tremendous force, an embodiment of dominance and ferocity. In an instant, he traverses a distance of several dozen yards, thrusting his spear forward with a terrifying spiraling momentum, reminiscent of a venomous dragon piercing through the void. As the spear cuts through the air, the ground beneath it cracks and splinters under the sheer might of its passage. What astonishing speed! Gasps the audience in awe. With a hearty laugh, Su Xian bends forward, his right hand grasping his sword, and as the spear's overwhelming force approaches, he unleashes the power of his bloodline. With a powerful sweep of his arm, he redirects his sword upward. The clash resonates with a piercing sound, altering the trajectory of Xiaomeng's spear, advancing with an uncanny precision. Su Xian's blade darts towards Xiaomeng's midsection. Xiaomeng deftly counters, deflecting Su Xian's sword with a slight movement of his spear. In that fleeting moment of engagement, both combatants seem to vanish simultaneously. Vanished. At least to the eyes of the majority of spectators, whose abilities are lacking, the 2 figures are no longer visible. Only those with slightly greater strength can barely discern the 2 silhouettes darting at breakneck speed in the center of the arena. Such speed! This is truly astonishing. Amidst a chorus of astonishment, the 2 figures, previously thought to have vanished, re-emerged, their weapons colliding with a terrifying ferocity. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The fierce encounters unfolded with relentless intensity. Their forms flickered in and out of existence, reappearing in a bewildering manner. Their speed had reached its zenith. With each clash, a tremendous sound erupted, generating visible shockwaves that either shook the ground or swept through the void. Xiaomeng's marksmanship was fierce and domineering as his speed surged. The terrifying piercing power imbued in the tip of his gun became astonishingly formidable. In one clash, the gun's tip was jolted close to the ground, and before it even made contact, the earth was already penetrated, resulting in a spiral-shaped pit nearly half a meter deep. On the other hand, Su Xian's sword was exceptionally sharp. When a fleeting sword shadow was deftly evaded by Xiaomeng and struck the ground, it immediately carved a massive gash over 10 meters long into the earth. In merely a few dozen exchanges, the 2 had alternated between disappearing and reappearing countless times. Yet the battlefield lay in utter disarray, marred by the horrific pits created by gunfire and the numerous precisely etched sword scars stretching over 10 meters. Clang! Another collision erupted. As the 2 reappeared, both were pushed back, their combat fervor intensifying. Once Xiaomeng regained his footing, he gripped his spear with both hands, a faint golden glow emanating from it. Whoosh! The spear lunged forward, akin to a dragon unfurling its jaws. Dragon's roar! Xiaomeng bellowed, his formidable presence reverberating, as if a deafening dragon's chant filled the heavens. Thunderfire's secret technique. Starfire burning heaven, Sword Path, Dragon Annihilation. Su Xian, too, wielded his sword with both hands, slicing through the air with the force of thunder and fire. As the long sword descended, the surrounding void was engulfed in waves of scorching heat, transforming into a sea of flames. One unleashed a dragon's roar, while the other executed the dragon's annihilation. Both were exceedingly powerful ultimate moves, colliding instantaneously like two stars clashing head-on. Bang! The very fabric of space trembled. The collision of their powers generated an invisible shockwave that swept outward with overwhelming force. The battlefield was vast, and the two were engaged at its center, distanced from the surrounding spectators. Yet now, under the onslaught of the shockwave, dust soared, reaching the audience. As the dust settled, the crowd, comprising hundreds of thousands, could hardly contain their excitement. Some spectators, unable to restrain themselves, erupted into cheers. The duel between Su Xian and Xia Meng was nothing short of spectacular and intense. From the very onset, the terrifying speed unleashed was utterly captivating. The silhouettes that continually vanished and reappeared, along with the terrifying might contained within the attacks of the two individuals, were truly astonishing. A single thrust of a spear, despite the tip never piercing the ground, generated such overwhelming force that it created a spiral pit half a meter deep in the earth. A mere swing of a sword manifested massive, perfectly uniform sword marks extending several dozen meters. What caliber of strength is this? Not only the audience, whose abilities were rather mediocre, but even the talented individuals gathered at the edges of the battlefield, who had concluded their own battles, were left utterly speechless. How incredibly powerful! The prowess of these two was on an entirely different level from our own. These prodigies shook their heads in disbelief. In the arena, the two foremost geniuses locked eyes, their gazes ablaze with intensity. Su Xian, you have indeed not disappointed me, said Xia Meng, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as a towering dragon phantom rose behind him. One dragon's power? Xia Meng had managed to summon it so swiftly? The onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was known that this dragon's power was likely Xia Meng's trump card, previously only unleashed against Duan Yunfeng when faced with his most formidable move. Yet now, against Su Xian, he had activated this power after merely a brief exchange. Clearly, the pressure Su Xian exerted on Xia Meng far surpassed that of Duan Yunfeng. Come, test my spear technique, Xia Meng proclaimed, leaping high into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Bring it on. Su Xian responded with a hearty laugh, positioning his sword across his chest as an abundance of sword intent converged, forming an intangible domain of mountains and seas. Fight! With a thunderous shout, Xia Meng's spear lunged forth once more, its power augmented significantly by the dragon's force. Su Xian had already summoned 70% of his bloodline power. The mountains and seas enveloped him, merging him with the earth, his feet seemingly driven like nails into the ground. Bang! 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 Another series of clashes ensued, each accompanied by a tremendous roar. Remarkable! With the dragon's power activated and the enhancement of the Emperor's origin technique, Xia Meng's strength, in pure terms, surpassed those golden-armored soldiers I faced in the 16th round of the Heavenly Heart Realm by 2 to 3 times. Su Xian could not help but marvel. During the second phase of the hunt, he had achieved a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and perfected the mountains and seas technique. Yet he had exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught of those 10 golden-armored soldiers, highlighting their formidable might. The fact that Xia Meng's sheer strength exceeded that of the golden-armored soldiers was astonishing. Fortunately, I have experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation. Otherwise, had I only reached the Great Sea stage, I would truly be unable to withstand his assault, Su Xian mused. With his cultivation having advanced, his strength had surged. And if he were to encounter the golden-armored soldiers in the 16th round of the Heavenly Heart Realm again, he would undoubtedly find it much easier to prevail. Most importantly, although Xia Meng's power surpassed that of the golden-armored soldiers by 2 or 3 times, and his skills were far more refined, the soldiers had the advantage of teamwork with 10 individuals, while Xia Meng stood alone. Before the stunned gaze of countless spectators, Xia Meng unleashed a dragon's might. Executing attacks with fervor, his domineering and fierce spear techniques reached their pinnacle. Each thrust was extraordinarily powerful, infused with profound intent. Every shot sent tremors through the talented combatants who had just concluded their battles. Was this the true extent of Xia Meng's prowess? During our previous encounter, He had not demonstrated such formidable spear techniques. Duan Yunfeng stood there, eyes wide, realizing that if Xia Meng truly exerted his full strength and employed such formidable skills, he could barely fend off a few strikes before succumbing to defeat. Xia Meng's spear techniques were indeed awe-inspiring. However, in comparison to Xia Meng, the multitude of spectators were even more astonished by the swordsmanship displayed on the battlefield. There, in the face of Xia Meng's tempestuous and frenzied onslaught, Su Xian appeared like an immovable boulder. No matter the angle or ferocity of Xia Meng's spear strikes, he adeptly deflected them all. Su Xian remained firmly planted, not moving an inch. He resembled an unyielding mountain. This swordsmanship was extraordinary. Was this truly Su Xian's defensive technique? It was no wonder he was hailed as the foremost defender in this hunt. Countless onlookers marveled. Furthermore, Su Xian not only thwarted Xia Meng's attacks with his swordsmanship, but did so with remarkable ease. Yes, it appeared effortless, as though he bore no significant pressure at all. Xia Meng, is this truly the extent of your strength? Su Xian's gaze turned icy, and his words carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction, as if Xia Meng's abilities had left him somewhat disillusioned. Very well. At this moment, Xia Meng ceased his assault, standing not far from Su Xian, his expression heavy with unprecedented seriousness. He had not anticipated that, despite unleashing a dragon's might and pushing his spear techniques to their utmost, he could not breach Su Xian's defenses. Not only did he fail to penetrate them, but he had not even managed to exert significant pressure on Su Xian. Su Xian, brace yourself for my ultimate technique, Xia Meng intoned coldly. Ultimate technique? Su Xian's eyes instantly brightened. Duan Yunfeng, indeed, possessed an ultimate technique that was terrifyingly potent. And Xia Meng, this exceptional genius, surely harbored his own ultimate means. Without further words, Xia Meng gripped his spear tightly, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Behind him, where a towering dragon's phantom had already manifested, another identical dragon's phantom began to rise. 2 dragon phantoms? The power of the dual dragons sent ripples through the venue. Previously, the mere formation of 1 dragon phantom by Xia Meng had already astonished many, including the 2 masters from the Tian Palace on the high platform. Yet now, Xia Meng was conjuring 2 dragon phantoms simultaneously. As the 2 phantoms coalesced, Xia Meng's expression twisted with intensity. Blood-dripping red dragon kill. He bellowed. Under the might of the twin dragon power, Xia Meng unleashed his most